delay the start of this program to bring you a special news bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, two fresh columns of North Korean troops have crossed the Han River and are moving southward below Seoul. Two other invader columns have outflanked the town and airstrip of Suwon on the east. And a spokesman at a U.S. advanced headquarters in Korea says the defense situation has definitely worsened in the past 24 hours. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the latest news.
Adventures of The Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Carter, and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint. Hello, Templar's mortuary.
Mr. Simon Templar?
Unfortunately.
Littleton is calling.
What time is it?
At the sound of the... I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give that information. Littleton is calling.
All right, put him on.
One moment, please. Hello?
Hello?
Is this Simon Templar?
Yes, it is.
My name is Shirley Grace. Please, I need to...
Yes, go on. Hello?
Sorry.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, well, I was just calling you at the theater.
You knew I was with the cops. Hang it up.
All right. Hello? I'm sorry I bothered you. Sammy just got back.
Hello? Hello?
Your party has hung up, sir.
So they have, thank you. Really great. Really great. Oh, of course. Homicide, Lieutenant Schwartz. Guess who?
Oh, no. Templar? No.
You hate me, don't you? Templar, this is the Homicide Bureau. I am up to the cleft of my rugged sin and work. I got maniacs confessing to murders that never happened. I got murderers caught in the act who say, who, me? And now, I got Templar. Yes, Lieutenant? Templar, you got something to say it. Anyone for badminton? Templar, Okay, Lieutenant, I just want some information. Read the newspapers, Templar. They whip up the crime waves, I don't. Well, then what do journalism's juvenile delinquents have to say about events in the city of Littleton today? I don't know. I couldn't even guess. Well, stay happy. Go back to bed. Lieutenant, I'll write a letter to the Times. Okay, Templar, have it your way. Ever hear of a band leader named Terry Richards? Of course. You mean the one they call the real gone guy? I hope to hold your half note, Templar. He's real gone, all right. So gone he's dead. He was strangled. Oh? Well, thank you, Lieutenant, for your first exclusion. Look, if you're figuring to butt in, Templar, I wouldn't. Now you know me. You remember Lieutenant Ruggles? Old Meathead? Old Meathead. Well, he's now chief of police at Littleton. You'd better stay out of his way. I wouldn't dream of getting in his way. Or would I? I'm not kidding, Templar. Terry Richards was a real big name. Ruggles wants this one for himself. You'll get in his way, he'll have you so deep in the pokey, he'll be shooting you with a pea shooter. Hey, on second thought, is that bad? Lieutenant. Yes, Templar. Did someone spike your bubble gum this morning? Yes, I... Goodbye, pal. Don't sneeze into the breeze. I'd like to go backstage, please, Mr. Doorman. And it's possible to get there if your cultural development is at a certain level. Well, I'm fond of Monsieur. I collect Americana. I am fond of portraits of those men who have become our president. I am especially cheered by portraits of Lincoln, done, of course, on fine paper in black, bordered and shaded in blues and shades of green, which one finds so cool and comfortable. Your face is admirable. It happens that I am... here you are. It's perfect. Excellent. Thanks, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, Mr. Templar, you know me. You expected me? Miss Gray hoped for you, but she described you. Still, it cost me $5. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Miss Gray is in the dressing room. First corridor to your right, and first off the left. Oh, thank you. So tell me something. Is this the same Shirley Gray who sings Alex so wonderfully? The same. But she sings him no more. Merlo Romeo Rowley. You swallowed something? That's Fox. That's what the great Terry Richards plays. Oh. I gather you were not a fan of the late Mr. Richards, the man who knocked him off with the hero. I see. Miss Gray is the only nice person in the band. Take care of you. You think she needs taking care of? There's a killer running around, Mr. Templar. Of course, if he's just after another musician, that's all right. The killer's gonna hate you in the morning. He wouldn't dare. First corridor to your right, first door to the left. Templar.
You frightened me. You're...
Sergeant Templar, Secretary, Shirley Gray, Band Club, Cell 3, Group 2, currently underground at 6 doors.
Oh, Mr. Templar, I'm so glad.
Who is Sammy?
What do you mean?
Well, all the way down here, I've been asking myself, why would Shirley Gray call me? And after calling, why would she hang up just because a man named Sammy entered the room? You see, I'm just the old curious one.
Well, I want you to do one thing for me. Find out who killed Terry Richards.
Well, that's the job for the police, isn't it?
Well, they might get the wrong person.
Sammy, for instance?
They might not find out in time. Somebody else might get killed.
The Doorman seems to have had the same thought. What brings it on?
No one knows why Terry was killed. Nobody liked him, but nobody hated him enough to kill him. This is almost the work of a maniac. There was no reason for it.
You mean no one was ambitious, jealous, frustrated?
Oh, don't talk like that.
You're hiding something from Simon.
Please don't smoke. I found Terry's body. I called the police, and they said he must have been strangled with a soft, thin cord, but...
Well?
Well, they're wrong about it and about everything else. He was strangled with a...
Okay. Another cop?
Sammy, this is Simon Templar, the same. Simon, this is...
Let it alone. Get out. I'm happy to know you too, friendly one. Look, Templar, we're being held in this off-street version we can't get out. I'm spending all my time at the jail answering the silly questions of these cornball cops. And now you. I've got rehearsals to know when you get out.
Oh, no, Sammy, no, not rehearsals already. But Terry hasn't even been...
Yes, Sammy, why are you so anxious to get in rehearsal? We've got a contract for a concert tour. That's what we were doing in this corn pallet, warming up for the tour. The band's got to be in shape in a week if the contract is sent. No contract, no tour, no tour, no band, no band. We're in a panic, you see? No. Just where do you fit in? I like money, I eat it. Keep it in truth, he said. Besides, if we make out, the agency is going to need a band. I got it coming. It's like Terry had what happened coming to him.
Oh, Sammy.
Well, Terry was a slob and you know it. You are a man of grace and charm, Sammy. Send him away. Get him out of here. Gentle psychotic, isn't he? As we jazz lovers say, this routine is murder.
Oh, I'll talk to him. Will you wait for me, Simon?
Yeah. Of course. Say, how did you know me?
I talked Shirley into calling you. My name's Dick Carter.
You're with the band?
All I do is beat these lousy drums. You ever hear that go?
To the point of nausea. Who killed Terry Richards?
I don't know. The cops thought Shirley might have because she found it, but it wasn't Shirley. I had her call you so you could prove it to someone else.
Well, what was you doing in his dressing room? Was it a habit to go there? It's private, dear boy. If you want me to help
Okay. Lay out the 4 bars and I'll give you the score. I understood Terry Richards. I didn't like him any more than anybody else, but I did understand him. I've been with him since the year 1. Sammy has too, only he played a 3-year job with the Army.
Sammy called Terry a slob.
Yeah. Before the war, Sammy and Terry started this band. Terry funded it, Sammy arranged and conducted the rehearsal. The man sent in greetings, and he went into the parachutes and came back chopped and hard. I thought he'd killed Terry when he found out Terry had cut in for 100% of the band. I remember his hands were just...
Why did he come back with Terry?
Terry was up there, Mac. Number 1. He was willing to pay for Sammy's talent and pay good. That's the only way to keep anybody, including Shirley. Poor kid. It wasn't enough she had to work for him. She had to go along with him a little way if she wanted her job. And she did.
Why? Why, she used to be the biggest name on radio without Terry Richards. How did she ever become a band singer?
Canaries are hard to figure. Maybe that's the question you've got to answer.
Terry Richards seems to have been a dismal kind of snail.
Well, I admired him, Mr. Templar, for one reason. He knew how to compete. Fight, cheat, steal, zip below the belt, but stay on top. He had one philosophy, and it fit this world great. Hooray for me, and nuts to you. If I could have had that, I'd have done all right.
I'd have been bigger than Terry Whitney. But I haven't got it. I admire the man who had it.
He's beginning in planting a battle of the foibles of humanity, but who killed Terry Whitney?
I wish we'd find out.
Why are you so anxious, sir?
Because without Terry, this band can still go places. All we need is him like the met me common and body. Now Sammy will be in charge, don't you see? And he'll give everybody a chance, even me. What do you mean? But Terry wouldn't give any of us a chance to shine. We always had to feature his guitar. Well, we got a real gone arrangement of 10 places. Just me on tenth and Shirley on voice. Real gone. But Terry wouldn't even
Well, I've heard of progressive music as a sample. I'd say it hasn't gone quite far enough. It's still in the range of hearing.
on and it's a template. But Shirley,
Come on, let's go.
this way, the green room. Just get him Shirley out of the way. Call the cops. Hurry. Oh, it's the template.
Are you all right, Simon?
Oh, yes, Angel, I'll be all right. Hey, I thought you were dead.
She just fainted, Temple.
Did you call the police, Dick?
I've been giving her smelling salts. Bathing your head, I haven't had much of a chance.
What did they say in the whodunit happened?
Somebody slugged you from behind. They pushed me through the door and slammed it.
Oh, my God. Must have been a rabbit hunt.
Do you want a doctor, Simon?
Dear heart, I want an answer. By the way, what did happen to you?
Well, I argued with Sammy for a while, and then I came over here, and I picked up Sammy's baton, and this was wrapped around it.
Wait till I stand up. Oh, it's so comfortable. Hey, what is this?
It's an Eastern for a guitar.
It's what was used to kill Terry.
Probably from his own guitar.
Probably someone had a sense of poetic justice, a guitar string for a guitarist. Let me see that thing. Ow!
What's the matter?
I pulled it tight. It cut into my hand. Hey, wait a minute. Did you know Terry was killed with an E-string, Sharon?
Well, it was beside him when I found him. Between the time I called the police and the time they got here, someone had taken it.
Very nicely. Emily Post has it that when one is in possession of evidence or information about evidence, one tells the cops or one suffers, one does.
Well, I was afraid.
But you see, you are more afraid now. This thing is a warning. For Sammy, for you, for everybody. But by the way, where is Sammy? Why didn't he come running when he heard you scream?
Same reason I knew she was in the green room and not his dressing room. His room is downstairs.
I suppose if we adjourned to Sammy's little cell and see.
No.
Surely. You're not going to be stubborn.
All right, let's go.
Something tells me we've got to break it down.
Oh, Sammy!
It is getting again.
All right, just now.
The cops.
But Sammy!
We'll take care of Sammy, I hope.
Mr. President, I have answered the questions of the police. I have answered the questions of my wife. Now you want me to answer your question.
My friend is doorman of this house of culture. You are in a most enviable position. You see who goes and who comes. Now let me review the given. The famous Terry Whitney, infamous Terry Whitney, nonetheless he was killed. A bumbling, murderous toad came within a minute of killing Sammy today. The same wart-brained idiot delivered a rabbit punch to my neck. I only want to be sure it was no outside force. You follow me?
As the animal has come as the accident, Mr. Kemper. But I must repeat, no insidious force has come through these portals. Unless that force is you, and you should hear people others on the subject as you. Police. You don't like the police, Mr. Kemper? The police were put on his head for one reason, so that so-called musicians could arise in the morning with the assurance that somewhere on earth there was someone lower on the scale of human beings.
You should be thankful for that. Tell me, are you here all the time?
Mr. Kemper, there are matters one does not discuss with just any stranger.
Touché, I'm sure. I simply want to learn who could be a murderer. That's all. It's a simple one. Some people want food. I want a murderer. Some people want a new apartment. I want a sneaky, soft-pedaled thug who could walk so softly he would be unheard. And who would flood me from behind.
Even I could do that, Mr. Kemper. I wear sneakers. So relaxing. I could come upon you so quietly.
I would have thought.
Thank you, sir, very much. This is nothing, Mr. Kemper.
I know. Nothing. feeling better, Sammy?
Templar, are you still around?
You're not happy with me, Sammy.
Sammy, please. If it weren't for Mr. Templar, you might be dead.
No. If he hadn't shown up, it wouldn't have happened. You got a hold of something and scared somebody, that's all.
Whom did I frighten, Sammy? You?
What do you mean?
It occurs to me that if I were a person so willed and so frightened, I could hold a wire about my neck and induce unconsciousness.
You've got rocks in your head, Captain. Why don't you leave it alone? Let the cops have
Because somebody slugged me, Sammy, and I'm very sensitive about such things.
Why don't you two stop fighting? This is serious. Somebody else is going to get hurt.
Yes, and I hereby nominate Simon Templar.
I must decline because of the pressure business, Lord. Instead of us arguing like this, why don't we go rehearse?
Oh, great. Now he's going to run the band, too.
No, but at least you'll be out of my hair for a while. Sammy has an abrupt personality. Now, Jerry, we're alone.
Darling, are you getting anywhere?
The answer to that would have to come from your own lovely lips. Your name, Jerry. To see you as you are now, as well as they say in the soap operas, is done something.
Suppose whoever it is gets away with it. Suppose he succeeds next time. Kills Sammy or me.
Tell me, Shirley, did you kill Terry?
What did you say?
I said, did you kill Terry and try to kill Sammy?
Simon!
I'm very rude. My analyst doesn't. Oh, never mind my analyst. I hate him. You didn't answer my question.
No, I didn't kill Terry. You satisfied?
Eminently. Tell me something, Shirley. A couple of years ago, you were throwing great guns as a soloist. I remember reading something about a big recording contract. I had your recording of April in Paris. It was one of the best things I ever heard.
I'm still getting royalties on it.
How is it that you came to work with us then? What happened that you gave up your contract and your big career? Why do you stay with this thing?
Is my career putting?
I don't know. I do know that we're going to have this cleared up very soon.
Oh, do you really think so?
I've got something right on the tip of my mind. I can't quite get hold of it, but I will. If we can clear it up in time and Sammy has the band in shape, you'll be hitting the road. So you've got to be in shape.
But
Why don't you go to your dressing now and then, huh? Go on.
Well, all right. If you say so.
I'll walk with you. Is that idea of just about temptation going to work out here?
I don't know, Simon. I'm not too crazy about it, but maybe it will. I hope so, but this case.
This thing?
Yes. You know, every time Sammy wrote an arrangement so Dick would have some breaks, Terry would insist that it be rewritten for his guitar. Poor Dick would just sit up and keep a rhythm. As he said, all he does is play those lousy drums.
Yes, it might be a break, but Dick is bad. He's a nice fella. He's got something coming up.
No, this is where I drop off. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Have to murder him, maybe.
Hello, Dick. Oh, hello, Mr. Templar.
Oh, no, don't stop playing. Go right ahead, Dick.
I'll just pass the time of day. Couldn't have any luck?
Well, I'm about to step out of the store window and call for Philip Marlowe.
Well, if there's anything I can do, or any of the fellas for that matter, I know they'll help.
I thought they were all happy to see you a late maestro go. That was the impression I had.
Now, Sammy might give you that impression, you know, that whacked-up doorkeeper out there. But I don't think anybody likes to see somebody murdered, especially when they know the killer is still on the loose.
But you fellas seem to be taking it in stride.
Some people, yes, some people no. Me, I'm worried.
Take it easy. Well, you certainly need a lot of paraphernalia here.
Yeah. Cymbals, synth, bongo, tambourine.
What are these things?
Oh, these are crazy.
What are they for?
Set a rhythm for Latin American thing. Yeah, let me tell you. This, very simple.
Very simple. Yeah, this is quite an array of stuff for one who just beats the drum.
That's all I do. Beat these lousy drums.
Well, I have to do some more snooping, Dick. I'll see you around.
Okay, Mr. Templar.
Lousy drum.
Hey, what's got you busting in here?
Sammy, I've got two questions for you if you're interested in finding Terry Richards' killer.
I'm not.
Number one, you were in the parachute?
Yes, I was in a parrot.
Number two, did you make the throws behind the lines where you had to kill a man with your own hands?
You scum.
I asked you a question, did you?
My answer. Now get out of here. And if I set eyes on you again, I'll
Kill me, Sammy?
get out.
take my head in your lap and bathe my face, I'd feel much better.
Oh, Simon, the darkhead. You know, you shouldn't have just barged in on Sammy like that. He has a temper and he doesn't like to be reminded of... Well, you just should have been more diplomatic.
I was. Diplomacy, my dear girl, is not always a matter of kid bluff.
Simon, why don't you give it up? I'm awfully sorry I got the evidence.
Well, not at all. You're worth everything just to sit here and have your sympathy.
Simon, what's the matter?
Grab the musket. And you...
Oh, Simon,
Never mind, I think I know what it means now.
why me? Do I know something? What is it?
No, you don't know anything. You just got something. Yes, that's it.
Oh, Simon.
Now, don't cry. Tell me, did Sammy get someone to take Terry's place with the guitar?
No,
Good. First, you take care of that for him.
but I...
Second, you're going to make sure the public address system is warmed up in the wings so I can use it. And third, you're going to tell Sammy and Dick you want to run through temptation.
Oh, no, Simon, I couldn't.
Make like that tired old gag, you know, the show must go on. It's one of the most important things in your life. And I want you to do just as I say, or I'm afraid you're not going to have a life to have important things happen in.
Okay, let's take it one step together. No, Tom. It's up to you, Dick. Taking it down, please.
You ready, Mike? Yeah. Okay, now, remember what you said.
Ready, Sally?
Yes, Simon.
Good. Roll it.
I was alone. I should have known you were temptation. You smiled, luring me on. My heart was gone. You were
Okay, Mike, so it's yours.
What's the matter, Dick? You get away from me, Tucker, and I'll tell you.
Your killing days are over, son, all over.
What are you trying to do, Steppy? Trying to laugh at the whole thing?
The music you play hasn't loused up your band. How could I possibly do it? Simon will clip you.
Dick, how could it... I don't understand.
We understand, don't we, Dick?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sammy, if you will call the cops, I'll tell Dick a little story about a man who was very ambitious, who wanted to be big and important like Terry Richards, who didn't want anybody to get in the way of his ambitions, who admired selfishness and ruthlessness. That's about the story we'll tell, isn't it, Dick?
All I do is beat these lousy drums. All I do is beat these lousy drums.
But why did he try to kill me, Simon?
Why, dear, just the name is wrong. Didn't you command me?
Simon, you should know
Oh,
that...
I do know. We killed Terry because, as you said, Terry took all the licks. He wanted to bury a chick that belonged to him. Then he got real ambitious. He wanted to be like Chick, had his own band, and he tried to kill Terry. Then he could fight for the leadership of a band that was already great.
Oh, so awful.
Dear, how did you eliminate for one?
Simon.
Me meeting you.
Oh, but when did you first suspect?
The girl one.
No, that this was the killer.
I was puzzled that someone had used the guitar string for the purpose of strangling Terry Richards. It cuts into the hands, and there's no purpose unless it's wound around the hands, and that gives no wire for strangulation. Then I came across the clotted of big drum. And it sounded the place.
Steve, you know, I remember when Sammy got back from the army and we had a party, and he got drunk and told us how they used to kill the enemy with wire, the ends of which were tied to batons to give them, what did he say, purchase?
You're making Simon sound anticlimactic, and that's not the gospel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Simon. You really did a good job, but...
Here you are, dear.
Simon,
Well, in any event, Dick remembered Sammy's tales of the paratroops. He tied the ends of the guitar strings to the clavies he used for Latin American rhythm. And then he approached his victims from the rear, looped the wire over their heads, and...
ooh, terrible.
It's so clever. When you screamed and fainted and we came to you, he stepped behind me and slugged me. Then he ran to make his pass at killing Sammy. He wasn't clever enough to take his time and make it thorough.
Oh, I think it's so gruesome.
I think it's wonderful.
Oh, Simon, you can't.
But I do. The more I explain, the more you shiver. The more you shiver, the closer you come. And it's wonderful.
Oh, will you please listen to me for a moment?
No, dear, you're upset. You'll be going back to the city now. You know, I think that monster Chief Ruggles will release all of you. Why don't you give me a you like mine, I have a fine collection of modern art, especially Picasso. But
You're inviting me to come up and see your Picasso?
my dear, when one as charming as you comes to my place, it's not to see the Picasso, but the handwriting on the wall.
What are you doing with my wife, Templar?
You're
My wife.
Oh, how depressing.
Simon, that's what I've been trying to tell you. You asked why I stayed with this band and gave up my other career. Well, it's because Sammy and I have been secretly married for 6 months.
Oh, no.
Well, that's why I called you. I was afraid when the police found out they'd think that Sam would kill Terry because of jealousy.
I would still like to know, Templar, what you were doing with your arm around my wife.
I was consoling her.
Oh. I've got some consolation for you.
Sammy, I wouldn't advise violence. I'm ready this time.
Violence? You've got me all wrong. Chief Ruggles.
Sammy!
Now, what do you want? You still looking for Templar? Well, here he is.
Oh, no.
Templar. Hello, Chief. I want to talk to you. Say goodbye to the nice man, Shirley.
Goodbye, Simon. I'm sorry.
You're nice. We'll meet again.
Over my dead body.
I'll try to arrange it.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Libby Janis, Larry Dobson, Lou Merrill, Jack Edwards, and Bill Johnstone. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Based on characters created by Leslie Trotter, is a James L. Sapphire production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. The announcer is Don Samuel. Next, it's Sam Spade, then Summer Symphony on NBC. We delay the start of this program to bring you a special news bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, 2 fresh columns of North Korean troops have crossed the Han River and are moving southward below Seoul. 2 other invader columns have outflanked the town and airstrip of Suwon on the east. And a spokesman at a U.S. advanced headquarters in Korea says the defense situation has definitely worsened in the past 24 hours. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news. Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Trotter, and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Hello, Templar's mortuary.
Mr. Simon Templar,
Unfortunately.
Littleton is calling.
What time is it?
At the sound of the... I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give that information. Littleton is calling.
All right, put him on.
One moment, please. Hello?
Hello?
Is this Simon Templar?
Yes, it is.
My name is Shirley Gray. Please, I need your...
Yes, go on. Hello?
Stanley.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, well, I was just calling you at the theater.
You knew I was with the cops. Hang it up.
All right. Hello? I'm sorry I bothered you. Sammy just got back.
Hello. Hello.
Your party has hung up, sir.
So they have, thank you. 30 grand. 30 grand. Oh, of course.
On this side, Lieutenant Shwartz.
Guess who?
Oh, no. Templar? No.
You hate me, don't you?
Templar, this is the Homicide Bureau. I am up to the cleft of my rugged chin and work. I got maniacs confessing to murders that never happened. I got murderers caught in the act who say, who, me? And no, I got Templar.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Templar, you got something to say? Say it.
Anyone for badminton?
Templar, I will...
Okay, Lieutenant. I just want some information.
Read the newspapers, Templar. They whip up the crime waves. I don't.
Well, then, what do journalism's juvenile delinquents have to say about events in the city of Littleton today?
You don't know?
I couldn't even guess.
Well, stay happy. Go back to bed.
Lieutenant, I'll write a letter to the Times.
Okay, Templar, have it your way. You ever hear of a band leader named Terry Richards?
Of course. You mean the one they call the real gone guy?
I hope to hold your half note, Templar. He's real gone, all right. So gone he's dead. He was strangled.
Oh? Well, thank you, Lieutenant, for your first exclusive.
Look, if you're figuring to butt in, Templar, I wouldn't.
Now, you know me.
You remember Lieutenant Ruggles?
Old meathead?
Old meathead. Well, he's now chief of police at Littleton. You'd better stay out of his way.
Well, I wouldn't dream of getting in his way. Or would I?
I'm not kidding, Templar. Terry Richards was a real big name. Ruggles wants this one for himself. You get in his way, he'll have you so deep in the pokey, they'll be feeding you with a pea shooter. And... Hey, on second thought, is that bad?
Lieutenant.
Yes, Templar.
Did someone spike your bubble gum this morning?
Yes, I...
Goodbye, pal. Don't sneeze into the breeze. I'd like to go backstage, please, Mr. Doorman.
Well, it's possible to get there if your cultural development is at a certain level.
Well, I'm fond of Montreal.
I collect Americana. I am fond of portraits of those men who have become our presidents. I am especially cheered by portraits of Lincoln, done, of course, on fine paper in black, bordered and shaded in hues and shades of green, which one finds so cool and comforting.
Your taste is admirable. It happens that here you are.
A perfect specimen. Pass, friend.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Mr. Templar,
You know me? You expected me?
Miss Gray hoped for you, as she described you.
Still, it cost me $5.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Miss Gray is in her dressing room. First corridor to your right, and first door to the left.
Oh, thank you. Say, tell me something. Is this the same Shirley Gray who sings ballads so wonderfully?
The same, but she sings them no more. Merlo Rumiel Rowdy.
You swallowed something?
That's Bach. That's what the great Terry Richards played.
Oh, I gather you were not a fan of the late Mr. Richards.
The man who knocked him off was a hero.
Thank you.
Miss Gray is the only nice person in the band. Take care of her, will you?
Do you think she needs taking care of?
There's a killer running around, Mr. Templar. Of course, if he's just after another musician, that's all right.
The killer's gonna hate you in the morning.
He wouldn't dare. First corridor to your right, first door to the left, Mr. Templar.
Oh, you frightened me. You're...
Simon Templar, Secretary, Shirley Gray Fan Club, Cell 3, Group 2, currently underground at 6 doors.
Oh, Mr. Templar, I'm so glad.
Who is Sammy?
He's... What do you mean?
Well, all the way down here, I've been asking myself, why would Shirley Gray call me? And after calling, why would she hang up just because a man named Sammy entered the room? You see, I'm just the old serious one.
Well, I want you to do one thing for me. Find out who killed Terry Richards.
Now, that's a job for the police, isn't it?
Well, they might get the wrong person.
Sammy, for instance?
They might not find out in time. Somebody else might get killed.
The doorman seems to have had the same thought. What brings it on?
Well, no one knows why Terry was killed. Nobody liked him, but nobody hated him enough to kill him. This is almost the work of a maniac. There was no reason for it.
You mean no one was ambitious, jealous, frustrated?
Oh, don't talk like that.
You're hiding something from Simon.
Please don't joke. I found Terry's body. I called the police, and they said he must have been strangled with a soft, thin cord, but...
Well?
Well, they're wrong about it and about everything else. He was strangled with a...
What's this? Another cop?
Stanley, this is Simon Templar, the same. Simon,
I
this
told you to let it alone, Shirley. Get out. I'm happy to know you too, friendly one. Look, Templar, we're being held in this off-street burg and we can't get out. I'm spending all my time at the jail answering the silly questions of these cornball cops. And now you. I've got rehearsals to do. Now, when you get out...
Oh, no, Sammy, no, not rehearsals already. What, Terry hasn't even been...
Yes, Sammy, why are you so anxious to get in rehearsal? We've got a contract for a concert tour. That's what we were doing in this corn palace, warming up for the tour. The band's got to be in shape in a week if the contract is canceled. No contract, no tour, no band, no band. We're in a panic, do you see? No. Just where do you fit in? I like money. I eat it. Cheaper than food these days. Besides, if we make out, the agency is giving me the band. I got it coming. Just like Terry had what happened coming to him.
Oh, Sammy.
Well, Terry was a slob, and you know it. You are a man of grace and charm, Sammy. Send him away. Get him out of here. Gentle psychotic, isn't he? As we jazz lovers say, this routine is murder.
Oh, I'll talk to him. Will you wait for me, Simon?
If you ask.
Can I come in, Mr. Templar?
Of course. Say, how did you know me?
I talked Shirley into calling me. My name's Dick Carver.
Oh. You're with the band?
All I do is beat these lousy drums. You ever hear that joke?
To the point of nausea. Who killed Terry, Richard?
I don't know. The cops thought Shirley might have because she found him, but it wasn't Shirley. I had her call you so you could prove it to someone else.
Well, what was she doing in his dressing room? Was it her habit to go there? Miss Carver, dear boy, if you want me to help...
Okay. Lay out the 4 bars and I'll give you the score. I understood Terry, Richard. I didn't like him any more than anybody else, but I did understand him. I've been with him since the year 1. Sammy has too, only he played a 3-year job with the Army.
Sammy called Terry a slob.
Yeah. Before the war, Sammy and Terry started this band. Terry funded it, Sammy arranged and conducted rehearsals. The man sent him greetings, and he went into the paratroops and came back tough and hard. I thought he'd kill Terry when he found out Terry had cut in for 100% of the band. I remember his hands were just aching.
Why did he come back with Terry?
Terry was up here, Mac. Number 1. He was willing to pay for Sammy's talent and pay good. That's the only way to keep anybody, including Shirley. Poor kid. It wasn't enough she had to work for him. She had to go along with him a little way if she wanted her job. And she did.
Why, he used to be the biggest name on radio without Terry Richards. How did she ever become a band singer?
Well, canaries are hard to figure. Maybe that's the question you've got to answer.
Terry Richards seems to have been a dismal kind of snail.
Well, I admired him, Mr. Templar, for one reason. He knew how to compete. Fight, cheat, steal, hit below the belt, but stay on top. He had one philosophy, and it fit this world great. Hooray for me and nuts to you. If I could have had that, I'd have done all right. I'd have been bigger than Terry Richards. But I haven't got it. I admired the man who had it.
This has been an enchanting recital of the foibles of humanity, but who killed Terry Richards?
I wish we'd find out.
Why are you so anxious, dear?
Because without Terry, this band can still go places. All we need is him like the Mechanese Common Lombardi. Now Sammy will be in charge, don't you see? And he'll give everybody a chance, even me.
What do you mean?
But Terry wouldn't give any of us a chance to shine. We always had to feature his guitar. But we got a real gone arrangement of Temptation. Just me on synth and Shirley on voice. Real gone. But Terry wouldn't even
What
listen.
I've heard of progressive music as a sample, I'd say it hasn't gone quite far enough. It's still in the range of hearing.
On him, Mr. Templar. That's Shirley.
Come on, let's go.
This way, the green room. Good heavens, Shirley, out of the way. Call the cops, hurry. Oh, it's the Templar.
Are you all right, Simon?
Oh, yes, Angel, I'll be all right. Hey, I thought you were dead.
She just fainted, Templar.
Did you call the police, Dick?
Between giving her smelling salts and shaving your head, I haven't had much of a chance.
What did they say in the whodunit happened?
Well, somebody slugged you from behind. They pushed me through the door and slammed it.
Oh, my neck. It must have been a rabbit punch.
Do you want a doctor, Simon?
Dear heart, I want an answer. By the way, what did happen to you?
Well, I argued with Sammy for a while, and then I came over here, and I picked up Sammy's baton, and this was wrapped around it.
Wait till I stand up. Oh, that floor was so comfortable. Hey, what is this?
It's an Eastern for a guitar.
It's what was used to kill Terry.
Probably from his own guitar.
Probably someone had a sense of poetic justice, a guitar string for a guitarist. Let me see that thing. Ow!
What's the matter?
I pulled it tight. It cut into my hand. Hey, wait a minute. Did you know Terry was killed with an E-string, Shirley?
Well, it was beside him when I found him. Between the time I called the police and the time they got here, someone had taken him.
Very my sweet. Emily Post has it that when one is in possession of evidence or information about evidence, one tells the cops or one suffers, one does.
Well, I was afraid.
But you see, you are more afraid now. This thing is a warning for Sammy, for you, for everybody. And by the way, where is Sammy? Why didn't he come running when he heard you scream?
Same reason I knew she was in the green room and not his dressing room. His room is soundproof.
Well, I moved that we adjourn to Sammy's little cell and see.
No.
Surely. You're not going to be stubborn.
All right, let's go.
Something tells me we've got to break it down.
Oh, Sammy!
The East Spring again.
All right, Dick, now. The cops.
But Sammy!
We'll take care of Sammy, I hope.
Mr. Kessler, I have answered the questions of the police. I have answered the questions of my wife. Now you want me to answer your question.
My friend, as doorman of this house of culture, you are in a most enviable position. You see who goes and who comes. Now let me review the bidding. The famous Terry Litton, infamous Terry Litton, nonetheless he was killed. A bumbling, murderous toad came within a minute of killing Sammy today. The same wart-brained idiot delivered a rabbit punch to my neck. I only want to be sure it was no outside force. You follow me?
As the animal acts one of the acrobats, Mr. Templar. But I must repeat, no insidious force has come through these portals. Unless that force is you, and you should hear people others on the subject of you. Police.
You don't like the police?
Mr. Templar, the police were put on this earth for one reason, so that so-called musicians could arise in the morning with the assurance that somewhere on earth there was someone lower on the scale of human beings.
You could be censored for that. Tell me, are you here all the time?
Mr. Templar, there are matters one does not discuss with just any stranger.
Touche, I'm sure. I simply want to learn who could be a murderer. That's all. It's a simple want. Some people want food. I want a murderer. Some people want a new apartment. I want a sneaky, soft-pedaled thug who could walk so softly he would be unheard. And who would slug me from behind.
Even I could do that, Mr. Templar. I wear sneakers. They're relaxing. I could come upon you so quietly.
So you could. I'll give it thought. Thank you so very much.
This is nothing, Mr. Templar.
I know. Nothing. You feeling better, Sammy?
Templar, are you still around?
You're not happy with me, Sammy.
Sammy, please. If it weren't for Mr. Templar, you might be dead.
Oh. If he hadn't shown up, it wouldn't have happened. He got a hold of something and scared somebody, that's all.
Whom did I frighten, Sammy? You?
What do you mean?
It occurs to me that if I were a person so willed and so frightened, I could hold a wire about my neck and induce unconsciousness.
You've got rocks in your head, Templar. Why don't you leave it alone? Let the cops have
Because
it.
somebody slugged me, Sammy, and I'm very sensitive about such things.
Why don't you two stop fighting? This is serious. Somebody else is going to get hurt.
Yes, and I hereby nominate Simon Templar.
I must decline because it's a practice business. Look, instead of us arguing like this, why don't you go rehearse?
Oh, great. Now he's going to run the band, too.
No, but at least you'll be out of my hair for a while.
Oh,
Sammy has an abrupt personality. Oh, Sally, we're alone.
Simon, are you getting anywhere?
The answer to that would have to come from your own lovely lips. You're very sweet, Sally. To see you as you are now, as well as they say in the soap operas, it does something to me.
Suppose whoever it is gets away with it. Suppose he succeeds next time, kills Sammy or me.
Tell me, Shirley, did you kill Terry?
What did he
I
say?
said, did you kill Terry and try to kill Sammy?
Simon!
I'm very rude. My analyst doesn't. Oh, never mind my analyst. I hate him. You didn't answer my question.
No, I didn't kill Terry. You satisfied?
Eminently. Tell me something, Shirley. A couple of years ago, you were going great guns as a soloist. I remember reading something about a big recording contract. I had your recording of April in Paris. It was one of the best things I ever heard.
I'm still getting royalties on it.
How is it that you came to work with us band? What happened that you gave up your contracts and your big career? Why do you stay with this band?
Is my career pertinent?
I don't know. I do know that we're going to have this cleared up very soon.
Oh, do you really think so?
Mm-hmm. I've got something right on the tip of my mind. Can't quite get hold of it, but I will. And if we can clear it up in time and Sammy has the band in shape, you'll be hitting the road. So you better be in shape.
But
Why don't you go to your dressing now and then, huh? Go on. It'll do you good.
Well, all right. If you say so.
I'll walk with you. Is that idea of just about temptation going to work out really?
I don't know, Simon. I'm not too crazy about it, but maybe it will. I hope so for Dick's sake.
Dick's sake?
Yes. You know, every time Sammy wrote an arrangement so Dick would have some breaks, Terry would insist that it be rewritten for his guitar. Before Dick would just sit up and keep a rhythm. As he said, all he does is play those lousy drums.
Yes, it might be a break for Dick at that. He's a nice fella. He's got something coming, I suppose.
Well, this is where I drop off. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Catch the murderer, maybe?
Hello, Dick. Oh, hello, Mr. Templar.
Oh, no, don't stop playing. Go right ahead, Dick.
Oh, I was just passing the time of day. Fun. Have any luck?
Well, I'm about to step out of the store window and call for Philip Marlowe.
Well, if there's anything I can do, or any of the fellas for that matter, I know they'll help.
I thought they were all happy to see your late maestro go. That was the impression I had.
Now, Sammy might give you that impression, or that whacked-up doorkeeper out there. But I don't think anybody likes to see somebody murdered, especially when they know the killer is still on the loose.
Mm-hmm, but you fellas seem to be taking it in stride.
Some people, yes, some people no. Me, I'm worried.
Oh, take it easy now. Daddy, you certainly need a lot of paraphernalia in your place.
Yeah. Cymbals, chimps, bongo, tambourine.
What are these things?
These are Plaid.
What are they for?
Better rhythm for Latin American stuff. Yeah, let me tell you. See? Very simple.
Yes, indeed. Very simple. Yeah, this is quite an array of stuff for one who just beats the drum.
That's all I do. Beat these lousy drums.
Well, I have to do some more snooping, Dick. I'll see you around.
Okay, Mr. Templin.
Lousy drum.
Hey, what's got you busting in here?
Sammy, I've got two questions for you if you're interested in finding Terry Richards' killer.
I'm not.
Number one, you were in the paratroops?
Yes, I was in the parrot.
Number two, did you make patrols behind the lines where you had to kill a man with your own hands?
You scum.
I asked you a question, did you?
My answer. Now get out of here. And if I set eyes on you again, I'll...
Kill me, Sammy?
Get out!
You know, I think I'd feel much better if you'd take my head in your lap and bathe my face. I'd feel much better.
Oh, Simon, stop it. You know, you shouldn't have just barged in on Sammy like that. He has a temper, and he doesn't like to be reminded of... Well, you just should have been more diplomatic.
I was. Diplomacy, my dear girl, is not always a matter of kid gloves.
Oh, Simon, why don't you give it up? I'm awfully sorry I got you into this.
I'm not at all. It's well worth everything just to sit here and have your sympathy and...
Simon, what's the matter?
Round the neck of it. And east.
Oh, Simon,
Never mind, silly. I think I know what it means now, all of it.
But why me? Do I know something? What is it?
No, you don't know anything, but you've done something. Yeah, what's this picture?
Oh, Simon.
Now, don't cry. Tell me, did Sammy get someone to take Terry's place with the guitar?
No,
Good. This will take care of that for him.
but I...
Second, you're going to make sure the public address system is warmed up in the wings so I can use it. And third, you're going to tell Sammy and Dick you want to run through temptation.
Oh, no, Simon, I couldn't.
Make like that tired old gag, you know, the show must go on. One of the most important things in your life. And I want you to do just as I say, or I'm afraid you're not going to have a life to have important things happen in.
Okay, let's take it once and forget it. No count. It's up to you, Dick. Take it in the down, please.
You ready, Master?
Yeah.
Okay, now, remember what to do?
Ready, Terry?
Yes, Sammy.
Dick, roll it.
You came, I was alone. I should have known you were temptation. You smiled, luring me on. My heart was gone. You were temptation.
Okay, Maestro, it's yours.
What's the matter, Dick? You get away from me, Tucker, I'll kill you. Your killing days are over, son, all over. What are you trying to do, Temple? You trying to louse up the whole band? The music you play hasn't loused up your band. How could I possibly do it? Simon will clip you.
Dick, how could it... I don't understand.
We understand, don't we, Dick?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sammy, if you will call the cops, I'll tell Dick a little story about a man who was very ambitious, who wanted to be big and important like Terry Richards, who didn't want anybody to get in the way of his ambitions, who admired selfishness and ruthlessness. That's about the story we'll tell, isn't it, Dick?
All I do is beat these lousy drums. All I do is beat these lousy drums.
But why did he try to kill me, Simon?
Why, dear, just remain as you are. Isn't he so magic?
Simon, you should know
Oh,
that...
I do know. He killed Terry because, as you said, Terry took all the licks. Which is that Dick thought belonged to him. Then he got real ambitious. He wanted to be like Cooper, have his own band, and he tried to kill Sammy. Then he could fight for the leadership of a band that was already great.
Oh, it's so awful.
Dear hearted young woman, it's so wonderful.
Simon.
I mean, meeting you.
Oh, but when did you first suspect?
But you're wonderful.
No, that Dick was the killer.
I was puzzled that someone had used a guitar string for the purpose of strangling Terry Richards. It cuts into the hands, and there's no purchase unless it's wound around the hands, and that gives no wire for strangulation. Then I came across the claves of Dick's drums. Everything fell into place.
I see. You know, I remember when Sammy got back from the army and we had a party, and he got drunk and told us how they used to kill the enemy with wire, the ends of which were tied to batons to give them, what did he say, purchase?
You're making Simon sound anticlimactic, and that's not in the contract.
Oh, I'm sorry, Simon. You really did a good job, but...
There you are, dear.
Oh, Simon.
Well, in any event, Dick remembered Sammy's tales of the paratroops. He tied the ends of the guitar strings to the claves he used for Latin American rhythm. And then he approached his victims from the rear, looped the wire over their heads, and curtains.
Ooh, how terrible.
It was very clever. When you screamed and fainted and we came to you, he stepped behind me and slugged me. Then he ran to make his pass at killing Sammy. He wasn't clever enough to take his time and make it thorough.
Oh, I think it's so gruesome.
I think it's wonderful.
Oh, Simon, you can't.
But I do. The more I explain, the more you shiver. The more you shiver, the closer you come. And it's wonderful.
Oh, will you please listen to me for a moment?
No, dear, you're upset. You'll be going back to the city now. You know, I think that monster Chief Ruggles will release all of you. Why don't you have dinner at my place? You'll like my place. I have a fine collection of modern art, especially Picasso.
You're inviting me to come up and see your Picasso?
My dear, when one as charming as you comes to my place, it's not to see the Picassos, but the handwriting on the wall.
What are you doing with my wife, Templar?
You're
My wife.
Oh, how depressing.
Simon, that's what I've been trying to tell you. You asked why I stayed with this band and gave up my other career. Well, it's because Sammy and I have been secretly married for 6 months.
Oh, no.
Well, that's why I called you. I was afraid when the police found out, they'd think that Sammy killed Terry because of jealousy.
I would still like to know, Templar, what you were doing with your arm around my wife.
I was consoling her.
Oh. I've got some consolation for you.
Sammy, I wouldn't advise violence. I'm ready this time.
Violence? You've got me all wrong. Chief Ruggles.
Sammy!
Now, what do you want? You still looking for Templar? What else? Here he is.
Oh, no.
Templar.
Hello, Chief.
I want to talk to you. Say goodbye to the nice man, Shirley.
Goodbye, Simon. And thanks.
Adieu, my sweet. We'll meet again. Over my dead body. I'll try to arrange it.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Vivi Janis, Larry Dodson, Lou Merrill, Jack Edwards, and Bill Johnstone. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Six of the Saint was written by Charles Glenn. Music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Sapir production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Next, it's Sam Spade and Summer Symphony on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company delays the start of this program to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, a display of perfect teamwork by American ground and air forces has stalled the communist drive on the Shunan front. One dispatch says the North Koreans have suffered their first real thrashing of the invasion. And their push on Tarzan with 50,000 troops has been halted, at least for the moment, at a point some 35 miles from Tarzan. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, transcribed, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
What? Well, Augie Coffle Place. So when did you leave Alcatraz?
Oh, I got my diploma a couple of months ago. Now I'm back on the apple.
Oh.
Hop in.
Are you going my way?
Yeah, I'm going your way.
All right, thanks. You're sure it's no trouble?
It's no trouble. Move into the driver's seat.
You want me to drive?
That's right.
Why? Oh, don't tell me this is a hot car, and you don't want to be found at the wheel.
How did you guess?
Augie, didn't you learn anything in prison?
Yeah, I learned crime does not pay. Besides which, it is against the law.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Didn't you know?
I mean, I'm glad to find out you know.
Oh, sure, Mr. Templar. I learned my lesson. I'm off crime for keeps.
But then this car.
Ain't it a beaut? And the keys was in it. With a setup like that, it'd be a crime not to take it. And like I said...
Yes, you're off crime for keeps.
Yeah. Now let's go, shall we? Start her up.
Oh, but Augie...
Do like I tell you.
Oh, certainly, Augie.
That's right. Now, put her into first.
Oh, Augie, why didn't you swipe a car with automatic drive while you're at it?
I just wasn't thinking.
Augie, why the gun?
So you'll do like I tell you.
Oh.
That's how come you're driving. I want to keep my eye on you.
The eye I don't mind. It's the gun I resent. Put it away and I'll be grateful as long as I live.
Trouble is, you ain't gonna live very long.
Oh, so that's how we stand.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Templar, but what can I do? A job's a job.
Such the job. You know the saying, all work and no play.
Oh, I'll play after I knock off.
You mean after you knock me off?
That's right.
But, Augie, you know, if you kill me, you'll hate yourself in the morning.
Yeah, I know. But if I don't, I'll hate myself tonight. It's a cash deal.
And if I top whatever you're getting?
No dice. I got my reputation to think of.
Oh, pardon me for being crude.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Templar.
Well, as long as you're determined to get rid of me, at least tell me who's giving the orders.
Oh, sorry.
That's confidential. Oh, I won't breathe it to a living soul, believe me. Huh? Oh. I guess you won't at that. So there's no harm. I guess you're right, under the circumstances. Well, then? It's a guy named Ronald Stanton. Ronald Stanton? Who's he? In my business, you don't ask questions. All right, a guy named Ronald Stanton. But what's he got against me? Look, in my business, you don't... yes, but in my business you do. Oh. For all I know, Stanton calls me in, gives me the assignment, gives me a down payment, and I get the rest on delivery. Of my course. Right. Well, it's nice work if you can get it. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Mr. Templar. The times are tough. Mm-hmm. You've got to take what comes along. Mm-hmm. Opportunity only knocks once. Mm-hmm. The guy's got to live. My sentiments exactly. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? I'm just stepping on the gas. Slow down. I said slow down or I'll pluck you. Think we can find a coffin built for two? Get out of that car! It's close. What are you trying to do? Scare me to death? It's a thought. If you don't stop, yes? If you don't stop... You said that before. Please, Mr. Templar. Oh, you want me to stop? Yeah. Well, all right. What hit me? The windshield, and now I'll take that gun. Oh. Come on, Augie, snap out of it. Mr. Templar, what was the idea? Don't you realize we might have been killed? Visitors. Very good, sir. Yes? Are you Ronald Stanton? Yes, and you? Simon Templar. Simon Templar, as I live and breathe. No, as I do. It's pride, isn't it? Where's Augie? Nursing a headache? Oh, dear me, I should have known. May I come in? I want to talk to you. Certainly, certainly. This is spider to the fly, but before you get any ideas, Mr. Stanton, I've left word I was coming here, so for your sake... I quite understand. Come in. Right. Now, you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Templar. I am constitutionally incapable of violence. That's why I'm forced to depend upon dullards like Augie. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I'm really in every way unsuited for the sort of work I've engaged in. I should have been an artist. I have the soul of an artist, the temperament of an artist, the intellect of an artist. Then why aren't you an artist? My painting stinks. Oh. So you find me a cinder instead. Degrading, but a man must live. So I've heard. And at least it does involve intelligence. Maxine once writ, as it were. Oh, dear me. What's next? I've just remembered. I must make a note to call the florist in the morning and cancel the flowers. What flowers? For your funeral. You won't be meeting them, will you? Not if I can help it. Pity. They were gorgeous. You'd have loved them. Well, I'll try to bear up. Well, now, to business. I suppose you've come here for your money. Have I? Since Augie failed me, I'm afraid I'll have to pay. By the way, you're not going to hold this uncertainness with Augie against me, are you? A little thing like that, don't be silly. I knew you'd understand. This was a natural move on my part. Anyone would have done the same, rather than pay. You would have yourself. I wouldn't have used Augie. Neither shall I next time. But since you and I understand each other, it won't affect our dealings. Not in the least. Good. Then it's still just the agreed upon amount. Yes, the agreed upon amount. Excellent. I may not have it all here, though. We'll see how much is in the safe there just a moment. Afraid this isn't quite enough. Let me count it. Don't you ever keep that safe locked? I never can remember the combination. No, this is only 12,000. Only 12,000? Yes. You see, I really didn't expect you. If you come to the office in the morning, I'll give you the other 3. Will you be there? Unless I wake up in the meantime. Good night, Mr. Stanton. Well, Mr. Stanton has a well-equipped office, hasn't he? Yes, sir. And a well-equipped receptionist. Ah, what do you want? What do I want? We'll get around to that later. Right now, I want to see Mr. Stanton. Who shall I say is called? Simon Templar. Simon Templar? Not the same. All right, not the same. Oh, but you must be. All right, I am. Why would you make up your mind? Well, I'm really Bulldog Drummond, but I'm traveling incognito. Now, may I see Mr. Stanton? Just a moment.
I'd like to see Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton is a very busy man, sir. Very busy.
He'll see me.
Well, now, I don't know.
But I do know.
As a matter of fact, I don't believe he's in yet. Don't believe he is.
Well, I'll wait.
Can't I help you?
Have you got $3,000?
The $3,000.
$3,000 to go with 12.
I don't understand.
I didn't think you would. I'll wait for Mr. Stanton.
Very well, if you insist. Very well. Come inside. You can wait there.
Thanks.
The name is Linda.
I hope you'll be here when I get back.
I'll make a point of it.
Lead on, Mr. Bruce.
You can wait in my office. This door right here. Go on in.
Thanks.
See you. Oh.
Yes, Mr. Stanton.
Linda, where's Briggs?
Isn't he in his office?
I see Buzzy. No answer. No signs of William.
Yes, Mr. Stanton. He was here a little while ago. What's the matter?
I've just been put to sleep. With you in my dreams, I don't want to wake up.
But what happened?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Where's Mr. Briggs?
I wouldn't know.
Is he the one who knocked you out?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But why?
That is, they say, the question.
And why did he tell you that Mr. Stanton wasn't in?
That is, they say, how many questions are there? And as long as questions seem to be in order, allow me, is Mr. Stanton in?
Yes, he's been in all morning, so I couldn't understand.
Look, help me up, will you?
Oh, of course.
Thanks.
What?
Nice. Leaning on you. I must remember to get knocked out more often.
Do you think you can walk?
Probably, but I don't feel inclined to find out.
Well, we can't just stand here with our arms around each other.
Okay.
Well, on second thought, perhaps we can. On third thought, we can't. Here comes Mr. Stanton.
Well, isn't it dummy?
This is Mr. Kemper, Mr. Stanton. He's just had a frightful experience, and
Frightful? Quite the contrary, I'd say.
I mean, he was knocked out.
Naturally, one look at you and any man.
I mean, literally.
With a staff of blackjack.
What? Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But that's incredible. Who? Why?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask your secretary.
Oh, yes, Bruce. Where is he?
I can't find him, Mr. Stanton. He seems to have left the office.
Could he have left without your seeing him?
Yes, Mr. Stanton. Through the back.
But are you trying to say that Briggs knocked you out, Mr. Templar?
Isn't so hard to believe.
You just don't understand it.
Well, I came here for sugar, so I suppose he decided to give me my lump.
Quite good. Ah, yes, sugar. You want the 3,000. I'll get it for you, Mr. Templar.
All right.
And will it be? This settles my account anyway.
Yes, Stanton, it does. But I still have an account to settle with Mr. Briggs. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Mr. Stanton. I didn't expect to see you.
I invited you for dinner. Did you think I'd stand you up?
I mean, under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
Haven't you heard? They found Briggs.
Good. I'll settle with him later. Right now.
Aren't you afraid you'll be seen?
Now, don't tell me you have a jealous husband.
I don't have a husband.
You see, life can be beautiful.
But the police.
On a very dull topic of conversation, I prefer...
But they're looking for you.
For me?
Yes.
So I'll buy a dog license.
It's not about a dog license. I told you they found Briggs.
So you did. What's he been saying about me?
Nothing. Dead men never do.
Well, then, dead men?
Yes, didn't you know? You've been murdered.
I beg your pardon, monsieur. Would you care to order now, sir?
I'll be very honest with you, Captain. I'm not a bit hungry.
But, monsieur, may I say this?
No, thank you.
But the chef had prepared poison on the blood.
Tell the chef to have one on me.
Very well, monsieur.
Now, Linda, what were we talking about?
Oh, Simon.
So I'm suspect number one.
Yes. Did you do it?
Bill Briggs? I hardly knew him. I only kill old friends.
You don't seem to realize how serious this is.
My conscience is clear, and I've got a good lawyer. Tell me something about Stanton, Linda.
What about him?
What's his racket?
Oh, he's in the real estate business.
So it says on his door, but what's his racket?
I don't understand.
I wonder.
All I know is Mr. Stanton has some big project on the way. He's been selling stock in it.
So that's it.
What?
The racket.
I don't know about it being a racket. It's a business deal. I thought it was legitimate.
Look, you don't pay off somebody to the tune of $15,000 to set him up about a legitimate business deal.
Could Mr. Stanton do that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know much about it. I've only worked for him a short while. Who did he pay off?
Me?
You? But you said you didn't know.
I didn't. But then we all make mistakes.
You mean Mr. Stanton is a cynic? And he thought you found out, so he paid you to shut up.
That's right.
And you accepted his money?
It seemed a shame to spoil his fun, but I'll contribute it to a worthy cause. Do you feel like a worthy cause?
But what made Mr. Stanton think that you knew?
Briggs, obviously. He must have been blackmailing Stanton in my name.
Why your name?
If I say so myself, Linda, and I do, it's a name that carries weight with the underworld.
But why didn't he use his own name?
He anticipated Augie.
What?
Blackmail is a hazardous occupation. Briggs wanted to avoid the hazard. So he used my name, probably intending to send a messenger for the money. But Stanton jumped the gun by sending Augie after me.
Who is Augie?
One of nature's mistakes.
That's not very specific.
If I were any more specific about Augie, I'd spoil your appetite, and it's time for dinner. So let's forget about Augie and order, shall we?
You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
Well, speak of the devil.
Were you speaking of the devil, Mr. Templar?
Figuratively, Augie.
Oh,
Linda, this is Augie.
I see.
likewise. I am charming to have met you. It is a pleasure. Now, scram.
What?
Scram.
I'm afraid you'd better scram, Linda.
But will you be all right?
Yes, I'm sure Augie will take care of me, won't you, Augie?
Yeah. Now, look, sister, you don't scram so good. You want I should show you how?
No, she don't want you to show her how. Go on, Linda. I'll call you later.
All right, son. I'll be waiting.
And you, Mr. Templar, get in the car.
But Augie, you heard me. We're done again. Augie, this is where I came in.
You mean this is where you get in? Go ahead.
Oh, all right, Augie.
Only this time, I drive.
Oh, I'm hurt. You didn't like my driving.
So you're hurt. I let you drive, we'll both be hurt. My left hand stays in my lap with the gun. So just sit quiet.
I see Stanton changed his mind.
About what? Firing you? Why should he fire me?
He was very upset by last night's fiasco.
Well, Mr. Stanton is not a man to hold a grudge.
Oh, I see.
Besides which, I know too much.
About what?
Things?
Well, I'm glad you kept your job. I'd hate to be taken for a ride by a really efficient hoodlum.
That's no way to talk, Mr. Templar. I'll have you know I ain't no hoodlum.
I'm sorry I stand corrected.
You'll sit right where you are.
Yes, Augie.
And no tricks this time.
No, Augie.
We ain't gonna have another Fabasco.
No, Augie.
I am a careful driver.
So I see. But now let's see how you do with my foot on yours. Hey! Watch where you're going, Augie.
Get off my foot!
All right, Augie. Hey! Congratulations, Augie. You're really alert. The way you grab that wheel, of course, when you grab the wheel, I grab the gun.
Oh, this is getting monotonous.
Well, I'm willing to quit if you are.
Believe me, Mr. Templar, I am giving it serious consideration.
Mr. Templar, you live and breathe.
Quite. But where's Augie?
He met with another Tabasco.
I beg your pardon, Mr.
You ought to, Stanton, and you can cancel the flowers again. I'm still alive.
Why, of course you are. Why couldn't you? Oh, dear me. Did you think that Augie was trying to kill you again?
Wasn't he?
Dear me, no. I simply asked him to bring you here.
Well, he doesn't extend a very cordial invitation.
No, I'm afraid not.
But here I am anyway, Stanton, so what do you want?
It's rather difficult to ask without Augie.
It shouldn't be hard to ask. It might be hard to get.
Yes, but since Augie failed again, why did you come?
To find out why you kicked him on me again. I understood that when you paid me off this morning, we were quits.
Ah, but that was before the murder. That alters matters.
Oh,
You have $15,000 of mine.
yours?
I don't wish to discuss ethics, Mr. Templar. Let's just view this pragmatically. It's simply a bit of tit for tat, as it were.
Very well, pragmatic tit for tat. What does it mean?
I paid you $15,000 for silence. I thought you might care to repay me the 15 for fame.
What would I want you to be silent about?
Your whereabouts. The police are looking for the man who was in Stanton's office this morning.
I see.
If you were here in Augie's custody, I could offer you the choice of freedom or arrest. But since Augie once again failed me, the whole matter becomes an academic question. But you can't blame me for trying. After all, you would have done the same. In fact, he did the same, eh? Every man for himself, and no hard feelings, right?
Quite. Good night, Mr. Stanton.
Oh, Simon, are you all right?
It is a bull fiddle. Linda, do you have a key to the office?
Yes.
Good. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes.
Why?
Because I don't have a key.
I mean, why do you want to get into the office?
To find something.
What?
A clue.
What clue?
How should I know? I haven't found it yet.
What do you expect?
With your help.
All right, I'll be there.
Look out for Stanton.
Why?
I have an idea he'll be coming, too.
Oh, did you ask?
No, but I don't think he needs an invitation.
And you don't want him to see me?
Not until we're in the office. I don't want to scare him away.
Oh, it begins to sound ominous.
You afraid?
Not as long as you're there.
I wonder how I ought to take that.
As it comes.
All right. I'll be waiting, Linda. Hurry.
Am I late, Simon?
Right on the road.
Oh, good, I'll hurry.
Well, let's go in.
All right.
But don't turn on the light. I don't want Stanton to know we're here.
Whatever you say. But what makes you so sure he's coming?
I just paid him a visit. I could see he was packing. He's preparing to leave town, and he'll probably want to clean out the office first.
He's running away?
So it would seem.
Well, now what do we do?
I'm going in back to see what I can find. You stay here to a desk. If Stanton comes, buzz me.
You mean I'll stay alone in the dark?
I'll only be a minute, then we'll stay together in the dark.
All right. Can you find your way to the door?
Yeah, I found it. I'll be right back.
All right. Yes, Simon? You want something?
Has Stanton showed up?
Not yet.
Well, I'll be right out.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes,
Already?
already.
Amazing.
You don't know the thing. I'll be right out and give you a chance to learn.
Simon,
Yes, Linda.
what did you find?
You see what I see?
I can see anything.
At the door, to the west. Hello, Stanton. What? Here, let me turn the light on for you.
Oh, Templar and Linda.
Yes, we've been waiting for you, Stanton.
How did you know?
Elementary, my dear Stanton.
Seems you've beaten me, Templar, to everything except the draw. Put up your hand.
I thought gunplay was out of your line, Mr. Stanton.
Sometimes one is forced to take matters into one's own hands. But I assure you I don't relish it, so please do as I say, both of you. Because if I'm forced to shoot you, I know I shall be quite ill.
What are you going to do?
If you two will just stand quietly with your hands raised.
I have a better idea. He's between us, Linda. He can't watch us both at the same time.
Get over next to her, Templar.
Ordinarily, there's nothing I'd rather do, but under the circumstances...
If you don't obey me, much as I hate the sight of blood, I shall be forced to shoot you.
In other words, Stanton, there comes a time when even you are willing to commit murder.
Only when absolutely necessary.
It's a nice distinction.
I don't care to discuss it. Now, will you get over next to Linda?
On the contrary, Linda, while he's watching me, now is your chance. Clout him with that standing ass.
No, you don't.
All right, Stanton, now that you turn to her, I've got you covered. Drop your gun.
All right. Don't shoot. As I've told you, I can't stand the sight of blood, especially my own.
Pick up his gun, Linda.
I've got it.
Dear me. Perhaps Augie isn't so incompetent after all. Gunplay can be quite complicated.
Well, we'll send you where you can learn the art from experts. Let me have his gun, Linda. And then you can call the police.
All right. The police? But you can't.
Can't we?
You promised? If I paid you...
I didn't promise a thing, Stanton. That was free.
What?
Besides, there's more than just a swindle to settle. Let's not overlook the murder.
Quite right, sir. You put the police onto me, you'll have to face them for the murder charge.
I wouldn't try to pin the murder on me, Stanton. You see, I could point out that Briggs was blackmailing you in my name. You found out about it, and
Are you trying to say that I killed Briggs?
it's as good a story as that I did.
But you have no proof, Templar.
We'll see. I came here this morning at your invitation. Briggs was terrified. He didn't know you and I had met before. He thought if I talked to you, you'd find out I wasn't the one who was blackmailing you. That it might give Briggs his game away, so he knocked me out to keep me from meeting you.
That still doesn't prove anything.
Ah, yes, proof. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and you can't eat the proof and have it, too.
What on earth does that mean?
Nothing at all. Go on, Linda, call the police.
Yes, Simon.
Templar.
Please, the lady is phoning.
Hello, operator? I want the police, please. Hello, police? Can you send a car to the Stanton real estate? 8th and Hudson Street. We have a swindler and a murderer, that's right. Yes, that's right, 8th and Hudson. Goodbye.
Templar, you're making a big mistake.
I know, but I wanted to give Linda a chance to complete the call, Stanton. Naturally, she wouldn't have if I said she is the one who killed Briggs.
What?
Linda, it looks like we never will get that chance to sit in the dark together.
This is absurd. Why would I want to kill Briggs?
Because you were in on his scheme with him, and you were afraid if he was caught at it and talked, he'd implicate you. So you killed him while I was unconscious.
Why, you're...
You're crazy is the usual line at this point.
Well, you are. I had nothing to do with it.
Yet when I came here and asked to see Stanton, you left your desk and went into jet breaks instead of talking to him on the intercom.
Well,
You wanted to talk to him behind my back in case he wanted to cook up a story.
No.
Then why didn't you use the intercom? It's connected with his office and it works, I checked.
So that's what you were looking for. You think you're so clever. Well, you can just...
Linda, careful. Remember, I'm a saint.
You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar? I got a car here.
No, Augie, not again.
What's the matter, Mr. Templar? Don't you like my company?
It's not that, Augie, but I'm warning you, if you keep driving a hot car around town, some nice policeman is going to speak harshly to you and pull you in.
Mr. Templar?
Yes, Augie?
To tell you the truth, it ain't a hot car.
Not even slightly warm.
Nope. I bought it. Paid cash. But... yeah, I wouldn't like it to go no further.
Oh, I understand, Augie. Don't worry. I won't say a word. I realize what it would do to your reputation.
You have been listening to another adventure of The Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
This year, the Forest Service of the United States Department of Agriculture prevails on the vacationing and motoring public to exercise extreme care with fire while living, working, or visiting in or near forest and woodland areas. Remember, friends, it only takes moment's carelessness or thoughtlessness to set fire loose in the forest. So let's all be careful. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Of The Saint was written by Jerome Epstein. Our cast tonight included Francis Robinson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ted Von Elst, and Donald Wood. The music was composed and conducted by Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, transcribed, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price can now be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Night Beat and Top Secret, two suspense-filled, action-packed shows come to you tomorrow night on NBC. Take a date. Hear Top Secret with Lona Massey as a counter-espionage agent and Night Beat, the story of Chicago after dark. Both top shows tomorrow night on NBC. Next, the National Broadcasting Company delays the start of this program to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York. A display of perfect teamwork by American ground and air forces has stalled the communist drive on the Snowman front. One dispatch says the North Koreans have suffered their first real thrashing of the invasion. And their push on Taiwan with 50,000 troops has been halted, at least for the moment, at a point some 35 miles from Taiwan. Stay tuned to your NBC station for the later news. Adventures of The Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, transcribed, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
What?
Augie So when did you leave Alcatraz? Oh, I got my diploma a couple of months ago. Now I'm back on the apple. Oh. Hop in. Are you going my way? Yeah, I'm going your way. All right, thanks. You're sure it's no trouble? It's no trouble. Move into the driver's seat. You want me to drive? That's right. Why? Oh, don't tell me this is a hot car. If you don't want to be found at the wheel. How did you guess? Augie, didn't you learn anything in prison? Yeah, I learned crime does not pay. Besides which, it is against the law. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Didn't you know? I mean, I'm glad to find out you know. Oh, sure, Mr. Templar. I learned my lesson. I'm off crime pursuit. But, then this car. Ain't it a beaut? And the keys was in it. But a setup like that would be a crime not to take it. And like I said... Yes, you're off crime pursuit. Yeah. Now, let's go, shall we? Start her up. Oh, but Augie... Do like I tell you. Oh, certainly, Augie. That's right. Now, put her into frame. Oh, Augie, why didn't you swipe a car with automatic drive while you're at it? I just wasn't thinking. Augie, why the gun? So you'll do like I tell you. Oh. That's how come you're driving. I want to keep my eye on you. The eye I don't mind. It's the gun I resent. Put it away and I'll be grateful as long as I live. Trouble is, you ain't gonna live very long. Oh, so that's how we stand. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Templar, but what can I do? The job's the job. Such the job. You know the saying, all work and no play. Oh, I'll play after I knock off. You mean after you knock me off? That's right. But Augie, you know, if you kill me, you'll hate yourself in the morning. Yeah, I know. But if I don't, I'll hate myself tonight. It's a fair deal. And if I top whatever you're getting, no dice. I got my reputation to think of. Oh, pardon me for being crude. Oh, that's all right, Mr. Templar. Well, as long as you're determined to get rid of me, at least tell me who's giving the orders. Oh, sorry. That's confidential. Oh, I won't leave it to a living soul, believe me. Huh? Oh. I guess you won't at that. So there's no harm. I guess you're right. Under the circumstances, well then, it's a guy named Ronald Stanton. Ronald Stanton? Who's he? In my business, you don't ask questions. All right, a guy named Ronald Stanton. But what's he got against me? Look, in my business, you don't... yes, in my business you do. Oh. For all I know, Stanton calls me in, gives me the assignment, gives me a down payment, and I get the rest on delivery. Of my course. Right. Well, it's nice work if you can get it. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Mr. Templar. The times are tough. Mm-hmm. You've got to take what comes along. Mm-hmm. Opportunity only knocks once. Mm-hmm. The guy's got to live. My sentiments exactly. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? I'm just stepping on the gas. Slow down. Just slow down or I'll pluck it. Think we can find a coffin built for two? Get out of that car! It's close. You're trying to scare me to death with the boss. If you don't stop, yes? If you don't stop, he said that before. Hey, Mr. Templar. Oh, you want me to stop? Yeah. You're all right. What hit me? The windshield, and now I'll take that gun. Oh. Come on, Augie, snap out of it. Mr. Templar, what was the idea? Don't you realize we might have been killed? Very good. Yes? Are you Ronald Stanton? Yes? And you? Simon Templar. Simon Templar, as I live and breathe. No, as I do. Pride. Where's Augie? Nursing a headache? Oh, dear me, I could have known. May I come in? I want to talk to you. Certainly, certainly. This is Friday to the fly, but before you get any ideas, Mr. Stanton, I've left word I was coming here, so for your sake... I quite understand. Come in. Right. Now, you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Templar. I am constitutionally incapable of violence. That's why I'm forced to depend upon dullards like Augie. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I'm really in every way unsuited for the sort of work I've engaged in. I still to being an artist. I have the soul of an artist, the temperament of an artist, the intellect of an artist. Then why aren't you an artist? My painting stink. Oh. So you find me expensive and degrading, but a man must live. So I've heard. All the beasts that involve the intelligence. Naturally, one's lips, as it were. Oh, dear me. What's next? I just remembered. I must make a note to call the florist in the morning and cancel the flowers. What flowers? Well,
yes, senor. You won't be needing them, will you? Not if I can help it. Pity. They were gorgeous. You'd have loved them. Well, I'll try to bear up. Well, now, to business. I suppose you've come here for your money. Have I? Since Augie paid me, I'm afraid I'll have to pay. By the way, you're not going to hold this unpleasantness with Augie against me, are you? A little thing like that, don't you, Billy? I knew you'd understand. This was a natural move on my part. Anyone would have done the same, rather than pay. You would have yourself. I wouldn't have used Augie. Neither shall I next time. But since you and I understand each other, it won't affect our dealings. Nothing will be. Sure. Then it's still just the agreed upon amount. Yes, we agreed upon amount. Excellent. I may not have it all clear, though. We'll see how much in the space there just a moment. Afraid this isn't quite enough. Let me count it. Don't you ever keep that space locked? Never can remember the combination. No, this is only 12,000. Only 12,000? Yes. You see, I really didn't expect you. If you come to the office in the morning, I'll give you the other 3. Will you be there? Unless I wake up in the meantime. Good night, Mr. Stamp. Well, Mr. Stanton has a well-equipped office, hasn't he? Yes, sir. And a well-equipped receptionist. What do you want? What do I want? We'll get around to that later. Right now, I want to see Mr. Stanton.
Who shall I say is talk?
Simon Temple.
Simon, not the same.
All right, not the same.
Oh, but you must be.
All right, I am.
Well, if you make up your mind.
Well, I'm really Bulldog Drummond, but I'm traveling incognito. Now, may I see Mr. Stanton?
Just a moment.
Hello. Yes. Templar. What is it, sir? What is it? I'd like to see Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton is a very busy man, sir. Very busy. He'll see me. Well, now, I don't know. But I do know. As a matter of fact, I don't believe he's in yet. Don't believe he is. Well, I'll wait. Can't I help you? Have you got $3,000? The $3,000. $3,000 to go with 12. I don't understand. I didn't think you would. I'll wait for Mr. Stanton. Very well, if you insist. Very well. Come inside. You can wait there. Thanks.
The name is Linda.
Well, I hope you'll be here when I get back.
I'll make a party.
Lead on, Mr. Bruce. You can wait in my office. This door right here. Go on in. Thanks. See you.
Yes, Mr. Sam.
Linda, where's Britt?
Isn't he in his office?
I see Bunny. No answer. No sign of him, will you?
Yes, Mr. Stanton. He was here a little while ago. What's the matter?
I've just been put to sleep. You're in my dreams. I don't want to wake up.
But what happened?
You get the words right out of my mouth.
Where's Mr. Britt?
I wouldn't know.
Is he the one who knocked you out?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But why?
That is, they say, the question.
And why did he tell you that Mr. Stanton wasn't in?
That is, they say, how many questions are there? And as long as questions seem to be in order, allow me, is Mr. Stanton in?
Yes, he's been in all morning, so I couldn't understand.
Look, help me up, will you?
Oh, of course. What?
Leaning on you. I must remember to get knocked out more often.
Do you think you can walk?
Probably, but I don't feel inclined to find out.
Well, we can't just stand here with our arms crossed. On second thought, perhaps we can. On third thought, we can't. Here comes Mr. Stanton.
Well, this is something.
This is Mr. Temple, Mr. Stanton. He's just had a frightful experience, and I...
Frightful? Quite the contrary, I'd say.
I mean, he was knocked out.
Naturally, one look at you and then he
I mean, literally.
with a staff of blackjack. What? Oh, no. Oh, yes. But that's incredible. Who? Why? I'm afraid you'll have to ask your secretary. Yes. Where is he?
I can't find him, Mr. Stanton. He seems to have left the office.
Could he have left without your seeing him?
Yes, Mr. Stanton. Through the back.
But are you... Are you trying to say that Briggs knocked you out, Mr. Templar?
Is it so hard to believe?
Just you don't understand it.
Well, I came here for sugar, so I suppose he decided to give me my lunch.
Quite good, quite good. Ah, yes, sugar. You want the 3,000. I'll get it for you, Mr. Templar.
All right.
And we'll agree this settles my account with you, eh?
Yes, certainly it does. But I still have an account to settle with Mr. Briggs. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Mr. Thompson. I didn't expect you.
I invited you for dinner. Did you think I'd stand you up?
I mean, under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
Haven't you heard? They found Briggs.
Good. I'll settle with him later. Right
I
now.
feel afraid you'll be sick.
Now, don't tell me you have a jealous husband.
I don't have to.
Life can be beautiful.
But the police,
On a very dull topic of conversation, I prefer
that they're looking for.
for me.
Yes,
So I'll buy a dog license.
it's not about a dog license. I told you they found Briggs.
So you did. What you been saying about me?
Nothing. Dead men never do.
Well, then I... Dead me?
Yes, didn't you know? She's been made.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Wood. Did you care to order now, sir?
I'll be very honest with you, Captain. I'm not a bit hungry.
But, excuse me, I say.
No, thank you.
But the theater has fair statement on their blood.
Tell the chef to have one on me.
Very well.
Now, Linda, what were we talking about?
No, it's fine.
So I'm suspect number one.
Yes. Did you do?
Bill Briggs? I hardly knew him. I only feel old friend.
You don't seem to realize how serious this is.
My conscience is clear, and I've got a good lawyer. Tell me something about Stanton, Linda.
What about it?
What's his racket?
I was in the real estate business.
So it says on his door, but what's his racket?
I don't understand.
I wonder.
All I know is Mr. Stanton has some big project on the way. He's been selling stock in it.
So that's it.
What?
The racket.
I don't know about it being a racket. It's a business deal. I thought it was legitimate.
But you don't pay off somebody to the tune of $15,000 to set him up about a legitimate business deal.
Could Mr. Stanton do that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know much about it. I've only worked for him a short while. Who did he pay off? You? But you said you didn't know.
I did. But then we all make it.
You mean Mr. Stanton is a cynic, and he thought you found out, so he paid you to shut up.
That's right.
And you accepted his money.
It would seem the same to spoil his fun, but I'll contribute it to a worthy cause. Do you think like a worthy cause?
But what made Mr. Stanton think that you knew?
Briggs, obviously. He must have been blackmailing Stanton in my name.
Why, your name?
If I say so myself, Linda, and I do, it's the name that carries weight with the underworld.
But why didn't he use his own name?
He anticipated Augie.
What?
Blackmail is a hazardous occupation. Briggs wanted to avoid the hazard. So he used my name, probably intending to send a messenger for the money. But Stanton jumped the gun by sending Augie after me.
Who is Augie?
One of nature's mistakes.
That's not very specific.
If I were any more specific about Augie, I'd spoil your appetite and it's time for dinner. So let's forget about Augie and order.
You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
Well, speak of the devil.
Were you speaking of the devil, Mr. Templar?
Figuratively, Augie. Oh, Linda, this is Augie.
I see.
Likewise. I am charming to have met you. It is a pleasure. Now, scram.
What?
Scram.
I'm afraid you'd better scram, Linda.
But will you be able?
Yes, I'm sure Augie will take care of me, won't you, Augie?
Yeah. Now, look, sister, you don't scram so good. You want I should show you how?
No, she don't want you to show her how. Go on, Linda. I'll call you later.
All right, I'll be waiting.
And you, Mr. Templar, get in the car.
But Augie, you heard me. Me done again. Augie, this is where I came in.
You mean this is where you get in? Go ahead.
All right, Augie.
Only this time, I drive.
Oh, I'm hurt. You didn't like my driving.
So you're hurt. I let you drive, we'll both be hurt. My left hand stays in the lap with the gun. So just sit quiet.
I see Stanton changed his mind.
About what?
Firing you.
Why did he fire me?
He was very upset by last night's fiasco.
Well, Mr. Stanton is not a man to hold a grudge.
Oh, I do.
Besides which, I know too much.
About what?
Things.
Well, I'm glad you kept your job.
I'd hate to be taken for a ride by a really efficient hoodlum.
That's no way to talk, Mr. Templar. I'll have you know I ain't no hoodlum.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected.
You'll sit right where you are.
Yes, Augie.
And no tricks this time.
No, Augie.
We ain't gonna have another Tabasco.
No, Augie.
I am a careful driver.
So I see. But now let's see how you do with my foot on yours. Hey! Watch where you're going, Augie.
Get off my foot!
All right, Augie.
Hey!
Congratulations, Augie. You're really alert. The way you grab that wheel, of course, when you grab the wheel, I grab the gun.
Oh, this is getting monotonous.
Well, I'm willing to quit if you are.
Believe me, Mr. Templar, I am giving it serious consideration.
Mr. Templar, as you live and breathe.
Quite. But where's Augie?
He met with another Tabasco.
I beg your pardon, Mr.
You ought to, Stanton, and you can cancel the flowers again. I'm still alive.
Why, of course you are. Why shouldn't you? Oh, dear me. Did you think that Augie was trying to see you again?
Wasn't he?
Dear me, no. I simply asked him to bring you here.
Well, he doesn't extend a very cordial invitation.
No, I'm afraid not.
But here I am anyway, Stanton, so what do you want?
It's rather difficult to ask without Augie.
It shouldn't be hard to ask. It might be hard to get.
Yes, but since Augie failed again, why did he come?
To find out why you fixed him on me again. I understood that when you paid me off this morning, we were quits.
Ah, but that's just before the murder. That alters matters.
Oh,
You have $15,000 of mine.
yours?
I don't wish to discuss ethics with the Templar. Let's just view this pragmatically. Let's just be a bit of tit for tat, as it were.
Very well, pragmatic tit for tat. What does it mean?
I paid you $15,000 for silence. I thought you might care to repay me the 15 for saying.
What would I want you to be silent about?
Your whereabouts. The police are looking for the man who was in Stanton's office this morning.
I see.
If you were here in Augie's custody, I could offer you the choice of freedom or arrest. But since Augie once again failed me, the whole matter becomes an academic question. But you can't blame me for trying. After all, you would have done the same. In fact, he did the same, eh? Every man for himself, and no hard feelings, right?
Quite. Good night, Mr. Stanton. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Sam, are you all right?
It is a bull fiddle. Linda, do you have a key to the office?
Yes.
Good. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes.
Why?
Because I don't have a key.
I mean, why do you want to get into the office?
To find something.
What?
A clue.
What clue?
How should I know? I haven't found it yet.
What to expect?
With your help.
All right, I'll be here.
Look out for Stanton.
Why?
I have an idea he'll be coming too.
Oh, did you ask?
No, but I don't think he needs an invitation.
And you don't want him to see me?
Not until we're in the office. I don't want to scare him away.
Oh, it's getting to sound ominous.
You afraid?
Not as long as you're there.
I wonder how I ought to face that.
As it comes.
All right. I'll be waiting, Linda. Hurry.
Oh, my legs go.
Right on the nose. Well, let's go in.
All right.
But don't turn on the light. I don't want Stanton to know we're here.
Whatever you say. What makes you think Harry's
I
coming?
just paid him a visit. I could see he was packing. He's preparing to leave town, and he'll probably want to clean out the office first.
He's running away?
So it would seem.
Well, now what do you do?
I'm going in back to see what I can find. You stay here at your desk. If Stanton comes, buzz me.
You mean I stay alone in the dark?
I'll only be a minute, then we'll stay together. In the dark.
Can you find your way to the door?
Yeah, I've done it. I'll be right back.
All right. Yes, Simon? You want something?
Has Stanton showed up?
Not yet.
Well, I'll be right out.
Did you find what you're looking for?
Yes,
Already?
already.
Oh,
You don't know the thing. I'll be right out and give you a chance to learn.
Simon,
Yes, Linda.
what did you find?
You see what I see?
A lamp?
At the door. To the west. Hello, Stanton. What? Here, let me turn the light on for you.
Oh, Templar and Linda.
Yes, we've been waiting for you, Stanton.
How did you know?
Elementary, my dear Stanton.
Seems you've beaten me, Templar, to everything except the draw. Put up your hand.
I thought gunplay was out of your line, Mr. Stanton.
Sometimes one is forced to take matters into one's own hands. But I assure you I don't relish it, so please do as I say, both of you. Because if I'm forced to shoot you, I know I shall be quite ill. What are you going to do? If you two will just stand quietly with your hands raised.
I have a better idea. He's between us, Linda. You can't watch us both at the same time.
Get over next to her, Templar.
Ordinarily, there's nothing I'd rather do, but under the circumstances...
If you don't obey me, much as I hate the sight of blood, I shall be forced to shoot you.
In other words, Stanton, there comes a time when even you are willing to commit murder.
Only when absolutely necessary.
Tonight, you Vincent.
I don't care to discuss it. Now, will you get over next to Linda?
On the contrary, Linda, while he's watching me, now's your chance. Clout him with that standing axe.
No, you don't.
All right, Stanton, now that you turned to her, I've got you covered. Drop your gun.
All right. Don't shoot. As I told you, I can't stand the sight of blood. Especially my own.
Pick up his gun, Linda.
I got it. Dear me. Perhaps Augie isn't so incompetent after all. Gunplay can be quite complicated.
Well, we'll send you where you can learn the art from experts. Let me have his gun, Linda. And then you can call the police.
All right, the police? But we can't we? You promised? If I take you...
I didn't promise a thing, Stan. That was free.
What?
Besides, there's more than just a swindle to settle. Let's not overlook the murder.
Quite right, sir. You put the police onto me, you'll have to face them for the murder charge.
I wouldn't try to pin the murder on me, Stanton. You see, I could point out that Briggs was blackmailing you in my name. You found out about it, and...
Are you trying to say that I killed Briggs?
It's as good a story as that I did.
You have no proof, Templar.
We'll see. I came here this morning at your invitation. Briggs was terrified. He didn't know you and I had met before. He thought if I talked to you, you'd find out I wasn't the one who was blackmailing you. But it might give Briggs his game away, so he knocked me out to keep me from meeting you.
That still doesn't prove anything.
Ah, yes, proof. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and you can't eat the proof and have it too.
What on earth does that mean?
Nothing at all. Go on, Linda, call the police.
Yes, ma'am. Templar.
Please, the lady is phoning.
Hello, operator? I want the police chief. Hello, police? Can you send a car to the Stanton real estate? 18 Hudson Street. We have a swindler in America, that's right. Yes, that's right, 18 Hudson. Goodbye. Templar, you're making a big mistake.
I know, but I wanted to give Linda a chance to complete the call, Stanton. Naturally, she wouldn't lose if I said she is the one who killed Briggs.
What?
Linda, it looks like we never will get that chance to get this out.
This is absurd. Why would I want to kill Briggs?
Because you were in on his scheme with him, and you were afraid if he was caught at it and talked, he'd implicate you. So you killed him while I was unconscious.
Why,
You're crazy is the usual line at this point.
Well, you are. I had nothing to do with Briggs.
Yet when I came here and asked to see Stanton, you left your desk and went in to get Briggs instead of talking to him on the intercom.
Well,
You wanted to talk to him behind my back in case you wanted to cook up a story.
No.
Then why didn't you use the intercom? It's connected with his office and it worked. I checked.
So that's what you were looking for. You think you're so clever. Well, you can just...
Linda, careful. Remember, I'm a saint. You want a taxi, Mr. Kemper? I got a car here. No, Augie, not again. What's the matter, Mr. Kemper? Don't you like my company? It's not that, Augie, but I'm warning you, if you keep driving a hot car around town, some nice policeman is going to speak harshly to you and pull you in. Mr. Kemper? Yes, Augie? To tell you the truth, it ain't a hot car. Not even slightly warm. Nope. I bought it. Paid cash. But... yeah, I wouldn't like it to go no further. Oh, I understand, Augie. Don't worry. I won't say a word. I realize what it would do to your reputation.
You have been listening to another adventure of The Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
This year, the Forest Service of the United States Department of Agriculture prevails on the vacationing and motoring public to exercise extreme care with fire while living, working, or visiting in or near forest and woodland areas. Remember, friends, it only takes moments of carelessness or thoughtlessness to set fire loose in the forest. So let's all be careful. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night. tonight included Francis Robinson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ted Von Elst, and Donald Wood. The music was composed and conducted by Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, transcribed, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price can now be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all news stands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Night Seas and Top Secret, two suspense-filled, action-packed shows come to you tomorrow night on NBC. Take a day. Here's Top Secret with Lona Massey as a counter-espionage agent, and Night Seas, the story of Chicago after dark. Both top shows tomorrow night on NBC. Next at Sam Spade, then Summer Symphony with Benny Goodman on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. Based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Oh, open up, please. Hurry.
Well, to what do I owe them?
Close the door. I've been followed.
Naturally, you're a blonde.
I assure you, the men who followed me weren't interested in the color of my hair.
Don't tell me they were chasing you for your money.
No, dear, not my money, my life. But it's good to be here, finally. I've come a long way to see you, Simon.
Well, if I'd known you were coming.
No, you didn't expect me?
You're as unexpected as Yankee bean soup on a menu in Moscow, but infinitely more welcome.
You weren't contacted? You didn't speak to Maxine?
The only Maxime I know happens to be a restaurant in Paris.
Oh, he intercepted me. We were so sure he wasn't even known to you. That he's covered with... We'll have to proceed on our own, Simon. We can do it.
Of course we can do it, but what? What particular type of melodrama are we playing?
I'd better tell you the whole story, everything.
Well, you have the salt and tears, Scheherazade, or what is your name?
Claire.
Claire. Or sit down, Claire.
I've just come back to Mexico City. He was there. He's changed in the last 5 years, Simon. You'd never recognize him. It must have been plastic surgery. He doesn't look...
I see, and now I know everything?
Here, Simon.
What sort of something?
Outside the door. I thought I heard a footstep. Simon, the blinds. Pull down the blinds. How stupid of me not to have done it immediately. Why are you staring out the window? Is someone...
Is one of them a little man in a badly fitting suit? At least 2 sizes too large for him, and a large floppy hat?
He's there?
Yeah, he's there.
And the other one. The large one?
And he's there, all of him.
Come away from the window, Simon. Don't even bother pulling the other blinds down now.
Who are they, Claire? Which wild Halloween are those 2 types left over from? How many more of them are there?
How many more? Hundreds, Simon, perhaps thousands. We'll never know exactly. We must go, Simon, at once.
Couldn't we have a little explaining before we do any going?
There isn't time. Those 2 down there will be coming up soon, and when they do... You must trust me, Simon, you must.
Come on, Claire.
Isn't he followed, Simon? Is there anyone behind us?
Look, in Grand Central Station, there are always people behind you. Tell me, are we meeting a train or taking one?
Train? What makes you think we're taking a train, Simon?
Well, I should have warned you. Every now and then I get a little irrational. Like thinking the reason we're here in the railroad terminal has something to do with the train. Did I say something to frighten you? Huh?
Quick, hold me tight and take me with you,
If I meant it. You mean there's another way? So that's why we came here. We must do this more often.
No, don't talk. I'm your sweetheart. I'm going away. Kiss it again.
Coax me.
Please, this is no time to joke. He's watching you. Kiss me.
Well, I'll force myself. Ooh, Simon, Pinker, you dog, you.
He's gone.
I must remember to do something very nice for him sometime. And now, sweetheart, what the...
And now, sweetheart, we really do say goodbye.
We what?
We say goodbye. Well, come now. Don't look so bewildered.
Oh, but sweetheart...
Goodbye, Simon. And thanks for the use of the hall.
closed the door, Mr. Templar.
What? Oh, yes, so I did, but since it's my door, I think I'll leave it open this time. Especially since you're just about ready to leave.
You are wrong, Saint. I am not ready to leave. I have a few things I must do before I go.
What sort of thing?
Perhaps I shall kill you first. In fact, I am quite sure that I shall. But that is the least of what I must do here in your apartment.
Look here, if you insist on killing me, I'm afraid that I'll have to insist that you regard it as important.
Oh, it is important only to you, and to the policeman who will have the tiresome task of finding out who did it. You will shut the door, please, Saint.
I will shut the door.
As for your new friend, Saint, the matter of your death will be to them merely a temporary inconvenience.
And for me, the matter of my death will be, I'm afraid, a rather permanent inconvenience. Well, so I'm to be killed by a Luger, I see. So glad it isn't one of the cheaper guns.
Huh? How splendidly you whistle as you pass the graveyard. It's too bad, too bad. You could have been so useful to us.
You mean there are more at home like you?
There are more. Perhaps there are not as many as there should be, but we make up for our numerical deficiency by knowing that life is on our side.
It would be a great comfort to me as I lie in my coffin to know that I wasn't murdered by bad men, but by good men.
It is a great pity you did not think along those lines before, Templar.
Before what?
Before you decided to join them instead of us. It's almost midnight. I hope we shall not have to wait very much longer.
We are waiting for someone?
A messenger with a package for you.
A package? How nice. Aren't you just dying to know what's in it?
Hardly, since I am the one who sent it to you. When the boy arrives, Templar, you will go to the door and accept the package.
Oh, I will.
Indeed you will, and I shall be right behind you. And so will this Luger. Needless to say, my friend, any attempt to seek help from the messenger will result in not only your execution, but the boy's as well.
You play dirty poker, don't you? Who are you?
Oh, it does not matter who I am.
Well, it does to me. I always like to know who I'm being murdered by.
I am called Maxim.
Maxim? So you're Maxim?
He has heard of me. Oh, but of course. He learned about me in Mexico City.
I despise people who are abnormally inquisitive just as you must, but by she, I suppose you mean Claire?
That is what she calls herself now, eh? Claire. She's very beautiful, is she not? When I saw you kissing in the railroad station before, I almost envied you until I realized that you would soon be dead. What is it, Saint? No more whistling past the graveyard?
I was just thinking. So you were the one we put on the little performance for in the railroad station, eh?
Performance?
And until you saw Claire and me together, you imagined for some reason or other that I was at bat for your team.
Oh, please, Saint, do not waste the last moments of your life in resorting to childish ruses. I think Claire is much more fitting to the occasion.
Don't you see, Maxine? Claire's reason for getting me to the railroad station was to make you think that she and I were on the same side.
Yes, of course. And she was the one who knew that my train was due at that time, eh? Not you, she.
I was supposed to know when you were to arrive?
You received my letter, did you not? You must have. I received your answer. Oh, please, Saint, please stop clutching at the sword. I am going to kill you. It is inevitable. You die as soon as I regain the package.
Yes, the package.
It was fortunate that I had the good sense to send it ahead to you when the train stopped in Philadelphia, was it not? I should have been dead by now if I had not done so.
You know, Maxime, I find myself in a very unusual position.
Oh, I quite agree. It isn't every day that one gets killed.
I meant it's unusual because if I weren't going to die by means of that efficient-looking little Luger of yours, I think I'd probably drop dead from a case of acute curiosity. Just what's this?
The messenger?
My death knell, eh? That's not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Who is it?
Messenger. Package for Templar.
Do not open the door all the way. That's natural, perfectly natural. I will be right behind you. Remember, I see both you and the boys.
Come on, you're gonna open up or anything. I wanna go home.
Coming, Henry.
It's about time, and my name ain't Henry, it's Morris.
Oh, mine's Simon. But in a few minutes, someone is going to change it to mine.
What's the matter? What'd you jump like that for? Something jabbed into your back?
It's jabbed into my back. No. It's an old family affliction, spasms of the Calabasas. You must let me tell you about it. It always comes on
Not me you don't tell about it. Tell your doctor. I gotta get home and get some sleep. I'm pitching tomorrow.
Say, are you a pitcher?
I'll say I am. I'm the best pitcher we got. Maybe you heard of our team, the Brooklyn Beavers?
The Brooklyn Beavers? Of course I've heard of them.
Yeah?
Where? Why? Well, everybody's heard of the Brooklyn Beavers, especially an old Yankee pitcher like me.
You pitch for the Yankees? Gee. Hey, look, maybe you can help me with something. Gee, another spasm of the Calahoosies, huh? Too bad the things that happened to former pitchers. Hey, look, mister, can you show me how to develop a good wind-up?
Wind-up? You want me to show you how I used to wind up for a pitch?
Gee, would you?
Why, sure. Now, first you put this foot, the left one, out about 2 feet.
2 feet, huh?
Next, clasp the ball in both hands and raise your arms up over your head toward the back. As far back as they'll go. Like this. That's right. You're getting it. Then using all the strength from your legs, all the strength, now you suddenly kick backward.
What's that? Hey, what's that noise in there? It sounds like somebody got hurt and then fell down. What's
Mice.
Mice?
Yes, big ones.
You're nuts. And furthermore, you never pitched for no Yankees.
You don't think so?
I know so. I never think it's a lousy wind-up. Here's your package. And you can just forget about the tip, buddy.
The thing.
The things some people tell you. And for what? Only so they can impress you.
Come on, Nick. Wake up. Come now, it's time to be alive again. Here now, sip some of this. There, that's it. Hey, wait a minute, that's Napoleon brandy. If you spill it, Napoleon and I will never forgive you. You don't feel very well, do you, Mac? Is that any kind of a look now to throw at a man who's just been feeding you Napoleon brandy?
You heard the gun now. Take it over with.
You mean shoot you? Oh, I wouldn't dream of shooting you, Mac. Why, I'd be lonesome without you. Besides, I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to an inch-by-inch travelogue based on your trip to Mexico.
No, you will get nothing from me. Go ahead, shoot. I will not be the first man to die for something you don't care.
Thank you, Nathan Hale. Oh, yes, I know, and you must try to forgive me, but after all, what's a little kick in the pit of the stomach between friends? Tomorrow, perhaps you'll be kicking me in the stomach.
What?
I'll get you water, but I won't give you water. You'll have to buy it.
Buy it?
By answering the question. The thing I found in the package, what makes it so valuable?
No, I will not tell you. I cannot water.
Maybe you can buy yourself a glass of water with the answer to this one.
I shall not answer any question.
You have courage, my friend, but here's the question anyhow. There's a little man in a floppy hat and a suit that's too large for him, and another man roughly patterned after the Empire State Building. Do you know him?
Yes.
Your side?
Our side? No, Temple, not our side.
Well, you just won yourself a glass of water. Would you like to try for tea?
I will not answer any more questions.
Stubborn little fellow, aren't you? I'll get you water. And then I will make sure that you will be here when I get back. And then
You're going out?
take us down to the corner. I want to ask those two curious employees of Satan's just why they prefer to spend the night on the street staring up at my windows when beds are so much more comfortable. Excuse me.
Yeah. What is it,
May I trouble you for a light?
Why, yes, sir. I just now your cigarette is already lit.
It is? You mean I've been smoking all this time and didn't eat? How mild can a cigarette be?
You're gone now. No more talk.
It's amazing. This is the first time in all these years I've ever heard the Empire State Building speak. And just what are you doing so far from 34th Street? Ran out on your foundation,
You're gone now. Or I heard.
Ollie. Gentlemen, just Franklin found
Ollie? Ollie? Didn't I read something recently about you and Rita Hayter?
You're gone now.
You must forgive my frankness. It's very sensitive.
Oh, very inhospitable. Now, if you were visiting me in my home, or haven't you acquired squatter's rights to this stretch of sidewalk yet? Huh?
I do not understand.
Then I will be blunt. Exactly what about my windows is so fascinating to you and this Near Eastern gargantua that you make a career out of observing them?
I'm afraid you are mistaken, sir. My friend and I arrived at this particular place only a moment ago. We were standing here ready to breathe fresh air
Not to watch anyone seem to.
I make him to go now, Victor. Be good.
It's quite all right, Augie. Gentleman is just making talk.
That's right, Augie. I'm just making talk. As I was telling a friend of mine before, a fellow named Maxime who recently returned from Mexico City, I said, Max, this thing you brought back from Mexico with you seems so absolutely worthless. But it must actually be very valuable since so many people are willing to commit murder for it. And Max says, oh.
Be good. I brought just big man, Victor. I think I see you keep doing the right thing, I do.
Exactly right, my dear Augie. Exactly. And now she will be so kind to carry him to the car. I have a feeling the leader would like to have a talk with this man who calls himself the Saint. Wake up, Sam. Wake up, mother.
Oh.
I said, wake up. Herr Schmidt would like to talk to you.
Huh? What?
I said Herr Schmidt would like to have a talk with you.
Tell him I never see anyone without an appointment. Oh.
You'll be respectful while in the presence of the leader.
The leader? He conducts an orchestra? Oh. That's a civil question, and you could have slapped in the face.
Stand up, Saint. On your feet.
That's all right, Victor. Mr. Tendler can remain seated if he wants to. You see, Victor, I can sit here if I want to. Yeah. And you? You must be Smith. That is correct. And now, Tendler, we will immediately get down to the business at hand. Where is it? You mean you live here and you don't know? I have no intention of wasting time listening to your misguided attempts at humor, Templar. You know the object to which I refer. I must have it at once. You hear? I hear, and 2 will get you 5. There are people in Germany who can also hear. Oh. You starting that face-slapping business again?
I told you before, you have to be more respectful when the leader speaks.
If you'll just untie my hands for a moment, I'll show both you and the leader exactly how much respect I have for both of you. For the last time, Templar, where is it? What? The glass you find? The little whiskey glass that other pig brought to you from Mexico. Oh, that. Oh, you know, I had a feeling it was that whiskey glass you were after. Well, where is it? Try the 5 and 10. Oh. You know, Victor, someone's going to have to cure you of that habit. You're going to hurt that hand someday.
You will answer the leader's question. Where is Lifty, Doctor?
I give the correct answer, do I get to try for the giant jackpot?
If you give the correct answer, son, you get to die simply and quickly. And without any of your knowing that he touches can find Augie so hear that.
You make it sound so attractive. The glass is in my apartment. You lie. Ali and Victor searched all over your apartment. The glass you're looking for is mixed in with all my other whiskey glasses. They all look alike.
Then you lie. As long as it's back here on your whiskey glass.
No, that's bizarre.
And the one we want is not the master. But the last time, Saint, what did you do with it?
Very well, Victor. Guess I know when I'm licked.
Now you're getting wise.
The glass is in a tech locker at Grand Central Station.
Tech locker? The key to the locker, there's the key.
Well, I'd be very happy to go home and get it for you.
That will not be necessary. Just tell us where the key's hidden.
It's hidden in the lamp on my desk.
In a lamp? Where in the lamp?
In the socket, where the bulb screws on. Just unscrew the bulb and put your finger inside the socket. You'll get it.
You better be telling the truth, Sam. I'll go at once, Sir Smith. You will come with me.
Yeah. And him?
He's on our side. Holly will return in a little while.
And before you go, Victor, suppose you answer me a question. Tell me, who is your tailor?
My tailor?
Yes, I've been admiring that suit you have on. I think it's very considerate of your tailor to make it 2 sizes too large in case you have a friend visiting. Oh my goodness.
The rest I say for her. She will do its best to entertain you while we are gone. She will do tricks for you. All sorts of tricks with hot eyes and nice mouth. She will sing. Let us go, Herr Smith.
After you, mein Herr. After you.
Soon. I need it hot. I need it very hot.
Oh, I send my laundry out, Ollie.
It burns too skin. You like that baffling?
No, but I'm a little disappointed in you, Ollie. Your friend Victor claimed that you had some fresh and original ideas. That hot iron stuff goes back to the Middle Ages. Which is where I wouldn't mind going back to right now.
I know business. Best porter man in the whole world. You? You know better one.
Me.
You torture man?
The best.
I know believe.
You mean to say you've never heard of Terrible Templar? The trouble with you is you just haven't been attending the annual Torturers Convention. Would you mind turning your head the other way next time you say Pa? That's the kind of torture I don't deserve.
I not believe you not talk the truth.
Ollie, you're just ignorant, that's all. Why, my butterfly twist is famous everywhere torture is practiced. Won first prize at the Iowa State Fair.
I ain't doing it up now. Then I show you.
Hot irons. High school stuff. Tell me, how many lighted matches can you put under a fingernail?
3 under each nail.
3? Only 3?
You do better. How many you put?
14.
14 under one fingernail.
Yes, sir.
I no believe. You big soft liar.
So I'm a liar, huh? I suppose now you want me to prove that.
You prove. You show me.
Untie my hands from behind this chair and I'll show you.
Walking bucket. Big soft liar. There. You untie from there. Now, you show me.
The greatest of fights. Sorry, I broke your head, Ollie. I was getting sort of fond of that chair.
Hello, Simon.
Sweetheart, you've come back to me.
Yes, I've come back, but too late, I'm afraid.
Too late? Don't be silly, Claire. Grand Central Station's open all night, or should we do our cooking right here?
Please, Simon, I'm not in the mood for Banner. There's a man here in your apartment. He's in the other room.
That's Maxine. Surely you remember good old Maxine.
Oh, yes, I have much reason to remember Maxine. He's dead. He was shot.
Oh, that's too bad. He was a game little guy.
Who killed him?
No, the unholy twosome was here looking for the glass. They did it.
The little man in the badly-fitting coat and the giant eyes?
Yes.
I should have guessed. But the whiskey glass, Simon. What happened to the whiskey glass?
They have it. Victor and the man he calls the leader.
The leader? He's in New York?
Smith is here, all right, but believe me, not to stay. Nor is Victor long for this world. Now I'm going to ask him questions, and what's more, I'm going to get some answers.
Yes, Simon, I think you're entitled to some answers. You don't know why the glass is so important, do you?
Obviously, it carries somebody's fingerprints. I can't think of any other reason why a 10-cent whiskey glass could be important, but who?
You have heard of Carl Bruder?
Carl Bruder. Bruder, yes. Hitler's heir apparent. The man selected most likely to succeed, but he's dead.
It was never completely proven. He was thought to be dead.
Go on, Claire.
We have an organization among some of my countrymen which has sworn to track these thieves down. Well, we found Carl Bruder, our biggest prize, in Mexico City. He'd had his face changed by surgery. He no longer was the fancy dresser he used to be. We used to call him the Nazi Beau Brummel. But still, adding together 100 unique facts and clues, we knew it was Bruder.
Well, why didn't you tell the government, Claire? They'd have taken over from there on.
Well, because everyone now takes it for granted that Bruder's dead. They can't conceive that he's alive.
So you got his fingerprints, the one thing that couldn't change, that would prove that Bruder was alive.
Yes. We were going to send the glass to Germany, to have the prints compared with the set of prints known to be Bruder's that exist there. Then they would have believed us. Then they'd have to arrest him and make him answer for his crimes.
If Bruder got wise.
Well, he knew that someone had gotten hold of the glass with his fingerprints. It was life or death to him to get it back. I was charged with bringing the glass here.
And Maxine?
Maxine. Poor Maxine. I was stupid. I didn't know.
Know what?
Ours is not a very closely knit organization, Simon. The members seldom meet each other, and, yeah.
You mean you and poor Maxine were playing on the same team?
So we didn't know. Neither of us knew. We each thought...
Too bad. When you heard that Max was coming to me to help him, you staged that scene in the station to make him think that I'd joined up on your varsity.
Yes, I was stupid. Max would still be alive if I... What's the use? It isn't Maxine's life that bothers me so much now. It's losing the glass. That is the unforgivable part of it. Now Bruder will get away.
Well, you bet he doesn't. A long evening in Grand Central Station.
he's fine. I'm leaving the light down.
No, I was doing it.
I feel that Mr. return.
Yes, Templar. How good of you to return. And we thought you didn't especially care for our hospitality.
Wasn't it just wild? You didn't care for things.
Charlie? Torture man second class. What he doesn't know about our modern and improved methods would fill a morgue. I see you have brought a gift, Templar. How nice to have you here, my dear.
I'm frightened.
Frightened? You mustn't be frightened just because I'm holding a gun, my dear. Dying from a bullet is rather pleasant compared to some other ways. Yes, Mr. Templar.
He isn't afraid of the gun, Victor. It's that future way.
Stop it, son. I'm warning you.
Yeah, and I too. Well, the leader hurt his finger. It's going to look terrible when you salute yourself in the mirror now. Enough. But then, leader, it's your own fault. A great big leader like you should know better than to put his finger in a live light socket. Enough. You will be quiet. You hear? Hear? You're rattling the ruins of the right, Chancellor. And they're such lovely ruins.
We're born saint. You're under duty with a poor, simple-minded darling now.
I know. I had to use deception on poor, simple-minded us. But on you, I'll use force. That's what I use on poor, simple-minded Victor and the glorious leader. How does it feel to be looking down the wrong end of a luger for once, boys? Only for you and others like you, it's the right end.
Very well. You have won, Templar. But you still must prove that I, Johann Smith, am Karl Bruder. And without the glass...
Yes, it's true. I do not have the glass you have.
How unfortunate for you.
But I have a roll of film.
Film?
Yes, I dusted the glass with powder and photographed the print. So I've got the fingerprints. And more important, I've got the leader. Right?
Very well, Templar. You've got...
Yes, Johann Smith. I've got you, too. But it's Bruder who's the star attraction in my show.
But I am Bruder.
You're Bruder, huh? And you think Johann Smith, the German equivalent of John Smith, is the ideal alias for a wanted man?
It was an easy name.
And the hotshot Führer lets little Victor precede him from a room. Oh, come. If you were the leader, loudmouth, the Dictators Union would have you up on charges for that one.
But he is the leader. This Bruder, I swear.
Sure, and Claire and I are Hansel and Gretel. You're Karl Bruder, little man. That's why you wear such a badly fitting suit. Bruder was the Nazi Beau Brummel, so your disguise called for you to get as far away from elegance as you could, didn't it?
No, it is not true. Smith is Karl Bruder.
I still think enough of good clothes to get furious every time someone makes a crack about your appearance, don't you? Look at you. Oh, that suit looks awful, Victor. It's got enough room in it for 3 ugly little tramps like you. You just see? There you go again, the furious Führer. You know, when you get mad, you look just like that other tramp. Adolf, that is. But why worry about your clothes at a time like this, Bruder? What do you care what you wear when they hang you?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Sammy Hill, Lou Merrill, Gil Stratton Jr., Charlie Lung, Ed Max, and Ted Von Elf. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint. Well,
meeting Randy Patterson.
Oh, Templar, am I ever glad to see you. Just what the psychiatrist ordered. Sit down, old boy. Take a load of, join me in a bowl of porch.
Oh, thanks, but
Sirree, am I ever glad to see you. A sight for these bloodshot orbs. Yes, sirree.
I realize I'm a very charming fellow and all that, Randy, but even so, methinks this greeting is just a wee bit over-enthusiastic. Could it be we're leading up to a touch?
Oh, Templar, old boy, leave us not be merciful.
There's nothing I'd rather leave us not be.
My heart goes out to you, Simon, but not my hand. Hey, not bad, I did that sometimes.
You just did.
No, I mean in one of my books.
You did.
Did I?
Yes, in the case of the hangman's rope, there's bad news tonight.
Hey, that's right, so I did. What do you know? Oh, you read my book, I'm sorry.
I read that once.
Did you read my latest, the case of the dead man's limp, or he died with his boots on and they were too tight?
No, I missed that one.
Oh, too bad. Well, that's why I'm glad to see you.
Because I didn't read your book?
No, because maybe it can save my life. I could be killed on account of that book.
Just that one?
Oh, Templar, old boy, you cut me to the quick.
The case of the cut-up author, or who hacked the hack.
Oh, it's no joke, Templar. You've heard of Kid Waldo?
The heavyweight? Yeah, I've heard of him.
Well, when he was just a punk, Georgie Garnett signed him up to manage him. Lifetime contract. Now the kid is in the higher brackets, and he's still tied to Garnett on terms he's no like.
Well, can't he afford a lawyer?
He's got a lawyer, but Garnett swings a mean pen, no loopholes. The contract is ironclad.
And your heart bleeds for the kid, and you're afraid you'll bleed to death, aren't you?
Not exactly. You see, the kid figures an angle. Garnett has a wife. Oh, a lovely tomato, any way you look at it. And brother, you look at it.
You mean the kid looks at it?
Precisely, and vice versa. You see, the kid is no bad piece of merchandise himself. 6'4" of solid muscle.
But what about his face?
Well, his face retains much of its original shape in spite of coming in contact with some of the fanciest leather in the business.
Mm-hmm. Soft music, 2 hearts in 3/4 time. I guess the big
Well, not all of it. Don't forget Garnett, husband.
Ah, yes, triangle. 3 hearts in 2/4
Right.
time.
And that's the kid's angle. Play up to the missus. While we go for it.
So he can use her to get better terms from Garnett, huh?
Hmm? Only the way I wrote it, the kid and the missus slipped the manager a dose of rock.
The way you wrote it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
You wrote a book based on Kid Waldo's shenanigans with Mrs. Garnett, added murder, and put it on the newsstand?
I did, so help me. And I do mean help.
I see. One of your real-life characters has read the book.
One of them, all of them.
Uh-oh.
Garnett wants to know, are his wife and his spider really giving him the business? And if so, how do I know? My wife wants to know, how do I know? And the kid wants to know, how do I know?
Well, how do you know?
Templar, please. A writer protects his source.
He better start protecting himself.
Well, that's where you come in.
How big did you say the kid is?
6'4".
That's where I go out.
Oh, now wait a minute.
I don't want
Templar.
any part of it, Randy. You deserve what you're getting. You should have known better than to use a real situation.
Well, I didn't use their real names. You think I'm crazy?
No comment.
And I used a disclaimer. Any similarity, etc., you know.
Yeah, I don't know how they caught on.
But I used a switcheroo. The kid is a top heavyweight contender, but not in the book. I changed all that.
Oh, you changed all that.
Yeah, in the book, he's a lightweight.
Now, that's what I call a switcheroo.
Well, they're after my hide, so you've got to help me.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Expect me to tell the saint his business? Oh, you heard of something.
I already have.
Oh, great, what?
I'm out of shaving cream, so I better go right down to the
Templar, I
drugstore.
appeal to you in the name of our friendship. I'm not...
You know, Randy, I'm beginning to think of a few names for our friendship that aren't exactly appealing.
Oh, you wouldn't let me down. You couldn't.
I could try.
Is this Simon Templar speaking, my old pal, my buddy?
Oh.
The Simon Templar who saw me through the darkest hours of deadly literary deeds?
Oh, Randy.
Who stood by me when the critics descended upon my first poor, defenseless brainchild? Who was the
Stop it, Randy. You're breaking my heart. I'll do what I can for you, Randy.
Oh, good old Templar. I knew you'd come through.
But I still don't know just what you want.
Well, it's simple, old man. These jokers are sore, all of them. Maybe they're after my hide. Well, that's what I've got to find out.
In other words, one and all would thoroughly be delighted to see you dead. And you want to know if any of them are making specific plans for such delight, huh?
Exactly. If we know what they're planning, maybe we can stop it. If not,
You have a feeling all of a sudden any resemblance between you and a living person will be strictly coincidental.
right.
Hello, kid. Why don't you give that punching bag a rest? It's getting tired.
Who are you?
Simon Templar. I'm a friend of Randy Patterson.
Oh?
Oh, please, kid, I want to talk to you.
I got nothing to say.
Well, then allow me.
Look, mister, my lawyers are Slither McCormick. It's in their hands. You want to talk to them.
Oh, lawyers.
Yeah, lawyers. I've been liable.
I never did none of the things it says in that book.
You didn't?
No.
Well, then how do you know that the book's about you?
How do I know? How do I know?
Yeah, how do you know?
Why, everything that happens in that book is just exactly like it... go shake yourself, will you?
Oh, kid, you're looking the wrong way. This is my head. That's the punching bag there, see?
Yeah.
So long, kid. Yes? My name is Simon Templar. I'm looking for George Garnett.
I'm Garnett.
Do you always greet your guests with a gun?
Lately, Monk isn't around.
Oh, who's Monk?
Bodyguard. Templar, eh? I've heard that name.
Well,
What do you want?
well, look, I'd like to talk to you, but not in the doorway with a gun in my ribs.
All right. Come in.
Thank you.
Templar. Seems I... sit down. There.
Oh, thanks.
Have to take these blamed indigestion pills. Nervous stomach. Been under strain lately. Terrible strain. I don't. The same. Of course.
That's right.
Yes, sure. Templar. Well, what brings you here, Templar?
Randy Patterson asked me to...
Patterson, that rat, that skunk, that murderer?
Murderer?
Accomplice him.
So, who's been murdered?
Nobody yet.
Well, then
Well, but somebody maybe. Any minute, any time.
Who?
Me. That's what he said in that blasted book, isn't it? Me.
But that doesn't...
Yeah, me. Well, I tell you, Templar, if I get murdered, I'll hold Patterson partly responsible. So help me, I will.
Just because he said you might be killed, you have to thank him for the warning.
But he won't tell me where he got the information, so I can really protect myself. No, I can't sleep. Where'd I put those pills?
You swallow them.
Oh. Do you know, Templar? Do you know where he got the information?
No.
If you knew, would you tell? Oh, yes, you would. I'll just bet. Why'd you come here, Templar?
I've been wondering what you plan to do, so
Do! What can I do? Look, I got a beautiful wife. We got along. At least I thought we did. Then he says, in the book, well, you know.
Yes, I know.
Oh, confounded Templar, a thing like that. How can you be sure? Police says it's a lot of eyewash. That's what she says, a lot of eyewash. But I've been watching her and the kid. That's the trouble. Gets you suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching. There's something between them. I know there is. But if only I could be certain. Are you sure I took those pills?
I'm sure.
I mustn't forget. Doc says I'm... Well, anyway, back to what I was saying. What was I saying?
You think there's something between police and the kid?
Yeah. Think. If only I was... Oh, who's kidding who? I know. If Patterson is right about that, if he's right about that, well, don't you see?
Be what?
The murder.
Oh.
Could be right about that, too. It comes next. Yeah, the murder comes next.
Not necessarily.
That's why I got Monk. Big guy. Used to be the kid's sparring partner. Where is he? He ought to be here. Say, look, you still haven't told me what you're doing here, Templar. What do you want?
Nothing more with you, Garnett, but I would like to see police. Is he at home?
No, at the Hotel Beckett.
Oh?
Yes, after this business, he moved out. Said I was too suspicious. Who wouldn't be suspicious? But I love her, Templar. That's the trouble. Why did he have to... Say, you suppose there's a chance? Oh, no. Why do I keep trying to kid myself? Get out of here, Templar. Will you get out?
I'm going, Garnett. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going, mister?
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Garnett, I didn't know you was here. I seen this fella come out of the living room. I didn't know who he
Well,
was.
you might have asked before you broke my jaw.
Is this broke?
In at least 3 places.
Ah, you kid. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Garnett?
Friend? Is anyone a friend in this dog-eat-dog world? I don't know. Help him up, Monk.
I'll help myself up, thanks.
Oh. All right, Monk, you want sparring practice? I'll be glad to accommodate.
Wait a minute. What's he doing here, Mr. Garnett?
I'm not quite sure.
What, I throw him out?
Look, Muscle Brains, I'd already be out if you hadn't suddenly rushed to the rescue.
He's right, Monk. And speaking of rushing to the rescue, where were you?
Well, taking a nap. I've got to keep in condition.
I might have needed you.
Well, you got the Roscoe.
In that case, why do I have a need? Hey, that's a thought. Perhaps Well, Templar, what are you waiting for? I thought you were going.
Well, this has been such a delightful get-together, I can hardly turn myself away.
I can tell you where you need me help.
I doubt it, Monk. From the look of you, you don't do so good when the other fellow's in a position to fight back.
If you was in the ring as long as I was, you'd be kind of banged up, too. But I was plenty good, brother. Plenty good. you want to know, even Joe Louis was scared of me. Yeah, he was scared to fight me. How do you like that? Louis was scared to fight me.
How do you know?
Well, did he ever fight me?
Not that I know
All
of.
right, then.
I see what you mean. Well, goodbye again, fellas.
Come in.
Mr. Kemper?
Well, look what I get, and I didn't even send in any box top.
What?
I was expecting Randy Patterson, but he can wait. In fact, I hope he does. Come in, come in.
Mr. Kemper, you've got to help me.
Well, in that case, you'd better call me Simon.
All right.
And what do I call you?
Police Garnett.
Oh, I'm so glad to meet you, Felice. In fact, I've tried to reach you several times today.
Really? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a friend of Randy Patterson.
I didn't know he had any training.
Well, live and learn.
Yes, and I want to keep on living. That's why I came here. You're a friend of Patterson's. Maybe I made a mistake.
Not necessarily. What brings you here?
I heard you'd been to see my husband. I wondered what your interest in it was. I'm afraid I found out.
You said you wanted me to help you.
I did. When I heard you were involved, I thought you might be just the one to turn to. That was before you told me about Patterson. Any friend of his is an enemy of mine.
Of course, but Felice, I believe in the old saying, love your enemy.
It's rather difficult.
Apparently, you need someone to help you. Why not give me a try? Just, what help do you need?
Well, it can't hurt to tell you. I'm being framed.
For what?
My husband's murder.
Has he been murdered?
Well, not yet, but
You know, it's funny how everyone seems to take it for granted that he will be.
he will.
How do you know?
Well, that's what it's all about.
What?
Didn't you read the book?
Just because Randy wrote a book.
But that's why he wrote it, so my husband could be murdered.
Is that a fact?
Of course. Patterson wrote a book, thinly disguised, about me and my husband and Kid Waldo. In it, the kid and I plot to kill my husband. So George read it, got frightened. Now he suspects maybe we really are planning to kill him. He's even hired a bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't you see it's all a build-up? And George really is killed. Naturally, it looks like the kid and I did it. That's the whole idea.
And Randy's in on the plot.
Of course. The real killer hired him to throw suspicion on us.
Just who is the real killer?
I don't know. That's what I wanted you to find out.
Well, it's an interesting theory, Felice.
Really?
I'll check to see if it's anything more than that.
You will? But if Patterson, your friend,
If he's pocketing blood money, this is the end of a not-so-beautiful friendship. And then, Felice, you and I could be friends.
Oh, Simon, if you help me, we'll be more than friends.
Aren't you forgetting just one small little item?
Oh, you don't mean to kid you. But you don't really believe there's anything between him and me.
Perish the thought. But isn't there anything else now to think of?
Oh, I'm no good at guessing things.
What about your husband?
He isn't either.
I mean, before you and I give way to mad rapture, shouldn't we think about him?
Oh, so that's what's bothering you. But we don't have to worry about him. He's going to be murdered.
Now, don't look now, but isn't that what you want me to prevent?
His murder? Heavens, no. I just want you to prove I had nothing to do with it.
You'd better run along, Felice.
Surrender.
No.
Well, then what?
I feel a previous engagement coming on.
Don't tell me you're afraid of my husband.
No, Felice.
Then I don't understand.
I'm afraid of you. Hello, Andy?
Templar, old boy. How are we doing?
I thought you were coming over here.
Well, been detained and she didn't have a friend. But I'll be right over now if you've got something for me.
Well, I can tell you over the phone. It seems each of your opposition has picked up reinforcements.
Oh?
Well, the kid has a couple of lawyers,
Uh-oh. I was afraid of that.
and Garnett has a bodyguard.
Uh-huh. How about Mrs. Garnett?
She has me.
Oh, should have known. One look at her and you
I'm
know...
still running.
Huh?
But I'm afraid you're going to have to tell me who did your research for you, Randy.
Templar, I told you it was strictly confidential.
Well, you can either tell me now or the police later.
Police?
Mm-hmm, because your characters seem determined to act out the finale of your opus. Garnett is already shopping for a coffin.
But I just made up that stuff about the murder. I don't think the kid and the gal would really knock him off.
The consensus is that somebody would, so you'd better talk.
But I gave my word.
Did that ever stop you before?
Templar, to think that you should say such a thing. You who've been so close.
Trouble is, we've been too close.
All right. I'm a no-good, a heel, a liar. I'd sell my soul for a mess of pottage, but at least Templar has always been the best pottage.
Mm-hmm. Now, will you please stop talking and talk?
You want me to betray a confidence?
I thought we'd agreed it's in character.
How true. How very, very true.
Well, we are.
Randy! You really believe in keeping me safe, don't you, kid?
Huh? Oh, you again, Temple.
Yeah.
Look, why don't you get lost and take Patterson with you?
And Patterson already got lost. That's why I'm here.
I don't get it.
I was talking to him on the phone. I heard shots. I called the police, and they called back from Patterson's place. He's dead.
I'm not surprised.
What do you know about it?
He had it coming.
From you?
Maybe. Only somebody beat me to it.
Is that so?
I got nothing more to say. You want conversation? See my lawyer.
Yeah, Smith and McCormick. I know. I may get around to it.
Yeah, do that.
At the desk, they said I'd find you here in the bar.
That's where I am, here at the bar. Isn't that funny?
Very.
Well, it isn't, and I'm more... Nobody's been here all afternoon except my friend Tony. Tony's my favorite bartender. Tony. Mr. Simpson.
Hi, Miss Denver. Charm. Please.
Simon, bartender. Tony hit me again. My friend's setting him up.
Okay, Miss Garnett.
Oh, thank you. But first, Simon, what are you drinking?
I'll just watch you.
I'll wait with you.
Good. Suppose you tell me. I've been wondering.
Do you want to know if I have an alibi? Well, I have. I came right here from your place and I've been here ever since.
I see.
You hate me, don't you?
No.
Why you keep spying on me?
I simply can't keep myself away from it.
I believe that.
If you believed it, I wouldn't say it.
Huh? You're just trying to mix me up.
You've already mixed me up. What's this alibi you were talking about?
Oh, for the murder.
Oh, and how do you know about that? It's not in the papers yet.
Really, Simon, for a smart man, the kid phoned me. How else do you think I'd know?
Didn't waste any time, did he?
You know, I'd be interested.
Nice of him to be so considerate. I thought there was nothing between you two.
You are, Simon.
I'm curious.
Or maybe you're jealous. Jealous, Simon?
Terribly.
I believe that.
What's between you and the kid?
I told you nothing.
He phoned you.
I knew I'd be interested.
He's getting us no place.
You could get someplace, Simon, if only you stop acting stupid. Very good. Don't you like me? A little bit.
Yes, please. I like you.
Simon.
Just a little bit.
Simon.
Who do you think killed Randy Patterson, police?
Much we talk about that.
I beginning to think it's a safer subject. Don't you have any idea who might have done it?
No. I'm afraid I don't know what you want, Simon.
I'm afraid I do know what you want.
Well, just this coat.
Oh, hello, kid.
Oh, well, don't get the wrong idea, kid. We were just talking.
Yeah, that's right.
How about the murder?
You were making with the moon eyes.
Oh, now, kid, believe me, there's nothing between Simon and me, not a thing.
He's right, kid. There's nothing more between us than there is between her and, say, you, for example.
Huh?
And she has assured me your relationship was strictly platonic.
Police, you told him that.
Oh, don't get the wrong idea.
Wrong idea? I ain't got any idea. Oh, what does it mean?
Plato was a philosopher, student of Socrates, who believed that if two people got...
A wise guy.
Hey.
Kid, please don't be angry.
No, you play around with this guy and then he starts cracking smart. I ought to put your face out.
Oh, kid, never strike a lady.
And you too.
Or a gentleman, when the gentleman is me.
Oh, yeah?
We'll see. It's all right, Felicia, Nick, but not this time. Sorry. Now, that only takes one. 3 strikes, you're out. Now, that's enough, kid. One more, and maybe I'd be out, so I better be running. See you around. Ooh, you. You greet me with a gun, too, Monk. That's what I like about this place. So friendly.
You got no idea how friendly. Just the guy we want to see. Come in, pal. Come right in.
Now, that's a switch. Last time you were all for throwing me out.
Oh, that's before I learned what a sweet guy you was.
Now, come on in.
Oh, with such a hearty invitation, I don't see how I can refuse. You can't. You know, Monk, this is an unexpected pleasure. When I was here before, I got the impression Garnett was considering firing you.
Oh, he couldn't do that.
Where is he?
In fact, he'll be in a minute. Now, you want to see why he couldn't fire me?
Why?
On account of there's some things I can do so much better. Like, for instance...
You kick so beautifully, Monk. Your mother must have been a rocket.
Don't try to hit back. This rascal's looking at your belly.
All of a sudden, I'm everybody's target for tonight. What's the idea?
Mr. Garnett wanted to know how much Patterson told you. He asked you nice, real nice. I don't ask so nice, but I get answers. Well, you want to talk now or shall we dance?
I have nothing to say.
We'll see about that.
Still got nothing to say? I'm beginning to think of a few things, but I have an idea you wouldn't care for them.
You killed me. Maybe I can do the same for you sometime, like right now, for instance, like you're ready to talk.
I'll think about it.
Well, while you're thinking, put up your hands over your head. Hurry up, don't forget the Roscoe.
My old friend, how could I?
That's it. And now, just to help you make up your mind, here's... Oh, hello, Mr. Garnett.
What's going on here?
Hello, Templar.
Greetings, Mr. Garnett.
You don't want to talk, Mr. Garnett. I've been trying to change his mind.
I'll go right ahead. Don't let me stop you.
Oh, but it's no use. He's a stubborn type.
Yes, so it would seem, Monk. So it would seem. Well, Templar, to what are we indebted for this return visitor?
I've seen Felice. I thought you might like to know how she's getting along.
Why should I care? Does she care about me? Does she ever even call? Don't stand there with your hands like that, Templar. It looks ridiculous.
It's Monk's idea.
You heard Mr. Garnett, Templar. Put him down.
Well, if you think so.
How is she, Templar?
Who? Oh, Felice. Fine.
I was afraid that.
Afraid?
I'd like to think she needed me. I've got to put her out of my mind, Templar, completely. Only answer.
Tell me something, Garnett.
What?
Where were you this afternoon?
Home.
All afternoon?
Yes, why?
Was anyone with you?
I was.
The whole time?
Yes, except for another nap. He likes to keep in condition.
Only I didn't sleep so good. I was only gone a few minutes, just a few minutes.
Half hour or so. Why, Templar? You tried to reach me? No, couldn't have. I'd have heard the phone.
If you were here.
But I told
So
you
you did. Just a minute.
What are you going to do? This. Templar. Why, you knocked out Monk.
Yeah, so it seems. Funny, I didn't hit him very hard.
You aimed at his skin. Always was his weakness. Had a wicked right, but he could never take it. Round heels. That's his trouble. I could have made a champ out of him if it hadn't been for those... but that's neither here nor there. Why'd you do it?
He slugged me before when I wasn't looking. This evens the account. And it gives me a chance to get his rock.
Oh?
I want to point something out to you, Garnett. I didn't want Monk interfering.
What?
Randy Patterson doesn't live too far from here. I believe you could make it in 15 minutes.
Perhaps so, perhaps so. What are you driving at?
15 there, 15 back, half hour would have been long enough.
For what?
For you to have gone to his place and killed him.
Killed him. But you mean have somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Why, don't pretend I'm not pleased. But surely you don't really think that I... Why, that's absurd.
Well, you could have while Monk was sleeping.
No, you don't understand. It's at least 15 minutes to Patterson's place, at the very least. If you hurry, race like mad.
How do you know?
I've been there, but not today, not today. You know, you said yourself.
All right, 15 minutes, round trip in half an hour. That's all you needed.
Well, that was just round figures. I'm sure Monk couldn't have been out of the room for, 20 minutes at most. You'll see, when he comes to, we'll ask him. 20 minutes at the most.
I'm sure he'll say whatever you want him to, but we'll see.
Say, I just thought of something.
What?
Has there been any report about the murder yet? Newspaper, radio?
No, not so soon.
Mm-hmm. Well then, Mr. Templar, how come you happen to know about it?
A nice point, Garnett, but notice what big ears I have, Grandpa. I overheard.
Overheard?
In telephone. Come on, Monk, wake up. Wake up. Come on.
Hey, where is... Hey, it was an accident. I slipped. I hit my head. You did?
Sure, Monk, sure. What big ears you have, too, Monk. Genuine cauliflower. How did you hear about it?
Hear about what?
The murder.
Who, me? I didn't.
Obviously, Garnett didn't know about the murder, or he wouldn't have stuck his neck out by admitting you were out of the room. He didn't start crawling until I mentioned the murder.
That's right, Templar. You noticed.
But I also noticed that Monk was very busy trying to build the alibi before I mentioned the murder.
Well, sure, I was trying to protect Mr. Garnett. After all, I got a great sense of loyalty.
No, Monk, you haven't got any sense of loyalty or any sense. How did you know he needed protection unless you knew about the murder?
Of course. How did he know?
Unless you were the murderer.
Are you crazy?
Maybe, Monk. But the alibi you were preparing for Garnett would have worked for you, too. If you were here with Garnett, you couldn't have committed the murder. Isn't that why you insisted you were gone only a few minutes?
My head hurts. I got nothing to say.
But, Templar, what motive would Monk have?
There's one thing we've all been wondering about, Garnett. How did Randy find out about your wife and the kid?
Must have been from someone who was close to the kid, say a sparring partner, for instance.
Aha! Templar, you hit it.
I think so. Monk gave Randy the information. Then when things got hot, Monk was afraid Randy might snitch, so he killed him to silence.
That's it, Templar, that's it. Monk, you scoundrel, you villain, you...
Ah, shut up.
Monk, that's insubordination.
Now, come on, Monk. You and I are going to police headquarters.
Who says so?
Monk. Don't try to get tough. Maybe Joe Lewis is scared of you, but I ain't. Come on, let's go.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, take a memo to the future. The date, make it 1958. The message, cash in your United States Savings Fund. Take your savings plus the additional $1 for every 3 invested, and, well, you've finished the memo. Perhaps you'll end it with a home or a business of your own, with a college education for the children, with financial security. Whatever your dreams for the future, you can make it come true with a program of regular savings. And there is no surer, more profitable way of saving than through the purchase of United States Savings Bonds. Remember these points. United States Savings Bonds are safe, they are profitable, they are convenient to buy, and they are redeemable at any time at the purchase price plus accumulated interest. If employed, you can buy United States Savings Bonds where you work, by having your employer set aside an amount each week. If self-employed, buy your savings bonds through your bank on a bond-a-month basis. Make that dream come true. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
By Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production, His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Tomorrow night, hear Night Beat, the story of Chicago after dark. Listen as Randy Stone searches the city for adventure and a story of mystery and intrigue. Night Beat is another great action-packed program, so be sure to listen tomorrow night and every Monday night to Night Beat. Next, Sam Spade cuts the cable. Of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Templar? Mr. Templar. I'm asleep. Mr. Templar. Noisy dream. You're not dreaming. That's Mr. what Templar. You say. I'm alone in my bedroom. I'm in bed. It's dark.
But you're not alone. I'm here.
Go away.
I'm sorry. I didn't climb into your bedroom in the middle of the night merely to go away again.
Well, what did you expect? A 21-gun salute?
I expect your attention. You can't see me, can you?
No, I'd be even happier if I couldn't hear you.
But I can see you, however. You're silhouetted against the window behind you.
That was cunning of me.
It helps me aim the gun I'm pointing at you.
I'm so glad. I'd hate to have your aim suffer. Well, what do I do now? Get up, put the lights on,
You
and...
don't do anything of the kind.
No? Why? Are you shy?
Yes. Let's say I'm shy.
That's why you insist on holding this conversation with me in the dark. A conversation, obviously, that wouldn't be about the weather. What would it be about?
Well, I'm a writer.
A writer inside? Nonsense.
I need some advice.
The only advice I can give all writers is don't.
I'm writing a book about murder. I'm calling it The Story of a Perfect Crime.
Sounds interesting.
Thank you. What I came here for was to have you tell me whether or not the murder my book deals with is really a perfect crime.
Go on.
The man to be murdered, in my book that is, suffers from heart disease. He's a completely unpleasant character, a financier and a crooked one, a man who deserves to die.
And he suffers from heart disease.
For this condition, he takes daily at stated hours capsules containing medicine, capsules upon which his life depends. Now then, the murderer, in my book that is, decides to poison the financier.
Well, that's not cricket.
No, it's murder. Murder that will be poisoning without poisoning.
I'm waiting breathlessly for the next chapter.
The murderer steals one of the capsules, pours the medicine out, and replaces the medicine with powdered sugar. He returns the capsule to the financier's pillbox. In due course, the financier reaches the capsule, takes it, his weak heart, lacking the medicine he needs, saves. And there you have poisoning without poison.
Very ingenious.
I think so. The poisoner can't be traced to the poison he purchased because he didn't purchase any. The murdered man is assumed to have died a natural death. An autopsy will show no poison in his body since there wasn't any. Well, is it a perfect crime?
I can't see any flaws in it.
Good. And if you can't, I don't imagine the critics will.
Don't you mean the police?
Why should the police be interested in a book I'm writing?
And why should the critics be interested in the murder you're committing?
You're not serious.
You are.
I rather think I must leave now. Be getting light soon. No, don't move. I still have the gun pointing at you. If I had to shoot you, it wouldn't be a perfect crime, but you'd be dead nonetheless. But that wouldn't interest you, would it? Well, good night, Mr. Templar, and pleasant dreams.
Thanks. Load.
Coffee, the toast, Mr. Templar, and the morning paper.
Oh, thank you.
There are plenty this morning, aren't you?
I couldn't sleep. Any resemblance between this toast and toast is purely coincidental. What does your chef do, tan this stuff?
Oh, no, Mr. Templar.
He probably uses old shoe leather.
What's the matter? Don't you like the headline?
I think that I do. Frank A. Clark, noted financier, dies of heart attack as police arrest him for alleged embezzlement.
Oh. Was he a friend of yours, Mr. Templar?
No. But he was a financier, he was crooked, and he had a weak heart.
No wonder he died when he got arrested.
Depends on whether he took medicine in capsule.
What depends on that?
Murder, my friend. Murder. Oh, no, Louis.
Oh, yeah, Louis.
Out of all the taxicabs in this city, why do I keep getting yours?
Out of all the fares in this city, why do I keep getting you?
You have a point there.
I'll go right home and shop.
You'll stay where you are.
You want to go home with me?
No.
What's the matter with my home?
Nothing.
I live there, don't I? My wife lives there. My kids live there.
You have no children.
Don't get personal.
I'm sorry.
Man spends every spare minute he's got hoping.
Louis.
Did Julius Caesar have children? Did Alexander the Great have children? Did Napoleon have children?
Yes.
Me, they didn't send an announcement to.
Louis, will you please drive me to 1893 Waterview Drive? I'm in a hurry.
Okay. 1893 Waterview Drive. Who lives there?
A gentleman named Frank A. Clark. Except that he doesn't live there, Louis. He's dead there.
keep company with a corpse, Mr. Templar?
I am going to visit his surviving relatives, if any.
Why?
Does it occur to you that it might be none of your business?
Sure.
It's none of your business?
Well, now that we got that clear, why are you going to visit his
Louis,
relatives?
stop the car, quick!
Stop, what happened?
Please, 1893, what have you done?
Oh, I'm careless about little details like that.
Here, Louis, and don't forget to mention it to your income tax collector.
I'll write to him. Hey, don't you want me to wait?
No, but you will, Louis, you will.
Oh, hello there.
Hello. This is the Clark home, isn't it?
Sure, and I'm the Clark niece. And you're...
Simon Templar, an old friend of your uncle's.
You're not old.
Well,
And you're not a friend of my uncle's. Come in, anyway.
oh, thank you.
Because maybe you can be a friend of mine. In here.
Tell me, do you need a friend?
No, but I like him. And they're as tall as you. And... Oh, my name is Inez. Inez Francis.
I'm very glad to know you, Miss Francis.
You probably won't be when you really get to know me.
I realize perhaps I shouldn't have come today. You must be all broken up by your uncle's death.
Who, me?
Well, perhaps the family.
Well, that's me. I'm the family.
Your uncle must have been a lonely man.
So he didn't mind. He had me in the market and all those people he was swindling. Oh, and of course he had Mr. Hartzell and Charlie Melvin.
Poor Hartzell and Charlie Melvin.
Charlie was sort of a weedy youth. Uncle's secretary, very anemic. I ignore him.
And Hartzell?
Uncle's lawyer. But I fondly suspect as big a crook as Uncle was. But very spatted, you know.
Spatted?
On the shoes. And gardenia'd in the buttonhole. And I've a sneaking suspicion whiskeyed in the liver.
How untidy. Nobody else close to Uncle?
Nope.
Well, then it boils down to one of you three.
What does?
Who's happy now that Uncle's dead?
I am Hartzell as Charlie is.
Yeah, covers the bill. Why?
Uncle had a lot of money. I get it now. Hartzell stole some money from Uncle. He won't go to jail now. Charlie was implicated in Uncle's crooked deal. Charlie won't go to jail now.
And, who has a deep, slightly hoarse voice?
I don't.
No. Which means that you're not the one who came to my room last night.
No, but if you ask prettily, perhaps I'll come tonight.
I know, sir.
Look at your etching.
I don't have any hatred.
I'll bring some with me.
Are the others around?
Sitting around practicing grief-stricken looks for the funeral. That's half the event is this afternoon. They get dressed for it.
You are dressed.
But not for a funeral. Excuse me for just a minute?
Oh, of course.
Oh, there you are, Annie. Greetings, Mr. Templar. This is Charlie. Charlie, this is Mr. Templar.
Glad to meet you. How do you do?
He doesn't. Entertain Mr. Templar for me, Charlie. I gotta find a dress that's bad looking.
I'd like to stay and entertain you, but I've got to hurry. You see, I'm Mr. Clark's secretary.
His position, he doesn't need a secretary.
Well, I'm Mr. Clark's former secretary. No, I'm the former Mr. Clark's No,
I get it now. Relax.
Oh, I know that.
Well, then why are you in such a hurry?
Well, I have to go out and hire some mourners, hadn't I?
Why?
Well, it wouldn't look nice if there were only three of us at the funeral. Inez, Mr. Hartzell, and myself.
No, especially since you'll all be grinning from ear to ear. May I ask you a question?
Of course.
Has your voice ever been deeper?
Heavens, no. That's all.
All right. Charlie, my boy. What is it?
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Templar, and I'm...
Hartzell is my name. I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now. I'm in a hurry.
Why?
My tailor's expecting me.
Your tailor?
You'd hardly expect me to attend Mr. Clark's funeral in this, would you?
Impossible.
Oh, you see? So, if you don't mind, I'll just run along. Oh,
Yes?
what are you doing here?
Looking for a man with a deep voice.
Sorry, mine isn't. But why are you looking for a man with a deep voice?
You told me how Mr. Clark was murdered.
Well, that explains it. What?
Yes, he was murdered.
But Mr. Clark died of heart failure.
Indeed.
You must be... I demand an explanation immediately.
You've forgotten one thing, Mr. Hunt.
Well, what's that?
Your tailor is waiting.
But
And tailors are sometimes very temperamental. Besides, we can discuss this some other time.
This evening?
This evening.
Here's my card. I'd appreciate your coming. If Mr. Clark was murdered, something must be done about it.
Something will be. my gate. Templars, I live on supplements and breathe with difficulty. Hello, Desmond. What have you interrupted you here, Simon the Subtle? Desmond, I'm not an audience. Oh, Templar, I'm an old ham. Contrary to what they say, hams do not improve by aging. Still a gay adventurer? Well, I'm not especially gay at the moment. Murder. Oh, the last murder that was of any interest to me was that Elsinore thing. You know, when Claudius and Gertrude put their heads together and slipped Gertrude's royal husband a slug of poison in his ear. I remember it well. And the fat prince, Hamlet, I think his name was, mooned about like a ninny, sending Ophelia to a watery grave and the rest of the cast to a most bloody one. you would have made a good Hamlet. Bless you! Oh, I wanted to play Hamlet. Instead, they preferred me as a ventriloquist and fountain. That's fine here. You've been a ventriloquist. I'm involved in a case which hangs on the identity of a voice. Desmond, could anyone change his voice so that it would be completely different from his real voice? Oh, yes. But you'd always know that the second voice wasn't natural. That doesn't change. That's what, Frank? Look, Desmond, 3 people wanted a man named Clark dead. Clark is dead. Yeah, presumably, therefore, one of the 3 killed Clark. Yes. Now, I was told of the methods whereby Clark was going to be killed by a very distinctive voice in the dark. Therefore, the problem was simple. Find which of my 3 suspects had a voice like that and go on from there. Well, not one of the 3 has that kind of voice, which leaves me with an interesting problem, but leaves the murderer free to go on murdering. Louis, I want the nearest bookstore. You can't have it. It belongs to a guy named Pestlethwaite. Would you please drive me there quickly? Okay. What's the matter? Suddenly decided you want to curl up in front of a fire with a good book? For that, I'd rather have Inez. No, Louis, I merely want to find out how a man can die of poisoning without being poisoned. What's the matter? You didn't like Pestlethwaite? You didn't have the book I wanted. I know of plenty. Not that kind of book, Louis. What I wanted was a book on heart diseases. Oh, right reading, huh? Interesting. Heart disease. These stores had one book on heart disease in stock till yesterday. No? Yesterday, the book was sold to a man, Pestlethwaite told me, who behaved in a strenuously agitated fashion. A man named Hartzell. Maybe the name was bothering him. Which reminds me, where am I taking it? Naturally, Louis, to a man named Hartzell. Hartzell in or on his way to Mexico or... Mr. Kemper? Yes, come in at once. Thank you. I'm busy at that funeral this afternoon. I see. Well, have you tried reading? Thank you. I have no patience with books. Now, please. Not even books on heart disease? Oh, why? Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, Renee. What? Oh, how dreadful. Oh, yes, it was. Goodbye. You're pale. I'm shocked. Charlie Melvin. You know him? Mr. Clark's secretary. Yes, well, it seems that something's happened to him. What? He's dead. Tell him to hurry. Can't hurry. Oh, we're almost there. Mr. Hartzell, did Inez say who discovered the body? Oh, yes, he did. He'd been visiting some friends, returned home, and couldn't have been an accidental death. Coincidence doesn't stretch that far. You know, if he was murdered, you still think the police believe Clark was murdered too? Not the police, me.
Oh, Mr. Harper. Oh, sorry.
Hello, Inez.
Come in. It's getting to be embarrassing, all of a sudden death.
It might be more than embarrassing. It might be fatal.
It was for Charlie.
How did it happen?
He shot himself.
The police.
I just phoned
Oh,
him.
then we'd better hurry.
Well, this is his room. In here. I heard the shot
When?
about an hour ago.
But you phoned Hartzell here only 15 minutes ago.
I didn't know it was a shot at first. Charlie was supposed to come upstairs. When he didn't, I realized... there he is.
Yes. He's definitely dead. And the note. Imagine that boy committing suicide. Let's see what the note says. I killed Clark because if he'd been arrested, I would have gone to jail too. But now the police suspect he was murdered, and they suspect me. I might as well get it over with before they do. And it's signed, I know.
Oh, that sort of clears up that, doesn't it?
Yes, except for one thing.
What's that?
Charlie's voice wasn't deep enough. I must sleep, and so should you be.
Kepler,
Yes, Hartzell?
listen. I'm at the Ensign Club on Trocadero.
Yes?
I couldn't go home. Charlie left so soon after party. Anyway, remember that voice you told me about?
I remember it very well.
I just heard it.
What?
The man with the voice like the one you described was here.
I'll be right over.
He's gone now, but I followed him outside and heard him give the cab driver his address.
Good boy. I have my car. I'll pick you up immediately.
Fine, fine. We can go right after him. It's some distance outside the city.
I travel to the North Pole for him. You don't measure miles when chasing phantoms.
Of course, I can't be absolutely sure it's the man you want.
Me, I'm grabbing at straws.
But his voice did sound like your description. It was at a club to which Clark belonged.
I'll make it worth a try. All I need is to hear him say something, anything, a word, a phrase, and I'll know.
Oh, that shouldn't be difficult. Once we get to him.
Once we get to him. Anything worries me is
Yes?
that his voice can still be heard by the time we get to him. Halfway to the North Pole, so you didn't take me literally, did you?
You shouldn't be much farther. Kemper,
Yes?
I don't understand about Charlie. I can't see him murdering Clark somehow.
You don't believe he did it?
Do you?
Not especially.
Oh, why not?
I don't know. Intuition, maybe. Ooh, our little stranger likes seclusion, doesn't he?
Evidently. You know, the police accepted that suicide note without question.
Did they?
There's the house.
Oh, there aren't any lights showing.
Well, he must have got here sometime before us. He went to bed again.
Yeah, probably.
I wonder. Do you think he'll recognize you?
Oh, probably. I couldn't see him, but he saw me.
Well, that might be bad. Are you armed in case he tries anything?
No, but we'll manage.
Or suppose he refuses to say anything at all?
Well, that in itself would answer our question, wouldn't it?
The ring?
Certainly. Nothing if not courteous.
It's so dark out here. So far from anything.
Yeah, dark and lonely, you put it beautifully.
He doesn't answer.
Try the door.
Very well.
Good. Then we can walk right in.
Can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, I'll light a match. There, the light switch to your left, Arthur.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, that's much better. Now then, the very charming house you have here, Mr. Hunt.
What did you say?
I said you have a very charming house here.
My?
You didn't really think I was fooled, did you? That voice you heard in your club was a fiction. It had to be. Our trip here was planned by you, so that we'd be alone.
Oh, why would I want that?
The better to kill me, my friend.
Kill you, you say?
Okay.
Why would I want to kill you?
And because, like yourself, I think that suicide note of Charlie's was a fake.
Oh, I never said...
I did. It is a fake.
How did you know?
The note ran to the effect that Charlie was committing suicide because the police suspected him of murdering Clark. But the police didn't suspect Clark of being murdered.
Perhaps not, but you did.
Yes, but Charlie didn't know that, Mr. Hartzell. I didn't tell him.
Very well. Just stay right where you are.
What a handsome revolver.
I did kill Charlie, so that there wouldn't be any investigation into Clark's death. I couldn't afford that.
If you kill me, there will be an investigation.
No, because no one knows you came here with me. You're not going to die. You're going to disappear.
Oh?
In my sense.
I wouldn't like that too warm.
I'm afraid your life can no longer be considered.
Well, in that case, I'll have a cigarette. I need to know which Clark.
Hey, hold on.
Mr. Hartzell, you want? Oh, my, you got the revolver. Now I have two.
You said you weren't armed.
I'm such a liar. But then you see, I knew when you asked me why you asked me. So perhaps I'll be forgiven.
Simply, I killed Charlie, but I didn't kill Clark. I swear I
Good
didn't.
heavens, Mr. Hartzell, I never for a moment thought you did.
That beautiful night, Tom. Poor Mr. Hartzell, all shut up in a dungeon cell.
Yes, I'm afraid the beauties of the night are lost to him. Those beauties are also lost to Charlie and Mr. Clark.
Oh, don't think more of it. They're better off dead.
But it would have been nicer to leave that decision to them.
Mr. Hartzell, bless his fussy old soul, was really an impulsive man.
The foolish
Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk.
of your uncle.
Why?
Because Hartzell didn't kill him.
Oh?
A man came to me in the middle of the night in the darkness so that I never saw him and told me of a plan to murder Mr. Clark. It was a good plan, absolutely undetectable. Man left. All through this case, I've been looking for a man with a voice like the one that told me of murder.
And?
There were three people involved. Yourself would get the money if Clark died. Charlie would be saved from jail. Hartzell would be free of imprisonment.
Uncle certainly spread a lot of joy when he died.
Charlie was murdered by Hartzell, but Charlie was not the voice that spoke to me. Nor was Hartzell.
Then whose voice could it possibly have been?
That's the central problem. All right, why did the man come to me in the first place?
Well, according to you, to make sure his method of murder would never be detected.
But in coming to me, my dear, didn't he make sure of the very opposite?
Oh. Well, then, he must have wanted you to...
That's right. He wanted me to detect murder, but why? Obviously not because he was going to murder him.
I don't understand.
The only voice in this case that I haven't heard is the voice of your uncle.
My uncle?
He was my visitor.
But why?
Why did he do it? Because nobody was going to murder him.
What could he hope to accomplish?
What he did accomplish. Inez, your uncle was an old man with heart disease on the verge of being arrested for theft, swindling. He knew he wouldn't survive even the shortest prison term. He probably suspected that the strain of the arrest itself might be fatal, and it was. But before he died, he wanted revenge on the lawyer who cheated him and on the secretary who betrayed him. So he came to me with his story, figuring that when he died, perfectly naturally, murder would be suspected where no murder couldn't take.
The worst didn't. Because Hartzell killed Charlie. Hartzell himself was going to die for us.
Yes. Your uncle must have been quite...
Solomon.
Yes.
There's a moon. We've talked of unhappy things long enough. Got any itching?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought you didn't have any the last time I asked you.
The last time you asked me, my dear, you were a suspect for murder. Now you're beautiful, you're blonde, and just plain murder.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, poison doesn't always come in bottles, and it isn't always marked with the skull and crossbones of danger. Poison can take the form of words and phrases and acts, the venom of racial and religious hatred. Here in the United States, perhaps more than ever before, we must learn to recognize the poison of prejudice and to discover the antidote to its dangerous effects. Evidences of racial and religious hatred in our country place a potent weapon in the hands of our enemies, providing them with the ammunition of criticism. Moreover, group hatred menaces the entire fabric of democratic life. As for the antidote, you can fight prejudice, first by recognizing it for what it is, and second by actively accepting or rejecting people on their individual worth, and by speaking up against prejudice and for understanding. Remember, freedom and prejudice can't exist side by side. If you choose freedom, fight prejudice. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saints. Good night.
Script of the Saint was written by Louis Vittes. Our cast included Gene Bates, Lou Merrill, Fred Howard, Jack Edwards Jr., and Larry Dodson. The music was composed and conducted by Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are now on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Programs, get your programs here. Tomorrow night here, Night Beat, the adventures of newspaper reporter Randy Stone is portrayed by Frank Lovejoy. Listen as Randy works the night beat of a newspaper in search of unusual, interesting stories. That's Night Beat tomorrow night. Next, Sam Spade cuts the cake. Of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Templar? Mr. Templar, I'm asleep. Mr. Templar. Noisy dreams. You're not dreaming.
That's
Mr.
what
Templar.
you say. I'm alone in my bedroom. I'm in bed. It's dark.
But you're not alone. I'm here.
Go away.
I'm sorry. I didn't climb into your bedroom in the middle of the night merely to go away again.
What did you expect? A 21-gun salute?
I expect your attention. You can't see me, can you?
No, I'd be even happier if I couldn't hear you.
But I can see you, however. You're silhouetted against the window behind you.
That was cunning of me.
It helps me aim the gun I'm pointing at you.
I'm so glad. I'd hate to have your aim suffer. Well, what do I do now? Get up, put the lights on?
You don't do anything of the kind.
No? Why? Are you shy?
Yes. Let's say I'm shy.
That's why you insist on holding this conversation with me in the dark. The conversation, obviously, that wouldn't be about the weather. What would it be about?
Well, I'm a writer.
A writer and shy? Nonsense.
I need some advice.
The only advice I can give all writers is don't.
I'm writing a book about murder. I'm calling it The Story of a Perfect Crime.
Sounds interesting.
Thank you. What I came here for was to have you tell me whether or not the murder my book deals with is really a perfect crime.
Go on.
The man to be murdered, in my book that is, suffers from heart disease. He's a completely unpleasant character, a financier and a crooked one, a man who deserves to die.
And he suffers from heart disease.
For this condition, he takes daily at stated hours capsules containing medicine, capsules upon which his life depends. Now then, the murderer, in my book that is, decides to poison the financier.
Well, that's not sick.
No, it's murder. Murder that will be poisoning without poison.
I'm waiting breathlessly for the next capsule.
The murderer seals one of the capsules, pours the medicine out, and replaces the medicine with powdered sugar. He returns the capsule to the financier's pill box. In due course, the financier reaches the capsule, takes it, his weak heart lacking the medicine he needs, stays. And there you have poisoning without poison.
Very indeed.
I think so. The poisoner can't be traced to the poison he purchased because he didn't purchase any. The murdered man is assumed to have died a natural death. and Arcot. He will show no poison in his body against their will together. Well, is it the perfect crime?
I can't see any flaws in it.
Good. And if you can't, I don't imagine the critics will.
Don't you mean the police?
Why should the police be interested in a book I'm writing?
Why should the critics be interested in the murder you're committing?
You're not serious. You are. I rather think I must leave now. We're getting light soon. No, don't move. I still have the gun pointing at you. If I had to shoot you, it wouldn't be a perfect crime, but you'd be dead nonetheless. But that wouldn't interest you, would it? Well, good night, Mr. Templar, and pleasant dreams.
Thanks. Love.
So, Mr. Templar, and the morning paper.
Oh, thank you.
You're up early this morning, aren't you?
I couldn't sleep. Any resemblance between this toast and toast is purely coincidental. What does your chef do? Tan the stuff?
Oh, no, Mr. Templar.
He probably uses old shoe leather.
What's the matter? Don't you like the headline?
What did I do? Frank J. Clark, noted financier, died of heart attack as police arrest him for alleged embezzlement.
Oh, was the offender yours, Mr. Templar?
No, but he was a financier, he was crooked, and he had a weak hand.
No wonder he died when he got arrested.
Depends on whether he took medicine in Custody.
What depends on that?
Murder, my son. Murder. Oh, no, Louis.
Oh, yeah, Louis.
Out of all the taxi cabs in this city, why do I keep getting yours?
Out of all the fares in the city, why do I keep getting you?
You have a point there.
I'll go right home and shop.
Just stay where you are.
You want to go home with me?
No.
What's the matter with my home?
Nothing.
I live there, don't I? My wife lives there. My kids live there.
You have no children.
Don't get personal.
I'm sorry.
Man spends every spare minute he's got hoping.
Louis.
Did Julius Caesar have children? Did Alexander the Great have children? Did Napoleon have children?
Yes.
Me, they didn't send an announcement to.
Louis, will you please drive me to 1893 Waterview Drive? I'm in a hurry.
Okay. 1893 Waterview Drive. Who lives there?
A gentleman named Frank A. Clark. Except that he doesn't live there, Louis. He's, dead there.
Keep company with a corpse, Mr. Templar?
I am going to visit his surviving relatives, if any.
Why?
Does it occur to you that it might be none of your business?
Sure.
It's none of your business.
Well, now that we got that clear, why are you going to visit his relatives?
Stop the car, quick!
Stop, what happened?
Please reach 1893 Waterview Drive.
Oh, I'm careless about little details like that.
Here, Louis, and don't forget to mention it to your income tax collector.
I'll write to him. Hey, don't you want me to wait?
No, but you will, Louis, you will.
Oh, hello there.
Hello. This is the Clark home, isn't it?
Sure, and I'm the Clark niece. And you're...
I'm a Templar, an old friend of your uncle's.
You're not old.
Well,
And you're not a friend of my uncle's. Come in, anyway.
oh, thank you.
Because maybe you can be a friend of mine. In here.
Tell me, do you need a friend?
No, but I like him. And they're as tall as you. And... Oh, my name is Inez. Inez Francis.
I'm very glad to know you, Miss Francis.
Probably won't be when you really get to know me.
I realize perhaps I shouldn't have come today. You must be all broken up by your uncle's death.
Who, me?
Well, perhaps the family.
Well, that's me. I'm the family.
Your uncle must have been a lonely man.
No, he didn't mind. He had me in the market and all those people he was swindling. Oh, and of course you had Mr. Hartzell and Charlie Melvin.
Who are Hartzell and Charlie Melvin?
Charlie's sort of a weedy youth. Uncle's secretary, very anemic, ignoring.
And Hartzell?
Uncle's lawyer. But I fondly suspect he's big a crook as Uncle was. But very facet, you know.
Facet?
Oh, on the shoes. And gardenia in the buttonhole. And I've a sneaking suspicion whiskeyed in the liver.
Oh, I'm tired of it. Have nobody else close to Uncle?
Nope.
Then it boils down to one of you three.
What does?
Who's happy now that Uncle's dead?
I am Hartzell as Charlie is.
That covers the deal. Why?
Uncle had a lot of money. I get it now. Hartzell stole some money from Uncle. He won't go to jail now. Charlie was implicated in Uncle's crooked deal. Charlie won't go to jail now.
And, who has a deep, slightly hoarse voice?
I don't.
No. Which means that you're not the one who came to my room last night.
No, but if you ask prettily, I'd talk on the night.
I never.
Look at your excellent.
I don't have anything.
How things I'm with me.
Are the others around?
Mm-hmm. Sitting around practicing grief-stricken looks for the funeral. That's half the event is this afternoon. Better get dressed for it.
You are dressed.
Oh, but not for a funeral. Excuse me for just a minute?
Of course.
Oh, here you are, Annie. Greetings, Mr. Templar. This is Charlie. Charlie, this is Mr. Templar.
Glad to meet you. How do you do?
He doesn't. Let me tell you, Mr. Templar for me, Charlie. I gotta find a dress that's fabulous.
I'd like to stay and entertain you, but I've got to hurry. You see, I'm Mr. Clark's secretary.
And I think you haven't seen secretary.
But I'm Mr. Clark's former secretary. No, I'm the former Mr. Clark's secretary. No,
I get it now. Relax.
Oh, I know that.
And then why are you in such a hurry?
Well, I have to go out and hire some mourners, hadn't I?
Why?
Well, it wouldn't look nice if there were only three of us at the funeral. I'm here as Mr. Hartzell and myself.
No, especially since you'll all be grinning from ear to ear. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Has your voice ever been deeper?
Heavens, no. That's all.
Charlie, my boy. What is it?
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Templar, and I'm...
Hartzell is my name. I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now. I'm in a hurry. Why? My tailor's expecting me.
Your tailor?
You'd hardly expect me to attend Mr. Clark's funeral in this, would you?
Impossible.
Oh, you see? So, if you don't mind, I'll just run along. Oh,
Yes?
what are you doing here?
Looking for a man with a deep voice.
Sorry, mine isn't. But why are you looking for a man with a deep voice?
You told me how Mr. Clark was murdered.
Well, that explains it. What?
Yes, he was murdered.
But Mr. Clark died of heart failure, you see. You must be a... I demand an explanation immediately.
You've forgotten one thing, Mr. Hunt.
What's that?
Your tailor is waiting.
But I...
And tailors are sometimes very temperamental. Besides, we can discuss this some other time.
This evening?
This evening.
Here's my card. I'd appreciate your coming. If Mr. Clark was murdered, something must be done about it.
Something will be.
You knocked at my gate. Enter. Templars, I live on sublet.
Breed was difficulty, Templar.
Hello, Desmond. What have you windropped to hither, Simon the Subtle?
Desmond, I'm not an audience.
No, Templar, I'm an old hand. Contrary to what they say, hands do not improve by aging. Still a gay adventurer?
Well, I'm not especially gay at the moment.
Murder. Oh. The last murder that was of any interest to me was that Elsinore thing. You know, when Claudius and Gertrude put their heads together and split Gertrude's royal husband, it's like a poison in the ear.
I remember it well.
And the fat priest is Hamlet, I think his name was. Mooned about like a ninny, sending Ophelia to a watery grave and the rest of the cast to a most bloody one.
You would have made a good Hamlet.
Bless you! Oh, I wanted to play Hamlet. Instead, they preferred me as a ventriloquist. Found them.
That's fine, yeah. You've been a ventriloquist. I'm involved in a case which hangs on the identity of a voice. Desmond, could anyone change his voice so that it would be completely different from his real voice?
Oh, yes. But you'd always know that the second voice wasn't natural.
That's everything.
What's that?
Look, Desmond, 3 people wanted a man named Clark dead.
Clark is dead.
Yes, presumably, therefore, one of the three killed Clark.
Yes. Now, I was told of the method whereby Clark was going to be killed. By a very distinctive voice in the dark. Therefore, the problem was simple. Find which of my three suspects had a voice like that and go on from there.
Well,
Not one of the three has that kind of voice. It leaves me with an interesting problem, but leaves the murderer free to go on murdering.
how was the corpse? It was dead. Louis, I want the nearest bookstore. You can't have it. It belongs to a guy named Pestlethwaite. Would you please drive me there quickly? Okay. What's the matter? Suddenly decided you want to curl up in front of a fire with a good book?
For that, I'd rather have Inez. No, Louis, I really want to find out how a man can die of poisoning without being poisoned.
You didn't stay in that bookstore very long. What's the matter? You didn't like Pestlethwaite?
He didn't have the book I wanted.
I know of plenty.
Not that kind of book, Louis. What I wanted was a book on heart diseases.
Oh, light reading, huh?
Interesting.
Heart disease.
These stores had one book on heart disease in stock till yesterday.
No?
Yesterday, the book was sold to a man, Pestlethwaite told me, who behaved in a strenuously agitated fashion. A man named Hartzell.
Maybe the name was bothering you. Which reminds me, where am I taking you?
Naturally, Louis, to a man named Hartzell. Hartzell, one, all right. On his way to Mexico, all right. Yes? Mr. Kemper. Yes, come in at once. Thank you. I'm busy. That funeral this afternoon. I see. Well, have you tried reading? Thank you. I have no patience with books. Now, please. Not even books on heart disease? Oh, why? Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, Renee. What? Oh, how dreadful. Oh, yes, it was. Goodbye. You're pale. I'm shocked. Carly Melvin. You know him? Mr. Clark's secretary. Yes, well, it seems that something's happened to him. What? He's dead. Tell him to hurry. Hurry. Oh, we're almost there. Mr. Hartzell, did Inez say who discovered the body? Yes, she did. He'd been visiting some friends, returned home, and couldn't have been an accidental death. Coincidence doesn't stretch that far. You know, if he was murdered, you still think the police believe Clark was murdered too? Not the police, me.
Oh, Mr. Harper. Oh, sorry.
Hello, Annie.
Come in. Wanting to be embarrassing, all of a sudden death.
It might be more than embarrassing. It might be fatal.
It was for Charlie.
How did it happen?
He saw himself.
The police.
I just phoned him.
Well, then we'd better hurry.
This is his room. In here. I heard the shot
When?
about an hour ago.
But you phoned Hartzell here only 15 minutes ago.
I didn't know it was a shot at first. Charlie was supposed to come upstairs. He didn't. I realized. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. He's definitely dead, and the note. Imagine that boy committing suicide. See what the note says. I killed Clark because if he'd been arrested, I would have gone to jail too. But now the police suspect he was murdered, and they suspect me. I might as well get it over with before it's faded. And it's time, I know.
Oh, that's good. It clears up back, doesn't it?
Yes, except for one thing.
What's that?
Charlie's voice wasn't deep enough. Alexander Graham Bell's the perfection could sometimes be strangled. I'm asleep and so should you.
Pepper,
Yes, Hartzell?
listen. I'm at the Ensign Club on Trocadero.
Yes?
I couldn't go home. Charlie suggested Fox. Anyway, remember that voice you told me about?
I remember it very well.
I just heard it.
What?
The man with the voice that you went to describe was here.
I'll be right over.
He's gone now, but I followed him outside and heard him take the cab driver into the bed.
Good boy. I have my car. I'll pick you up immediately.
Fine. We can go right after him. He's some distance outside the city.
I traveled to the North Pole for him. You don't measure miles when chasing phantoms.
Of course, I can't be absolutely sure it's the man you want.
Me, I'm grabbing at straws.
But his voice did sound like your description. If we get a club to which Fox belongs.
I'll make it worth a try. All I need is to hear him say something, anything, a word, a phrase, and I'll know.
Oh, that shouldn't be difficult. Once we get to him.
Once we get to him. Only thing worries me is
Yes?
that his voice can still be heard by the time we get to him. Halfway to the North Pole, so you didn't take me literally, did you?
You shouldn't be much farther. Kemper,
Yes?
I don't understand about Charlie. I can't see him murdering Fox somehow.
You don't believe he did it?
Do you?
Not especially.
Oh, why not?
I don't know. Intuition, maybe. Ooh, our little stranger likes seclusion, doesn't he?
Evidently. You know, the police accepted that suicide note without question.
Did they?
There's the house.
Oh, there aren't any lights showing.
Well, he must have got here sometime before us. He went to bed again.
Yeah, probably.
I wonder. Do you think you'll recognize him?
Probably. I couldn't see him, but he saw me.
Well, that might be bad. Are you armed in case you try anything?
No, but we'll manage.
Well, suppose you refuse it to say anything at all.
Well, that in itself would answer our question, wouldn't it? Nothing is not courteous.
It's so dark out here. So far from anything.
Yeah, dark and lonely, you put it beautifully.
He doesn't answer.
Out the door.
Very well.
Good. Then we can walk right in.
Can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, I'll light a match. There's a light switch to your left, Arthur.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's much better. Now then, the very charming house you have here, Mr. Hunt.
What did you say?
I said you have a very charming house here.
My?
You didn't really think I was fooled, did you? That voice you heard in your club was a fiction. It had to be. Our trip here was planned by you, so that we'd be alone.
Oh, why would I want that?
The better to kill me, my friend.
Kill you, you say? Why would I want to kill you?
Because, like yourself, I think that suicide note of Charlie's was a fake.
Oh, I never said...
I think it is a fake.
How did you know?
The note ran to the effect that Charlie was committing suicide because the police suspected him of murdering Clark. But the police didn't suspect Clark of being murdered.
Perhaps not, but you did.
Yes, but Charlie didn't know that, Mr. Hunt. I didn't tell him.
Very well. Just stay right where you are.
Got a handsome revolver.
I did, Sir Charlie. So that there wouldn't be any investigation into Clark's death. I couldn't afford that.
If you kill me, there will be an investigation.
No. Because no one knows you came here with me. You're not going to die. You're going to disappear.
Oh?
In my front.
I wouldn't like that. You won't.
I'm afraid your life can no longer be considered.
Well, in that case, I'll have a sit down.
Hey, hold on.
Mr. Hart, what do you want? Oh, now you got the revolver. Now I have two.
You said you went on.
I'm such a liar. But then you see, I knew when you asked me why you asked me. So perhaps I'll be forgiven.
Simply, I killed Charlie, but I didn't kill Clark. I swear I
Good
didn't.
heavens, Mr. Hartzell, I never for a moment thought you did.
It's a beautiful night, Tom. Poor Mr. Hartzell, all shut up in a dungeon cell.
I'm afraid the beauties of the night are lost to him. Those beauties are also lost to Charlie. fun.
Don't anymore, but they're better off dead.
But it would have been nicer to leave that position to them.
Mr. Hartzell, bless his crusty old soul, was really an impulsive man.
Foolish.
Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk.
Of your own.
Why?
Because Hartzell didn't care.
Oh?
A man came to me in the middle of the night in the darkness so that I never saw him, and told me of a plan to murder Mr. Price. It was a good plan, absolutely undetectable. The man left. All through this case, I've been looking for a man with a voice like the one that told me of murder.
And?
There were 3 people involved. Yourself would get the money if Clark died. Charlie would be saved from jail. Hartzell would be free of imprisonment.
Uncle certainly shed a lot of joy when he died.
Charlie was murdered by Hartzell, but Charlie was not the voice that spoke to me. No, it was Hartzell.
Then, whose voice could it possibly have been?
That's the central problem. All right, why did the man come to me in the first place?
According to you, to make sure his method of murder would never be detected.
But in coming to me, my dear, didn't he make sure of the very opposite?
Oh. Well, then, he must have wanted you to...
That's right. He wanted me to detect murder, but why? Obviously not because he was going to murder him.
I don't understand.
The only voice in this case that I haven't heard is the voice of your uncle.
My uncle? But why?
Why did he do it? Because nobody was going to murder him.
What could he hope to accomplish?
What he did accomplish. I know your uncle was an old man with heart disease on the verge of being arrested for theft, swindling. He knew he wouldn't survive even the shortest treatment, and he probably suspected that the strain of the arrest itself might be fatal, and it was. But before he died, he wanted revenge on the lawyer who treated him and on the secretary who detained him. So he came to me with his story, figuring that when he died, perfectly naturally, murder would be suspected where Snowman was present there.
The worst didn't. If Hartzell killed Charlie, Hartzell himself was going to die for us.
Yes. Your uncle must have been required.
Here's a moon. We've talked about happy things long enough. Got any answers? Hey, wait a minute. I thought you didn't have any the last time I asked.
The last time you asked me, my dear, you were a suspect for murder. Now you're beautiful, you're blonde, and just plain.
Another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, poison doesn't always come in bottles, and it isn't always marked with the skull and crossbones of danger. Poison can take the form of words and phrases and acts, the venom of racial and religious hatred. Here in the United States, perhaps more than ever before, we must learn to recognize the poison of prejudice and to discover the antidote to its dangerous effects. Evidences of racial and religious hatred in our country place a potent weapon in the hands of our enemies, providing them with the ammunition of Christians. Moreover, group hatred menaces the entire fabric of democratic life. As for the antidote, you can fight prejudice, first by recognizing it for what it is, and second by actively accepting or rejecting people on their individual worth, and by speaking up against prejudice and for understanding. Remember, freedom and prejudice can't exist side by side. If you choose freedom, fight prejudice. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Script of the Saint was written by Louis Vittes. Our cast included Gene Bates, Lou Merrill, Fred Howard, Jack Edwards Jr., and Larry Dobkin. The music was composed and conducted by Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you State fans will be glad to know that the State comic books are now on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Programs, get your programs here. Tomorrow night here in Night Beat, the adventures of newspaper reporter Randy Stone is portrayed by Frank Lovejoy. Listen as Randy works the night beat of a newspaper in search of unusual, interesting stories. That's Night Beat tomorrow night. Next, Sam Spade cuts the caper. Then Gino Franciscati plays on NBC. Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
I'm not home. It's the middle of the night and I'm asleep. I'm in Schenectady, sitting up with a sick aunt. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you Simon Temple?
Well, come in and we'll compare Social Security cards.
Thanks. I thought you were in Schenectady.
Never heard of the place.
Sitting up with a sick aunt.
He recovered suddenly.
Simon, I need help. Desperately.
Why?
Because I'm dead.
You're what?
Dead.
Oh, well, of course, some of my best friends.
Simon, my name is Francis Blake. Here, read it.
Read?
That little item down in the corner, under obituary.
Obituary. Says here that the body of Francis Blake is at the Restwell Chapel. Burial at noon tomorrow.
You see, the newspapers say that I'm dead.
Yeah, but I don't know whether to believe them or not. You are Francis Blake?
Oh, of course I am.
Come here a moment.
All right.
Thank you. Now,
Simon, what are you... Oh!
I beg your pardon.
You pinched me.
Yeah? Well, I had to make sure I wasn't dreaming.
But you're supposed to pinch yourself if you think you're dreaming.
I know, but this way was more fun. Also, I never heard a corpse say ouch before. Therefore, you're not dead.
I already knew that.
I didn't. Now that that's settled, I think perhaps we ought to go visit.
Visit whom?
You, of course. Taxi! Taxi! Hey, a nice rain upright. Never mind, Louis. Oh, Mr. Templar, had I have known it was you, I wouldn't have bothered with the wind. Had I known it was you, I just wouldn't have bothered. However, Francis... Louis should perhaps be explained. He's a cab driver I try to avoid. I rarely succeed. It proves to me that my life isn't all that it should be. You could claim. And where at this hour of the night are you going? The Restwell Chapel. Get another cab? Louis. Okay. Tom Sport takes the girl to see a funeral parlor in the middle of the night. I'm maybe taking her home. She lives in a funeral parlor? She's dead in a funeral parlor. Who's dead? Miss Blake. Huh? Me. Excuse me, but Louis, don't take your hands off the wheel. I already did. Yeah, so? He said out. Personally, I would have liked to find out for myself, but if you say so, I do. I'll take your word for it. Only how are you going to explain to the funeral parlor her riding around in cabs with you? Simple. I am apparently the kind of a man a girl wouldn't mind being seen dead with. Restwell Chapel at your service. Louis. I know. Wait. But I'm telling you one thing, considering the type of company you're keeping, I ain't waiting till nobody plays no hot licks in a trumpet. I don't think you'll have to. Come along, Francis.
Hi. I've been trying to pretend to myself that it's all some kind of a joke, but that funeral parlor looks too real.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. One nice thing about funeral parlors, they're always open.
That you call nice?
You have a point there. Listen to that doorbell. Chopin, please. I beg your pardon? I see. Come in, friend. This is an hour that comes to all, except in states that don't have daylight savings. I, sir, was referring to your bereavement. Whom are you mourning? We would like to look at Francis Blake. The hour is late. The grave knows no clock. Good heavens in Africa. We try, sir. Did you follow me? Thank you. Here we are. And there she is. Beautiful. There.
Simon, she does look like it.
A little bit, but hardly enough to explain. How did you get here, Miss Blakely? The, police brought her. Oh, I see. Who identified her? Well, that was hardly necessary. Her coat over there in the corner.
Simon.
Wait a minute, Frank. What about her coat? It had her name on the label. Now I should withdraw. You'll want to be alone with your grief. All right, but make a sound withdrawing, please. So we'll know you're withdrawing. Really, sir, it's no use guessing. The dead never laugh. Well, he's withdrawn.
Simon, that's my coat. It is mine, Simon, but look.
Yes, 2 holes in the front of it, bullet holes.
Bullet hole.
The girl here, whoever she is, was murdered. Come on, we better get out.
All right, but I'm taking my coat.
I don't think...
It's mine, not hers. It belongs to me, even though she was murdered in it. Simon, what was that girl doing with my coat?
Wearing it when she was shot, presumably. There's another question, perhaps a more important one. Why was she shot in the first place?
I suppose she had enemies.
Have you? Back again? Yeah, we're back again. Thank you.
Oh,
The little lady lost up late. Francis, where do you live?
the Thornton Tower.
Louis, I heard.
Simon, back there. Why did you ask if I had any enemies?
The coat's a distinctive one.
It's a very colorful flag.
Yes, the girl back at the funeral parlor was murdered while wearing it. The question comes to, was her wearing the coat when she was killed merely a coincidence, or was she killed because her murderer thought she was, you? Yeah, here you are, Louis, and,
I know. Don't wait. On account of your sitting up with a dead friend.
Good night, Louis.
Good night.
Good night, folks.
Oh, Simon, it's so good to be back home. My apartment's down the corridor. Simon, I feel terrible.
No, you needn't.
But what you said in the cab, she was wearing my coat, a very distinctive one. And then she was shot to death. That girl is dead because of me.
No, we don't really know that.
Well, it must be so. Somebody thought she was me and killed her.
That's possible.
Then that means that somebody wants to kill me.
This your door?
Oh, yes.
Of course, it's also possible that someone didn't like the coat and, hey, did you leave your lights on when you left?
No.
There's a light in the room ahead.
So that's the living room.
Stay here in the hall. I'll go ahead and see who it is.
But
I just want to make sure they're neutral on the subject of Plaid coats, or you.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Ah, how she was beautiful. Your wife.
My what?
Your wife? It's her picture on the desk there, no?
Well, there does seem to be a picture of Francis.
And your name is...
And my name's Simon.
Ah, it is a name that Please take with the soul, no?
No.
I knew that tonight of all nights you would be lonely.
Believe me, I'm not lonely.
I am here. Oh, your wife, she must have been a wonderful woman. Your life with her was the magnificent symphony, no?
Chamber music would probably be more accurate if you...
And now that she is alas gone, I am here.
Without even a pause for station identification. Look, who are you?
I am Olga. Who is she?
Olga.
Who is she?
Francis. And now that you two have met...
Waiting a moment, huh? Aha. I look on the picture. I look on the flash.
The what?
The flash. Of which I might add in your wife is perhaps playing a little too much here and there. Especially there. Now just a minute.
But point out that many.
But I am seeing your wife. She is not dead.
She isn't. That is, Francis with you. If you like, you can try thinking of it.
I never did. Except boys. Simon, you are disappointing me. Goodbye.
Well, that was quite a performance.
Personally, I didn't care for her cadenza.
Oh, I don't know. It was a nice cadenza, and the tutti was definitely fruity. That is, Francis, the whole thing was camouflage.
For what?
Take a look at the room.
The room? Oh!
Yes, it looks as if a junior hurricane had visited it.
You mean somebody of Olga searched the room?
Uh-huh. This one and, yeah, the bedroom as well.
But, Simon, what was she looking for?
I don't know. Whatever it was, she didn't find it. Our entrance stopped her search.
Well, I'd better start straightening things up a bit.
Good idea.
Well, shouldn't you be going home?
Oh, I don't think so. You may get some more visitors later on, and rougher ones than Olga.
Why?
Well, maybe they'll tell us if we ask them prettily. In the meanwhile,
Yes, Simon.
we can practice the overture to that symphony Olga mentioned.
Getting awfully late.
Yes, I know.
We really can't sit up all night waiting for someone to come. We don't even know for sure that someone will.
Olga got into this apartment and someone else did before her.
Someone else?
Of course, your coat was stolen, wasn't it?
Well, I suppose, but not from the apartment.
Nothing. Well, where was it stolen from?
I can't be sure, of course, but I gave that coat to the cleaning shop down the block about a week ago.
Cleaning shop?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of it?
The Carter cleaning. Why?
Because evidently it started out from there to wind up on a murdered girl's body. Therefore, come on.
We're gonna...
Yes, believe it or not, I'm taking you to the cleaning. Hey! What? Oh, Louis, I thought I told you not to wait.
It's a free country?
Yes,
The
but...
parking limit in this crate, maybe?
No, but...
I waited.
But we're only going down the block a little bit.
You can't afford a quarter?
I like to walk.
What do you get from walking?
Exercise?
And from exercise, an enlarged heart. From an enlarged heart, you know how many people each year drop dead?
Add them up. We're walking. Come on, friend.
Simon, you're worried.
Moderately about all those people with enlarged hearts. This is the place.
Yes.
The front door is shut, but there's a light inside. Inside. It's locked. However...
I think someone's coming.
Recognize it?
Yes, I think the knock
Oh, what do you want?
Do you mind if we come in?
Look, it may have escaped your attention, but it happens to be after 2 o'clock in the morning.
Why do you want to come in?
The rain. It's not raining.
But suppose it starts.
I happen to be a very tired man.
You could go home earlier.
I shouldn't be bothered by drunk.
I'm not drunk. We stopped by for Miss Blake's coat.
Coat?
The Plaid.
As I may have mentioned before, we are not open for business.
And then what are you doing here?
I am crazy about carbon tetrachloride fumes.
I'd still like the coat.
Oh?
Then please do stop by.
In the morning.
Simon, why did you...
I wanted to find out if the cleaning store knew the Plaid coat was gone.
But we didn't find out, did we?
No, nevertheless, we've worried Mr. Maxson. Thank heaven Louis handy. Hey, Louis! Louis. You give up, huh? Yeah. Into the cab, Francis.
All right.
Well, name your destination, Mr. Templar. A very long trip. Yeah? Drive to the back of the cleaning store. You'll probably have to go around the block. That alley must lead there. Okay.
Simon, why are we going to the back of the store? Because we're going in?
No, because I suspect Mr. Maxton is going out. All this here is maybe none of my business. It isn't. Oh, you know, a remark like that could easily hurt a fellow's feelings. I'm sorry. No, it didn't hurt mine. I'm sorry, it still. But you're not spending this PM in the way a PM should be spent. Nonsense. So far, it's all been good, clean fun. That's what I mean.
Simon, Miss Maxton hasn't come out of the store yet.
No, he may be coy, however.
But why should he have anything to do with anything?
But it's very possible that... Yeah. Mr. Maxton is setting up shop. Coming down the back alley, which contains something or other.
You mean if he weren't hiding something, he wouldn't use the back way?
Perhaps we're far enough away from the alley for him not to notice. If he's turning the corner. Louis. I am alert. Not for nothing was I a Boy Scout. Although actually, what I was a Boy Scout for was a certain Girl Scout. Hold it a minute. Getting into that. He's a villain. That's a convertible. Everybody knows only villains ride around in convertibles. Got it. Louis, here we go. Look, Maxton's stopping. Yeah, I better stop right here, huh?
Simon, he's going into that nightclub.
In place for a store manager to finish his evening's work. Let's go, Francis. Leave me know how the floor show is. I'll be sure to.
Barker's Gandalf. I've heard of the club.
Yeah, and I've heard of Barker. Nothing complimentary either. Well, here it is, and in we go. Dark, crowded, and neat ventilation. Floor show? Emphasis on show.
Simon, Mr. Maxton's over there.
Yeah, ducking out of the door near the piano. Let's follow in these 50 footsteps, huh?
Yeah. I hope nobody notices it.
What's going on, or rather coming off? I don't think so.
So dark in this hole.
Yeah, listen.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Get a little closer. Now, wait a minute, Bud. I've been waiting long enough. Where the stone? I told you the girl disappeared. I know what you told me. Don't give me the stones. Now, suppose you tell me where the stones are. I don't know where they are. Barker's got quite a reputation as a crook of various kinds. Stones are jewelry, and unquestionably stolen jewelry. Having fun, fellas? Hope I didn't frighten you, lady. Coming up behind you, two nosy people like this. That was her asthma. Yeah, this is a rock.
How cute. Could I see it?
Let go.
Simon, I thought he said.
Yeah, and I've got a fist. Let's see what happens. How gratifying. I hit him and he fell down. Come on. What can happen to us in here could be fatal.
When they fire,
I know. It's always a little nervous-making. Well, here we are. No, not yet. I'm going in with you. No. But
Oh. You think maybe...
I guess not taking any chances. The foyer's all right. Sitting room. Friend.
What?
Don't look across the room. Olga's back, but this time she's dead.
What do you mean?
I hope she wouldn't see her. She isn't beautiful anymore.
No. Just this.
I better phone the police.
Wait, Simon. You know this thing started with Francis Blake being dead.
But it wasn't Francis Blake. It was another killer.
And then someone else got killed. Olga.
Still not Francis Blake.
But Simon, the next time, do you think maybe it will be?
Dick, the police. Francis,
Yes, Tom.
you better go to bed. I'll stay on. It's almost morning anyway.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Would you like me to fix you some breakfast?
Okay, that's not a bad idea if you feel up to.
Oh, I don't know how I feel. You stay right where you are. Won't take me more than a few minutes.
All right. Okay, that's all it sounds. You gotta make sure. The gun's loaded. You got ideas about yelling for help? Remember this. Bullets get to you quicker than help. Now let's get out of here. By the service door like I come in.
But Simon...
Have a boyfriend? You'll write him a letter from where you're going. If you're lucky, sister. And I hope you're lucky. You're too pretty to enjoy dying so quick. Hey, Francis, what are you cooking? Steak? Francis! I don't intend to oversee your cooking, but... Francis! Oh, here she is, Mr. Parker. Yeah, nice work, sir.
Hi. I want to know what this is all about.
Yeah, I bet you do. You and me both, sir. What'd you do with the stone?
The stone?
Yeah, the chorus girls delight, the old man's charm, the stone.
Oh, you mean jewels? I don't have any.
Maybe not on you, but you're gonna tell us where they are, won't you?
Suppose I don't know.
I wouldn't care to believe that.
Well, you'd better start because I don't know.
All right. I'll start not believing. Jake, yeah, I don't believe him. I don't think he's behaving right. You don't, huh? I don't. Ah, okay, Mr. Barker.
What are you going to do?
I'll slap you around a bit. It's gonna hurt you more than it hurts me, too.
Oh, no, you can't.
Wanna bet? Hold it a minute, Jake, I'll get it. Yeah?
Barker,
Who are you?
I'm a temporary. You've got Randy's place to have to.
Your phone call.
Must have. Listen, if you don't hurt her in any way, I'll get you the stones you're looking for. She doesn't know where they are.
Matter of fact, where are the stones?
The Carter's cleaner shop.
Look, don't hand me that. We already been through the joint.
You didn't know where to look.
Yeah? That could be a deal. Okay. Your girlfriend will be under a gun all the time. First funny movie she gets.
No funny more.
What are you saying? Okay, Jake. We're going visit. Maybe we'll trade in a bag for the stones. If the stones are handed over, if they ain't, we'll just trade her in. Good morning, and... Oh, you were here last night. That's right, Mr. Maxon. I was looking for a Plaid coat. Well, yes, maybe it would be here on this rack. Oh, it wouldn't be there. You see, this rack is possessive, and this is for last night. Sorry to have upset you, Mr. Maxon, but company's coming, and I've got to set the table for them. Joint looks clean, no blue uniforms are on pocket yet. Okay. Here we go, baby.
I'm going to walk by myself.
Yeah, I know, but I enjoy your company.
Simon!
Fancy? You temper? That's right.
Simon,
Hey, stay next to me, sister. I better just lock the door. We won't be interrupted. All right, where are the stones? Yeah, they're in the place here. They must be. I don't like the sound of that. It could be a stall. What's that thing, Mr. Maxon? He fell down while he was pressing some juice or something. Yeah? Get up, Maxon. Come on. Oh, hello, Mr. Barker. Hello, rat. Oh, you don't have to talk that way, Mr. Barker. I can't help it if the stones were stolen from me. If the woman double-crossed me. This baby? Yeah. Why don't you work her over, Mr. Barker, and her boyfriend? After all, they're the ones who killed Olga, aren't they? It was a narrow part. Never mind, Olga. I like the kid. I sent her out the job. She got it. Business, you gotta cut your losses when you have to. I still want the stones. Hey, you. They are here. They have to be. Then find them. I've looked, but they're hidden cleverly. You sound like a guy up a tree, mister. In just a couple of seconds, I'm going to cut that tree down. Tree? A tree? Suppose you wanted to hide a tree so you couldn't find it. Where would you hide it? I ain't interested in hiding trees. You'd hide it in the forest, of course. Therefore, go see the place I noticed. Francis, go through that dress rack.
Dress rack?
And find a dress, any dress, that doesn't seem to belong.
Well, all right.
Hey, I don't get it, boy. Who wants to hide a tree? Get up here. Then it's up.
Simon, I'm not sure what you mean, but this shop is in a pretty expensive neighborhood. All the dresses here are very good ones, except this one. It's quite cheap, covered with cheap rhinestones.
Let me have it. Oh, yes, of course it doesn't belong here. Why is it here? Because it's a forest. Looks like a rag to me, not like a forest. Then suppose you take another look at some of the rhinestones. Now, let me have it. Most of the things sewn on that dress are cheap rhinestones, but among them are the genuine stones. The ones we've been looking for. Well, nice work, man. I didn't know anything about it. Somebody else must have done it. The frame here. No kid. Wait a minute, Bucker. Wait. For what? I'm gonna tell you something, Max. No, Buck, You sure told me. Never did like a double cross. Hey, wait on. Well, it occurred to me you mightn't like witnesses either. Practice, stay behind. Wait. Pressing the steam build up quite a lot of steam pressure. I kicked the outlet pipe off and it's aimed at you. Let it stand, Barker, unless you want to get parboiled. Just go out of here. Come on. You leaving us?
Oh, they've gone.
Yes, Francis, but not for long. The police won't have much trouble picking them up with them all, forgive me, but I can't resist it, with them all steamed up.
Simon, I'm terribly grateful, but I can't resist asking you what it was all about.
Oh, an intellectual, huh? Well, you see, Francis, Maxon and Barker were partners in the jewelry business, illegitimate. They worked out a nice idea. They used very distinctive clothes left with the cleaning shop as disguises for themselves and their confederates.
Oh, and disguises which couldn't be traced because they'd lead back only to perfectly innocent people who had alibis and everything.
Right. And the last job they did involved the girl who wore your plaid coat while stealing the jewels. Maxon, however, decided he wanted all the jewels for himself. He killed the girl and hid the stones.
And Olga?
He had to kill Olga because she suspected something wrong. Came to this apartment because that's where the plaid coat came from.
Mm-hmm. Well, but how did you know that Maxon had killed him?
Back in the shop, he said Olga had been killed in this apartment. How did he know that?
Because he killed him. Oh, Simon, what would I have done without you?
The question is, what are you going to do with me?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cast tonight included Shirley Mitchell, Viola Vaughn, Barry Dobson, Lou Merrill, Tony Barrett, and Jack Moyle. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saints fans will be glad to know that the Saints comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Programs, get your programs here. Tomorrow night, tune here for Night Beat. Hear the unusual tales uncovered by reporter Randy Stone as he searches Chicago after dark for human interest stories. Tomorrow tomorrow night and every Monday night here at Night Beat. And then stay tuned for the first piano quartet. Next, Sam Spade cuts the cake. Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
It's perfectly all right, Miss Ames. Oh, please don't go.
I'm not the police.
Now at the scene of the crime, they'll take care of things. I can see you're in a hurry.
Yes, I am.
All right, driver, step on it. Comfortable, Miss Ames?
I don't know you, do I?
An oversight on my part that can be easily remedied. I'm Simon Templar.
Simon Templar?
Yes.
Oh, you're the same, aren't you?
Sometimes I feel as though I had a neon sign on my forehead. I'll confess the fatal appellation.
Well, I think I'd better get out, Mr. Templar. You see, I've
Saint
got...
is not synonymous with boogeyman, Miss Ames, and why not call me Simon? After all, we were both present at the unveiling of the court.
If you think you're being funny, Mr. Templar.
There's nothing funny about murder. This is when as pretty a girl as you is involved.
But I'm not involved.
Question of semantics, Miss Ames. A man gets killed when you're within 5 feet of him and you turn tail and run. That's not being involved. My dictionary lied to me.
Well, I suppose you're right. It was foolish of me to run, but when I heard those shots and saw him fall, How did you know who I was?
But modesty is becoming, but hardly intelligent, Miss Ames. You're a star. Your show is opening in a week, and your pictures have been plastered all over town.
Of course, I should have known.
Did you know the man who was shot?
Yes. Yes, I had an appointment with him. His name was Barry.
The publisher?
Yes.
I know him, or rather knew him. He's been kind enough to publish some scribblings of mine, but what were you going to see him about? Anything special?
No, just a business talk.
Business talk with a publisher? Don't tell me that Barry Kilgore Company is going to publish the stories of your life.
No, but Jim's firm was preparing an anthology of the modern theater. He wanted to include the new play I'm going to be in.
Down to the floor. I said down.
What happened?
Driver, that car threw some hot lead out there. I don't know. I only saw the glint of a gun out of the corner of my eye. Hey, driver, are you up?
Simon, is he dead?
Now, how do you like that? We get shot at and we pay.
I don't blame you. I feel a
Well,
little...
don't. You must be due at the theater for rehearsal about now, and the show must go on, but for the life of me, I've never been able to understand why.
Here's my guilty room time. You go in and wait for me. I'd have you watch the rehearsals in the ways that Larry Peters, our stage manager, keep secrets about it.
Okay, Betty, but your sanctified watchdog will be hampering on your threshold when you get back.
After what's happened, Simon, I'll be glad to know you're close by. See you later.
Oh, well, might as well wait in silence.
But really, well, I don't know what to do.
I think you do, Helen. Just remember what I told you about Jim Barry, and you'll be... Simon Templar. What in the world are you doing here?
Well, now that's what I call a quick switch. Vera Pangburn, lady novelist, gets stage struck. Or are you merely getting material for a novel about that case?
Oh, no. No better novels for me, Simon.
Oh, let me introduce Helen Pratt.
Helen, this is Simon Templar.
How do you do, Mr. Templar?
As well as might be. Expected under the circumstances of trifling.
Not too accustomed to entering one lovely lady's dressing room and finding two others awaiting.
Well, as a matter of fact, Helen and I were waiting for Jim Barry. We thought he was coming to a refresher.
Jim Barry? Oh, he's your publisher, isn't he, Vera?
Yes, and Helen, too. Helen's his really latest discovery. He has a new novel coming out.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, ladies. Barry's been unexpectedly detained.
Oh, and I was so anxious to see him.
Well, why not let me substitute? I'm very good at parlor tricks and small talk. And your name, Templar? Yes, it has been for a number of years. I can remember way back when my parents...
What's the big idea of keeping the things away from rehearsal?
Did I? Who are you? Oh, Stevens, the stage manager.
That's right, and I'm also the guy who doesn't like stage door John.
There's something about the way you said that that hurts so deeply. It's, gee, what's that thing in the cuff of your trousers, Stevens?
In the cuff of my trousers?
Yeah, right here.
Now, look here, Templar, I don't know what this is all about.
Maybe you don't, but you should know a revolver cartridge when you see one.
Revolver cartridge. Is that what this is?
It is. Where's the aim?
Why, in rehearsal, I had them start.
I presume there's a speaking scene in this play?
Why, yes, toward the end of the first act, but
Well, you'll like me even less after this, but I'm stopping that rehearsal.
You can't do that, Templar.
I don't. You'll have a dead star on your hands.
Steady aims? Are you crazy?
I hope so. I hear them. Where's the closest stage entrance?
Over there, to your left. I hope you know what you're doing.
I'm afraid I do.
They're at the shooting scene now. Stop it. Don't shoot.
What is it, Simon? What's the matter?
Can't be nothing, but I'm a little amazed at finding you all right.
Why shouldn't I be, Simon?
Now, there you have me.
Quiet, quiet, everybody. Templar, I've had enough of this nonsense. You've held up the rehearsal by keeping Betty away, and now you've broken up the end of the first act. Either you get out of this theater, or I'll have you thrown out.
You know, Stevens, I must be super sensitive. Why else would I get the idea that you don't like me? No, don't ask me. It's something I want to do first. Where's the gun your leading man fired just now, Betty?
Oh, it's over there on the floor, just a pop gun with blank cartridges.
That's it. I've always wondered how people start and plays have so many lives. You mind if I take a look?
What's all the commotion about? Oh, hold on, Mr. Jojo. We've been having a little trouble with a fellow named Templar, but everything's under control.
Well, it better be. I've got quite an investment in the show, and the way it looks now, it'll pop before they get to the
Now, there's nothing for you to get excited about, Mrs. Jojo. Are you sure you
Of course, that's all in the way one looks at it, Stevens. And I suggest that you look at this gun.
I see it, Templar, so what?
For this. Break it open.
Simon, those aren't blank cartridges, they're real.
But that's impossible. Perhaps you better take a second look.
But why would anyone in this theater substitute real bullets for the blank?
Now, that is a puzzling question, Stevens. Of course, it couldn't possibly be that someone was interested in killing Betty Ames. Now, could it?
Still don't understand how you need Simon.
Well, theatrical people may dress somewhat unconventionally, but I thought that Stevens with revolver cartridges in his trouser cuffs was going a bit overboard. Fortunately, your leading man is a sensitive fellow. He jumped a piece of foot when I shouted at him as he fired.
Oh, if you hadn't startled him.
Yeah, then I doubt that we'd be sitting here in your bathroom.
But why does anyone want to kill you?
The usual motives are money, jealousy, and fear of discovery.
I'm not rich, and there's no reason for anyone being jealous of me, and I don't know a thing about anyone.
Are you certain of that, Betty?
Of course I am.
You were pretty much in evidence when Jim Barry was killed.
So it doesn't ever people.
Yeah, but perhaps they didn't see it.
I didn't see anything.
The killing, perhaps. But what about, well, a familiar face in the crowd, for example?
Familiar face? No. Oh, wait a minute here. Yes, I did see someone.
Yeah, I thought it was out of place.
That's just it, I don't know.
Let me remind you that a familiar face belongs to someone you know or have seen before.
I know that, Simon, but I just caught a flash of the face, and I was thinking it looked familiar, and was trying to identify it in my mind, and then the shots were fired, and Jim Barry was killed. And then it was gone.
I don't suppose you got a similar flash among the people in the theater tonight?
No. Might have been any one of them or none of them.
Only what I call an elucidating statement. Put this together. Barry was the publisher for Rear Penguin and Helen Trask, and both of them were in the theater. Kilgore, who put up the money for the show, was Barry's partner in the publishing business, included in the theater. Even the stage manager.
Had that cartridge in his cup. So where does that get us from?
Exactly nowhere. Well, as my old grandmother used to say, if at first you don't succeed, try picking up from the corpse. Well, Betty, let's go to the morgue.
business that can one man do. Looking for someone who can play. Hello there, Johnson. How things? Well, they're pretty dead around here. Pretty dead. Same jolly old soul, aren't you? Oh, I get the kick, Mr. Kemper. How easy for you. You jolly enough to do me a favor? Really? Yeah. Did you get an advance case of rigor mortis in here sometime this evening? Something about the name of Barry? Barry? You sure did. Gun killing. Nice job, too. What's in? Oh, no. That's out of the lady, does it? But you know, I have a theory that every murdered man dies with exactly $11.62 in his pocket. Yeah? But how could that be, Mr. Kemper? Let's look at his personal effects and see. Personal effects? And I ain't for sure ought to. No, sir, can't. We know the rules. Oh, sorry, but Miss Ames was anxious to see if those opening night tickets to the new show, the ones in your name, that is, could possibly have been lost around here somewhere. $11.63 or so. Well, that's an interesting theory, Mr. Kemper. And we can't drop the progress of science, can we? No, indeed. There you are. Take a look. Jewelry, couple of years. There's a couple of $100 in the wallet. Passes ought to be really all the tuck it, don't it? Is that all there was on it? See for yourself. I told you that. Hey, look out. Grab it up. Going to faint. Oh, it's okay, Miss. Okay, I got it.
Thank you. I don't know what happened. Suddenly everything turned black.
All right, Betty, don't talk. I'll get you outside. Even an old fool like Duncan gets queasy in here sometimes. Now, I don't need it. Sure you're okay, Miss?
Yes, thank you. I'm all right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan.
You're welcome. And, them opening night tickets in my name, you know?
Oh, you'll find them at the box office in your name, Mr. Duncan.
Yeah, I'm glad you folks stopped here.
The first part of your scheme seemed to work all right, Simon.
Well, I did get hold of Barry's keys, and thanks to the fainting act, you stayed there. Very willing to give one, too. There was little else of interest there.
Then what goes on now?
Well, I might suggest that we halt right here in front of the office of Barry Kilgoran, Company Publishers. We got a key that looks as though it fits the lock. And walk right in. There, you see what skill, perseverance, and some petty larceny can accomplish? Now, where's Jim Barry's office, you know?
Oh, yes. Right over there. Kilgore's the one next to it. There's the light switch on the wall.
You never make an understudy to a sneak peek by talking about light, Daddy. I'd like to know.
But I still don't understand what you expect to find up here, Simon.
Neither do I, but I'm looking for motives. What better place to find motives than in the dead man's private files? Let's start with his stuff on the desk.
Those are only galley proofs of a book, Simon.
So it would appear. What a fascinating title. My Heart Won Romance by Helen Pratt.
Oh, no. Talk about cause. No motive for murder there.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
Inter office memo clipped to disappear. The chief said Jim stop publishing this kind of site before it ruins it. The Mrs. K. Close to Kilgore.
What do you make of that, Simon?
I think Kilgore didn't like the book.
But if it's as bad as all that, why would Jim Barry publish it?
Maybe you better take another look at Helen Pratt.
Oh, you mean you think that Helen and Jim Barry were...
This is an open and clean market. But we do know Kilgore didn't like it. And Kilgore stands to get plenty now that Barry's dead. He becomes sole owner of the business.
Simon, someone's coming to the outer office.
Very interesting.
But what if it's the police or Jim Barry's murderer? What's he doing now, Simon? Are they coming in?
No, they've gone into the Kilgore's office. They didn't turn on the light, so they must be familiar with the place. Remind me to complain to the owners of this building. They've made these walls so soundproof I can't even recognize the voices settling here. Hear those all right. Certainly, I'll be right back.
No, Simon, please!
Whoever was. Gotta wait.
Simon, are you all right? I got a doctor.
Better make it a carpenter instead, Betty.
Carpenter?
Yeah, the shots missed, but I certainly smashed up that chest I ran into. Find the light. See how much damage was done. That does it now.
Simon!
Damage was quite expensive for Mr. Kilgore. Our chief suspect has been crossed off the list by a bullet between his eyes.
Well, at least you got me home safe and sound, Simon.
After what's gone on today, I'm beginning to wonder how that happened. Does everything look to be in place?
Yes, of course.
Betty, it's a funny thing, but ever since my college prom days, I've had an abiding dislike for chaperones popping up unexpectedly. I'd better look around. Don't let these modern inventions frighten you, Betty. The telephone is quite hot.
I know. I'll answer. Hello?
This is Vera Petcore.
Oh, yes, Vera.
I want you to do me a favor, Lydia. I think I know something about Jim Barry's death.
Just a minute, Vera. Tommy, it's Vera Claiborne. She says she thinks she knows something about the barricade.
Oh, don't you think it's about to slip the issue here? Let me listen to you.
Vera? What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know just how to explain it, Betty, but...
Vera, what is it? Vera! Vera! Are you still there? Simon knows herself. What happened there?
This may come as a tremendous surprise, Betty, but it sounds like Vera Penguin just became murder victim number 3. Well, if I must use brawn instead of brain. Let's go in.
Simon, there she is. On the floor.
Lucky as a barrier Kilgore. Shot in the upper part of the arm. You better get some towels, Betty.
I'll be right back, Simon.
Good.
What happened? Simon. Man. I'm sorry. It's all right.
I'd be indignant about it too, Vera, but suppose we talk about it
You
later.
are, Simon. You better let me at it.
Now, wait up. I'll lift you up with the There. Now, if you'll make like Florence Nightingale, Betty, I'd like to look at the fire.
Oh, I can't. Poor darling, time to talk later. Let's get you fixed up first. You just relax. Sure, we're here and everything's going to be all right.
The view from your fire escape is very disappointing, Vera. Only shattered glass out there. Did this homicidal friend of yours shoot through the window?
Yes. I was talking on the phone to Betty. I looked up and saw him. He had a handkerchief over his face and he got twice. There you are, dear. That'll hold you until we get it off.
By the way, Vera, not that I'm curious or anything, but what was it you were going to tell Betty over the phone about Jim Barry's murder?
I'll not tell you something.
Well, I'll admit I'm not as pretty as they are.
No, I won't say anything. He's already started me once. I won't say anything. He'll kill me. Dear, take it easy. You don't have to cover Billy. Simon, we better call a doctor. He's in no condition to be bothered now.
Right now, neither am I. Suppose you take care of the medical details and then meet me at Helen's lab.
Helen?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going now?
No, I'm going to Larry Stevens place. If that sounds confusing to you, it's no wonder. I'm a little confused myself. Yes? Hello, Stephen. Mind if I step inside? Kepler, what in blazes are you doing here? Yes, you do mind. Oh, well. I have an invitation for you, Stephen, to come calling on Helen Pratt. Helen Pratt? Why should I go to her place? Well, I thought it would be sweet if we all chewed over a few explanations together. You'll get no explanations from me. Now get out, Kepler. Okay, Stephen. But if you don't mind, I would like to leave you something first. Yes? What's that? Yes. You know something, Stephen? I think you're coming with me whether you want to or not. All right, now that Betty is here, we have a quorum.
But I don't understand, Mr. Kemper. Why are you all You're at my apartment.
There's no sense asking him, Helen. He's completely crazy. Stevens, I think you're prejudiced because your jaw still aches a little, Miss Pratt, when I entered Betty's dressing room tonight, Vera was saying something to you about Jim Barron. What was it?
Well, she was merely warning you against him. Said he had a weakness for young women writers.
In your case, that's understandable. Would you say his weakness could account for a rather poor manuscript being accepted?
If you're insinuating anything, Mr. Temple... Oh, Helen, of course not. You didn't listen to Vera, did you? No, not. Mrs. I always acted like a perfect one.
What are you driving at anyway, Temple? They say I'm a perfectionist, Stephen. I don't like ragged details hanging over, and that snatch of conversation intrigues me. Something else intrigues me, too, that cartridge in the Towser Top episode.
You really are determined to play Sherlock Holmes, aren't you? Well, if it'll relieve your mind, Annie, on my way to Betty's dressing room, I bumped into a prop table. Box of what I thought were blank cartridges filled against me and onto the floor.
Did you think that there might have been some loaded cartridges among the blanks, and that one of them lodged in your cup?
That's it exactly. A very simple explanation.
Almost too simple. Did you try to test this theory of yours?
Well, I tried to, but when I get back to the table, the box was gone.
Which, of course, makes it even simpler. Do you mind if I use your phone, Alice?
Phone? Oh, I know. No, not at all. You calling the police, Simon?
No, Vera Penguin.
Vera Penguin?
That's right. Hello? Oh, yes, Doctor. How's Miss Penguin? Oh, that's fine. Give her a message, will you please? Tell her Simon Templer called and she needn't worry about that killer any longer. That's right. Betty Ames has remembered who it was she saw at the scene of the murder, and that's all the evidence we need.
Simon, what is this all about?
Beautiful here in the park, isn't it?
You know very well that I haven't remembered the face I saw when Jim was killed.
A brilliant moon, soft starlight, a perfect night for romance, and she talks about Jim.
Oh, please, Simon, please. What are we doing out here anyway?
To take a cue from you, just killing time. And I think we've chosen enough much to tell.
Simon, for the last time, will you give me a direction? Where are we going?
Oh, didn't I tell you, Betty? Why, I'm really taking you home.
Here's my door, Simon. I can find my way in.
But you think the least I can do is to search the apartment for you, Jim?
That was Come on.
Well, at least allow me to turn the lights on.
There, you've got it, Simon. Now you can see for yourself if there's... Oh,
Yes, I can see quite well. Hello, Vera.
up that door, Simon, quickly.
I never argue with a lady, Vera, particularly when she's got a gun in her hand.
That's so fast. I thought that phone call of yours might have been a trap, Simon, but I had to make sure.
Now that you apparently have made sure, Vera,
You and Betty are going to join the others. Simon!
tell me why you killed Jim Barry, Vera. Was he your husband?
You're smart, aren't you, Simon? That's right. Jim was my husband.
I thought so. Jealousy was the only motive I could figure for you.
Every young woman who came along thought she could write turned his head. That Helen's fast. A high school girl could write a better book than she did.
Jim Barry was going to divorce you and marry her, wasn't he?
Yes. And now Jim's dead. And Phil Gore's dead because he protected me. And you're going to die, too. Right now.
No, you don't. Are you?
Oh, Simon. Oh, Simon, I'm so scared.
Something that is over
This is a very serious cause. Now, how did you notice his face there?
You know, Betty, that's one thing I always dislike about solving a murder. I have to explain things. And if you won't let well enough alone.
No, Simon, I won't.
It was the glass in the fire. Now, so we get back to that list.
Simon, what about the glass?
Oh, it came from the shattered window. And there was no glass within the room, therefore the shot was fired from within, scattering the glass outward. And who was inside the apartment itself?
Vera.
We had accused of meeting with the master. Now, if we can carry that a bit further, while the speculation is not
But I heard two shots fired over the phone. use the second one to give herself that blessed ring?
If you were afraid someone was closing in, you'd make a last desperate attempt at throw suspicion elsewhere, wouldn't you?
And she was the one who put the real bullet in the gun in the suit. And fired at me in the cab. But Simon, why me?
No, I hate to get repetitious, but remember those motives for murder I listed?
Money, jealousy, and fear of discovery.
Now, let's latch on to the last one. She was afraid you'd remember that it was her familiar face you saw in the car just before Jim Downey was killed.
Well, almost. There's just one more little thing.
Look, Betty, if it doesn't concern the moon, I'm not interested.
All right, Simon. Get interested.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, as good citizens, we have the entire sphere of American life in which to use our heritage. So let's make the affairs of our nation, state, and community our affairs. Remember that we all have a voice in it. Use that voice and use it well and often. Only then can we set an example of freedom, knowing that our own American heritage is secure. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Our cast included Francis Kenny, Barbara Eiler, Eleanor Audley, Frank Driscoll, Stanley Ferrar, and Arthur Q. Bryan. Music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Here now, here's Don Samuel. Program, extra program, dear. Following now on NBC are two stellar programs you'll want to stay tuned for. Listen next to another exciting adventure mystery on the adventures of Sam Spade. Then hear the NBC Symphony Summer Concert with guest artists Helen Traubel and Vladimir Goldsmith. And congratulations to station WWJ Detroit on this, their 30th anniversary. Of The Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
What's wrong? It's murder! He's murdered!
I didn't see you in there. I thought the cab was empty.
It's perfectly all right, Miss Ames. Oh, please don't go.
I must. The police.
I'm now at the scene of the crime. They'll take care of things. I can see you're in a hurry.
Yes, I am.
All right, driver, step on it. Yes, sir. Comfortable, Miss Ames?
I don't know you, do I?
An oversight on my part that can be easily remedied. I'm Simon Templar.
Simon Templar?
Yes.
Oh, you're the Saint, aren't you?
Sometimes I feel as though I had a neon sign on my forehead. I'll confess the fatal appellation.
Well, I think I'd better get out, Mr. Templar. You see, I've
Saint
got...
is not synonymous with boogeyman, Miss Ames, and why not call me Simon? After all, we were both present at the unveiling of the court.
If you think you're being funny, Mr. Templar.
There's nothing funny about murder, particularly when as pretty a girl as you is involved.
But I'm not involved.
A question of semantics, Miss Ames. A man gets killed when you're within 5 feet of him and you turn tail and run. Besides not being involved, my dictionary lied to me.
Well, I suppose you're right. It was foolish of me to run, but when I heard those shots and saw him fall, How did you know who I was?
Such modesty is becoming, but hardly intelligent, Miss Ames. You're a star. Your show is opening in a week, and your pictures will be blasted all over town.
Of course, I should have known.
Did you know the man who was shot?
Yes. Yes, I had an appointment with him. His name was Jim Barry.
The publisher?
Yes.
Oh, I know him, or rather knew him. He's been kind enough to publish some scribblings of mine. But what were you going to see him about? Anything special?
No, just a business talk.
Business talk with a publisher? Don't tell me that Barry Kilgore Company is going to publish the story of your life.
No, but Jim's firm was preparing an anthology of the modern theater, and he wanted to include the new play I'm going to be in.
Down to the floor. I said down!
What happened?
Somebody doesn't like us, Betty. The driver of that car threw some hot lead our way. I don't know. I only saw the glint of a gun out of the corner of my eye. Hey, driver, are you...
Simon, it's dead.
Wait up. Now, how do you like that? We get shot at and he faints.
I don't blame him. I feel it.
Well, don't. You must be due at the theater for rehearsal about now, and the show must go on, though for the life of me, I've never been able to understand why.
Hey, Joe, bring this over more downstairs. Okay, Larry.
Here's my dressing room, son. You go in and wait for me. I'd have you watch the rehearsal from the wings, but Larry Stevens, our stage manager, is superstitious about it.
Okay, Betty, but your sanctified watchdog will be panting on your threshold till you get back.
After what's happened, Simon, I'll be glad to know you're close by. See you later.
Oh, well, might as well wait inside.
But really, dear, I don't know what you mean.
I think you do, Helen. Just remember what I told you about Jim Barry, and you'll be... Simon Templar. What in the world are you doing here?
Well, now that's what I call a quick switch. Vera Pangburn, lady novelist, gets stage struck. Or are you merely getting material for a novel about Backstage?
Oh, no. No theater novels for me, Simon.
Oh, let me introduce Helen Pratt.
Helen, this is Simon Templar.
How do you do, Mr. Templar?
As well as might be. That's it under the circumstances this time. Not too accustomed to entering one lovely lady's dressing room and finding two others waiting.
Well, as a matter of fact, Helen and I were waiting for Jim Barry. We thought he was coming here with Jeffrey.
Jim Barry? Oh, he's your publisher, isn't he, Barry?
Yes, and Helen, too. Helen's his really latest discovery. He has a new novel coming out.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, ladies. Barry's been unexpectedly detained.
Oh, and I was so anxious to see you.
Why not let me substitute? I'm very good at parlor tricks and small talk. And
Your name, Templar?
yes, it has been for a number of years. I can remember way back when my
What's the big idea of keeping Miss Ames away from rehearsal?
Did I? Who are you? Oh, Stevens, the stage manager.
That's right, and I'm also the guy who doesn't like stage door John.
There's something about the way you said that hurts me deeply. Steve, what's that thing in the cuff of your trousers, Stevens?
In the cuff of my trousers?
Yeah, right here.
Now, look here, Templar, I don't know what this is all about,
Maybe you don't, but you should know a revolver cartridge when you see one.
Revolver cartridge. Is that what this is?
It is. Where's Betty Ames?
Why, in rehearsal, I had them start.
And I presume there's a shooting scene in this play?
Why, yes, toward the end of the first act, but
Well, you'll like me even less after this, but I'm stopping that rehearsal.
You can't do that, Templar.
I don't. You'll have a dead star on your hand.
Betty Ames, are you crazy?
I hope so. I hear them. Where's the closest stage entrance?
Over there to your left. I hope you know what you're doing.
I'm afraid I do.
They're at the shooting scene now. Stop it. Don't shoot.
What is it, Simon? What's the matter?
Apparently nothing, but I'm a little amazed at finding you all right.
Why shouldn't I be, Simon?
Now, there you have me.
Quiet, everybody. Templar, I've had enough of this nonsense. You've held up the rehearsal by keeping Betty away, and now you've broken up the end of the first act. Either you get out of this theater, or I'll have you thrown out.
You know, Stevens, I must be super sensitive. Why else would I get the idea that you don't like me? No, don't answer. It's something I want to do first. Where's the gun your leading man fired just now, Betty?
Why, it's over there on the floor, just a prop gun with blank cartridges.
Cartridges? That's it. I've always wondered how people shot in plays had so many lives. Do you mind if I take a look?
What's all the commotion about? Oh, hold on, Mr. Kildor. We've been having a little trouble with a fellow named Templar, but everything's under control.
Well, it better be. I've got quite an investment in the show, and the way it looks now, it'll pop before they get to the
Now, there's nothing for you to get excited about, Mr. Kildor. Are you sure you didn't?
That's all in the way one looks at it, Stevens. And I suggest that you look at this gun.
I see it, Templar, so what?
So this. Break it open.
Son, those aren't blank cartridges. They're real.
Real? But that's impossible.
Perhaps you better take a second look.
But why would anyone in this theater substitute real bullets for the blank?
Now, that is a puzzling question, Stephen. Of course, it couldn't possibly be that someone was interested in killing Betty Ames. Now, could it?
How you understand?
Well, theatrical people make that somewhat unconventional, but I thought that Stevens with revolver cartridges in his trouser cuffs was going a bit overboard. Fortunately, your leading man is a sensitive soul. He jumped a piece of foot when I shouted at him as he fired.
Oh, if you hadn't startled him.
Yeah, then I doubt that we'd be sitting here in your dressing room.
But why should anyone want to kill me?
The usual motives are money, jealousy, and fear of discovery.
But I'm not rich. And there's no reason for anyone being jealous of me, and I don't know a thing about anyone.
Are you certain of that, Betty?
Of course I am.
You were pretty much in evidence when Jim Barry was killed.
So were a dozen other people.
Yeah, but perhaps they didn't see it.
I didn't see anything.
The killing, perhaps. But what about, well, a familiar face in the crowd, for example?
Familiar face? No. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I did see someone.
Yeah, I kind of saw the case. Who was it?
That's just it. I don't know.
Let me remind you that a familiar face belongs to someone you know or have seen before.
I know that, Simon, but I just caught a flash of the face, and I was thinking it looked familiar and was starting to identify it in my mind, and then the shots were fired and Jim Barry was killed. And it was gone.
I don't suppose you got a similar flash among the people in the theater tonight?
No. Might have been any one of them or none of them.
Probably what I'd call an elucidating statement. Let's put this together. Barry was the publisher of the Real Penguin and Helen Trask, and both of them were in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Kilgore, who put up the money for the show, was Barry's partner in the publishing business, and he was in the theater. Even the stage manager...
Had that cartridge in his cup.
He did, didn't he?
So where does that get us, Simon?
Exactly nowhere. Well, as my old grandmother used to say, if at first you don't succeed, try checking up on the course. Come on, Betty. Let's go to the morgue.
This place gives me the creep, Simon.
Strangely enough, the morgue never was noted for being
These people are still work.
How optimistic can one man be?
Looking for someone with temper.
Hello there, Duncan. How are things?
Me? Well, they're pretty dead around here. Pretty dead.
Same jolly old soul.
Oh, I get the kiss, Mr. Templar.
How easy for you. Feel jolly enough to do me a favor?
Really?
Yeah. Did you get an advanced case of rigor mortis in here sometime this evening? Tell about the name of Barry?
Barry? No. Sure did. Gun killing. Nice job, too. You want him?
Oh, no.
I bow to the lady, Duncan. But you know, I have a theory that every murdered man dies with exactly $11.63 in his pocket.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. But how could that be, Mr. Templar?
Let's look at his personal effects, please.
Personal effects? I insist your order. No search hands. You know the rules.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry I mentioned it, but Miss Ames was anxious to see if those opening night tickets to her new show, the ones in your name, that is, could possibly have been lost around here somewhere.
Oh. $11.63 a day. Well, that's Mississippi Theory, Mr. Templar. And we can't block the progress of science, can we?
No, indeed.
There you are. Take a look.
Wallet, jewelry, a couple of keys.
There's a couple of $100 in the wallet. Passes auxiliary altered comfort notice.
Is that all there was on it?
You see for yourself. I told you that. Hey, look out.
Point of face. Oh,
yes, okay, Miss. Okay, right back.
Thank you. I don't know what happened. Suddenly everything turned black.
all right, Betty, don't talk. I'll get you outside. Even an old fool like Duncan gets queasy in here sometimes.
No, I don't need it. You sure you're okay, Miss?
Yes, thank you. I'm all right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan.
You're welcome. And, them opening night tickets in my name, you lost? Oh, you'll find them at the box office in your name, Mr. Johnson. I'm glad you folks stopped here. The first part of your scheme seems to work all right, Simon.
Well, I did get hold of Barry's keys, and thanks to the painting act you stayed on. Very realistic one, too. There was little else of interest there.
Then what goes on now?
Well, I might suggest that we halt right here in front of the office of Barry Kilgore and Company Publishers. We got a key that looks as though it fits the lock. And walk right in. There, you see what skill, perseverance, and some petty larceny can accomplish? Now, where's Jim Barry's office, you know?
Oh, yes. Right over there. Kilgore's the one next to it. There's the light switch on the wall.
And you'll never make an understudy to a sneak thief by talking about light, Daddy. Light, no.
But I still don't understand what you expect to find up here, Simon.
Neither do I, but I'm looking for motives. And what better place to find motives than in the dead man's private files? Let's start with this stuff on the desk.
Those are only galley proofs of a book, Simon.
So it would appear. What a fascinating title. My Heart Won Romance by Helen Pratt.
Oh, no. Talk about corn. No motive for murder there.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
Inter-office memo clicked to a The Chief Section stopped publishing this kind of site before it ruins it. The initial K. K for Kilgore.
What do you make of that, Simon?
I think Kilgore didn't like the book.
But if it's as bad as all that, why was Jim Barry publishing?
Maybe you better take another look at Helen Trask.
Oh, you think that Helen and Jim Barry
I prefer to keep an open and clean master. But we do know Kilgore didn't like it. And Kilgore stands to get plenty now that Barry's dead. He becomes sole owner of the business.
Simon, someone's coming to the outer office.
Very inconsiderate of you.
But what if it's the police or Jim Barry's murderer?
Your suggestions are very inconsiderate of you.
What's he doing now, Simon?
There's 10 people in the office.
Are they coming in here?
No, they've gone into Kilgore's office. They didn't turn on the lights, so they must be familiar with the place. Remind me to complain to the owners of this building. They've made these walls so soundproof I can't even recognize the voices, let alone hear them. Yeah, we could hear those all right, couldn't we? I'll be right back.
No, Simon, please.
Whoever it was got away.
Simon, are you all right? I'll get a doctor. I
Better make it a carpenter instead, Betty.
Carpenter?
Yeah, the shots missed, but I certainly smashed up that desk I ran into. Find the lights to see how much damage was done. Does it now?
Simon!
Damage was quite expensive to Mr. Kilgore. Our chief suspect has been crossed off the list by a bullet between his eyes.
Well, at least you got me home safe and sound, Simon.
After what's gone on today, I'm beginning to wonder how that happened. Does everything look to be in place?
Yes, of course.
Betty, it's a funny thing, but ever since my college prom days, I've had an abiding dislike for chaperones popping up unexpectedly. I'd better look around. Look, don't let these modern inventions frighten you, because the telephone is quite on.
I'm nervous. I'll answer. Hello?
Bessie, this is Vera Pangborn.
Oh, yes, Vera.
I want you to do me a favor, Bessie. I think I know something about Jim Barry's death.
Just a minute, Vera. Tommy, it's Vera Pangborn. She says she thinks she knows something about the Barry killing. Vera? What do you mean?
Well, I don't know just how to explain it, Betty, but... No, it's that window.
Vera, what is it? Vera! Vera! Are you still there? Simon, those were shots. What happened there?
This may come as a tremendous surprise, Betty, but it sounds like Vera Pangborn just became murder victim number 3. use brawn instead of brains. Infected is not meat. Come on, let's go in.
Simon, there she is.
Yeah.
On the floor.
All right. She's luckier than Barry or Kilgore. Shot in the upper part of the arm. You better get some towels ready.
I'll be right back, Simon.
Good.
Well, what happened? Simon. Man. I'm fire escape. It's hot at me.
I'd be indignant about it too, Vera, but suppose we talk about it
You
later.
won't, Simon. You better let me at it.
Now, wait up. I'll lift her under the desk. There. Now, if you'll make like Florence Nightingale, Betty, I'd like to look at the fire escape.
All right, Simon. Listen. Poor darling, time for talk later. Let's get you fixed up first. You just relax. Sure, we're here and everything's going to be all right.
The view from your fire escape is very disappointing, Vera. Only shattered glass out there. Did this homicidal friend of yours shoot through the window?
Yes. But I was talking on the phone to Betty. I looked up and saw him. He had a handkerchief over his face and he shot twice. There you are, Vera. And that'll hold you until we get a doctor.
By the way, Vera, not that I'm curious or anything, but what was it you were going to tell Betty over the phone about Jim Barry's murder?
I can't tell you, Simon.
Well, I'll admit I'm not as pretty as Betty or as criminal.
No, I won't say anything. He's already shot at me once. I won't say anything. He'll kill me. Vera, take it easy. You don't have to tell us anything. Simon, we better call a doctor. He's in no condition to be bothered now.
Right now, neither am I. Suppose you take care of the medical details and then meet me at Helen's house.
Helen? Yeah. Is that where you're going now?
No, I'm going to Larry Stevens' place. If that sounds confusing to you, it's no wonder. I'm a little confused myself. Yes? Hello, Stevens. You mind if I step inside?
Templar, what in blazes are you doing here?
I guess you do mind. Oh, well. I have an invitation for you, Stevens, to come calling on Helen Trask with me.
Helen Trask? Why should I go to her place?
Well, I thought it would be sweet if we all chewed over a few explanations together.
You'll get no explanations from me. Now get out, Templar.
Okay, Stevens. But if you don't mind, I would like to leave you something first.
Yes, what's that?
You know something, Stevens? I think you're coming with me whether you want to or not. All right, now that Betty is here, we have a quorum.
But I don't understand, Mr. Templar. Why are you all here at my apartment?
There's no sense asking him, Helen. He's completely crazy.
Stevens, I think you're prejudiced because your jaw still aches a little, Miss Trask, when I entered Betty's dressing room tonight, Vera was saying something to you about Jim Barry. What was it?
Well, she was merely warning me against him, that he had a weakness for young women writers.
In your case, that's understandable. Would you say his weakness could account for a rather poor manuscript being accepted?
If you're insinuating anything, Mr. Templar... Oh, Helen, of course not. You didn't listen to Vera, did you? No. Not. Mr. Barry always acted like a perfect man.
What are you driving at anyway, Templar? They say I'm a perfectionist, Stevens. I don't like ragged details hanging over, and that snatch of conversation intrigued me. Something else intrigues me, too. That cartridge in the trouser top episode.
You really are determined to play Sherlock Holmes, aren't you? Well, if it'll relieve your mind, Annie, on my way to Betty's dressing room, I bumped into a prop table. Box of what I thought were blank cartridges filled against me and onto the floor.
Did you think that there might have been some loaded cartridges among the blanks, and that one of them lodged in your car?
That's it exactly. A very simple explanation.
Yeah, it's almost too simple. Did you try to check this theory of yours?
Well, I tried to, but when I got back to the table, the box was gone.
Which, of course, makes it even simpler. Do you mind if I use your phone, Helen?
Phone? Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
You calling the police, Simon?
No, Vera Tango.
Vera Tango?
That's right. Hello? Oh, yes, doctor. How's Miss Tango? Oh, that's fine. Give her a message, will you please? Tell her Simon Templar called and she needn't worry about that killer any longer. That's right. Betty Ames has remembered who it was she saw at the scene of the murder, and that's all the evidence we need.
Simon, what is this all about?
Beautiful here in the park, isn't it?
You know very well that I haven't remembered the face I saw when Jim was killed.
A brilliant moon, soft starlight, a perfect night for romance, and she talks about Jim.
Oh, please, Simon, please. What are we doing out here anyway?
To take a cue from you, just killing time. And I guess we've killed enough. Let's get going.
Simon, for the last time, will you give me a direct answer? Where are we going?
Oh, didn't I tell you, Betty? Why, I'm nearly taking you home.
Here's my door, Simon. I can find my way in alone.
But you think the least I can do is to search the apartment for you again?
That won't be necessary, then. Good night.
Well, at least allow me to turn the lights on for you.
Very satisfying. Now you can see for yourself that there's... Oh,
Yes, I can see quite well. Hello, Vera.
shut that door, Simon, quickly.
I never argue with a lady, Vera, particularly when she's got a gun in her hand.
That's better. I thought that phone call of yours might have been a fact, Simon, but I had to make sure.
And now that you apparently have made sure, Vera,
You and Bessie are going to join the others. Simon!
tell me why you killed Jim Barry, Vera. Was he your husband?
Pretty smart, aren't you, Simon? That's right. Jim was my husband.
Yes, I thought so. Jealousy was the only motive I could figure for you.
Every young woman who came along and thought she could write turned his head. That Helen Trask. A high school girl could write a better book than she did.
But Jim Barry was going to divorce you and marry her, wasn't he?
Yes. And now Jim's dead. And Kilgore's dead because he suspected me. And you're going to die, too. Right now.
No, you don't. Give me that gun.
Simon, you're going to shoot me! Wait!
No, she isn't. Are you?
Oh, Simon. Oh, Simon, I'm so scared.
Something that is so was I.
I still don't understand, Simon. That shows me the Vera's being shot. Now, how did you know that she faked that?
You know, Betty, that's one thing I always dislike about solving a murder. I have to explain things. And if you won't let well enough alone.
No, Simon, I won't.
All right. So there's the glass in the fire escape. Now can we get back to that moon?
Simon, what about the glass?
Oh, it came from the shattered window. And there was no glass within the room, therefore the shot was fired from within, shattering the glass outward. And who was inside the apartment of Stark?
Vera.
The weird accused of meeting at the market. Now, if we can carry that a bit further while discussing those lovely skimming stuff.
But I heard 2 shots fired over the phone. Did she use the second one to give herself that flesh wound?
If you were afraid someone was closing in, you'd make a last desperate attempt to throw suspicion elsewhere, wouldn't you?
And she was the one who put the real bullet in the gun in the station. And fired at me in the cab. But Simon, why me?
Yeah, I hate to get repetitious, but remember those motives for murder I listed?
Money, jealousy, and fear of discovery.
Yeah, let's latch on to the last one. She was afraid you'd remember that it was her familiar face you saw in the car just before Jim Barry was killed.
Well, almost. There's just one more little thing.
Look, Betty, if it doesn't contain the moon, I'll let it.
All right, Simon. Get interested.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. Based on characters created by Leslie Charles and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
You know something, Simon, Van?
Some things, Anne, among them the fact that you're a very disturbing person.
Perhaps that's my answer then.
Answer to what, may I ask?
Why you phoned me the moment I returned from Bermuda. I've been wondering why you're going to pry me with a football game, a dinner, and a play.
Oh, why not just relax and enjoy?
I'd like to. Particularly when I remember that last evening we spent together in Bermuda. Before you had to fly back to the States on some nasty murder business or other.
Yes, that was quite an evening, wasn't it?
Right.
You know, you're very beautiful.
I've always enjoyed your thinking so far.
Well, inasmuch as I have a tremendous distaste for murder interfering with moonlight, I now intend to take up where we left off.
A football game?
Oh, well, it'll be a good game. As a matter of fact, it had better be. The trouble I had big enough tickets for. Well, here we are, Anne.
My, how things have changed since I was in Bermuda. Imagine they're now holding football games in cigar stores instead of stadiums.
This happens to be Tony Cartego's little establishment. There's an office inside where Tony conducts his main business, which consists of handling bets and scalping tickets.
Oh, you do know the loveliest people, darling.
For which you should offer thanks. You couldn't get any seats to today's game otherwise. Tony has a couple for us.
Oh!
Well, didn't your mother ever tell you that it's not polite to go running into people that way?
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't see you. My apologies.
Not bad. Nice message, too. Wonder why she came carrying out a Tony that way.
If you're interested, Tony can probably tell you. I wonder where I've seen that girl before.
Some hottie huddle, I know.
Some place. I bet you couldn't buy cigars in here for love or money.
And I'm not sucker enough to lay out against that. The real business. That's right, it's you. Tell you, Tony, I want you to meet...
Darling.
My old grandmother would often say,
You've been sad,
don't lie. Tony, who did it? Can you hear me, Tony? Who gunned you? Oh, I did. Look. You know, me, Tony. Who shot you? One thing. The police.
Why, Doorman, this thing calling in the police on a case? What's happened to you?
Very simple, Anne. I'm much more interested in the beautiful woman.
Oh, thank you. Well, what did you call them? Oh!
Who visited, darling? A man and a gun. That's the gun. It's kind of heavy, isn't it? Oh? Yes. Come to think of it, it is kind of heavy at that. I'll take care of it. But, you know, you're the second person we've met today to read Emily's post. Don't you know it isn't polite to point at people, particularly with a gun? And it's also impolite to tell you that
you see what he means, darling. He wants you to...
I wonder what he's done. That's very fun. So glad you like it. So I have a better routine. So I'm going to give you that gun. You know, everybody was thinking of it.
Doorman, get up, Doorman, get up! You killed him!
Maybe that gun over his head will learn him a thing or two.
But you...
And if you're smart, you won't pick up any fuss. This is going to kiss you, too.
Kiss me?
Yeah. It's the butt of my gun. Relax.
Wake up, Simon, wake up! Oh, come on, Simon, wake up!
Well, let's leave a later call.
Simon.
All right. What goes on here? We're tied up.
Yeah. We thought we'd be more tractable then.
He's right. Yeah, how'd we get here?
Pete, he's the guy who's constantly, and a buddy of his named Louis brought us here. To warehouse it sometime. We're in one of the storage bins on the first floor.
Oh, nice. We stored away for the winter?
No, with a little luck, we'll be out of here in 5
You're mistaken identity, and I'm not Superman. It's rope. Pretty tight.
Oh, darling, yours maybe, but mine aren't. I've had them loose enough to throw off for 15 minutes. I was just waiting for you to wake up.
Well, now, don't tell me you're stupid, huh?
No, I owe it all to dear sweetly. When I looked at him piteously out of my big blue eyes, he just couldn't tie me up too tightly. I worked myself free while you were sleeping soundly in the corner.
Never again will I underestimate the persuasive powers of women. Now, see what you can do about getting me loose. There's a little knife in my vest pocket of my belt.
This pocket?
Right over here.
Oh, I've got it. You know, Simon, I just remembered who that girl was we saw running out of Tony's place.
Yeah? Who's she?
Betty Stevens. Ah, there. That's what you got your hand.
That's enough. I'll get my legs loose myself. Betty Stevens. The luscious lollipop whose picture's been in the newspapers lately over an engagement or something?
Yes, that's right. She's engaged to Jack Landing, an old boyfriend of Dad.
Oh?
Oh, lucky girl. Jack is so handsome and black.
Dang it. There. Now the legs are loose. Now let's see if I can stand up.
How do you feel?
Well, better. That bomb burst in my head and the fact that my legs are apparently cut off at the knee.
Simon. Okay. Oh, hello, Kiki. How do you feel?
Fine, baby, fine. Just get back and try to voice some words. Here I am.
Ha. Now that's what I call more like it. Yes. Now, that's the first sensible thing you've said today. What's that noise?
No, but it sounds like my head feels. No time to delve into strange noises now, my dear. Come on, let's go quiet. You know, I wonder if Louis, the other mug, is hanging around.
No. After he spoke to you and didn't find anything, I heard him say he was going to report to the boss.
I guess he's still reporting then. Place seems deserted. Oh, look, there's the front door. Head for it.
Well, oh, it's certainly nice to be out of there.
Hey, what was the name of that girl again?
Girl? Oh, Betty Streeter. Why?
It's kind of mysterious.
Simon? No. It says Streeter's warehouse.
Yeah, that's what it says, doesn't it? Come on, Ann, let's find out what this is all about.
Simon, darling, I thought you were going to call the police.
And, darling, that was before Peavy hit me over the head with his gun barrel.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Okay, what's our first stop?
Well, first we find ourselves a nice telephone directory
That's right.
to find out what street the Streeters live on.
Hello, Jack. Remember me?
Remember you? Oh, man, sweetheart, if you don't think they'll get a load of this.
Hey, Jack. That's rather warm greeting after all these years. Oh, Simon, I want you to meet an old friend of mine, Jack Landry. Jack, this is Simon Temple.
Glad to see you, Temple.
But not as glad as you are to see Ann.
Well, not quite. Come on in. Hey, what are you folks doing here, anyhow?
We came to see Betty Stevens. This is where she lives, isn't it?
Betty?
Yes, remember the girl you're engaged to?
Sure. Run along. She's in the living room with her father.
Say, by the way, Landry, have you got a handkerchief?
Handkerchief? Yes, of course.
Well, I have heard that misplaced lipstick is a better detonator for atomic blast than plutonium, and before the two girls...
Well, maybe you're right, Temple. So, Betty... What was that?
Either Betty's involved in a premature explosion, or they were shot. Come on, let's see.
The living room, Temple, to the left.
I'm with you. Stay back there.
Betty! Betty, what?
Jack, someone shot at us through the window. Jack, please.
Look after me. I'll take care of the guy at the window.
Be careful, Simon. He may still be out here.
Now, she says.
What they got a crack on his temple?
Get him, Jack.
I think I got him in the leg. Stumbled after the first stop that I got away in that car.
Well, now that quiet is descended once again, it might be pertinent to inquire as to the state of Mr. Peter's health.
Oh, it's nothing serious, just a slight fresh wound.
Slight wound, is it? Seems like my whole dad's masted arm has been torn off.
Have you any idea who was so interested in perforating his Peter's skin, Mr. Peter?
I'll say I have. He was one of the...
Dad, there's no need to talk like that now.
Bastard said there's no reason for me to hide things. The cook's been trying to chisel in on my warehouse business for over a year. Taken one of them over already.
You couldn't possibly be talking about Duke Raymond, could you?
That's right, Templar. He threatened Mr. Streeter before. Looks as though he sent one of his gunmen around to enforce that threat.
Oh, you've got to give in to him, Dad. The next time you want to look, you ought to realize now that he won't stop at anything.
Give in? No, I hate to sound mercenary, Mr. Streeter, but how much would it be worth to you to get your search cleared of Duke Raymond?
How much would it be worth?
Mm-hmm. Who are you? My name's Simon Templar. That means
The king?
Impressive. Is that started in Miss Peter?
Oh, I know not at all. I just didn't expect
Of course, after all, only sinners need to be taken by sinners. So, Mr. Peter, what do you say?
All right, I'll make you an offer. $10,000 if you get Duke Raymond out of the way. Nothing if you don't.
You've just made yourself a deal.
Sam, you taking money for a key?
Well, juries award damages for broken hearts, Anne. And you have no idea how badly I feel about letting people down. Well, Miss Morley, this is our famous riverfront. How do you like it?
I don't.
Now, there's the spot we're heading for. You see it?
Well, I think you goes more than a dock, if that's what you're talking about. Any particular reason for coming here?
The usual reason is going for a little boat ride. How much for the ride, buddy? 12 miles south, 12 miles back. That's fair enough. Come on, Ann, let's get in.
You know, the more I think about this, Simon, the crazier I think you are. Why would anyone want to travel 12 miles out into the ocean?
To see Duke Raymond, of course.
Oh, I see. He's playing Father Neptune on top of the wave, I presume.
Not exactly. So you'll see when we get out there. And I'll expect a great big apology for those words when we get back. See, that man's here again. Tell me, Petey, my friend, what are you doing here? You coming along for a ride? That's right. You know, after paying $1 for 12 miles out and 12 miles back, I think I've got a right to be particular about the kind of company I have.
Well, don't let it bother you, fellas. Gun in my hand makes it easy. Besides, you better pay only half the price.
Why only $50?
Because it's cheaper by the dozen, right, Petey?
Yeah, you'll get the idea. You may be going 12 miles out, but I don't think you're ever coming back.
This ride hasn't been very comfortable so far. That gun sticking in my back irritates me.
Yeah, too bad.
Sympathetic soul, aren't you? Well, the ride's nearly over. There's Duke Raymond up ahead.
That's funny. I don't see anything but an old trader out there.
That's it, Mary, the Black Beauty.
The Black Beauty? Wasteland?
The quaint ship. Gambling is the specialty.
And I always thought that was against the law.
Not when you're 12 miles out and you're Duke Raymond, it isn't. You see,
There's no cabin cruiser coming up behind me.
it's coming up fast, too, and no lights on. I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Oh, don't worry, Pete. It's just pulling ahead of me.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Simon, the boat's been caught. It's gonna run into it.
Look out! You're gonna ram us! You're gonna... How you doing, man?
Oh, all right. But not much.
Just a couple of more. You do it. Just 2 more now.
Oh, goodness.
Climb on board. Okay, now that doesn't... Give me your hand. Keep does it?
Oh. Well, quite an experience, I think. Where are we?
In the depot moored to the Black Youth. Reminds me it's time to go to work.
Oh, you're not actually going aboard that ship, are you?
That was my original intention, wasn't it? Besides, Pete and his boyfriend will drown if I don't get help out there.
And you've got to earn up.
Right as you say. Now listen, Kate. You know how to run a speedboat?
Yes, I do.
Well, I've got a funny idea you're going to have to run one in a very few minutes. I do. Who are you? I'm Simon Templer. The man Pete was supposed to bring in right in the wet clothes this damn PA, you know. Where's Pete? The last time I saw him, he was hanging onto a wrecked speedboat a couple of 100 yards away. Hanging onto him? Come on, get down to cases, Captain. That's the racket. Hey, Pete, I have a funny hunch you're going to lay off Peter's business. Am I? What makes you think so? A possible murder rap? Who's talking, Captain? Tony Cartega was bumped off. Why? What? You wouldn't know. Maybe I do. I guess it was because he knew too much about bonds. What? Yeah, you know, securities, negotiable ones with a lot of dough. Where'd you get that idea? From Tony. He talked before he died. Then weed and bonds. Oh, he always talked too much. You talk too much, too. Yeah, I thought you would. You know, just there you are, sitting behind that desk with a gun in your hand. I wonder. You wonder what? I wonder how you'd look with that desk on top of your feet. Why, I can't do the thing now. Two Grayman sleeping during business hours. You'll never get ahead that way, old boy. The ratio algebra is positively frowned upon. Going, Ann. Thank you kindly for picking me up out of the water.
If I'd known what was going to happen, I wouldn't have. When I saw you dive off that rail and all those people started shooting at you.
Oh, just a necessary unpleasantness, my sweetheart. Had to get some information from Duke about bonds.
Bonds? And play the market?
Right now I'm playing the field. There's a murderer in it. And I'm going to start at Mr. Streeter's warehouse.
Is over to the left side.
You're the widow next door.
And just what do you expect to find there, Shirley?
Printing press, of course. Say, see? The Savage Printing Company.
Well, I see it, but I can't understand it. How did you know this place was here? And why look for a picture?
Tony Cartega told me to look for one just before he died. As for this place, you remember the thumping noise you heard as you were leaving the warehouse?
Why, of course. It was made by a printing press.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You go in?
It's so dark, nobody will be in there.
You didn't trust me, no it. Well, it would be out there.
Why, Bob? That door is already partially open.
Right? Probably Mr. Travers' treasure. Get that light and everything just went out. Now he can be a man.
Where are you going?
Sure, but I'll risk it. I'm going after you.
Oh, look out, Johnny! You could kill it! What's wrong?
Whoever it was lost his hold of this door. I'll have to put it down.
Someone may still be in here.
You have the most pessimistic thought. I'll find the light.
Well, nobody's here. He must have gone out that window.
If I hadn't been idiot enough to bump into something in the dark, this case might have been over by now.
Either that or you'd have been dead. What funny is looking for?
That's the flame under that lead pot over there.
What's looking for?
Well, Billy's used them to melt their old linotype slugs.
But why would that be going now? Do you think the killer left
There was a reason I wanted to go along tonight. You just did it. Those types,
Yes.
see those engraved copper and zinc plates on that work table?
Mm-hmm.
If we'd come in a few minutes later, they'd have been in that lead pot.
What are they?
Well, not so good at reading upside down and backwards, but sixth sense, state of pure highway what?
Would you mind explaining something?
Stated. This I've got a little
Surprise!
Yeah, as soon as I removed the handkerchief gag from Mrs. Travers, send a message to Duke Raymond and make a few phone calls. We'll go to the scene of the party.
How nice. Now what's going to happen then?
What usually happens at a surprise party?
Oh, don't tell me. I know. One very foxy murderer is going to get a great big surprise. So the surprise party is going to be at Tony Cardozo's place.
Right to our end. What is that?
What's going to happen, Simon? All I know is that you called a lot of people in a disguised voice and told them something about Barnes and Tony. Why?
And if you'll look inside the cigar store, what do you see?
Well, there's a light.
Right. That must mean one of the guests. Right. That's hard to go in. That's early good and worse. Hello, Betty. What's the matter, Betty? Looking for some Barnes?
Barnes?
The ones you were called about this morning?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That, Betty, that'll never do. However, I wasn't the one who called you this morning.
How did you know about that?
Hey, ready to join the party?
Yeah.
Hello there. What's this all about? Hello, gentlemen. Nice of you to come, Mr. Peter. Jack, I was just talking to Betty about that phone call of this morning. What did you call her say, Betty? Something about your father's life being in danger over some Barnes, and that you better get down here fast to save it?
My life in danger? What kind of nonsense is that?
It wasn't nonsense with Betty. She came down here all right. We walked in right after Betty left and found Tony Cartego dead.
Now, just a minute. You're making a pretty dangerous accusation there, Simpson.
Happens to be true. Mr. Peter, Duke Raymond forced you to sell him that warehouse next to the Travers Tilly Company, didn't he?
Yes. And he took a lot of force. He ruined the business by destroying merchandise, wrecking trucks, usual racketeering methods. I had to sell to stop losing money.
Maybe you better not talk so much, Peter. Yeah. Maybe it won't be healthy. Well, more guests. Duke Raymond and... Yeah, that's right, Kemper. What's your case? Now, that's a rather silly question, Duke. You came here looking for Barnes, didn't you?
So your message is a frame, I come.
Only in a manner of speaking, some. Someone in this room owed you money from gambling, didn't they, Duke? And promised to pay a negotiable securities to be left until called for here at Tony Cartego.
Short story, Treblich. We thought.
But when he came to pick up the Barnes for you, they were missing, and Tony was dead. It's lucky for you, too. If you tried to sell those Barnes, you'd have been arrested. They were forgeries.
Tony? You're sure about that?
I know it, and I can prove it.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
What do you think of your gambling friend now, dude?
That dirty double cross, eh? With all that dough in the family, too. Oh, Logan Lamb is gonna... No, you don't, Gilbert. Stop right there.
Simon, he's got a gun. Jack. Oh, no, Jack, not you.
Pretty sharp, aren't you, Kessler? Got it all figured out.
Oh, I should know.
rather obvious, particularly after you kiss Anne.
After you kiss me? What did that have to do?
Well, you see, Anne, I got something to say for it. Thanks for giving a biscuit while I went to my gun. Oh, think nothing of it, Peter. To show my appreciation. I think I did, huh, Duke? Let's not be hasty, shall we? I've got a gun, too, the one I borrowed from you aboard your ship. Get on the phone, Ann. Call the police.
You bet, Tommy, right away.
For you, Mr. Streeter, get out your checkbook. The amount is $10,000 payable to your favorite charity. Your friend Duke Raymond won't bother you again for a long, long time.
Well, thank you, Tommy. I suppose I should thank you for a lovely day.
It had its point, but the football game might have been more fun.
I doubt it, but I still need some answers.
Don't you? Jack was terrified when he couldn't pay Duke the huge gambling debt he owed him. So he hit on the idea of fortune farm. He had Sally's princess.
But I still don't understand why he killed Sally.
Sure that Travis wouldn't talk. And when Jack went to the king's office to destroy the evidence of the forged plate, he destroyed Travis' business.
But that was Tony's business.
Tony held the bonds for the truth. But when he discovered they were forged, he called the Streeter home.
Yes.
Then he got the message and hurried down to see what it was all about. He thought Tony was talking about his farm.
And Jack was there, overheard the conversation, and deterred the Tony.
Right.
And he tried to kill us with a cruiser to stop us from getting Duke's story. Okay, never mind. I guess I got it. Except for that crack about the ship. How come you knew Jack Landis was guilty because he kissed the... What?
Yeah. Well, you see, after you kissed him, he had lipstick all over his face. When I called it to his attention, he wiped it off with his handkerchief. And the handkerchief that Jack Sally had lipstick on it, too.
Oh. And the strength was just because he kissed him.
I wouldn't feel that way about it if I was you. Your business wouldn't kill anyone, and I'd be safe.
Can you? I guess you're right.
I'm seriously considering making a lifetime work out of proving.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Shirley Mitchell, Barbara Eiler, Jack Moyles, Tom Brown, Edmund McDonald, and Anthony Barrett. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Going to the ball game, huh, Mr. Templar? Great day for it. Didn't know you was fond of baseball. You fond of baseball, Mr. Templar?
Yes, indeed, Louis.
You know, I should have gone in for baseball instead of becoming a cab jockey. Grown men getting paid thousands of dollars for tossing a little ball around 2 hours a day. Can you beat it? Can you, Mr. Templar? I'm asking you, can you beat it? Louis, I baseball, you can't beat it. No, I'd like to live in a town where they got major league ball. The Blue Sox here is all right, but it's minor league. You think we'll ever get a big league ball in this town, Mr. Templar? I see, you think we'll ever get big league ball, Mr. Templar?
kind of quiet today, Mr. Temple.
My silence, friend Louis, is purely comparative.
Oh. Well, since you're not feeling well, it's good you're taking the afternoon off. Been reading about that father and son of the blue truck? Lefty and Phil Miller?
They're rather interesting. Supposedly the first time in baseball father and son have played on the same team.
Yeah. The old man's just down from the majors and the kid on his way up. Old Lefty was great in his day, though, and the kid will be great, too.
They both playing today, Louis?
Neither one. Phil ain't due a pitch till tomorrow, and the old man's got a game leg. Won't even be in uniform. That's what goes first in baseball, Mr. Temple, the leg. In my line of work...
I know.
Mr. Temple, you know something funny? There's rumors out about the Blue Sox.
What kind of rumors, Louis?
The rumors say the Sox are going to do business. Lose a ball game that maybe they should win.
Oh, nonsense, Louis. Baseball is honest. You know that.
Maybe so, but it's still got to be played by humans.
Yeah, you'd better step on it, my cynical friend. We're late.
Sure, Mr. Temple. Most likely nothing to the rumors anyway. You know how it is driving a cab, you pick up all sorts of things. Me, it don't do no good to pick nothing up. I'm married. Hey! Yeah, did you hear that, Mr. Temple? I said, me, it don't do no good to pick nothing up.
I heard, Louis. I heard.
Pretty funny, huh?
Louis, take me out to the ball game.
Hello, Lefty. Thanks for coming, Saint. Sit down.
Thanks. I hope I'm not late.
No, the game won't start for another 10 minutes now.
How's the leg, Lefty?
That's improving, Saint. How's crime?
It stays about the same, always with us.
Yeah, that it is.
Blue Sox gonna win today?
You know something, Saint? I don't much care. Oh, don't get me wrong. When I'm in there myself, I play to win. That's the only way I know. And after the majors, you don't get very excited over the Blue Sox.
I guess not.
I'm just playing out the string. What comes after that, I don't know.
A manager's job?
No chance. I was too busy spending my money while the smart boys were learning the inside of the game. But I had fun, I guess.
Did you?
Nah. Saint, there's only one thing in baseball I care about. There's only one thing in the world I care about. He's sitting across the field in the dugout wearing number 33. My son.
I hear Phil's a great pitcher, Lefty.
Hey, he's good. He'll be great. He's going up next year. Maybe this. Here, take a look at him through the binoculars.
Yes. He looks like you, Lefty.
You really think so? Yes. Saint, I'm worried sick about him. That's why I asked you.
I know, that's why I'm here. What are you worried about?
Well, I think they're after him, Saint. The crowd with the dirty money's after him. I never handle any dirty money, but I've been around it and I can smell it. I can smell it now.
What does Phil say? Have you talked to him?
I can't talk to him. Maybe you read in the papers about a wonderful father and son relationship, huh? The kid hates me.
How come, Lefty?
He was brought up by his mother, and he's brought up to hate me. I got a divorce from her when the kid was 2 years old. I gave her a raw deal. He should hate me.
You say you smell dirty money. Do you have anything else to go on, Lefty?
Rumors and a girl. No, I take that back. A woman. Let's take another look through the glasses, Hank. He's sitting in a box behind Phil, bending over to talk to him. He's there every day.
Yeah, yes indeed. Perhaps I should have taken up baseball.
And that's just it. There's a woman who's got what she has over a 21-year-old kid just because he plays baseball good.
Ordinarily, no.
But she's got Phil hooked so hard and so deep I hurt all over for her. He thinks it's romance.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. Not exactly. Think, could you see if you could find out?
I can try. What's her name, Lefty?
Diane Courtney. She's staying at the Regent, same hotel the ball club puts up at. I happened to hear the kid making a cocktail date with her there for 6 this evening.
Good. You see if you can get him delayed a few minutes.
I will. Find out what she's trying to do, Hank. Find out who's in back of her. If they spoil that kid,
They won't. They won't, Lefty.
Thanks, Hank. And if there's anything I can ever do...
Don't worry about it. In fact, I'm looking forward to meeting Miss Courtney. I'm sure we'll have a lot in common. Baseball and... Well, we'll find something. Mind if I sit down here? The bar seems to be rather crowded.
Is it that crowded?
Matter of fact, it was crowded the minute you walked in.
Sit down. But I am waiting for someone.
He might be late.
Not very true, but he won't be.
What are we drinking, martinis?
You say so?
Waiter, 2 martinis, extra dry. I see that you're a devotee of the national pastime.
That could very well be. Which national pastime?
I saw you at the ball game today.
Yes, I go every day.
Business or pleasure?
What's that supposed to mean?
Baseball is a business for some. Oh, thank you, lady. Let's drink to pleasure.
Let's just drink. I found that you run out of toast long before you run out of drink.
Comment on human frailty.
Well, what is it you want, Sam?
Artificial frankness is one of your concealed assets. I'd like some answers about Bill Miller.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
No.
I'm the man who wants the answers about Bill Miller. Should I start asking questions?
Sure, just came in. We can't talk now. Come up to my room in 15 minutes, 8:08. Will you? I need help, believe me, I need help.
Hey, I thought we had a date, Diana. Was I wrong?
My friend's just leaving, Phil, and I don't care for your tone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Diana. I just thought that...
Well, don't. Remember, I don't care for the jealousy routine. You're too young for it.
Yeah, okay, Diana. Well, it's been charming, but I have a cab waiting, so...
I'll see you again.
Definitely. Yes, definitely, Diana. Are you a cab, sir? Oh, thank you. I have one waiting. Here he is.
Where to, Mr. Templar?
Nowhere, Louis. I have a date in the hotel here in 15 minutes.
You got a friend?
I'm afraid not.
I'm just dreaming.
Louis, I'm not absolutely convinced about the purity of the lady's intentions.
This is a cause for complaint?
You misinterpret. Come up to room 808, 10 minutes or so after I go up and knock on the door.
I get you.
But if I shouldn't happen to need a cab at that particular time...
I'm ahead of you. There's times in everybody's life when the least thing he needs is a taxi.
Louis, I've spoken like a philosopher.
Come in quickly. Someone may see you.
Someone's already seen him.
Frank.
Go ahead in, Jack. And I'm right behind you with something that resents any quick move.
You sneak up behind people pretty quietly, Frank.
Used to being a girl guide. Shut the door, Diane.
But...
Got it. Now, my nosy friend here and me has business.
I didn't tell the Saint anything, Frank. I
The
just...
boss don't like nosy guys like the Saint. I don't like nosy guys like the Saint.
Let him alone, Chauncey. What good will beating him up to?
The boss's orders. Besides, my analyst tells me beating up nosy guys I don't like is a good way of working out my aggression.
Your analyst?
What's the matter? I can't get analyzed.
What does your analyst say about you carrying a gun? Didn't he point out this is an artificial prop to your otherwise charming personality?
Oh, you... My analyst says I shouldn't get insulted or remarked by neurotics.
You think I'm a neurotic?
You ain't now, Jack. You will be when I finish. Don't fall down yet. I got more for you before I let go. So do you want that? Okay. Darn it, I shouldn't have got mad. My analyst says I shouldn't let my emotions color my business life. Mr. Templar. Oh, Louis. Mr. Templar, you all right? Should I call a doctor?
No. I'm all right. Yes.
What happened, Mr. Templar? I knocked on the door just like you said. When nobody answered, I come in. You was on the floor. You're still on the floor.
Yeah, and I think I'll stay here. Ooh. Got myself worked over, Louis, by a psychoanalytical muscle boy.
Oh, he sure gave you some beautiful lumps.
Yeah.
Real neat professional job. So what's this business card in your chest, yours?
No. Let's see. Frankie must have put it there. This is part of the warning, I guess.
What's it say?
It says the fixer. I fix anything.
Yeah, which is called modest, is it?
No, but fixers rarely are.
Look, I think we better have a doctor spray you with some mercurochrome.
No, Louis, I'm going to be too busy.
Doing what?
Sleeping.
What time is it?
Midnight. You asleep?
I went to bed early tonight. Had a rather trying evening.
Look, I've been finding out things. Things about the crowd with the dirty money. Who the head of it is.
You mean who the fixer is?
Yeah. I found out what they're trying to get from the kid. From Phil. Can you meet me here at the hotel?
Half an hour.
Good. In the bar. I'm going after some more dope now.
You better wait until I get there, Lefty. They're rough boys.
I know. But don't worry about me. See you in half an hour.
Waiter, another Johnny Walker over ice, please.
Yes?
Thanks.
Well, if you're Simon Temple, aren't you? The one they call the Saint?
Sit down, Phil.
I'm not sitting down. Got some things to tell you. I've heard that you've been asking questions about me, and I can guess who sent you. It was my father.
Look, isn't it kind of late for you, Phil? You're supposed to pitch tomorrow.
I don't need anybody to run my life for me. You or my father either. Where is he?
Well, I was to meet him here, but he hasn't shown up yet.
Most likely up in his room. All right, come on, let's go up and see him. I want to straighten you both out together.
You know what room he's in?
Sure. 908.
Right
come
with
on.
you, Phil. Oh, waiter.
Yeah?
Hold that drink for me. I'll be back for it sooner or later.
Hey, Dad. Open up. I want to talk to you.
Doesn't look like your father is in. Try the door.
What's up?
What?
But there's... Dad.
Don't open it. Look, I told you not to look.
He shot himself. Why? Why?
He's dead, Phil. And there's a gun in his hand, but he didn't pull the trigger.
What are you trying to prove?
Who did?
Where to, Mr. Templar?
A recent hotel, Louis, and good morning.
Good morning. Say, reading the papers this morning about Lefty Miller. Oh, tough. Why do you think he did it, Mr. Templar?
He didn't. The police can buy the suicide theory for the time being, but it was murder, Louis. A friend of mine was murdered last night, and today things are going to be done about it.
What are you going to do with the region?
I'm going back to the young lady's room where I had such an interesting time last evening.
This time I better go with you.
Yeah, perhaps you'd better, Louis. And I'm hiring you for the whole afternoon. We've got a lot of ground to cover.
Lefty was a great ball player, Mr. Templar. Seen him in the World Series once at Yankee Stadium. Hard to believe he's dead.
A man can be killed in a lot of ways, Louis. He can be killed fast, or he can be killed through what happens to his son. I'm glad at least that didn't happen to Lefty.
You sure nobody is in?
Called on the house phone before we came up. I think this key will fit.
Hey, how did you get a key?
I remember to make an impression of the lock after that beating last evening. There, we're in.
Nobody here, all right.
Shut the door, Louis, and lock it.
Okay. What are you looking for, Mr. Templar?
The truth, Louis. As my friend Philip Marlowe would say, crime detection is an adventure in search of the hidden truth.
Gonna find the hidden truth looking out that window on the fire escape?
Perhaps, Louis, perhaps?
Mr. Templar, somebody's at the door.
I'll handle this. If I need help,
You need help, we're in trouble.
Good morning, Miss Courtney.
What are you doing?
Come in, Diane. Miss Courtney, my good friend Louis.
Ah, John. You want I should leave, Mr. Temple?
No, we'll both be leaving in a minute, Louis. Just as soon as we ask Miss Courtney some questions, she probably won't answer.
What questions?
Like who killed Lefty Miller?
I don't know. I thought it was suicide.
You see, Louis? Who's the fixer, Diane?
I can't tell you. I'm afraid. Hey, if you'd believe me, if you'd help me.
Why are you working on Phil Miller to throw a ball game? Why?
I can't tell you. They frightened
Look,
me.
I don't care how frightened you are. A man's been killed. Why?
I can't. I'm
The
afraid.
lady's afraid. Come on, Louis. Let's go back to the ballpark and see if we can throw a few curves. Mr. Bush, as manager of the Blue Sox, you must have known Lefty Miller fairly well.
Not well, no. I manage the team, but you don't manage an old pro like Lefty. You just tell him what time the game is, and he does the rest.
Yes.
From what I saw of him, though, he's a good guy. I'm sorry.
How's Phil taking it?
It's hard to tell about kids. He and Lefty weren't close. Well, maybe you knew that.
Yes, I knew that.
But it's hard to tell just how he was taking it. Tonight just turned to pitch, and I told him, of course, I'd start somebody else, but no.
He's going to pitch tonight?
Insisted on it. Said he had it. He'll pitch.
You think he should?
Well, he's the best we got. And I might get a phone call tomorrow telling me he's sold to the major league. Anytime he wants to pitch, he'll pitch.
Mr. Bush, have you heard any rumors about a fix on your ball club?
Well, Mr. Templar, there's always rumors around any kind of sport. I've never been in a phony ball game, and as far as I know, I've never seen one. So I don't listen to rumors.
Thanks, Mr. Bush, and good luck tonight. To you and Phil both.
Where to now, Mr. Templar?
I want to go see a bookmaker, Louis. Sam the Spender. Do you know him?
Sure, I know him. Biggest bookie in town. Place down on State Street, only a block or so down the street. Got something good in Hollywood Park?
No, Louis.
You want something good?
Thanks, but no, this is different. I did a favor for Sam once. He might be able to return it.
Sam returns anything but money. One time I had a 3-horse parley going against him. First two come in, the third is leading into the
Hey,
straight.
Louis, isn't this the place?
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
Wait for me here, Louis. It won't be long.
Sure, Mr. Temple.
Hello, Sam. How's business?
Simon Templar, glad to see you. What can I do for you?
Information, Sam.
We shall go no further then.
Simon Templar. We in business. Say, do you handle any baseball money, Sam?
Nah, in the East it's big business. All bet on the major leagues. Out here, peanuts.
Have you handled or heard of any bets lately on the Blue Sox or against them?
Against them, yeah. Only yesterday. Funny deal, too.
Care to tell me about it?
Hey, sure. A big creek comes in with $200 to bet against the Sox in the game tonight. I don't like the smell of it. Nah. I tell him, nah. Then the creep tells me what's wrong with me is that I had an emotionally insecure childhood. Honest.
Go on, Sam.
Then he does a funny thing. He give me an extra $200 to pay you up if he win the bet. Imagine that. And if the Sox win, I get to keep the whole $400. The guy's nuts. I can't lose. The best he can do is break even.
Where's the payoff, Sam, if the Sox lose?
In room 808, the Regent, tonight after the game. Do you get it, sir?
I'm beginning to. Lefty Miller was right. Dirty money has a smell to it, and I'm beginning to smell it. Thanks, Sam.
Anytime, thanks. See you soon?
Maybe tonight.
Tonight? I hope so, thanks.
Nothing personal, Sam, but I hope not. Good evening, Diane.
Wow, it's our old friend Jack.
Oh, how are you, Frankie?
What is this room, Mr. Templar? You're home, away from home?
Diane, let me throw the bum out.
Easy, Frankie. Your aggressions are showing.
Anything in particular you wanted to say? Frankie and I are busy.
Yeah, I can see that. Busy packing. Too busy to go to the ball game tonight. Or did you know beforehand how it would come out?
Let me throw the bum out. I hate schizophrenic.
But he looks like such an interesting one, Frankie. And he's handsome, too.
Now, Diane, you're not so frightened as you were.
Well,
It's all right. I won't tell the boss.
Jack, you better get out of here. It ain't healthy. What's your trouble? You got a compulsion or something?
No, it's just that when I start out on something, I like to be in on the payoff, and tonight's the payoff. The game should be over by now, and the people will be arriving. I'll be the host of our little party.
You'll be host for a party of one in a wood box, Jack. Diane, shall I...
Diane,
it's a kid. Don't let him in, Frankie.
come in, Phil.
Hello, sweetie.
Hello, Diane. Frankie?
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Templar. Hello, Phil.
Ball game over, honey.
Yeah, it's over.
How you feel?
Dirty.
Oh, don't feel bad about it, sweetie. In a week or two, you'll forget all about it.
Sit down, Phil. I've taken over the party. Let's all find out what games we've been playing.
Diane, I'm getting an awful frustration listening to him.
Let him talk.
Thank you. Phil. Yes, Mr. Templar? What line did Diane use to get you to throw the game tonight? The fixer had something on her she was afraid of him, something would happen to her if he didn't do as he wanted? No, it doesn't matter. You know the real reason?
Go on. Tell him, Jack.
I will, Frankie. It was a trap for you, Phil. This outfit is big and smart. They're willing to make an investment and wait a while to cash in. It's too tough to get next to a major league player. You'll be up there this year and next. And when you get there, you'll do what the fixer tells you, because there's a club over your head, yeah? Yeah. A certain payoff you took in a hotel room at the Regent for throwing a game with the Blue Sox. You understand that?
I understand.
Your father found out about it. He had the room right over this one, 908, and he listened on the fire escape. He was seen from in here and he was killed. Then they took him back up the fire escape to his room and rigged the suicide. But they forgot to wash all the blood off the iron outside this window.
You're gonna listen to him, kid? He's a neurotic. Diane, aren't you gonna say something?
I didn't have anything to do with it, honey. It was the fixer who did it.
Yeah, I believed in the fixer too at first, Diane, until I came to your room the first time. Down the bar, you said you didn't know me. Up here, you told Frankie I was the saint. You made other slips tonight.
No?
So I know who the fixer is.
Who is it?
You mean, who is she? Fixer is a very beautiful woman, Diane. The fixer is you.
What is this, a filibuster or something?
Let's assume you're right, Mr. Kemper. Where does it get you? Where does it change things?
I'm turning you over to the police, and Frankie can hardly shoot both Phil and myself.
You won't have to, just you.
Yes.
You underestimate me, Saint. We should have had more time alone together. Phil will do whatever I tell him in spite of what's happened. Won't you, sweet?
Will you, sir? Diane,
See? I made sure of Phil, Saint. I made sure of him first. He'll crawl on his hands and knees if I tell him to. Because if he doesn't, I might stop being nice to him. And he couldn't stand that.
You should have thought of that, Saint. They got a mental block or something.
Finish with Mr. Kemper, Frank. We've got to finish packing.
This gun says get over to the window, Saint. This time there won't be no blood in the fire escape. Just a lot on the sidewalk.
Pretty messy that way, Frankie. Your subconscious will hate you.
I won't look down. No. You going over to the window quiet?
Phil, sit down.
Stand back, kid. I ain't playing with this thing.
Phil, I told you to sit down.
Not Phil. He's going to kill my father. Give me that gun, Frankie, or I'll break your wrist. Okay. No, you won't, Frankie. Think what your analyst would say. And this makes it even. Phil, how bad is it?
Not bad. It's just my arm. But not my pitching arm.
Good.
Why, you...
Diane, stand still. Better go for the police, Phil. Can you make it?
Yeah, I can make it.
And Phil, thanks. What you did makes up for the game. We'll figure out that later.
About that, Saint.
He did all he could to protect you, Phil.
Yeah. He did like me then.
More than anything else, he told me. You better leave. I want you out of here before that bookie shows up to pay off.
Mr. Templar, he won't be showing up. I didn't lose the game tonight.
Tell me more, Phil.
I pitched a 3-hit shutout. I figured it was the least I could do for that. The kid's gonna be all right, Mr. Temple?
Phil will be all right, definitely.
You know, I can't blame him for getting tangled up with that Diane.
Now, there is real apes in the woods, something. She won't be quite as attractive when she gets out, Louis. 20 years does something to a woman.
Should have seen what it done to my wife if she was no prize to begin with. What do you think was wrong with Diane, Mr. Temple? An emotionally insecure childhood?
You've been talking to Frankie. I think Diane felt an urge to corrupt, Louis, to steal power. Revenge, perhaps, for something hidden in her past. It might have been her childhood. Might have been society. So, now society exacts further toll. 20 years. I feel like a drink, Louis.
Where to, Mr. Templar?
Back to the Regent. I've got a scotch waiting for me at the bar.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of The Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most priceless gift which a community can give its children is a fine education. Here in America, your parents have been able to take that education pretty well for granted. But that won't be true of the future, unless we plan now to cope with the educational problems of the future. There are going to be lots of them, we know that for sure. Because of the increased birth rate during and since the war, an extra 7 million children are going to be enrolling in our public schools. And the way things stand, our schools just aren't ready to handle them. The problem varies from district to district, but it's always a problem of shortages. In some localities, there aren't enough classrooms, and in others, not enough books and equipment. And overall, we're suffering from a shortage of teachers. In order to meet the challenge and make sure that our youngsters will get the education they deserve, we'll have to lay down an educational blueprint for the years ahead. Our local school boards are doing that right now, but they can't do it alone. They need everyone's efforts to build a stronger educational system. If you wish to help, simply contact your local school board. And for further information, write to the National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, New York, New York. That's the National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, New York, New York. Good citizens everywhere are helping, for they know that better schools make better communities. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saints. Good night.
By Dick Powell. Our cast tonight included Gloria Blondell, Jack Boyle, Hal Mark, Ed Mack, Bob Clark, and Larry Dodson. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saints, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Sapir production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saints fans will be glad to know that the Saints comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Val Brown. Good times on NBC. There's fine entertainment on Theater Guild on the Air returning next Sunday on NBC. This weekend, 400 Americans have a holiday date with death. Stay off the list. Be careful. Next, Sam Spade, then here.
The Adventures of the Saints, starring Vincent Price. The Saints, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saints.
Taxi! Among men who know locomotion best, it's Louis, 3-1.
Hello, Louis.
Climb, Mr. Templar, climb in.
Thank you.
And whither can I walk to this beautiful east?
Whither can you ask me? Louis, what's wrong?
Something has to be wrong before I use a poetical type of speech.
No, but
There's a law which says cab drivers can't use good English.
Well, no, but
So, whither can I walk?
Walk me to Spring Lake Road, if you please.
Spring Lake Road? I never heard of it. There's nothing better to do than go around making up new streets?
Louis, Spring Lake Road is in Westchester.
Good, let it stay there.
Louis, I want to go there.
Why?
I've been invited to dinner by some friends.
The food tastes better in Westchester?
No, but my friends live there.
Okay.
Oh, please don't talk, Louis. Lots of people live in Westchester.
Lots of people are crazy.
Westchester happens to be a very lovely place.
Full of trees, ain't it?
But trees are attractive.
To who? 8?
I'd better tell you how to go.
You don't have to tell me. I'll find it.
I know, but
Listen, Mr. Templar, I'm a cab driver. Cab drivers never get lost.
Louis,
don't say it.
We've just passed that oak tree on the left for the 3rd time.
So it's an active tree.
I thought cab drivers never got lost.
Somebody swiped all the trees
from the trees.
So I got lost. So I'll turn my back in. So my wife will despise me. So my children will go through life ashamed of their old man. So
Louis, it's 10 o'clock. My dinner invitation was for 8:30.
You'll never make it.
I don't doubt that, but I'm hungry. Next time you get to an eating place...
Don't say any more. Right up the road.
Oh, yeah, the Happy Hamburger. Ben Lawton, proprietor. Doesn't look very happy.
What has it got to look happy about?
I'm at the place itself.
Well, maybe it looks a little like the wolf came around and huffed and puffed and wouldn't have destroyed a lung before it fell down. But food beats food.
Yeah, except when it's a Happy Hamburger, perhaps. However,
hey, that must be the wolf huffing. So maybe puffing.
There he is. Yeah, savage looking animal. Some wolf on the
Poor dog looks as if he hadn't eaten for a week. Let's get into the jug before he mistakes me for a T-bone steak. Ooh, I hate his feeling. Happy Hamburger's not having a busy night.
What can I do for you?
We'd like some dinner.
Well, we're kind of closing.
But you haven't closed yet.
Oh, I guess it is. Said anywhere. I guess the missus will dish you up some food. I'll go tell her.
Very enthusiastic, I hope. Never mind that. I hope they have a well-stocked larder. I hope it further occurs to me that they don't have to go out and catch that dog before they have a larder at all. Stop hoping a man can get beat. This place may be an undiscovered gourmet's delight, but I wouldn't bet on it. What do you think of Mr. Lawton? I don't want to think of it. I'm trying to eat it.
Finish with your dinner, fellas?
The dinner is more likely to finish up. Oh, how about dessert?
Well, we got blueberry pie and we got huckleberry pie.
What's the difference?
Huckleberry pie is a nickel more.
Why?
Harder to spell. What do you have?
Apple pie. Oh, man. What's the matter, Larry? Dinner. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. However, we won't starve to death while you try to find your way back. I beg your pardon?
That wasn't me, that was the tire.
Yeah, I was afraid it was.
I think maybe...
Yeah. Flat?
Flat.
Fine. We're back in front of that oak tree again.
You keep your eye on that oak, Mr. Templar, while I get the spare.
You want some help?
No, thanks. Mr. Templar.
Yes, Louis.
Come here.
Don't tell me you can't lift a spare all by yourself.
On the spare I could lift, but it's something else.
See? Yes. A hitchhiker. Man in his 40s, dressed in farmer's clothing. He must have had a walking. Terribly tired, Louis. He got dead.
Somebody shoots the guy, all right. Maybe you don't like it. But why did you have to stuff the corpse into the trunk of my car?
I don't know. There were no papers of any kind on the body.
All right, so he's a total stranger. But why are we heading back to the Happy Hamburger?
Because that's where we must have acquired the corpse. It's the only place we stopped. We're out of sight of the car. Unless he was already in the trunk before we left the city.
No, I checked the tires plus the spare before I picked you up.
Then it's the Happy Hamburger. The man was murdered fairly recently anyway.
How do you know?
Oh, no rigor mortis, body worn.
Never mind, you know. I'll stay at Dope. And Mr. Templar.
Yes, Louis?
What kind of a welcome do you think we're going to get at the Hamburger?
Hard to tell, except that it may not be a welcome at all. Looks like maybe they went out of business. There's a house behind the restaurant. It's dark, too. The Lawtons may have gone to bed. It's after 11.
It is very late. Maybe we should go to bed.
Here comes a junior werewolf again. Yeah, that animal. Fed,
but not by me. All the flesh I got, I need.
Come along there.
I'm coming. So is the hound of the best.
No, he's not coming.
So far, he said this thing to himself. Suppose he decides to risk it you and see how we take it.
That's the chance we'll have to take. Yep, here goes.
Don't look now, but our chum has left us again.
I couldn't be more pleased.
You know, if they're asleep, then I'm going to love us with a great love.
Well, I'm not at the moment seeking affection.
Yeah?
Mrs. Lawton?
That's right.
My name is Simon Templar. This is Louis.
What do you want?
You cooked dinner for us a little while ago.
So I cooked dinner for you.
Well, since that time, we've had a little trouble. We had a flat tire.
This ain't a garage.
I wasn't referring to the tire when I said trouble.
Why don't you say what you're referring to?
Well, I would rather your husband were here when I do.
He's asleep.
When?
What for?
It's a matter of some importance.
You still ain't said anything.
The matter might be murder.
Murder?
That's right.
Come in. Wait in here. The car is. It's time to waken Mr. Lawton. Sleep car.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
I don't make it easier. But I'll get him up.
I think the worst for her is great. Very few women are at their best in the middle of the night, Louis.
That's what you think. Would you like...
No.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Templar, you figuring the seats we got in the cab was put there by the Lord?
Not necessarily. They did have the opportunity, but so would anyone else who might have been around the place while we were having dinner.
Oh, stop complicating things. It's bad enough.
This is some talk. It's not too serious places.
I got a radio on. No television.
Is that there?
Well, Mr. Templar, what do you think of television?
I think of it as infrequently as I can. She's Lawton is apparently having difficulty waking her husband.
From what we see of the guy, how can she tell when he's awake?
Tells me you got something to say about a murder.
I have.
Say it.
In a moment. Your wife and you own the Happy Hamburger?
You already know that.
I noticed quite some farmland behind the house. Yours?
Yeah.
Pharmacy shop?
Pretty much.
Does that pretty much mean you have help?
Sometimes. I have a man named Webster.
For why only sometimes?
He got some swift this afternoon.
Too bad.
Oh, he'll be back as soon as he spends his money.
You might be wrong about that.
Always has before. What are you getting?
Suppose you go outside to the path, huh?
I don't mind. Come on, Andy. Right here.
What kind of a man is Rick?
First, when he has to eat, gets a full belly, stops working.
The philosopher, perhaps. Ever have any quarrels with him?
I don't know if you're into Mr. Templar.
Perhaps. But is there any reason why your husband should hesitate about answering that question?
No reason. No quarrel.
Fine. Louis. Yes? Please open the trunk compartment, will you?
Sure. In a second.
There's something I'd like to show you, Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Templar,
Yes, Louis?
if you were planning on surprising anybody, give up.
What do you mean?
Look. It looks like boys and hemp like this. I picked the wrong place. We had mislaid our corpse.
Hey, how about letting us in on this?
Mr. Lawton, was your hired hand a man in the middle 40s with brown hair and eyes, a stocky build, a small scar under his left jawbone?
That's Webster. You must have met him. What do you have to say for himself?
We met him, but he didn't have anything to say.
We didn't start out feeling the great love for the lost life, but I hate to think what they must be thinking of us now.
I hate to think of them missing Mr. Webster.
Yeah, he didn't even say goodbye. Mr. Templar, what happened to him?
I don't know. Corpses rarely are the active type, but the late Mr. Webster may have been an exception.
Exceptions like that, I hope stay away from me.
We're in what could easily be an overgrown filling station.
Nonsense. Slow down, Louis. This is expert.
Oh.
Town nearest Happy Hamburger. Place seems to be shut up for the night.
They didn't take the sidewalk in, though. Hey, up ahead, the Gay White Way.
That drugstore apparently still open. Let's stop there, Louis.
Okay. Front window is full of harnesses, fertilizer, and yard goods. How did you know it was a drugstore?
And there's a large sign advertising ice cream sodas in front.
Oh, well, that explains it.
We're thirsty. Only for information. Come along.
Joint is crawling with juveniles. Hey, look at the jukebox.
So it is. Waiting behind the fountain.
The waitress?
The fountain.
Get that right there. Behind the cash button. This end. Look.
Look.
Now put your eyes back in that box. She's dressed in gingham. She's wearing pigtails and big blue eyes.
She's nearly the farmer's daughter, Louis.
Is that a fact? Hey, maybe she knows the joke.
Please, Louis. Maybe able to help.
Does it help the words you really had in mind?
Hey, good evening, miss.
Hi, Richard.
I beg your pardon?
So far, what for?
That farm ain't what it used to be.
Not to mention the farmer's daughter.
Who's the little stranger?
She's just... that's Louis.
It's not bad either, but it looks married. Who are you?
I'm in Templar.
I'm Teddy, and what are you doing after I get through here?
Well,
You married?
No.
What a coincidence. I'm not married either.
Well, it happens all the time, but what I wanted was...
Car closes in half hour. Tell me then.
My dear Teddy, Look, what do you know about a man named Webster?
Dan Webster?
I imagine so.
Hired hand out to the Lawton?
Yeah, that's the Dan Webster I had in mind.
He wears a private property, no trespassing sign on it.
Oh? Who signed?
Mrs. Lawton.
How does Mr. Lawton feel about that?
Mr. Lawton has never seen fit to whisper sweet nothings in my shell-like ears. Don't you think they're shell-like? My ears, I mean.
I hadn't noticed.
Stop wasting time and do some noticing.
Look, I'm almost old enough to be your father.
Maybe, but you're not my father.
Good evening to him.
So far, it's a terrible evening. Where you going?
Louis and I have an errand to do.
My phone number is 137 in case.
Think of what?
Your errand is out of town. Goodbye.
Wow. I'm afraid wow is exactly right.
You know, I'm coming to the conclusion they got something in these small towns up in Western.
But you mean they have his Teddy, and you're married, and we have an appointment.
Yeah.
Where? The Happy Hamburger.
You mean we're going to wait for Lawson's again?
I hope not.
So what are we going out there for?
We're going to, breakfast on, very private property.
I ought to hang a sign with stuff around it.
I don't imagine we're going to be coming out here again.
You're not breaking my heart. You know, every time we come out to the Happy Hamburger, it gets darker.
I think I'll coin a proverb.
It's too late.
It's always darker before it's light.
I don't think that'll catch on.
Happy Hamburger's up ahead. Louis, we have a problem.
Oh, thanks for letting me. What kind of a problem have we got?
We gotta find a pond, a brook, or perhaps a lake.
You got a sudden desire to go swimming?
No, not swimming. You forget something, Louis.
I always forget something. What is it this time?
Ponds, brooks, or lakes create mud.
Oh, thanks a lot. Tonight, I don't need any more. Call me hypersensitive. I just don't need any more.
You better chop the car into these trees.
Okay.
You know, about that mud, I suspect you're mistaken.
That's because you got a suspicious lake.
You know, we better get started.
Hey, we're heading away from the house.
Why? We're looking for...
I know.
And a rarely occurring house.
Okay. Does this watery object you're looking for have to be any place in particular, or are we surveying Westchester County?
It has to be on the Lawton's land.
Oh, well, that helps. Yeah, probably they got 139 acres. And in the dark, how are we going to take it? I understand hazel twigs don't work anymore. That sounds without a home again. I hope this goes your way.
Don't be silly, Louis.
You want to meet up with him.
You'll do all the wanting by yourself. Why?
Because he's going to be a hazel twig.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean he'll help us find water?
That's right.
Well, what is all this excitement about water anyway?
Among other things, Louis, water washes away blood.
No, I'll tell you a secret, Mr. Templar. I never liked heights.
It can't be much longer. That dog is definitely leading us somewhere.
Sure, you're probably to a phone and buried last month. I don't know.
Down.
Are you referring to the junior college lake?
That pond, yes.
Now what? Oh, fine. He went swimming. We gotta go swimming too?
No, we can walk around the pond. We're at one end of it, and
Hey, look, it's that unground hunk of hamburger at the top.
just beyond the pond, in a small clump of trees.
They join us?
Good, come on.
Why?
Because the land around the pond is muddy.
All right, the land around the pond is muddy. This fills me with a great
The
joy.
dog's not moving, he's waiting for us.
Also fills my shoes with mud. Hey, you know what happens to trees when they die?
They become telegraph poles.
That's why they make jokes. Hey, the dog is going nuts.
Joy,
What has he got to be talking about? He hasn't even gone near a tree.
he's digging at the ground.
Sure, yeah, that bony buried last month.
You know what we're going to do, Louis?
I got an unhappy idea. We're going to copy the dog and dig.
Right?
I'm already looking for something to copy it. What are we going to dig for? Something the dog lost?
No, something we lost.
Hey, Mr. Templar. Couple of feet more, I'll be in sight.
Oh, don't be silly. You can't get to China by digging straight down.
You can't.
Where you get is Australia.
Hey,
What is it, Louis?
from where you are, you can't see. You might come down here.
Well, I'll come to the edge of the hole. Well, Louis, we've kind of found that torch all over again.
And if you tell that dog to shut up, will you? I don't feel so.
Now, I'll give you a hand, Louis. Help climb out of the hole.
Hey, what caused the car backfire?
Road's too far away. Never mind climbing up here, Louis. I'm going to join you down there.
Hey, what's going on? And I'm not going to like the answer.
Someone is having target practice with us for project.
Ooh.
See a strange figure at the other side of the pond. Too dark to identify.
Oh, there goes that hound that walks like a horse. Probably figured it was too crowded down there. Okay, Mr. Templar, I hate the minute. But it's the boy with the gun kind of wanders over there.
I realize that. Louis, this grave room isn't level. The edge on your side is lower than the one facing the pond, which means you can climb out without being seen. Make for the trees, then for the road to cab.
You policemen may be so, but then what are you going to do?
Stay here. Otherwise, our gun shooting friend will head for the cab, too.
But while I'm getting help, you are liable to be getting killed.
Thanks for taking. Believe me, I'm not taking it with any great joy, but we have no alternative. You gotta hurry.
Okay, Mr. Templar. But look at with the way the taxi business is. Be careful. I don't want to have to look for another fare on account of you got shot in the woods.
Simon, what on earth are you doing down there?
What on earth? Teddy!
There's a sign down there because if it's fun, I can write down.
Teddy, stay where you are. I'll...
May not be very fancy down here, but it is cozy. Simon, you didn't tell me you went alone.
I didn't have a chance to. You better not look at him too long.
Simon, what on earth are you doing down at the bottom of a grave with Mr. Lawton?
He is Mr. Lawton, isn't he?
Well, of course he is. Why do you say it in that funny way?
Because we were supposed to think it was Dan Webster. Just that I hadn't thought so, not for a while, and, he was murdered, Teddy.
Did you murder him?
No.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that, because you're very handsome. But after all, even handsome fellows shouldn't murder people. What they should do is...
Teddy, Dan Webster, along with Mrs. Lawton, murdered Mr. Lawton.
Well, that's not very surprising. Because they did have a crush on each other, and nobody loved Mr. Lawton anyway.
They must have planned to leave town immediately after the murder, but, Teddy, did you happen to notice a dog about, not to mention Dan Webster?
I heard somebody running and a dog barking before I found you.
The dog must have frightened Webster off.
So that's all right.
How did you find me?
I noticed your car outside the Happy Hamburger. I lived down the road a bit and was going home. So I knew you were someplace around. And when I was a little girl, I used to be a girl.
Because you wanted to learn how to tie knots so Bill can't find?
No, because I wanted to learn how to track a man. I had a feeling it would come in handy. It has.
Did anybody call for a bed?
Louis. Oh, excuse me, Teddy. Hello, Louis.
Hello, Louis.
I thought you'd gone to town to help.
Figured it would take too long. Figured maybe I could get behind the gun and surprise you. So instead, Mr. Templar, you surprised me.
Back to the hamburger again. We're hungry? No, but perhaps for justice.
Simon, the Lawton's car is out front. Mrs. Lawton's in it.
Come on, into the cab. Over this way. Be as quiet as you can.
All right.
Here's under the trees here. Come here, Mr. Conway. Be ready to start the car. Ready. Let's keep coming out of the house. Couple of suitcases. Getting into the car. There we go. Louis, I know. Follow them. You may not notice they're being followed. Supposing they do.
Well, we'll have to camp back. Okay, but look, I don't mind so much being shot myself. But don't forget, this here cab belongs to the company. I can't afford to get bullets in it. We're coming into Exford. What now, Mr. Temple?
Eddie, at this hour of the night, no one would be about, am I right?
It is kind of late.
The police station is where?
The next block.
In that case, catch up with him, Louis, quick.
Well, I could have a collision with him?
Preferably a small size one. You're a good driver, Louis. Run them off the road.
But the cab...
Never mind that. Hit them as soon as we get opposite the station.
Okay. I only hope it'll show on the meter. We're getting close to him. All right. Here goes.
Nice going, Louis.
Didn't even scratch the fender. Say, weren't those cops polite, which is very unusual.
Louis, be still.
Why?
I have to explain things to Teddy here.
From what I heard, she don't...
Louis,
I shut up.
Please, Simon, tell me.
Well, you see, Teddy, Mrs. Lawton and Webster planned to kill Mr. Lawton and then leave town, figuring no one would ever know.
How did they expect to get away with it?
Actually, their idea of placing the corpse in the trunk compartment of the cab was clever. Normally, the body wouldn't have been discovered for days, and then miles away from Exford.
But instead, you got a flat and came back.
Yeah, a very lucky flat, but not for Mrs. Lawton and Webster. She got quite a shock when she saw our smiling faces, but she stepped ahead and sent Webster out to remove the body from Louis' cab and hide it. The only mistake she made was being too housewifely.
What do you mean?
Well, when Webster returned, her instinctive reaction was to tell him not to pack mud on the rug. If he'd been asleep in the house, there shouldn't have been mud on his shoes. Therefore, I concluded he'd been out.
I see.
And when the body was missing, I knew that he'd buried it. The mud also told me the burial place had to be near water.
And Mr. Lawton's dog led you to the burial place, and that's where I found you, Simon.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was.
But, we were kind of interrupted back there, so,
Wow. Louis, I'm not hearing a thing or seeing anything in my rearview mirror.
Louis, we've reached Teddy's place. Stop the car.
Okay.
But Simon...
My dear, you're very lovely, but you're very young, so I'm afraid this is where the farmer's daughter goes back to the farm.
listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cast tonight included Louise Erickson, Noreen Jamil, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Dave Light. Larry Dobson was Lewis. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Of the Saint was written by Louis Vitti. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 times mean good times on NBC. Wednesday marks the return to the air of that delightful couple, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. There's more good times when the Halls of Ivy with Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman returns to NBC next Wednesday. Take a day. Hear the Halls of Ivy next Wednesday evening. The times are your invitation. Next, it's Sam Spade, then an hour-long drama on Theater Guild on NBC. Vincent Price, who is usually heard at this time as the Saint, has been delayed in Paris. Tonight, by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, you will hear Barry Sullivan in the role. Mr. Sullivan can currently be seen with Lana Turner and Ray Milland in A Life of Her Own. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Barry Sullivan. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Barry Sullivan as the Saint.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir, or madam, as the case may be.
Young man,
Yes?
I saw you.
Well, I'm never invisible in September.
You kicked that bird.
Oh, no, I didn't. He or she was browsing on the park path.
You realize what our native wild bird life means to America?
No.
Think of the ruby-throated warbler, the scarlet tanager, the great crested green.
Come to think of it, I used to know a great crested... No. The man I knew was a Greek. He wrestled.
The bird life of our country must be protected at all costs, young man, at all costs.
Madam, I assure you, I would not deliberately kick a bird, not even a bullfinch. Well, all right. I'm ashamed. I suppose that henceforth I'll be known as a man who hasn't a feathered friend in the world. The beat of tiny wings will never brighten the declining years of Simon Templar's life.
Did you say your name was Simon Templar?
Not exactly, but it is.
You're the Saint?
After our unfortunate introduction to each other, you may find that hard to believe.
But I was on my way to visit you.
Oh?
I wanted to ask you to help my brother.
Brother, he kicks birds? Or perhaps birds kick him?
Warburton has nothing to do with birds.
Warburton.
His trouble is, well, a little different.
What is his trouble?
He's haunted.
Madam, I have a feeling James Thurber is the man you want.
Don't be irreverent.
I beg your pardon.
Warburton is haunted by a ghost.
That sounds reasonable. This Warburton, he's older than you are.
If you're implying by that, is he senile? The answer is no. You're older than I am, but perfectly sane. Nevertheless, he's haunted, I know.
How do you know?
I've heard the ghost myself. It giggles.
Giggles?
Giggles.
I'm strongly tempted to murmur happy haunting, but I'll resist temptation.
And what is even more dreadful, Mr. Templar, and of course you're coming with me at once to investigate the matter. Not only is my brother haunted, but he likes it. My name, I suppose I should tell you, is Prue Saxon.
How do you do?
And my brother is, of course, Warburton Texter.
How does he... no, I guess he doesn't do so well. Miss Baxter, what is his occupation?
Warburton has been a banker all his life. It is not proper for a banker to be haunted.
Except perhaps by certified public accountants.
Mr. Templar, I shall want you to take immediate steps about the matter.
Well, I'm not at all sure that I'm qualified to, although I should like to help.
Something will undoubtedly occur to you. Something always does.
Perhaps. But in these latter years, it's usually been something more substantial than ghosts. Something blonder.
Mr. Templar, your arm, if you please.
No, of course, lady.
Charles will put the car away.
Charles must have been listening closely. Miss Baxter, you and your brother wealthy?
Modestly so? Why?
It satisfies a private curiosity. I've noticed that ghosts tend to haunt only the wealthy. That's either a characteristic of ghosts or of the wealthy.
I'm not sure I approve your speculations on the subject. We'll go at once to the drawing room.
Which is where the ghost?
It is where Warburton may possibly be. At the door to your left, Mr. Templar. Warburton is not here. Mr. Templar, this is the room where we spend most of our evenings. It's where we've heard the ghost.
Something's been bothering me. You said it giggles. He giggles?
She giggles.
And does she do anything else? Clank chains, for example, or utter blood-curdling moans?
No, apparently not. Warburton and I heard her on a number of occasions. The sound seemed to come from the study. The door on the right wall leads to it.
And you investigate her?
Warburton did, naturally. He went into the study. He felt a man should look after such matters.
I see.
He went in and shut the door behind him to spare me. He stayed on each occasion some little while. I heard the giggle again and insisted on being let into the study.
You were perfectly right, I imagine.
Warburton let me in. There was no one there. I was momentarily unnerved, of course.
Of course.
But Warburton seemed quite undisturbed. As a matter of fact, he seemed positively happy about it all.
Did you ask him why?
His reply was frivolous. He said that at his age it was flattering to be haunted by a ghost whose giggle was so useful.
This happened how many times?
Perhaps half a dozen. I wonder where Warburton is.
Perhaps in the study. That wasn't a giggle, but it did come from the study.
Yes, we must speak at once. Warburton! Warburton! Templar, the door's locked.
Do you have a key?
No, there isn't any. Never kept locked. Let me in.
Miss Baxter, ghosts don't generally go about opening doors.
Must be latched from the inside.
Is there any other way of getting into the study?
There's a window overlooking the garden.
And suppose we try the garden.
All right. It's this way. Oh, Mr. Templar, I'm frightened. What are we going to find in there? Mr. Templar, do you think?
I don't know.
I've never believed in those things.
You needn't start now. Whether it was that screamed, it wasn't a ghost.
You're sure of that?
Yes, in a way I wish I weren't, but...
I don't think I quite understand.
Well, let's wait and find out before... Yes. Now, this would be the window of the study.
Yes.
It's quite a bit higher than my head. Concrete walk directly underneath the window.
Oh, what on earth does it matter if the walk is concrete?
There wouldn't be any footprints on concrete.
Perhaps not, Mr. Templar, but do ghosts leave footprints?
I suppose not. However, is there a ladder about?
The gardener's shed over there.
Yes. Is it open?
I think so.
We can try. There's a ladder. A ladder. Oh, yes, this one. Now, back to that study window.
Hurry, Mr. Templar, hurry.
Ladder against the window. Now, you know, I've always envied firemen climbing up and down ladders all day long.
Mr. Templar, why are you delaying?
All right. Up the ladder it is.
Can you see into the study?
Yes.
What?
Better stand out of the way. I'm coming down.
My brother is in there.
He is. I think perhaps we'd better go inside. We have a couple of phone calls to make.
Phone call?
Yes, to a doctor and the police.
A doctor?
I suspect from what I could see that a doctor won't be too necessary, but your calling him will at least show the proper solicitude.
Something happened to Walter. He's dead.
I'm afraid he is.
Oh, no.
Here, you'd better take my arm.
No. Thank you very much. I don't need help. We had better make those calls.
All right. By the way, Miss Baxter.
Yes?
While the police are on their way here, if I were you, I'd try to think up something to tell them besides a ghost story.
What do you mean?
Ghosts aren't generally capable of beating a man's head to a pulp.
The police will be here, they said quite soon.
Now run along then, Miss Baxter.
But Mr.
There's
Kemper...
nothing I could tell them that would be of any help to anyone.
I suppose not. I'll ring the car.
Don't bother, Miss Baxter. I'd rather walk.
Very well. Thank you for having come home with me and listening to my ghost story. Good night, Mr. Kemper.
Good night.
Here you are, sir.
Huh? I ride whether I want to or not, eh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Now, look, Charles, I beg your pardon. I seem to be sitting on you. Not entirely, of course, but enough to know that you're not a ghost. Hey, look, I don't like to seem inquisitive, but you can speak.
Of course I can. What's your name?
Simon Templar?
Oh? These saints often go around sitting on your lap?
I am not sitting on your lap.
No, but you didn't miss far enough.
As a matter of fact, I am now at the opposite end of the seat.
Okay.
What's your name?
Serene.
I think Prue Thaxter thinks you're a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you needn't slide any closer to me. I already have sufficient evidence that you're not.
Are you glad?
I'll admit that you have a delightful way of not being ghostly. However, I would like to know why Miss Thaxter thought that you were.
Oh, that's because she hoped I was. Or would be. Is that right? I'm not very good on grammar.
Well, what are you good on? No, ignore that, please. Why did she dislike you?
I make Warburton laugh.
You'd have a difficult time making him laugh now.
I know.
You were in that study with him? Your silence fear or distressing?
I wish you wouldn't say things like that. I mightn't like you if you do.
I'll survive.
Will you?
Oh, now you're threatening me. Yet if you hadn't waited for me in this car, I'd never have known who you are. And somehow it doesn't hang together. Because then I couldn't have been of any danger to you.
You couldn't have been of any help either.
How can I help you?
By handing it right over.
Handing what over?
The key.
The key, of course. The key to...
Please, don't be difficult.
I'm terribly sorry, but actually I don't know enough to know if I'm being difficult or foolish.
Let me search.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Well, I'm ticklish.
If you don't let me search you, I'll scream.
You needn't bother. You forget, I've already heard you scream.
Maybe, but Charles has. He stopped the car and comes charging back here, probably with a wrench. But he hit you on the head with it.
And it's the only head I have to my name.
Uh-huh.
Lorraine?
Yes.
Search me. Lorraine, you look like you'd lost your last giggle.
Naturally, you didn't have the key.
But I told you that before you, searched me.
But didn't you like it anyway?
I refuse to answer that. And besides, we're at my home.
Oh.
Lorraine, I would suggest that immediately after I leave you, you visit the police and...
Tickle them?
And now, you tell them of your presence in Warburton's study tonight.
I can't.
Because you murdered Warburton Thaxter?
Because of who I am. I didn't kill Warburton, but they might not believe me. Because of who I am.
Who are you?
What? Mrs. Warburton Thaxter, of course.
Templar. Your feet are on my sofa.
What's wrong with that?
They're too big.
Oh, you're an observant kid, Templar. Have you observed this?
Oh, dear. You know, I wish for once that someone would threaten me with a machete or a Malayan crease or an original Australian Sunday boomerang. I get so tired of revolvers.
That's maybe because you ain't been shot by one yet.
People have tried and tried. Are you going to shoot me with your revolver?
No. Let's you act nasty.
Oh, no. I was the pride of Mrs. Thrushbottom's dancing class. My manners are favorably known throughout the length and breadth.
No kidding.
If Lord Chesterfield's son had had a son of his own,
he probably would have been me.
Oh, stop it. I can't contain my joy. Besides, I got something to ask you.
And be careful. Remember, I'm not your best friend, and I might tell you.
Don't you get tired of making wisecracks?
It's a living. Who are you, anyway?
The name is Galloway.
And the feet are large. Proceed, Mr. Galloway.
Where is it?
Where is what?
The key.
What key?
You know as well as I do.
Yeah, perhaps. But what makes you think I am?
You went to the house with Miss Thaxter, didn't you?
Yes, I did. But how did you know?
I'm psychic.
You mean you were following her?
I'm a bad boy.
And you think my purpose was to procure the key from
Warburton.
That's very interesting. One of us who didn't know before now knows the key was Warburton's. He also knows that obviously Warburton no longer has the key. Otherwise, it is very interesting indeed. Except, oh boy, haven't you realized yet that you shouldn't know Warburton is now minus key?
Why shouldn't I?
Because Warburton is now also minus life.
That is a very interesting fact, but it don't get me the key.
It may get you the chair.
I missed something.
You certainly did. Warburton Thaxter, and we'll pretend you didn't know, was murdered.
I don't like that.
Neither did Warburton.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't bargain on no
Death sentence?
Templar, how good are you at forgetting things?
Things like what?
My visiting you.
No, I could never forget that. There'll always be a warm place in my heart. Oh, my heart.
Hey, what's wrong?
I think I'm going to have an attack. Help me.
Okay. Yeah, hold on to me. Hey, you nearly busted my wrist.
It's better to take your revolver out.
What happened to your attack?
I decided to postpone it.
You know what? I think you lied about.
I'm afraid I did, but I have the gun now.
Keep it.
Galloway, stay where you are.
Not for you. I gotta get out of here.
I'm likely to shoot you if...
In the back. Stop being foolish. Heroes never shoot guys in the back.
Lieutenant Cool, I'll bet you never knew I was a hero.
Go away, Templar. I was just about to take my nap.
Oh, it can't be. They must have put you on the Thaxter case.
I'll tell you all about it next spring.
Were any keys found on his body?
Sure. So?
Was a safe deposit key among them?
Sister wanted to know the same thing.
And?
No safe deposit key.
I see. Cool, did you leave a policeman in the house with Miss Thaxter?
This may come as a shock to you and the readers of mystery stories, but I did.
I'm bracing myself. One more question, Cool. If I had a key to somebody else's safe deposit box, would the bank let me get at the box?
Just because you had the key to it? No.
In that event, why have people threatened me, assaulted me, tickled, well, that is applied pressure, and involve themselves in a murder case for something that can be of no earthly use to them? Templar, the telephone.
Yes?
Yeah, Miss Thaxter, this is Simon Templar. I hope I haven't waked you.
I haven't been asleep. Locked it.
I thought perhaps you might still be up. Miss Thaxter, I've had a visitor who, among other things, carried about a good deal of earth on his shoes. You know a man named Galloway?
Of course I do.
Who is he?
My gardener.
Taxi! 14 Mallorca Drive, if you please.
That's a high-class neighborhood. What are you going to do there?
Louis!
Louis?
Hey, I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, huh? Certainly took your time getting me into this.
Oh, look, I'm sorry, Louis, but, well, I didn't have an occasion to call a cab before now.
Is that so?
Of course, Louis.
Well, I accept your apology. And now that we're friends again, who's Dick? The scene of the tragedy.
I wait, you wait.
About how old is this Miss Thaxter?
Middle 50s, I should think. Why?
I just wanted to know how long I'll have to wait. Middle 50s? Not long.
My name is Simon Templar, officer. Miss Thaxter's expecting me.
Oh, yeah. In the drawing room.
Thank you.
Over here.
Yeah?
I've been in there. I'm perplexed.
Why?
No drawing.
Till later, officer.
Come in.
Hello, Miss Thaxter. Sorry it's so late.
It's kind of you to come and ask me questions. It may keep me from... What did you want to know?
First, how long has Galloway been with you?
Good many years.
Where does he sleep?
Garden house.
And I can stop and see him on my way out. Miss Thatcher, did you know your brother had been married?
The police told me about it tonight. I hadn't known before.
You didn't really think your brother was meeting a ghost in his study, did you?
No. I would have preferred it to be that, however. You've never met Lorraine Anderson. She's cheap, Mr. Templar. Cheap and grasping.
And you told the police about hearing her in the study before we discovered your brother's body?
I told them nothing.
It might have been safer, too. Do you know where she lives?
A theatrical hotel.
Which one?
I'm not sure.
Well, you've got to remember, and quickly.
Why?
Because I'm afraid there'll have to be another death before this is over.
Oh. I think it was the Exbrook Hotel.
The Exbrook, thank you. Good night, Miss Thatcher.
Good night.
Good night, officer.
Good night.
Louis? Huh? Get out of that cab. Come with me.
Where you going?
Around the house, to the gardener's place.
Want him to pick you a few flowers?
No, I want a witness with me.
Ooh, that gate ought to be oiled. You ought to speak to the gardener about it.
Yeah, this is the place, all right?
Shouldn't you have not?
Unnecessary, unless I'm mistaken. I wasn't mistaken.
Oh, you mean you expected him to be dead?
Perhaps you'd better come with me, Louis.
Okay, but I just as soon not meet near the corpses tonight. They depress me something.
Oh, beautiful lobby. Yeah, palms decaying like mad, and that place is sweet. However, mailbox pigeonhole. Yes. Lorraine's room number is 111. That would be down the corridor towards the back of the hotel, I imagine.
This lady we're going to visit, she aged in her middle 50s.
Good heavens, no.
And I don't understand it. Why do you want me along?
To stand, yes, this is the room. To stand outside the door.
To stand outside the... Mr. Templar, you think you can trust me with such an important assignment?
Who is it?
Simon Templar.
Oh, that's the name.
You forgot to mention me.
Intentionally, Louis.
Oh, well, then I accept your apology. Huh? Step to one side.
Simon.
May I sit in?
Of course. I'm not dressed for company.
We'll pretend I'm not company.
Simon, did you come because you wanted me to search you again?
No. This time, I'm going to do the searching.
Simon?
Yes, in view of the hour, you obviously wouldn't have it on you. Therefore, I shall look elsewhere.
You think I have the key?
I'm glad you have such a small kitchenette. It won't take so long to...
Simon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What did I break?
A bottle of real lemon juice.
Oh, well. I'll come back in the morning and squeeze you some more.
Oh.
The hiding places in here are entirely too obvious. Where's your bedroom?
Now, just a minute, Simon.
Well, that's a beautiful bed you have, Lorraine.
Thank you, kind sir, but...
Old-fashioned kind. Bedpost with ornamental heads with... It's tomorrow.
Simon, what?
Hollow bedpost. String tied to the inside of the head, and at the end of the string, this.
That's the key.
Oh, it is. A key to a safe deposit box. Warburton's safe deposit box. Lorraine, did Warburton keep his money largely in cash?
I don't...
It's a little late for lying, honey.
Well, I don't know why, sir. Yes. He's recently passed a lot of bonds. Oh, maybe $50,000 worth.
Now, use your phone?
Yeah. And you're going to call?
The police?
Oh, no. Please, Simon, don't call him. I don't like cops.
You like Lieutenant Poole. He's real cute. He looks just like Willie the Penguin. Walks like him, too. And he parks his hair in the middle. Lieutenant Poole? Simon Templar, Lieutenant. What did you find in Warburton's safe deposit box? How I knew. I'd given you hints enough earlier. I was pretty sure you'd get a court order and... Oh, yes, it is. And? Thank you. Bye.
Simon?
The police opened the box.
Honey?
It was empty.
I don't like the way you're looking at me.
Well, then your window overlooks the alley running back to the hotel.
So,
get me a pillow and a blanket off the bed.
well, all right, but...
Now I shove this chair in front of the window. Draw the blind down.
Here.
Thank you, darling. Now, if I fold the blanket into a roll, plop the pillow on top of it so it extends a bit above the chair. Yeah. Through the blind from the outside, it would look as though you were sitting in that chair.
Maybe it would.
Now, you put a coat on. Come with me. We're going to bowl in a different kind of alley.
I'm cold. Why do we have to stand here?
Because from where we are, we can't be seen. But we can see your window with a silhouette on the blind. And if anyone comes up the alley...
Simon, I don't understand at all.
Suppose you were an aging woman who owned nothing but an old house. Suppose you spent all your life with your brother who had all the money. Suppose your brother then met and married a pretty girl. And then he cashed in all his money and was preparing to leave you. How would you feel?
Well, I'd be unhappy about it.
You'd kill your brother if you were half insane with pride and anger. You'd try to have his wife convicted of a murder. You'd call in somebody like me, to be around when you discovered your brother dead. You'd plant a safe deposit box key someplace in your brother's wife's room. You'd hire your gardener to threaten me about the key and then kill him before he could get frightened and blow up the whole scheme.
Simon!
But then when you realized the man you'd been using as a blind had stumbled onto a part of the truth, what would you do? You'd try to wind up the case quick.
I wouldn't.
You'd try to shoot your brother's wife, then make it look like suicide, huh? Now, Louis is at the door of your room, so that won't be tried, but the alley here... Yeah, she's coming down the alley. Stopping outside your window.
I just saw the gun. She's left me.
That's all we needed now. Okay. I'll take that gun. It's a pity that your brother and Galloway weren't dead, Miss Baxter.
What do you mean?
They'd be alive. You were so fond of birds. You see, Lorraine, that safe deposit key couldn't have been of any use to Galloway or yourself.
No.
But Miss Baxter, she had two uses for it. First, she rented a safe deposit box at the same bank, next to her brother's. She was known to the guard at the bank, therefore she could go down into the vault and by working quickly, empty Warburton's box, which she did. And then she implanted the key on you.
I'm so grateful to you.
Oh, nonsense, Alice.
Simon, I don't know how I can repay you.
Well, children say when they don't know something. It's me.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Barry Sullivan.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years is an awfully long time to be hungry. For us in America, it's an unbelievably long time. But for millions of people in Europe and Asia, it's not very hard to believe because they've lived hunger, they're living it right now. But there's at least one family abroad that can experience once again the strength and vigor of proper nourishment. That family is the one you help by sending a personal care package. Your compassion can be turned into material aid by sending a food gift through non-profit care. For instance, Care's $10 food parcel will supplement the diet of a family of 4 for a whole month. It contains 24 pounds of nourishing meat, fat, sugar, and other foods high in vitamins. This or any other Care food package will be sent to the person you specify. Or if you wish, Care will select a suitable recipient for your gift, and either way you'll receive a signed receipt upon delivery and probably a heartfelt letter of gratitude. All you have to do is send your money order to Care, New York. Care will do the rest. Remember the address, it's Care, New York. And now this is Barry Sullivan inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Our cast included Lorene Tuttle, Irene Pedro, Hal March, Joe Duval, and Larry Dodkin. Music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charters, is a James L. Sapir production and is directed by Helen Mack. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 times means good times on NBC. There's Hope, there's Groucho. They're both returning soon to NBC. Yes, Bob Hope returns October 3rd, and you bet your life it's Groucho Marx beginning October 4th. Listen where you hear the chime for Top Comedy by Bob Hope and Groucho Marx beginning soon on NBC. Now, Sam Spade. Vincent Price, who is usually heard at this time as the Saint, has been delayed in Paris. Tonight, by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, you will hear Barry Sullivan in the role. Mr. Sullivan can currently be seen with Lana Turner and Ray Milland in A Life of Her Own. Adventures of the Saint, starring Barry Sullivan. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Barry Sullivan as the Saint.
Mr. Templar.
Well, Louis, that's what I call service. Parked right in front of my apartment.
Waiting for you, Mr. Templar. I was hoping you would be desirous of a hat.
That I am, Louis.
Well, where to, Mr. Templar?
Well, I'm not quite sure. You see, I have a problem up in my apartment.
What's your name?
Well, I call her Minerva.
Another dish in a jam?
She won't tell me. By the way she cries, I have an idea something's wrong.
How long has she been at your place?
Oh, a couple of hours.
And still crying? Oh, Mr. Templar, you're losing your charm.
I think she wants to go home.
You're definitely losing your charm.
I'd like to take her home.
Well, she lost her charm, too.
Only I don't know where her home is. But now that you're here, I'll untie her, and maybe she can find her own way.
You're untie, Mr. Templar.
Louis, she's a dog.
Oh, well, why didn't you say?
I found her this morning. I've never seen her around here before, so I didn't want to turn her loose, because if she can't find a way home, there's no telling what'll happen to her.
So what are you going to do?
Turn her loose?
But you just said that you
That's where you come in. We'll follow her in your hat. See where she goes so we can keep her out of trouble.
Oh, that I should live to see the day when the Robin Hood of modern crime is nursemaid to a poop.
Remember the saying, Louis, do unto other dumb animals what you would have others do unto you. Besides, she's cute.
Yeah, huh? What kind is she?
She can eat.
I thought you said it was a dog.
Louis, that's unkind. Sorry, didn't mean it. Stay put, Louis. I'll get Minerva and let's see where she takes us.
Hey, Minerva has fancy taste. This is a real expensive neighborhood.
And this is a real expensive trip. We've been following her for over an hour.
You know any better way to spend your money, Mr. Templar, than giving it to me?
Offhand, I can think of a couple. Hey, Minerva's turning in at that gate.
Yeah.
Cute little shack, she said. Now, I bet it doesn't have over 40 rooms.
You think she really lives there, or is she only dreaming?
And we'll soon find out. Louis, turn into the driveway and park. I'll take her up to the house.
If she does belong here, there will no doubtless be a reward. And if there is no doubtless a reward...
drooling, Louis. Your cut is already on the meter, so either way, you can't lose.
I'm not making out so awful good on it, Mr. Templar. Only one fare, only one tip, and more in an hour. Where's the profit?
Why, Louis, the conversation, of course. What's the matter? You want down? Well, you're out of luck. Or maybe you're in luck. Because when I pick up a young lady, I usually show her a good time. So if it turns out you don't live here, what?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello. My name's Simon Templar.
Oh, yes. I'm sure Madam will be delighted you've come.
You're sure?
Of course. Right this way, sir.
Why should Madam be delighted I've come?
You surprise me, sir. I never heard that modesty was one of your outstanding characteristics.
You seem to know a lot about me.
Doesn't everybody? If you pardon the levity.
I'll pardon the levity, but not the evasion.
Evasion?
I asked you why Madam should be delighted I've come. Is it because of Minerva?
Minerva, sir?
This.
Oh, you mean Ming Toy?
Do I? Yes, I do. I should have known. Ming Toy.
Naturally, Madam will be delighted about the dog. But what I was particularly referring to were the jewels. Have you brought them also?
Jewels?
Apparently you haven't. I hope you'll pardon me question, sir. The kitchen help is excellent, and I have something to report.
No. I'll issue communique from the front. Which reminds me, where is the front?
Around this next thing, sir? In the east wing.
If I'd known the hall was this long, I'd have asked Louis to bring in his cab. Nice big face.
Not much further.
Well, let's be thankful for small favors. What was that? Does anyone in this house take singing lessons? No, sir. Then that was a scream, and it came from in there. Did you scream?
Who are you?
I'm...
Me, poor darling, come to Mama. Give it to me, young man.
Here.
Oh, Mama's little baby, isn't all right?
He's all right, but something else isn't. Somebody screamed.
I know, who did? There was someone peering through that window. Was it you?
Hardly. I was in the house.
Well, you have no business barging in here unannounced.
Well, it seems, lady, that I run faster than your butler. I thought you were in trouble.
Well, I was startled, and now somebody better go investigate. Oh, me, Angel, do the nation wrong.
What is it, madam? Is something wrong?
Well, there's a power outside the window. Go see who it is, please.
Yes, madam.
Now you, young man, do you have my jewels?
I was wondering when we'd get around to that. I'm also wondering...
Mother, are you all right? I heard you scream.
Yes, Ernest,
Who's he?
Me?
Yes. What are you doing here?
I just came to return your dog.
Return...
Yes, yes, he is. Mama's little precious.
There, Carla's out.
That's right.
How did you know she's our dog?
I didn't.
Well, then why... Hey, wait a minute.
I'm waiting.
Put up your hand.
I'm sorry I waited.
Ernest, I didn't know you owned a revolver.
Lucky I do. Mother, call the police. Tell them we've got the thief.
Oh, great.
Somebody's screaming. Was it you in
Yes, dear, but it's all right. I saw somebody at the window. Sister's looking into it.
Ernest, what the devil are you doing? I told you not to play with guns.
I'm not playing, Father. This is a thief.
So, does he have the jewels?
I haven't searched him.
Then how do you know?
He brought back Ming Toy.
Huh? Oh, yes. Morning, Ming Toy. Don't bite me, you little monster.
Just a minute, Father. She doesn't have her collar, so how could he know she was our dog?
She told me.
Oh, we're just wasting time. Mother, will you please pick up that phone and call the police?
It won't do any good. The line's been cut, see?
What?
Thanks for looking down.
What are you doing? Stop immediately.
I'll take the gun. Here, let me have it. That's better.
That's fine.
Very good exercise.
Ernest, you gave the young man the gun. Why?
I asked him so nicely. Now, will somebody please tell me what's going on around here?
As if you don't
As
know.
if I don't.
Just who are you anyway, young fella?
Simon Templar, and you?
You don't know who I am?
Did I?
I, sir, am C.J. Allardyce.
Fancy that.
Nuts.
I beg your pardon?
I said nuts,
So you did.
as in both. Nuts and bolts. We manufacture them. You've heard of Allardyce nuts?
Yes, aren't they?
What's that?
The whole family.
Beg pardon?
Yes, it.
Our slogan. If it's Allardyce, it's nuts.
That's what I said.
There's no nuts like an Allardyce.
Well, this could go on all day.
Father, I'm sure Mr. Templar didn't come here to talk business.
Huh? Why did he come?
To return Ming Toy? Now that I've been so warmly thanked, I'll just run along. I hope you won't mind my taking your revolver with me, Ernest, as a souvenir. When I'm safely out of reach, in northern Tibet, say, I'll send it back. Well, here-ho. All right, Louie, let's get out of here.
What took you so long?
Louie, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Yeah, try me.
No, it's no use. I don't believe it myself.
Did you get a reward?
Reward? Louie, I'm out of there. Who could ask for anything more? Now, let's go.
Hey, just a minute, Mr. Templar.
Now what?
Somebody is hiding in them bushes and watching us, you see?
Oh, yeah. That's probably who Mrs. Allardyce saw at the window. Well, get started, Louie.
You ain't going to investigate?
It's probably only a man eating a gorilla. None of our business.
This is not like you, Mr. Templar. It's not like you at all.
As a matter of fact, I'm not exactly feeling myself at the moment, so don't be too surprised.
But where is your spirit of adventure, huh? What may lurk in them bushes? Excitement, thrills, who knows?
I know.
You do?
Yeah. I can see him in your rear view mirror. It's a kid. Kid about 10 years old.
A kid? Let's get out of here. Excitement I could stand. Mystery I could stand. Adventure. But kid, I got a nest. What's wrong with this thing?
Hi.
Hello, kid.
What's the matter, mister? Won't you stop?
Oh, sure, she'll start. I'm just trying to run down the battery so the lights won't work, and I don't like night drives.
Why, Dad?
What's your name, Sonny?
It ain't funny.
Well, what is it?
That's peculiar.
See what I mean, Mr. Simpson?
Yeah. Look, fella, if you don't tell me your name, I'm going to have to call you my little man. How would you like that?
You win. It's Stevie. What's yours?
Simon?
Simon Wick.
Simon Templar?
Son?
Yes, Stevie.
Hey, wait a minute. You may not be him at all. How I know this ain't a bluff?
You don't.
What is that? Because if you're the real thing, you and me can do business.
What sort of business, Stevie?
Well, I read a lot of books about detectives.
Yes, I gather.
Well, we ought to make a good partnership, you and me. You help me latch onto the ice, and we'll split the reward.
The ice?
50 grand worth. And that ain't peanuts.
Stevie, suppose you tell me about this jewelry. Just when was it taken?
You don't know?
No.
You're not the saint.
Oh, believe me, Stevie, the saint doesn't know everything.
Why don't you tell me yet?
To return Ming toy?
You're me trying to kid.
Oh, that's on the level.
Look, mister, I happen to know you couldn't return Ming toys, see?
What do you mean I couldn't?
Never mind, but I know.
If you don't believe me, ask Louise. I thought her name was Minerva. Oh, you're always such a help. Stevie, why do you say I couldn't return Ming toy?
I'm not talking.
I get it. Ah, I see the look in your eye, Mr. Templar. The mystery's beginning to needle you. Stevie, if I prove I brought back Ming toy, will you tell me why you said I couldn't?
Sure. You won't prove it.
Wait here, Louie. I'll probably hate myself in the morning, but I'm going back to the Allardyces. Come on, Stevie.
Come in.
Excuse me, madam. Miss Templar is here again with the gardener's boy.
The gardener's boy?
Yes, madam.
Well, you can't bring that earthling into the house.
I'm very sorry, madam, but he has. Shall I show them out?
No, show them in. I'll tell him myself.
Very good, madam. You may come in, Mr. Templar.
Thank you, Jeeves.
Sit, sir.
I stand corrected. Well, hello again, Mrs. Allardyce.
Really, Mr. Temple, this is impossible. Bringing in that... Good heavens! He's the face at the window. I was just a test. Oh, I should have recognized him at the time. Oh, Mr. Temple, you're wonderful. Positively wonderful. First Ming toy and now the Fowler. Fitz had no luck whatsoever. Simply none. You're an amazing man. Sit down. Have a chocolate.
No, thanks.
Yes,
If you don't mind, we'd like to see Ming toy.
Why?
I forgot to say goodbye to her.
Oh, very well. Me, come to mother. Me. Now, where is that animal? She was here right just a moment ago. Me.
You call, Mother?
Oh, Ernest, have you seen Ming toy?
No. I thought she was in here.
Well, she's not.
Don't tell me she disappeared again.
So it would be vanished into thin air. My poor, it's a baby. Gone. Well, mister, now what have you got to say?
Say, Stevie, I'm speechless. Oh, hello, Louie.
Mr. Templar, how come you're answering the door? They don't have no butler?
He's not around. Strange. No dogs, no butler. Well, what do you want, Louie?
I just come to see what's keeping you this time. My media's getting busy going round and round.
Ming toy's missing again. We're looking for her. It's a big house, she's a little dog.
Why don't you just forget the whole thing?
Because, Louie, it doesn't make sense. He ought to come when we call, or at least bark.
Well, what do? Go take another nap?
Oh, no. Maybe, Louie... What is it, Stevie?
I take it all back. You are the thing.
Well, what brings all this on?
I saw Ming toy.
You did?
Yeah. Ben jumped right and whispered. This is top secret.
Yeah, that Ben.
He caused her in the garage.
Well, what's he doing? Giving her a shampoo?
No, he's shaving her.
Shaving her?
With an electric razor.
Well, let's go get her. Come on, Louie.
Oh, no thanks, Mr. Templar. You and the kid go. Me, I'm going back to the hack for another nap. I can dream nightmares that make better sense than this. So long.
Stevie, when we get near the garage, let's be quiet. We don't want Fitz to hear.
Hello there.
Oh, what's in it?
I've looked all over the ground. Can't find her.
It's all right. Stevie found her. Your butler has her in the garage.
But I just saw him go back to the house.
Oh? With Ming toy?
No. Why'd you get her to the garage?
I guess to improve her appearance.
What?
Oh, come on. We can soon find out.
Yeah.
Ernest, what do you know about your butler anyway?
Not much. He's only been with us a couple of weeks.
Oh? What sort of references did he have?
I don't know. That's father. He engaged him.
I will.
Then I would like to ask you some questions. I'm still not satisfied in spite of mother.
Look, Fitz has the dog, not me.
I know, but...
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
What?
Right there, crouching by that bush. Can that be Ming toy?
Right. Gosh, she is, and she's stripped clean. She's been shaved.
She looks like a damp sock.
Come here, Ming Toy.
Just sit there shivering. I think she can bear it. Here, I'll get her. Come here, Ming Toy. Cold? Well, don't worry. I'll buy you mint. Okay, here she comes. I thought that would do it. It works every time. Be careful, huh? Don't drop her. Oh, don't worry, Ernest. I shall guard Ming Toy with my life.
Well, come on. What's the matter?
My legs are giving out again.
Oh, still a rather condition.
I guess. Mother?
Oh, have you found my treasure?
Yes, Mother, we found it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Give it to Mother, Templar.
Yeah, here.
Thank you. Ah! He's late.
It seems your butler is a frustrated father.
What?
Where's Father? Templar wants to talk to him about things.
He's in the back study, but I don't understand.
That makes it unanimous. Look after your mother, Ernest. She's had quite a shock. Meanwhile, I'll go see if your father can help explain why Ming Toy has been forced to become a stripteaser.
Don't bother me, Templar. Don't bother me. I've got enough on my mind. Son who gambles away every penny I give him. A wife who charges accounts away even pennies I don't give her. Believe me, young man, anybody ever tells you it's a picnic being a millionaire, don't you listen. Take it from me, before you make a million, just be sure you can afford it.
I'll make a note of that. But about Ming Toy...
Look, last night the dog is kidnapped, or dog-napped, or whatever you call it. The wife throws such a tizzy it takes 3 pills to get me to sleep. This morning the wife's jewels are gone. Another tizzy. Policemen, insurance adjusters, and now you. Look, I don't care if the dog has been killed. See, I don't care. I've got enough on my mind.
But maybe it all ties together. The dog is stolen, the jewels are stolen.
I can add 2 and 2, Templar. I don't need your masterminding. The dog was stolen first so the thief could break in later without the dog barking. Think I couldn't figure that out?
No, I think you could. And it's possible the thief thought so, too.
What's that?
I have a hunch the robbery was the work of some member of this household.
Nonsense.
And the dog napping was just a red herring to throw you off the track. To make you think just what you did think. That it was an outside rather than an inside job.
Get out of here, Templar. Get out of here before I throw you.
I'd just like to ask you about Fitz.
Fine, Butler, excellent. One peculiarity, that's all, like the shaved dog. So what? We can't all be perfect. Now get out of here, Templar, before I have him save you, and it may be closer than you like.
Oh, hello, Ernest.
Hello, Templar. Learn anything from Father?
Yeah, I learned he has a temper.
Oh, he's in one of those.
Uh-huh. So if I want to learn about Fitz, I'll have to learn it from Fitz himself. Only trouble is I can't find the kitchen. Is there a map of this place anywhere?
It's down this way. Come on, I'll take you. I'll talk to you anyway.
Thanks. We don't have signposts. How's your mother?
Sniffing, smelling salt.
And Ming Toy?
Taking it better than Mother.
Just keep her away from mirrors. She'll be all right.
Look, Templar, I said I want to talk to you.
We're talking.
I want to talk about you.
My favorite subject.
It's all very well you're pretending you want to help, but how do we know?
Are we almost there? My legs are giving out again.
That's right in here. Take us in the kitchen to the butler's center.
Good.
Fitz?
Don't bother calling him, Ernest. He can't hear you.
What?
Look behind that table. Is it dead? Extremely.
Please, dear, I can't talk now. I'm so upset about Ming Toy.
Oh, hang Ming Toy.
Jonathan Allardyce. Of all
Look, I'm trying to tell you something. That man Templar is getting ideas. I don't like it. He's been snooping around here. The first thing we know...
Well, all we have to do is to be nice to him.
Nice to him. Confound it, Isabel. I'm going to...
May I come in?
No. Templar, I thought I told you to get the blazes out of this house.
Oh, is that what you told me? I've been trying to figure it out, but you were so incoherent.
Now, see here.
If you want me to go, I'll be glad to, but I thought I ought to tell you about your butler first.
Yes, I know. You think he's a thief. Very well, I'll have the police.
You're wrong, Mr. Allardyce. I don't think he's a thief. He's been cleared. The hard way.
What?
Somebody murdered him. Ernest is calling the police now.
Murdered?
Yep, with a knife.
Oh, dear, and good butlers are so scarce these days.
Ah.
Jonathan! This is Templar, what's happened to Jonathan?
Looks like he fainted.
What do we do? Get me some water.
Get it yourself. I can't wait.
Can't wait. Well, you can't leave me now.
I got to, or there may be another murder.
No, come back here.
Later, Mrs. Allardyce.
Oh, Mr. Templar. Oh, dear. Oh, no, somebody, please. Oh, dear. Oh,
Louis, what now, Mr. Templar? Have you seen Stevie? If I do, there's going to be a murder. If we don't, there's going to be a murder. Stevie? Yeah. I'm glad to hear it. You know what that kid done? What? He scrambled the wires in the engine while I was snoozing. That's why we wouldn't start. He was detectiving, Louis. We were possible suspects, and he wanted to foil our getaway. Well, wasn't that cute? No, I'm not joking. His life is in danger. I'm not surprised. If I can't find Stevie, I'll have to find Ernest. Who's he? Allardyce's son. I wonder if he's the one drove away just now. Drove away? Did something? Yeah. A car just went down the other drive. Have you got your wires unscrambled? Oh, yeah. All right, Louis. Let's go. It headed this way, that's all I know. And you don't know if Stevie was in the car? I don't know who was in the car. I didn't see. He must be. The only thing that makes sense. Now what? The road branches 3 ways. Which way do we go? Oh, there we are. They went that way, to the left. How do you know? Well, it's fresh tire tracks. The others are old. Oh, yeah. And step on it, Louis. Okay. Pull in your ears. Here we go. But I would still like to know what's going on. Louis, look out for that turn. Hold your eyes aflame, Mr. Templar. Here we go. Got your eyes open, Mr. Templar? Yeah. Yeah, we made it. Oh, good. Then I can open mine. Louis. Louis, is that the car you saw coming out of Allardyce's? Looks like. That's good, but I hope we're not too late. Nobody in it. No. There's a path into the woods. Come on, yeah. Hurry up, Louis. Right through here. I'm afraid to call the kids, but I'd still like to know what's going on. Well, as I see it, Louis, Ernest ran up a gambling debt, and his papa wouldn't pay off for him. Oh. At any rate, Papa was griping about Ernest gambling. Ernest, I take it, is Allardyce Jr.? Yeah, that's right. Ernest had to get money, so he drove Ming Toy away from home and put her out of the car. Yeah. Then he swiped the family jewels, and a missing dog made it look like an outside job. Smart guy, Junior. What makes you think he's going to knock off the kid? He's already knocked off the butler. Oh, yeah. How do you know it was Ernest which knocked off the butler? Because when I told Allardyce, he fainted. And he didn't faint out of great feeling for the butler. The fellow had only been with him a couple of weeks. He fainted because he knew his son was guilty of the robbery, and he realized his son was also a murderer.
Oh.
Stevie.
Where'd you come from?
Stevie, you all right?
Well, sure, I'm all right. And Ernest don't feel so good.
Mr. Temple, look. Ernest is out cold. What do you know?
Yeah. You know something? Ernest should have his mouth washed out with soap.
Why, Stevie?
He doesn't tell the truth.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, last night, I seen him driving away with Ming Toy. And when I asked where he was taking her, he says, it's a big secret. Spies have tattooed a secret message on her skin. He found out, and he's taking her to the FBI. And I mustn't tell nobody, because it's FBI top secret.
I see.
So I find out now he's just trying to shut me up.
Hey, I gotta remember that. Next time my nephew gets in my hair, FBI top secret. Hey, Louis, then that explains the saving. The butler must have overheard Ernest telling this young man about the secret message on Ming Toy. And he figured if it was true, the dog would be worth money. So he looked for the message. Sure, when the butler saves the pooch, Ernest gets wise the butler is wise, so he shuts the butler up.
And he tried to shut me up, too. He said we were going to meet an FBI man out here. Instead, he gets me in, and then he pulls out a knife.
And what happened?
Judo.
Judo?
Yes, my brother was in a Marine. He taught me. Ernest is waking up.
You were worried about the kid, Mr. Templar. Like I told you,
When them little hyenas is around, all you gotta protect is yourself.
Hey, Mr. Fenwick, you want me to teach you some frogs?
As a matter of fact, Susie, I don't...
Susie, look, I'll show you.
Well, Susie, really.
First, you take your guy's arm like this.
Now, just a minute,
There
Susie. Let's focus over...
You see, leverage
We're
is
friends.
the important part of this
Let's keep it that way,
Now,
shall we?
I just pull back real tight. Louie, help!
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Barry Sullivan.
Ladies and gentlemen, a long time ago it was written that man shall not live by bread alone. In this often quoted line from the Bible, bread is merely a symbol of all material happiness. And although we in America have the greatest material advantages in the world, they are not enough to bring us complete happiness. We will find that happiness in our spiritual as well as our material lives, in faith as well as dress. In America, one of our most precious heritages is the right to worship as we please, to know the spiritual pleasures of our churches and synagogues. The doors of your places of worship stand open to you, and your religious leaders will welcome you to their services. They also offer you personal and family guidance and the opportunity to become a firm part of your community. Through our churches and synagogues, that community and the families within it can find stability. And as an individual, you can find the peace that only religion can bring. Thus, the religious organizations of America invite you to find yourself through faith and come to church this week. This is Barry Sullivan inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night. Created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. And the chimes are anticipating the hilarious antics of Bob Hope and Groucho Marx. Hope returns to the air with more laughs on Tuesday, October 3rd. Groucho Marx brings his riotous quiz, You Bet Your Life, to the air on Wednesday, October 4th. So that's Bob Hope, October 3rd, Groucho Marx, October 4th. As three times means good times. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint. Who likes cheeseburgers? I'd rather have an old-fashioned mountain bike with a...
Hello.
On the other hand, perhaps not. Hello.
Who'd like to do it?
I admire intelligent women. Sit down.
Hi. But I'm not intelligent.
Oh, you're being modest.
I am not.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are beautiful, though.
I bet you say that to all the beautiful girls you meet. You like to ski?
No,
Then why are you on the ski plane?
because of the telegram you sent me.
Then you are finding something. I kind of thought you looked like one.
Thank you. Your telegram sounded desperate. What do you want me to do?
A very small thing.
Yes?
I'd like you to be my husband.
What?
Are you married?
No, but I...
Well, then nobody will mind if you're my husband for a
nobody
while.
will mind. Look, Peggy.
I said only for a while. None of my husbands is ever able to say I ought to change my will.
None of your... Peggy, how many husbands have you had?
I have a terrible memory. I do remember a Smith and a Jones, though. Of course, they're easy names.
Yeah. Look, may I ask you why you want me to be your husband?
So nobody will murder me. If Charlie thinks I'm married to the same, he'll think twice before beating my brains out. This will be the neatest trick of the year, he said, on account of I don't have any days. I'm putting Charlie.
But who is Charlie?
He's in the car at the thing. John.
Oh, he's a friend of yours?
Oh, no, he used to be my last husband. I mean, he was my husband last.
I think I understand. And why should he want to kill you?
Alimony.
Did you get from him? It doesn't seem much of a motive.
It's a lot of alimony. Also, he doesn't like my following him around.
You follow him around. Why?
He makes sure Vicky doesn't kill him.
Vicky?
That's the blonde. He married Charlie after me.
And he wants to kill him.
Well, who wouldn't? Besides, he doesn't even like him, but he's crazy about money. And if he kills him, she'll get all the money. And I won't get any alimony. So, I know a girl isn't supposed to be forward and ask a man to be her husband. Anyway, not the first time they meet. After all, this is a matter of a life and death. So, Simon, will you be
Snow Valley. Out we go.
Oh, Simon, look. All the taxi cabs are slaves.
So they are. Time right in, folks. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Where to? We're going to,
The Snowtop.
Snowtop Hotel. Yep. It's a nice lobby. I'd better go register it. Register? Look, Peggy, let's pretend we're not married. I mean, let's not pretend we're married to the hotel clerk.
I'd never marry a hotel clerk.
Peggy, I didn't mean to.
Charlie and Vicky must have gone upstairs already. You think they were on a honeymoon?
Don't finish that. Don't. I'm going to register. I'll get started register.
Oh, but Simon, is that friendly?
It's practical.
Oh, my daughter. At last, get coming.
What are you doing here?
Oh, sculpting like any. He's a snowman I'm sculpting, but for right now I'm making a bust.
From what anybody can see is Vicky, you'll be busy all winter.
I'm having now the studio in the woods. I make you a bust also?
I'm going to be too busy to be sculpting. Is it so?
Oh, Peggy, don't say that. All my life I'm dying for you.
You look fine.
Payati. Really, Payati. You know, Latin, that's
Oh, well, I'll think about it.
what to do, Peggy. Necessary to leave.
Look, Freddy, I'm married.
Yeah.
Now, same asylum.
I don't mind the husband.
The husbands might be minding.
Oh, mine's beautiful. What I'm doing with my people is not the business of any.
Charlie doesn't mind your sculpting or start making a bar sculpture.
No. She's not so beautiful like you. Also, I'm not admiring this Charlie.
Oh, you're doing. But he's fine.
I go, but my heart stays with you.
You better not leave it here. Somebody might step on it.
Maybe it's that.
Oh, that was Sergei's papa.
I don't believe it.
Well, it happens in Bulgaria all the time. That's where he comes from. He's got a studio out in the woods and he's making a bust. He tries to do that with all of Charlie's wives.
I never heard of him before.
Oh, he's a very famous business.
Peggy, I've got us a couple of rooms. Yours is 218. We can pretend we're married for your husband's former benefit. The clerk will show you up to your room.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find the bar and drink myself to death.
Here we are. 218.
Thanks. Which room did you come to?
Room right next to yours, man. If you need anything, you're very welcome.
Come in, Simon. Simon, where are you? Are you behind the door?
What are you doing on the floor?
There was an earthquake. And my hotel fell down and hit me on the head. I'm dead.
Now let me help you up. I'll get you on the couch. There.
And I can go right back and get my head. You left it on the floor.
Your head still belongs. Yeah, you didn't see much of it now.
But the hotel.
I know that this is real big deep. What else?
Somebody knocked at the door. Just after I got here.
That would be about an hour ago. Go on.
I stuck my head out and boom.
Who boomed you?
What did you see? You want to boom him down?
I might enjoy it, but... Reggie, do you have anything worth stealing?
Simon, you can believe me. Who steals my food steals fast.
Besides, your purse wasn't stolen. It's right here on the table. Reggie.
I'm hungry, Simon. I didn't get him hit on the head with my appetite.
It may not be good for your head. Especially if the next time you get hit a little harder. How does your head feel now?
Like it's beginning to belong to me.
Get some more cake.
Simon, are you trying to fatten me up?
Of course not.
He can top off. I mean, he can stop, you know.
Yeah.
But he's crazy about my figure.
That's all mine.
And he isn't even married to me.
Look, neither am I.
You don't have to shout. You know, I just throw myself at your head. It doesn't mean I have to have a figure like a flower. I didn't think.
Good evening.
Good evening. Simon, this is Fairday.
Papa. No, I think it. That's a joke. That's debatable. But, oh, my beautiful. This thing sounds like you. My husband.
Well, yes, he's my husband. His name is Simon.
He's her husband. No, don't apologize. It also is not necessary sending out. I'm being courteous, and I'm not inviting you to sit down. This is a way to treat great sculpture like myself. You are the Michelangelo of right now. There's one thing you unquestionably have in common with Michelangelo. Your fingernails, they're dirty. I mean, sculpture. Oh, Percy, this is coming. Oh, this is, yes, that's it. Where's your husband? He doesn't come in here. No, why not? Yes. Maybe perhaps he's suffering from disappointment. It's really not to be in there suffering from disappointment. Something loose, no doubt, you know? Oh, this is coming in. Yes, I don't know. It's very nice.
Fairday, my love. You've been waiting long. And who is this lovely man? These lovely people you're with.
Oh, Steve, Shaggy. He's a husband. How do you do? My name is Vincent.
I'm Vincent Price. You lost something, haven't you, darling? Your husband. What is... I've seen you someplace before. Where? In Charlie's photograph. You know, I am, darling. Charlie's gone around. And I know all about the long winter evenings when Charlie shows his photograph album to his wife. Today, I don't think we've got to bother these nice people any longer. Let's go have our dinner.
But we...
have you seen Charlie?
No.
I see. Well, come along, sir.
Confidential, I do not understand you. Oh, why not? She's worrying about her husband. Ridiculous. I'm seeing you sooner, huh? Not if I'm seeing you sooner. Oh. Yes,
It's all right. But what I meant was she turned pale as soon as I mentioned Charlie.
Yes, you did. It reminds me, where is Charlie?
Oh, so pretty out here.
A very high-type snow.
Of course, none of my former husbands ever took me for a walk on a honeymoon. Simon?
Good. It's funny Charlie didn't show up also, didn't he?
Simon?
Yeah?
Would you mind not discussing everything?
Well, hey, what happened to that snowman?
Snowman? Oh, he must have melted.
He was right there on the side of the road. He didn't melt, Peggy, because he's just cold and not warm on the night
I
side.
wouldn't say that.
Peggy, be still. Just look, the snow's completely flat where the snowman was. Snow marks right next to the spot.
I'm cold, Simon. Why are you more interested in that snowman than you are in me?
Thought he had a time thing. Okay, let's go back to the hotel and get warm.
I'm getting right snuggled.
I'll take you.
Oh, Simon.
I want to make sure nobody gets you out the camp again. So before I do, I'm a little worried about Charlie. What? Cliff? Yes, sir? Have you seen Mr. Thompson around?
Mr. Thompson, oh yes. Oh no.
Oh, yes, oh, no, what?
I was merely remarking that I know who Mr. Thompson is, and I have not seen him around. As a matter of fact, Mr. Thompson was asking about him, too.
I see. Thank you.
Daddy.
Things seem to be disappearing around here. The snowman, Charlie Thompson. Because you're not going upstairs. You're going out again to look for...
Charlie?
No, the snowman.
Simon, any resemblance between me and an Eskimo is no coincidence. It's alive. And freezing. We can overturn looking for that darn thing.
There's only a little more ground to cover. We've worked our way around to the back of the hotel.
I know, but Simon, I'm finding a snowman in the middle of all this snow. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
The difficulty is that it's always been overrated. There's an easy way of finding a needle in a haystack.
How?
You just sit down on the haystack.
That's the end. Look at that. You know what I just think, Simon? It was a joke.
Yeah, let's keep the conversation on a higher level.
Simon.
What?
Straight ahead, middle trees. There he is.
You see, there's been damage, huh? Close this down. We're about 100 yards from the hotel. We have a wood pile here. This is just what we need, some nice, dry wood.
I need a nice hot bath. As good as wood.
Burns, I'm going to build a fire.
Oh, appreciate your willing without me, Simon, but if it isn't warm, there's no fire.
I'm not building the fire for once. I'm building it because I want to give that snowman a hot foot.
Simon, it's a very pretty fire, but why do you keep staring at that snowman?
I'm waiting for it to melt.
Now, that isn't a nice thing to do to stay very good. It's begun to melt already. Oh, Simon.
Yeah, now we know why the snowman was smooth, don't we?
He's a thing, too.
Very good. Somebody do this head in. It'll be over in a little while, Peggy. Soon as we get these velocity down.
I used to think of Charlie lying out there in the snow. He was never an outdoor man.
Oh, Peggy. Maybe you better run upstairs to your room.
Simon,
Just that I wanted to get over to Sanjay's studio before the sun gets up.
you think Sergey killed Charlie and put him in the snow?
It's possible. Charlie's death makes Vicky a very rich widow. Sanjay might approve of that. How about that?
I'll go with you.
No, Peggy.
A wife plays without her husband.
But let's go in now.
Another word, and I'll marry you right out here in the lobby.
Never mind. Let's go get ourselves a sleigh.
Here's the studio, folks.
Oh. Hey, Peggy, why don't you stay out here in the plane?
You don't think all these sculptures have seen inside of me?
No, but it might be dangerous.
I'm coming with you.
You don't mind if I come, too. It's real dark out here.
Oh, no, we'd love having you. Come on.
Oh, the studio looks like a hunting lot.
Yeah, the Prince of Grouse Dog should be inside, but he won't be. Look, the window's 3/4 coated of snow.
Yeah, that's some big fish.
The door's open. Come on.
Oh, it's so dark.
Wait a minute now. Find the light.
What? Hey, what's going on here? All right. Hey, that's my sleigh. That was your sleigh.
Somebody picked up a dog. It's so cold.
All right.
Now, what are we going to do?
Now we'll phone town.
There's a phone.
Anyone see one?
No, they don't have lines strung out in these woods.
Oh, that's fine.
Look what I found.
Huh? Oh, it's the wallet. Not much help. No identification with
But
it.
Simon is the kind Charlie always says. With lots of money in it.
Yeah, it's pretty empty now. But the just as well be Sergei.
Sergei carries a purse, Simon.
Now you mention it, Charlie's wallet was missing when we found it.
Ain't missing any more.
I wonder if any bare socks are going to turn up.
There, Simon.
Charlie found him wearing one red sock and one green one. Somebody may have walked off with the mate for one of them. Well, come on, everybody, let's start walking.
It's going to take us about a week to walk back to the hotel. Snow's kind of deep out there.
Sergei may not be back for hours or months.
Simon, there are a couple of pairs of shoes in the corner near the door.
Yeah, very decorative.
People go from place to place on skis.
Sure, people who can see.
I once read a book, Simon, that said skiing is really very simple.
It is.
Don't look at me. I ain't getting on them wooden jet straps.
All right, you stay here. We're good for you. You mind?
Don't mind at all.
Okay, you now, look, I'll help you get those shoes strapped on.
I hope it's down here always. Look at the lion. It's beautiful. Look at the wonderful. The butterfly.
Yeah, so long as you stay on your feet.
Simon, I'm hungry.
Hungry? Well, when we get back to town.
And you know what I'd like?
What?
A salami sandwich.
Peggy, people get shot for jokes like that.
I'll take it. You have to go.
Put the feet down and close. You know what bad little boys do? I mean, you can get under the snow here and pick some rocks.
Make snowballs with rocks.
Yeah, you can't get it unless you get a lot closer. Not to be open. Moving out. Here it goes.
Simon, you hit him. You hit him again. Oh, Simon. Oh, no, this one. Don't you hear?
Mr. Templer. Oh, yeah? The sheriff said he wanted to see you as soon as he came in. He's in the manager's office. Do your left. Thank you. Would you send someone out to look at Popoff's studio? Just left his trail driver standing there. I'll take care of it, sir. Thanks.
Simon, do you know who killed Charlie and Sandy?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it isn't going to take much longer to find out. Come in. Hello, Sheriff. I'm Simon Templer. I know, Mr. Templer. Thank you. It's a great pleasure. Thank you. And this is Peggy Smith, Jones, and so forth. I'm glad to meet you. My name's Hudson. Got statements from Mrs. Thompson and the stubborn fellow, Mr. Templer. I thought you might have something to add. Yes, I have. It might be better if you got them in here, though, and you cleaned up the whole thing at once. Oh, the right, that's true. Hold on. Would you mind stepping in here, folks?
Oh, I am enough. Who's the word to say?
I'm going to see a lawyer. Maybe several lawyers.
Thompson,
Yes?
when your husband arrived at the hotel, what was the first thing he did?
Well, he said he was going to take a shower. I left him upstairs.
I see. Yes? Oh, sir, will you get me a sprig of holly with berries on it? I noticed the flower shop in the lobby. No, I know it isn't Christmas yet. No, it's not for a gag. It's for a noose. Confidential, everybody. Be silent. Please, for me, so close is not. I get the girl under a mistletoe once. No different. Oh, come in. Here you are, Mr. Spencer. Oh, thank you. Would you please hand me that vase on the table? Yes. Thank you again. Very nice figure. The berries are green. Now, why? Hello. Just a minute, Peggy. Look, Peg, when a man wants a sprig of holly with berries, he wants red berries. Now, you go right out and get me what I want. I'm sorry about the berries being green. I guess they aren't ripe yet. I'll go right now. Oh, no, it's my fault.
Hey, Sonny, you broke the vase.
You're supposed to break the head the glass here. Why? I just wanted to make sure he wouldn't play games with his gun carrier.
John,
Yes, Peggy, the one he tried to kill us with.
but if he was the one, then he must have been the one.
Who killed us? Who is?
But why? Now, what reason would he have to kill John?
I think you're telling me. Seems to be with us again. Well, good evening. I hope you slept well. I'll listen to you. You'll listen. Thank you, sir. Charlie Thompson was killed in his shower. Then he was dressed, dragged out of the hotel, and planted inside the Snowman. That's why you moved the Snowman, wasn't it? So that you wouldn't have to carry the body for greater distance. I never touched Charlie Thompson. Yet I know you did. How, Doctor? Thompson's corpse was wearing one red sock and one blue. It meant whoever had dressed him was...
Colorblind.
Yes, and the business with the holly proved that. The berries were really red, but when I told our friend here that they were green, he had to take my word for it. He couldn't tell the difference. Why?
Why, it's too evil now. Simon, he must have been the one who hit me over the head in my room.
That's why I knew Mrs. Thompson hadn't been the husband.
What do you mean?
Well, you wouldn't have had to hit Peggy over the head in order to get into your husband's room. And I couldn't suspect you, Papa. Why not? Some of my best friends are suspecting you. Because you would never have left Thompson's empty wallet in your own studio. It was the clerk Peggy and I surprised having it there. After, of course, he had taken all the money out of it. But that's why Thompson was killed, Mr. Papa. He always carried lots and lots of money in his wallet. It's Peggy supplied that information. You mean this clerk who tried to frame me so I am looking like a murderer? Yeah, he did. But he was down. And then he tried to chisel on a chisel.
Simon, did you know that some people cannot see?
There must be a moral in that someplace.
In that. Simon, we're not really married. But you could kiss me. Are you
Listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Vincent Price, inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script is written by Louis Vitti. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based based on characters created by Leslie Trotter and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Who likes e-train? I'd rather have an old-fashioned mountain bike than a...
Hello.
On the other hand, perhaps not. Hello.
The seat next to you isn't it?
I admire intelligent women. Sit down.
Hi. But I'm not intelligent.
Oh, you're being modest.
I am not.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are beautiful, though.
I bet you say that to all the beautiful girls you meet. You like to ski?
No,
And why are you on the ski train?
because of the telegram you sent me.
Then you are Simon Temple. I kind of thought you looked like one.
Thank you. Your telegram sounded desperate. What do you want me to do?
A very small thing.
Yes?
I'd like you to be my husband.
What?
Are you married?
No, but I...
Well, then nobody will mind if you're my husband for a
nobody will
while.
mind... look, Peggy...
I said only for a while. None of my husbands was ever able to say I ought to thank my welcome.
None of you... Peggy, how many husbands have you had?
I have a terrible memory. I do remember a Smith and a Jones, though. Of course, they're easy names.
Yeah. Look, may I ask you why you want me to be your husband?
So nobody will murder me. Charlie thinks I'm married to the Saint. He'll think twice before bleeding my brains out. This will be the neatest trick of the year, he said, on account of I don't have any days. I'm quoting Charlie.
Who is Charlie?
He's in the car up ahead. John.
Oh, he's a friend of yours?
Oh, no, he used to be my last husband. I mean, he was my husband last.
I think I understand. And why should he want to kill you?
Alimony.
Did you get from him? Oh, it doesn't seem much of a motive.
It's a lot of alimony. Also, he doesn't like my following him around.
You follow him around. Why?
To make sure Vicky doesn't kill him.
Vicky?
That's the blonde. She married Charlie after me.
And she wants to kill him.
Well, who wouldn't? Besides, she doesn't even like him, but she's crazy about money. And if she kills him, she'll get all the money. And I won't get any alimony. So, I know a girl isn't supposed to be forward and ask a man to be her husband. Anyway, not the first time they meet. After all, this is a matter of life and death. So, Simon, will you be
Snow Valley. Out we go.
Oh, Simon, look. All the taxi cabs are slaves.
So they are.
I'm right in, folks.
Oh, thank you. Where to? We're going to
The Snowtop Hotel.
Snowtop Hotel. Yep. It's a nice lobby. I'd better go register. Look, Peggy, let's pretend we're not married. I mean, let's not pretend we're married to the hotel clerk.
I'd never marry a hotel clerk.
Peggy, I didn't mean it. Never mind.
Charlie and Vicky must have gone upstairs already. You think they were on a honeymoon?
Don't finish that sentence. I'm going to register. I'll get separate rooms.
Oh, but Simon, is that friendly?
It's practical. Excuse me.
Oh, my gorgeous.
Robert!
At last you're coming to me.
What are you doing here?
Oh, sculpting like anything. Even Snowman I'm sculpting, but for right now I'm making a bust.
From what anybody can see of Vicky, you'll be busy all winter.
I'm having now the studio in the woods. You will see I make you a bust also?
I'm going to be too busy to be sculpting. Is it sculpt?
Oh, Peggy, don't say that. All my life I'm dying for
You
you.
look fine.
Pagliacci.
What?
Really, Pagliacci? Oh, Latin, that's all.
Oh, well, I'll think about it.
What to do, Peggy, is necessary to live.
Look, Sergey, I'm married again. No, his name is Simon.
I don't mind the husband.
The husbands might be minding you.
Oh, my beautiful,
What I'm doing with my people is not the business of any.
Charlie doesn't mind your stuff, does he? Making a bar stuff, is it?
No. She's not so beautiful like you. Also, I'm not admiring this Charlie.
Oh, you're doing. But he's fine.
I go, but my heart stays with you.
You better not leave it here. Somebody might step on it. Oh.
Peggy, what was that?
Oh, that was Sergei Popov.
I don't believe it.
Well, it happens in Bulgaria all the time. That's where he comes from. He's got a studio out in the woods, and he's making a bust. He tries to do that with all of Charlie's wives.
I never heard of him before.
Oh, he's a very famous prisoner.
Peggy, I've got us a couple of rooms. Yours is 218. We can pretend we're married for your husband's former benefit. The clerk will show you up to your room in a minute.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find the bar and drink myself to death. 216, 217. Ah, here we are. 218.
Thank you. Which room do the Thompsons have?
Room right next to yours, ma'am. If you need anything,
Thank you.
you're very welcome.
Coming, Simon. Simon, where are you? Are you behind the door?
Peggy! Peggy! Peggy, what are you doing on the floor?
There was an earthquake. And the hotel fell down and hit me on the head one day.
Oh, come on, now let me help you up. I'll put you on the couch. There.
And now you can go right back and get my bed. You left it on the floor.
Your head's where it belongs. You're getting too much of it now.
Where the hotel.
Oh, but this is the earthquake season. What happened?
Well, somebody knocked at the door just after I got here.
That would be about an hour ago. Go on.
I stuck my head out and boom.
Who boomed you?
I didn't see it. You want to boom him back?
I might enjoy it, but... Peggy, do you have anything worth stealing?
Simon, you can believe me. Who steals my food steals back.
Besides, your purse wasn't stolen. It's right here on the table. Thanks.
I'm hungry, Simon. I didn't get him hit on the head to get my appetite.
Yeah, it may not be good for your head, especially if the next time you get hit a little harder. How does your head feel now?
Like it's beginning to belong to me.
Eat some more steak.
Simon, are you trying to fatten me up?
Of course not.
Because Papa, he's a sculptor, you know.
Yeah.
But he's crazy about my figure.
That's all mine.
And he doesn't even married him.
Look, neither am I.
You don't have to shout. You know, I did throw myself at your head. It doesn't mean I have to have a figure like a flower. I didn't think.
Good evening.
Good evening. Simon, this is Sergei.
Papa. No, I see you. That's a joke. That's debatable, but... Oh, my beautiful. This sounds like you, her husband.
Well, yeah, he's my husband. His name is Simon.
He's her husband. No, don't apologize. It also is not necessary sending out. I'm being courteous, and I'm not inviting you to sit down. This is a way to treat great sculpture like myself. You are the Michelangelo of right now. There's one thing you unquestionably have in common with Michelangelo. Your fingernails, they're dirty. I didn't help. Oh, I see Vicky is coming. Vicky? Oh, Vicky, yes, there she is. Where's your husband? He doesn't come in these. No, why not? Who cares? Maybe perhaps he's suffering from dyslexia. It's really lovely being there and suffering from dyslexia. Something new, no doubt, you know. Oh, Vicky is coming. Yes, I've been noticing. Well, that is nice.
Sergei, my love, we've been waiting long. Yeah. And who is this lovely man? These lovely people you're with.
Well, she is Peggy. She's a husband. How do you do? My name is Temple.
I'm Vincent Price. You've lost something, haven't you, darling? Oh, have I? Your husband? What is... I've seen you someplace before. Where? In Charlie's photograph album. You know, I am, darling. Charlie's former wife. And I know all about the long winter evenings when Charlie shows his photograph album to his wife. Today, I don't think we better bother these nice people any longer. Let's go have our dinner.
But we...
Have you seen Charlie?
No.
I see. Well, come along, Sergei.
Oh, Peninsula, I do not understand you. Oh, why not? She's worrying about her husband. Ridiculous. I'm seeing you sooner, huh?
Not if I'm seeing you sooner.
Oh.
Simon, did you notice it?
Yes, I did.
She does that. Well, what I meant was she turned pale as soon as I mentioned Charlie.
Yes, you did. Which reminds me, where is Charlie?
Oh, so pretty, Augie.
Very high-tide snow.
Of course, none of my former husbands ever took me for a walk on a honeymoon. Did I?
Good. It's funny Charlie didn't show up all through dinner.
Simon?
Yeah?
Would you mind not discussing everything?
Well, hey, what happened to that snowman?
Snowman? Oh, he must have melted.
He was right there on the side of the road. He wouldn't melt, Peggy, because it gets cold and not warm in the nighttime.
I wouldn't say that.
Peggy, be still. Look, the snow's completely flat where the snowman was. Sleigh marks right next to the shop.
I'm cold, Simon. Why are you more interested in that snowman than you are in me?
Thought he had a kind face. Come on, Peggy, let's go back to the hotel and get warm.
I'm going right to my room.
I'll take you up.
Oh, fine.
I want to make sure nobody hits you on the head again.
Oh.
Yes, but before I do, I'm a little worried about Charlie. What? Cliff?
Yes, sir?
Have you seen Mr. Thompson around?
Mr. Thompson? Oh, yes. Oh, no.
Oh, yes, don't know what.
I was merely remarking that I know who Mr. Thompson is, and I have not seen him around. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Thompson was asking about him, too.
I see. Thank you.
Daddy.
Things seem to be disappearing around here. The snowman, Charlie Thompson. Because you're not going upstairs, you're going out again to look for...
Charlie?
No, the snowman.
Simon, any resemblance between me and an Eskimo is no coincidence. It's alive. I'm freezing. We've been all over town looking for that darn thing.
There's only a little more ground to cover. We've worked our way around to the back of the hotel.
I know, but Simon, finding a snowman in the middle of all this snow. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
The difficulty of that has always been overrated. There's an easy way of finding a needle in a haystack.
How?
You just sit down on the haystack.
That's the end. You know what I just said, Simon? It was a joke.
Yeah, let's keep the conversation on a higher level.
Simon.
What?
Straight ahead, middle trees. There he is.
Doesn't seem to have been damaged much. Frozen solid. We're about 100 yards from the hotel. And we should have a wood pile here. This is just what we need, some nice, dry wood.
I need a nice hot bath. As good as wood.
It burns. I'm going to build a fire.
Oh, I appreciate your worrying about me, Simon, but if it needs to warm it in the hotel.
I'm not building the fire for once. I'm building it because I want to give that snowman a hot foot.
Simon, that's a very pretty fire, but why do you keep staring at that snowman?
Huh? Oh, I'm waiting for it to melt.
Now, that isn't a nice thing to do to Sergei's wish. It's begun to melt already. Oh, Simon.
Yeah, now we know why the snowman was smooth, don't we?
He's a thing, too.
Okay, then. Somebody beat his head in.
The sheriff will be over in a little while, Peggy. Then we'll be just as polite again.
I hate to think of Charlie lying out there in the snow. He was never an outdoor man.
No, Peggy. Maybe you better run upstairs to your room.
Simon, please.
Just that I wanted to get over to Sandy's studio before the sheriff gets there.
You think Sergei killed Charlie and put him in the snow?
It's possible. Charlie's death makes Vicky a very rich widow. They might approve of that. How about that?
I'll go with you.
No, Peggy.
A wife's place is at her husband's.
Then let's do we're not.
Another word, and I'll marry you right out here in the lobby.
Never mind. Let's go get ourselves a sleigh.
This here is the studio, folks.
Oh. Peggy, why don't you stay out here in the sleigh?
You don't think all these sculptures have seen inside of me?
No, but it might be dangerous.
I'm coming with you.
You don't mind if I come too? It's a little dark out here.
Oh, no, we'd love, honey. Come on.
Oh, the studio looks like a hunting lot.
Yeah, the Prince of Grouse should be inside, but he won't be. Look, the window's 3/4 covered with snow.
Yeah, that's been pretty quick.
Oh, the door's open. Come on.
Oh, it's so dark.
Wait a minute. I'll find the light.
What? Hey, what's going on here? All right. Hey, that's my sleigh.
That was your sleigh.
Somebody just open the door. It's so cold.
All right.
Now, what are we going to do?
Now we'll phone town.
There's a phone.
Anyone see one?
No, they don't have lines strung out in these woods.
Oh, that's fine.
Look what I found.
Huh? Oh, that's the wallet. Not much help, no identification in it.
But Simon is the kind Charlie always carries, with lots and lots of money in it.
Perhaps, but it's empty now. It could just as well be Sergei.
Sergei carries a purse, Simon.
Now you mention it, Charlie's wallet was missing when we found it.
Ain't missing any more.
I wonder if any spare socks they ever clean out.
There, fine.
Charlie Thompson was wearing one red sock and one green one. Somebody may have walked off with the mate for one of them. Well, come on, everybody, let's start walking.
It's going to take us about a week to walk back to the hotel. Snow's kind of deep out there.
Sergei may not be back for hours or months.
Simon, there are a couple of pairs of shoes in the corner near the door.
Yeah, very decorative.
People go from place to place on skis.
Sure, people who can ski.
I once read a book, Simon, that said skiing is really very simple.
It is.
Don't look at me. I ain't getting on them wooden jet straps.
All right, you stay here. We'll send for you. You mind?
Don't mind at all.
Here, Peggy, now, look, I'll help you get those skis strapped on.
I hope it's downhill all the way. Simon, you're such a lion. You see beautifully. You're looking wonderful. You're so strong.
Yeah, so long as you stay on your feet.
Simon, I'm hungry.
Hungry? Well, when we get back to town...
And you know what I'd like?
What?
A salami sandwich.
Peggy, people get shot for jokes like that.
I'll pick it up if you have to go.
Put the feet down and push the feet. Hey, you know what bad little boys do? I think we can get under the snow here and get some rocks.
Make snowballs with rocks.
Yeah, you can't get it unless you get a lot closer.
I can see where it is.
That's not to be open. Now, moving out. Here it goes.
Simon, you hit him. You hit him again. Oh, Simon. No, I know I'll be sorry. Don't you hear? So glad to get back to the hotel.
Mr. Templer.
Oh, yeah?
The sheriff said he wanted to see you as soon as he came in. He's in the manager's office. To your left.
Thank you. Would you send someone out to Mr. Popoff's studio? We've left his sleigh driver standing there.
I'll take care of it, Sheriff.
Thanks.
Simon, do you know who killed Charlie in Canada?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it isn't going to take much longer to find out. Come in. Hello, Sheriff. I'm Simon Templar.
I know, Mr. Templar. You're safe. It was a great pleasure.
Thank you. And this is Peggy Smith, Jones, and so forth.
Glad to meet you. My name's Hudson. Got statements from Mrs. Thompson, the stubborn fellow, Mr. Templar. I thought you might have something to add.
Yes, I have. It might be better if you got them in here, though, and cleaned up the whole thing at once.
Hold it right in the next room. Hold on. Do you mind stepping in here, folks?
I am disgusted. This is the way to spend it.
I'm going to be a lawyer, maybe several lawyers.
Thompson,
Yes?
when your husband arrived at the hotel, what was the first thing you did?
Well, he said he was going to take a shower. I left him upstairs.
I see. Excuse me. Yes? Oh, clerk, will you get me a sprig of holly with berries on it? I noticed the florist up in the lobby. No, I know it isn't Christmas yet. No, it's not for a gag. It's for a noose.
Confidential, everybody. Be silent, please. For me, suppose you not.
I kissed a girl under a mistletoe once. No difference. Oh, come in.
Here you are, Mr. Templar.
Oh, thank you. Would you please hand me that vase on the table?
Good.
Thank you again. Very nice frigate. The berries are green. Now, why?
Hello.
Just a minute, Peggy. Look, cuz when a man wants a sprig of holly with berries, he wants red berries. Now, you go right out and get me what I want.
I'm sorry about the berries being green. I guess they aren't ripe yet. I'll go right now.
Oh, no, excuse my boss.
Hey, Simon, you broke the vase.
You're also breaking the head of glass here.
Templar, why did I just wanted to make sure he wouldn't try playing games with his gun, Sheriff.
John, well,
Yes, Peggy, the one he tried to kill us with.
but if he was the one, then he must have been the one.
Who killed Thompson? He is.
But why? Now, what reason would he have to kill Charlie?
I think he'll tell us. Please be with us again.
Well,
Good evening. I hope you slept well.
now listen,
You listen. Sit down. Thank you, sir. Charlie Thompson was killed in his shower. Then he was dressed, dragged out of the hotel, and planted inside the Snowman. That's why you moved the Snowman, wasn't it? So that you wouldn't have to carry the body to a greater distance.
I never touched Charlie Thompson.
Yet I know you did.
How, Templar?
Thompson's corpse was wearing one red sock and one green. It meant whoever had dressed him was...
Colorblind.
Yes, and the business with the holly proved that. The berries were really red, but when I told our friend here that they were green, he had to take my word for it. He couldn't tell the difference.
Why?
Why, you evil man. Simon, he must have been the one who hit me over the head in my room.
That's why I knew Mrs. Thompson hadn't killed her husband.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't have had to hit Peggy over the head in order to get into your husband's room. And I couldn't suspect Mr. Popoff.
Why not? Some of my best friends are suspecting me.
Because you would never have left Thompson's empty wallet in your own studio. It was the clerk, Peggy and I surprised planting it there. After, of course, he had taken all the money out of it. But that's why Thompson was killed, Mr. Popoff. He always carried lots and lots of money in his wallet. But Peggy supplied that information.
You mean this clerk who tried to frame me so I am looking like a murderer?
That he did.
What he was now? And then he tried to chisel on a chisel.
Simon, you're alive.
Oh, there we are.
Simon, did you know that some people cannot see?
There must be a moral in that someplace.
I'm in one. Simon, we're not really married. It's just a trick.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Vincent Price, inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script is written by Louis Biddy. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Trotter and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
If a body meets a body coming through the old-fashioned, meet a body...
It could be coming through the ride.
I prefer old-fashioned. That's my doorstep you're on.
I know.
You like my doorstep?
Oh, I think it's a very nice doorstep.
Oh, thanks. Are you collecting doorsteps or merely homesteading them?
Well, my idea was to wait until you got here and then
That's a very nice idea. To match my doorstep, I suppose. Will you come in? There. You have a couple of nice ideas. That is, would you like a drink?
We haven't been introduced yet.
You're right.
I'm Wendy Brown.
How do you do? Will you still have a drink?
I don't think so.
Well, why not?
Because I'm afraid.
Wendy, may I assure you there is no fate worse than death?
But it's death that I'm afraid of.
You postpone the drink. Death in general, or...
Have you ever heard of a man named Harry Morgan?
Harry Morgan? He used to be a pirate by that name. Hey, wait a moment. The contemporary Harry Morgan was a cook on a very high plane.
That's the one I mean. He was going to kill me.
But I thought, if I remember correctly, that he was spending the rest of the 20th century in Guatemala, a point south.
Oh, he's coming back to this country.
I see. It was in the newspapers?
Oh, no. He owes the government lots and lots of money on income taxes. They've been after him for a long time. He wouldn't dare come back openly.
Well, then...
He's being flown in secretly tomorrow night.
It's not been a terribly well-kept secret.
But he is coming, and I'm afraid.
Harry Morgan doesn't like you.
Well, he and I, we used to be, that is, we were sort of friends.
That sounds comfortable.
When he had to leave the country suddenly, he asked me to keep some things for him.
Things like what?
Things like jewelry.
And you did?
His idea was I would sell the jewelry and send the money on to him.
And you didn't sell it?
Oh, I sold him all right, but...
But you didn't send him the money?
Well, I felt that he owed me something.
And you collected. Now he's coming back, you're afraid he'll try to collect, huh?
Yes, they're going to hit me. Do you think I should be hit?
Whenever blondes with ideas get closer than a foot from me, I stop thinking. It's a family failing.
Oh, go away.
The family disowned me. Wendy, how did you find out about Morgan's returning to this country?
Oh, Sammy told me.
Sammy being...
He's a punch-drunk little prize fighter who spends all his time hanging around bars. His favorite's the Green Star on Third Avenue.
Which might explain how he hits the news up. Where is Morgan's plane landing?
Oh, Sammy didn't tell me that.
That's important for a number of reasons. I think maybe I'll have to find Sammy and have a talk with him.
You're going to help me, Sam?
No, I don't believe in blondes being killed. I think it's unconstitutional or something. Besides, Harry Morgan is a bad man himself.
Oh, Sandy, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. How much
you can't tell me, better not demonstrate. Not tonight. I've got to find Sammy. Now, you go home, lock your door, and stay behind me.
Oh.
There's less than 24 hours in which to find Sammy, discover where Morgan's landing, and pacify him, if that's the word I mean. Good night, Wendy, and good luck. You'll need it. Taxi!
North to south, east to west, yell for Louis, he'll do the rest.
Hello, Louis.
Hello, Mr. Templar.
I'm glad to see you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Would it be too much trouble for you to drive me someplace?
Where would you like to go? The Green Star Bar on 3rd Avenue.
Okay. Hey, but that's a very low-side bar. Sawdust on the floor, sulfuric acid in the drink.
Well, I'm not going there to drink, Louis.
Are you going to date there?
Perhaps.
One.
I don't know. The name is Sammy.
Don't sound like a blonde.
Relax, Louis. It's a business date. Sammy, I've been told, is a broken-down prize fighter.
Oh, I know the guy you mean. He's a lush with cauliflower.
Sounds like an accurate description.
Also, he ain't very healthy.
I'm sure he's not. But I hope he lives until we get to him.
Yes, Kevin. Another guy, huh?
Okay.
And leave the bottle sitting there, huh?
Take it easy, Sammy.
What's the matter? You afraid I ain't got the dough? Yeah. Get a load of this.
Okay, you got the dough.
So leave the bottle.
Where'd you get all the boating stuff, Sammy?
I bet you'd like to know.
Suit yourself. Clam up.
I got it because I'm smart, see? I know things. Things that you certain parties was very much interested in.
6 and 8.
But another certain party was arriving in the United States tomorrow night.
Anybody I know?
What's the matter? You think you can make me blabber all over this joint?
Okay, only I wouldn't go around shooting my mouth off. Forget it. The phone keeps yapping all the time. Green Star Bar. Yeah, Sammy's here. Who on? Who? Hey. Hung up. Who was it? I don't know. Kind of a whispering voice.
Yeah? I better get out of here. I better get out of here fast.
But Sammy, what?
Save the rest of the bottle for me. Well, that's the Green Star up ahead. Oh, Mr. Templer, see the little guy that's coming out?
Yeah, I see him. That's Sammy. Oh, wait here, Louis. I want to talk to him.
Okay.
Mr. Templer, that car. That was Sammy. Come on, Louis. After him. Come on, but Sammy might need some help. I doubt it.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Louis, faster. Are you a man or a mouse?
I don't know. I squeak easy to never mind. The car ahead of us got mud on the license plate. I don't think by accident. Hey, they're shooting at us. I ain't even sure what'll happen to my wife and 6 kids.
You don't have a wife and 6 kids.
One thing I'll tell you for sure, if their aim gets any better, I'll never have a wife and 6 kids. I've been hit. What? Louis, where? In the left rear. The tire.
That's that. Come on. We may as well go back and see how Sammy is, if he still is.
Ambulance ought to be here pretty soon, Mr. Templer. He don't look good, though.
No. Sammy.
We couldn't have seen who shot him. We didn't need it.
There's something else. Sammy, who were the people you told about Morgan? Sammy.
Girl. Girl.
Wendy?
Yeah. Who else?
Who were they? Where is Morgan being landed? Where is this plane coming in? Don't. Sammy. Goodbye, Bartender?
Another cop.
I beg your pardon.
I said another cop. Am I?
No, except that I'm not a policeman. You're a bartender, then. That's it. My name is Simon Templer.
Templer?
Yes.
I saw Sammy gunned to death outside this bar a couple of hours ago.
Is that so?
Yeah, I went down to the hospital with him. They did a quick autopsy.
So?
Sammy had a lot of money in his pocket. He only had 1 or 2 drinks before leaving this bar.
I already told the cops that.
Yeah, they're terribly grateful.
He bought himself a bottle.
And didn't finish it. That's why I came back here.
You want to finish it?
Bartender, I think you'd better listen closely. From what I've heard of Sammy, nothing but the fear of death would have driven him away from an unfinished bottle of liquor. Why did he leave the bar?
Somebody called up, asked for it.
Who?
The guy didn't say. He hung up on me.
Guy, meaning man?
I don't know. It was a whisper. You can't tell much from a whisper.
Who'd be worried about Harry Morgan's returning to this country?
I don't know that neither. And I don't want no part of it.
You've already bought yourself a part, Bartender. You didn't tell the police about that phone call.
They didn't have.
Yeah, they'd be unhappy about your point. You wouldn't want them to be unhappy. They could do things about your license and their sorrow. Who'd be worried about Morgan?
I ain't telling you nothing.
Go ahead, I'll eavesdrop.
Morgan had a girl named Wendy Brown.
Never mind her. I already know about that.
Also, he left the nightclub in charge of a couple of guys named Kerrigan and Marlowe. Talk's been going around that Kerrigan and Marlowe ain't been too regular, skipping the gambling receipts to Morgan.
Thank you, Bartender. You may have a drink on me? No. On Sammy.
Oh, go away.
I'm in Alaska. Saskatchewan, Alaska. And besides, Saskatchewan isn't in Alaska.
Simon, you can take me.
Sure, a bottle of real lemon juice.
Lemon juice?
Yeah, the weather forecast said rain, an ounce of prevention, but hey, it is raining out. Now, look, Wendy, why don't you wait until morning?
It happens to be 12:30 in the afternoon.
That's been wrong. Yeah, guess I was up pretty late last night.
Simon, have you seen the papers yet? About Simon?
No, I did better. I saw Sammy.
Simon, I'm frightened.
Here we are. I'll grab a cab, come over, and we'll be frightened together.
Oh, but if you were here, I wouldn't be frightened.
Neither would I. But we're not going to be there. We're going to visit a couple of gentlemen. And I'd probably use the word ill-advisedly, named Kerrigan and Marlowe.
Oh, Simon. Now I'm afraid all over again.
Yeah, it's still raining, Wendy.
Simon, do we have to?
We have to. I don't get it. Louis, has anybody passed a law recently that you should? I still don't get it. Fella takes the girl to a nightclub. Fine, this I understand. Hooray! But not in the middle of the day. A nightclub is called a nightclub on account of... Louis! Yeah, we've arrived. Oh. I can recognize the joint in the daytime on account of... I know. It's a nightclub. Wendy?
Oh.
I wait. You wait. You've been here before, Wendy?
Yes, we have. He owns it.
Tell me, is there any other entrance in this one?
Yes, through the alley.
Yeah. Let's go that way, then. I like alleys. You meet interesting characters. This side? Hello. Why, Wendy.
Hello, Kerrigan.
And I'm Simon. And where are you going with that nice suitcase? Well, none of your business, and perhaps not. It could be Morgan's business, though, or the police department. Come on, let's go back in. Look, I got some dough in here. You can have... No, it might have blood on it. I told you... Don't reach into your pocket to tell me. Go, little pistol. I think I'll keep it to remember you back. Come on, we're going back here. All right. You're officers, aren't you? I'll put the suitcase away. Tidy of you. Where's your partner?
Marlowe? Oh, he's around someplace.
Where's Morgan landing, Kerrigan?
I don't know. Marlowe got the dough from Sammy.
You're sure he didn't?
Why not ask me?
Simon.
You would be Marlowe. All right, I will ask you. Where is Morgan landing? Dead. Danny told you that?
Uncle was dead before I got to...
Oh? Then you've been out looking for him last night, huh?
Kerrigan, you know, Kerrigan didn't tell me. Doesn't have to now, does it?
I think maybe you want to take a walk.
Oh, no, my feet hurt.
More than that's gonna hit.
Sorry, I have a gun, too. True, it happens to be Kerrigan's, but then I did leave him his suitcase.
Okay, let's go, Penny.
What's in it, Kerrigan?
Just some clothes. Open her up. Now, as a matter of fact...
I said open her up.
All right, Marla. I'll look.
They're waiting at light.
Come on, the light. Simon? Simon?
Oh, Wendy, let go of me.
Simon, no, please, don't leave me, please.
If we're alone, light switches over this way.
Simon, look. Near the door.
Yeah, correction, we're not alone. Mr. Marlowe is still with us. My brother's dead, Mr. Marlowe.
Kerrigan, stop it. You stop.
Maybe.
It's a better honey.
Did I? Oh, don't forget, Wendy, Kerrigan wasn't the only one here in this room with Marlowe. Sit down a minute, Wendy. Gotta call the police.
And then?
Then we go back to our cab. Louis must be doing a lot of kicking outside.
Oh, Simon, my poor hat.
Just another couple of steps.
Oh.
Here we are, Wendy. Well, Louis, did you miss us?
What else? Welcome home. Well, where to?
I wish I knew.
Who made with the firecrackers?
Yeah, that happens to be the problem, Louis.
I don't want to hear about it, because if those were firecrackers, I'm driving a truck.
What's wrong with driving a truck?
Who said something was wrong?
Truck drivers happen to be among the most courteous drivers on the road.
Yeah, well, look, Mr. Templar, I got nothing.
They're always there to help a motorist in trouble. They'll
Mr. Templar,
go out
stop already with the truck drivers. I know there are wonderful class characters. All of them got PhDs. What happened back there in the club?
A man got shot very dead because another man carrying a nice suitcase filled with money not belonging to him didn't want to open the suitcase and let the other man see it.
That's a silly question.
Simon, it's getting late, terribly late. Harry Morgan is on his way, and
Oh, stop worrying about Morgan. Maybe the whole thing was just a rumor.
Oh, it was not.
What?
I said it was not a rumor about Morgan coming back.
Oh?
Furthermore, what's been bothering you is where his plane is going to depart him, no?
Yes.
So ask me.
Louis, I will probably assassinate you.
It ain't a joke, ask me.
All right. Where is Morgan's plane landing?
A private landing field up at Bullshit. Want to know what time it's landing?
Look, I don't believe any of this, but what time is it landing?
Here, midnight tonight.
I'll hate myself in the morning, but tonight I've got to know. Louis, how did you find out?
I listened to the radio.
what time is it, Tom?
10. How much longer to Boomchester, Louis?
Hour and a half, maybe.
Well, we should be in time. Louis, repeat.
Huh?
The broadcast you listened to.
Oh, yeah, sure. The man said Morgan, who has been spending the last couple of years in Guatemala, is returning via private plane to the United States.
Tommy was right.
When questioned by correspondents about his warrant for income tax evasion, Mr. Morgan replied he's been in communication with the United States Treasury Department. He's arranged to meet his obligations to them.
Sammy was right, but in that case...
Mr. Morgan's plane is due to land at Boonchester Airport midnight tonight. A bulletin from a woman's college in the Midwest states that from now on, all women are.
All women are what, Louis?
How do I know? That's why I turned off the radio, because people started shooting guns in the nightclub.
Simon, I don't understand. If Harry had told reporters he was coming back to this country, if it was even on the radio, why did Simon make such a huge secret of it?
Well, he did have the news earlier than anyone else did.
But not earlier enough to make any difference to him.
Except Sammy. To him, it meant the difference between it's corny, but it's true, between life and death.
We're getting close.
The time is, 2 minutes before 12.
Simon.
Yes, Wendy?
Well, why do we have to meet Morgan when he lands?
He has to know that he can't plan to murder you.
But Maybe he'll try at the airport.
No, that's the only place you can be absolutely sure he'll try nothing.
What do you mean?
He's coming back to put himself on the right side of the law, and murder's against the law.
Oh, he'll find a way. A way to kill me, to kill Kerrigan. Marlowe's already dead.
Can't afford to risk anything here, Wendy. Perhaps I can make him realize that he's...
Hey, this must be the airport. It ain't much.
No, it's a private field. It's deserted at the moment. The landing lights are on, though.
No welcoming committee. Here's the landing strip. I better pull up.
Well, at least the rain has stopped.
Ooh, it's so cold.
Yeah, the ground's wet. Now be careful.
It's like a stage set, Tony. They didn't like me in the darkness all around. It's empty.
It's only a little longer. Getting closer. Sky is overcast, but...
I can see his lights.
Oh, yeah. He's angling for a landing. What do? Stay in the cab. He's setting her down. Hey, he did a beautiful job. Not very far now. The plane's skidding a bit, but he's got her straightened out. Come on, Wendy.
Yeah.
Mr. Morgan, I presume?
This is room right. Hello, Wendy.
Hello, Harry.
You mind if we join you? It's a little damp down here.
Come on up.
All right. Up you go, Wendy. Now me.
Well, Wendy, they put you on the welcome committee, huh?
Harry, don't look at me like that, please.
My name is Templar.
Yeah? What are you doing here?
I'm insurance.
Your what?
Wendy's insurance. Against your losing your temper.
I never lose my temper. I never lose anything.
How was the weather back in Guatemala?
Fine when I took off. Why?
Nothing. Anything happen on the flight?
No.
Very nice plane.
Happens to be the best twin motor job built.
Yeah, I can believe that. The pilot seat's nice and dry. Floor of the cabin, nice and dry.
Hey, what cooked with him, Wendy? Do you want to grow up and be a weatherman?
Everything's nice and dry, Morgan. Except your shoes.
What was that?
Your shoes are wet. Hey, there's company. Let's see who it is. Well, the vanishing Mr. Kerrigan. Come in.
My, Kerrigan. Carrying a gun like a real big boy.
Never mind the gags, Morgan. Sammy's dead, so's Marlowe.
That's very sad news you're telling me. Want me to break down and blubber?
I'm on the spot for both killings, Morgan.
That's very sad. Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
You might as well save your breath on that one, too, Kerrigan. You see, Morgan's shoes are wet.
What?
It was fine weather in Guatemala when Morgan took off. The plane doesn't leak. He just landed it. Hasn't been off the plane yet. How did he get his shoes wet, huh? Very nice shooting, Morgan. You got his arm. Very nice shooting indeed.
Yeah, even wearing wet shoes.
I'll take your gun, Kerrigan.
Thank you. You were saying something?
There's only one way you could have got your shoes wet, Mr. Morgan. You must have been out in the rain,
Yeah?
which means this is your second landing. Yeah, Mr. Morgan was around New York yesterday and today. When he got back to his plane, flew around a bit and landed it all over again. On the schedule he'd given the press. He would have made a nice alibi
Alibi for...
for Sammy's murder and Marlowe's. Too bad he got his shoes wet.
Yes. Too bad for you, Templar. Sure, I landed here yesterday, went to town and took care of a couple of things. In other words, Sammy and Marlowe got killed while I was officially flying in from South America.
It's a lovely alibi, one of the loveliest alibis I've ever met. It's a pity it had to be destroyed.
It hasn't been. It's going to stand up after the three of you get yourselves mixed up in a gunfight and knock yourselves off.
Think you could get away with it?
I can try. What have I got to lose?
Your pilot's license is legal.
What?
You knocked him out.
No, I did. He must have a very weak jaw.
Louis, you angel.
Oh, no, I seen the other guy, one bleeding from the arm, seen climb into the plane. I didn't know you was expecting, so I thought maybe I'd come and keep you company, too.
And I'm very glad you did, Louis. But even the best of parties must come to an end, so, Louis, will you phone the police and inform them that Harry Morgan has made his last landing?
But, Simon...
Yes, Wendy?
You must have known that Morgan had killed Sammy and Marla before we even got to the airport.
I did. The wet shoes helped me convince Morgan I knew, but... Wendy, why was Sammy killed?
Well, I thought because he'd gone around telling people about Morgan. That's not right, though, is it?
No, because you know Morgan had openly announced his return. And Sammy's information would have bolstered Morgan's alibi. But how did Sammy find out about Morgan's return before the newscasters did?
Huh? I suppose. Oh, Morgan himself.
Yeah, it had to be that way. Morgan told Sammy to spread the word around and then killed him before Sammy got too drunk and let the fact slip that he'd seen Morgan a day before Morgan was supposed to arrive. Sammy's only function was to help protect Morgan's alibi and get the three people he was after thoroughly jittery and on the run. Morgan's job would be simpler then.
It really was. But how did you know he killed Morgan?
Well, you didn't. No gun. I didn't because it wouldn't be proper. And Kerrigan didn't because Marlowe had taken his gun, remember?
Oh. Gosh, Simon, the way you say it all sounds suspicious. But it isn't. And I'm good. I'm good.
That was a nice kiss, but fleeting.
Oh, no, please. Let's take a little longer.
Mr. Templar. Hey, Mr. Templar,
Suspense, huh?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Joan Banks as Wendy and Larry Dobson as Louis. Paul Freed played Sammy and Ed Mack the bartender. Barney Phillips was Kerrigan and Tony Barrett, Marlowe. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Louis Vitti. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is now starring in The Winslow Boy at the Las Palmas Theater here in Hollywood. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Saint. 3 times means good times on NBC. Theater Guild on the Air tonight stars Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Angela Lansbury, and Cecil Parker in the dramatic triumph, The Voisey Inheritance. And in 1 hour, it's The Big Show. An hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama with Tallulah as MC. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
If a body meets a body coming through the old-fashioned, meet a body.
It should be coming through the ride.
I prefer old-fashioned. That's my doorstep you're on.
I know.
You like my doorstep?
Oh, I think it's a very nice doorstep.
Oh, thanks. Are you collecting doorsteps or merely homesteading them?
Well, my idea was to wait until you got here and then go in with it.
It's a very nice idea. To match my doorstep, I suppose.
Will you come in? There. You have a couple of nice ideas. That is, would you like a drink?
We haven't finished this yet.
You're right.
I'm on the job.
How do you do? Will you still have a drink?
I don't think so.
Well, why not?
Because I'm afraid.
Wendy, may I assure you there is no fate worse than death?
But it's death that I'm afraid of.
You postpone the drink. Death in general, or...
Have you ever heard of a man named Harry Morgan?
Harry Morgan? He used to be a pirate by that name. Wait a moment. The contemporary Harry Morgan was a crook on a very high plane.
That's what I mean. He was going to kill me.
But I thought, if I remember correctly, that he was spending the rest of the 20th century in Guatemala, a point south.
He's coming back to this country.
I see. Is it in the newspapers?
Oh, no. He owes the government lots and lots of money on income taxes. They've been after him for a long time. He wouldn't dare come back openly.
Well, then...
He's being flown in secretly tomorrow night.
It's not been a terribly well-kept secret.
But he is coming, and I'm afraid.
Harry Morgan doesn't like you.
Well, he and I, we used to be, that is, we were sort of friends.
That sounds comfortable.
And he had to leave the country suddenly. He asked me to keep some things for him.
Things like what?
Things like jewelry.
And you did?
His idea was I would sell the jewels and send the money on to him.
And you didn't sell them?
Oh, I sold them all right, but...
But you didn't send him the money?
Well, I thought that he owed me something.
And you collected. Now he's coming back, you're afraid he'll try to collect, huh?
Yes, you're going to hit me. Do you think I should be sick?
Whenever blondes with ideas get closer than a foot from me, I stop thinking. It's a family thing.
Oh, so
the family disowned me. Wendy, how did you find out about Morgan's returning to this country?
Oh, it's Johnny told me.
Johnny being...
He's a constant little prize fighter who spends all his time hanging around bars. His favorite's the Green Star on 3rd Avenue.
Which might explain how he hits the news up. Where is Morgan's train landing?
Oh, Sammy didn't tell me that.
That's important for a number of reasons. I think maybe I'll have to find Sammy and have a talk with him.
You're going to help me?
Well, I don't believe in blondes being killed. I think it's unconstitutional or something. Besides, Harry Morgan is a bad man, so...
Oh, Sandy. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. I'm not going to...
Tell me, better not demonstrate. Not tonight. I've got to find Sammy. Now, you go home, lock your door, and stay behind me.
Oh.
Less than 24 hours in which to find Sammy, discover where Morgan's landing, and pacifying, if that's the word I mean. Good night, Wendy, and just relax. You'll need it. Taxi!
North to south, east to west, yell for Louis, he'll do the rest.
Hello, Louis.
Hello, Mr. Templar.
I'm glad to see you.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Would it be too much trouble for you to drive me someplace?
Where would you like to go?
The Green Star Bar on 3rd Avenue.
Okay. Hey, but that's a very low-side bar. Sawdust on the floor, sulfuric acid in the drink.
Well, I'm not going there to drink, Louis.
Are you got a vape there?
Perhaps.
One.
I don't know. The name is Sammy.
Don't sound like a plan.
Relax, Louis. It's a business date. Sammy, I've been told, is a broken-down prize fighter.
Oh, I know the guy you mean. He's a lust with cauliflower.
Sounds like an accurate description.
Also, he ain't very healthy.
I'm sure he's not. However, I hope he lives until we get to him. Yes, Jimmy.
Really shot, huh?
Okay.
I leave the bottle sitting there, huh?
Take it easy.
What's the matter? You afraid I ain't got to go? Yeah. Get a load of this.
Okay. You got to go.
So leave the bottle.
Where'd you get all the photos, Jimmy?
I bet you'd like to know.
Keep yourself. Clam up.
I got it because I'm smart, see. I know things. Things that you certain parties is very much interested in.
6 or 8.
Yeah. But another certain party is arriving into the United States tomorrow night.
Anybody I know?
What's the matter? You think you can make me blabber all over here, John?
Hey, only I wouldn't go around shooting my mouth off. Forget it. Phone. Keep yapping all the time. We stop, yeah, Sammy's here. Who wants? Who? Hey. How's up?
Who was it?
I don't know. It's kind of a whispering voice.
Yeah? I better get out of here. I better get out of here fast.
But Sammy, what?
Save the rest of the bottle for me. Well, that's the green star up ahead. Oh, Mr. Temple, see the little guy that's coming out?
Yeah, I see him. That's Sammy. But wait here, Louie. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Mr. Temple, that car.
That was Sammy.
Come on, Louis. After him. But Sammy might need some help. I doubt it. Okay. Oh, come on, Louis, faster. Are you a man or a mouse? I don't know. I squeaked easier, never mind. Your car ahead of us got blood on the license plate. I don't think by accident. Hey, you're shooting at us. I didn't even shoot. What'll happen to my wife? You don't have a wife in 6 years. One thing I'll tell you for sure, if there ain't any better, I'll never have a wife in 6 years. I've been hit. What? Louis, where? In the left rear. Sorry.
That's that. Come on. Well, we may as well go back and see how Sammy is, if he still is.
Ambience ought to be here pretty soon, Mr. Temple. He don't look good, Temple.
No. Sammy.
He's good looking. We got him. We didn't need him.
There's something else. Sammy, these are the people you told about Morgan. Sammy.
Here. Here.
Wendy?
Yeah. Who else? Whoever.
Where is Morgan doing that? Where is this train coming in? Sammy? Goodbye,
Another cop.
I beg your pardon.
I said another cop.
No, except that I'm not a policeman. You're a bartender, then. Let's see, my name is Simon Templar. Yes. I saw Sammy gunned to death outside this bar a couple of hours ago.
That's right.
Yeah, I went down to the hospital with him. They did a quick autopsy.
So?
Sammy had a lot of money in his pocket. He only had 1 or 2 drinks before leaving this bar.
I already told the cops that.
Yeah, they're terribly grateful.
He poured himself a bottle
And didn't finish it. That's why I came back here.
You want to finish it?
Bartender, I think you'd better listen closely. From what I've heard of Sammy, nothing but the fear of death would have driven him away from an unfinished bottle of liquor. Why did he leave the bar?
Somebody called up, asked for.
Who?
As I didn't say. Hung up on him.
Guy, meaning man?
I don't know. It was a whisper. You can't tell much from a whisper.
Who'd be worried about Harry Morgan's returning to this country?
I don't know that neither. And I don't want no part of it.
You've already bought yourself a part, Doctor. You didn't tell the police about that phone call.
They didn't know.
Yeah, they'd be unhappy about this point. You wouldn't want them to be unhappy. They could see things about your license and your sorrow. Who'd be worried about Morgan?
I ain't telling you nothing.
No, but I'll eat you.
Morgan had a girl named Andy Johnson.
Never mind her. I already know about that.
Also, he left the nightclub in charge of a couple of guys named Kerrigan and Marlowe. Talk's been going around that Kerrigan and Marlowe ain't been too regular, skipping the gambling receipts to Morgan.
it? Thank you, bartender. You may have a drink on me? No. I'm standing. Oh, go away. I'm in Alaska. Saskatchewan, Alaska. And besides, Saskatchewan isn't in Alaska.
Sorry, you've been taken.
Sure, a bottle of real lemon juice.
Lemon juice?
Yeah, the weather forecast said rain, an ounce of prevention, but hey, it is raining out. Now, look, Wendy, why don't you wait until morning?
It happens to be 12:30 in the afternoon.
That's been wrong. Yeah, guess I was up pretty late last night.
Tommy, have you seen the paper here? About Tommy?
No, I did better. I saw Simon.
Simon, I'm frightened.
Here we are. I'll grab a cab, come over, and we'll be frightened together.
Oh, but if you were here, I wouldn't be frightened.
Neither would I. But we're not going to be there. We're going to visit a couple of gentlemen. And I probably used the word ill-advisedly, named Kerrigan and Marlowe.
Oh, Simon. Now I'm afraid all over again.
Yeah, it's still raining, Wendy.
Simon, do we have to?
We have to. I don't get it. Louis, has anybody passed a law recently that you said? I still don't get it. Fella takes the girl to a nightclub. Fine, this I understand. Hooray! But not in the middle of the day. A nightclub is called a nightclub on account of... Louis! Yeah, we've arrived. Oh. I can recognize the joint from the daytime on account of... I know. It's a nightclub. Wendy? I wait. You wait. You've been here before, Wendy?
Yes, we have. He owned it.
Tell me, is there any other entries than this one?
Yes, really are.
Let's go that way, then. I like alleys. You meet interesting stuff. Hello. Look at... Oh, well, Wendy.
Hello, Candy.
And I'm Simon. And where are you going with that nice suitcase? Well, none of your business. Perhaps not. It could be Morgan's business, though, or the police department. Well, let's go back in. Look, I got some door. You can have it. No, it might have blood on it. I told you don't reach into your pocket to tell me. Little pistol. I think I'll keep it to remember you back. Come on. We're going back here. All right. You're off-street, aren't you? I'll put the suitcase in this tidy, have you? Where's the apartment? Marlowe? Oh, he's around someplace. Where's Morgan landing, Kerrigan? I don't know. Marlowe got the dough from Santa. You're sure he didn't? Why not ask me?
No.
You would be Marlowe. All right, I will ask you. Where is Morgan landing? Good. Danny told you that? Uncle said before I got... Oh? Then you've been out looking for him that moment. Kerrigan, you know. Kerrigan didn't tell me. Doesn't have to now, does it? I think maybe you want to take a walk. Oh, no, my feet ain't more than that. Sorry, I have a gun, too. True, it happens to be Kerrigan, but then I did leave him his suitcase. So just open it. What's in it, Kerrigan? It's just some clothes. Open her up. Now, as a matter of fact... I said open her up. All right, Marlowe. I'll open her. They're waiting at light.
Waiting at light. Simon?
Oh, Wendy, look. Oh, I mean...
Simon, no, please, don't leave me, please.
If we're alone, night switches over this way.
Simon, look. Here's the door.
Yeah, correction, you're not alone. Mr. Marlowe is here with us. I'm very dead, Mr. Marlowe.
Terribly sorry. I'm sorry.
Maybe.
It's okay.
Did I? Don't forget, Wendy, Kerrigan wasn't the only one here in this room with Marlowe. Sit down a minute, Wendy. We've got to call the police.
And then?
Then we'll go back to our cab. Louis must be doing a lot of cooking outside.
Oh,
are, Wendy.
Well, Louis, did you miss us?
What else? Welcome home.
Well, so where to?
I wish I knew.
Who made with the firecrackers?
Yeah, that happens to be the problem, Louis.
I don't want to hear about it, because if those were firecrackers, I'm driving a truck.
What's wrong with driving a truck?
Who said something was wrong?
Truck drivers happen to be among the most courteous drivers on the road.
Yeah, well, look, Mr. Templar, I got nothing.
They're always there to help a motorist in trouble. They'll
Mr. Templar,
go out
stop already with the truck drivers. I know there are wonderful class characters. All of them got PhD. What happened back there in the club?
A man got shot very dead because another man carrying a nice suitcase filled with money not belonging to him didn't want to open the suitcase and let the other man see it.
That's a silly question.
Simon, it's getting late, terribly late. Harry Morgan is on his way, and I'm...
Stop worrying about Morgan. Maybe the whole thing is just a rumor.
Oh, it was not.
What?
I said it was not a rumor about Morgan coming back.
Oh?
Furthermore, what's been bothering you is where his plane is going to depart from, no?
Yes.
So ask me.
Louis, I will probably assassinate
It
you.
ain't a joke, ask me.
All right. Where is Morgan's plane landing?
A private landing field up at Bulletin. Want to know what time it's landing?
Look, I don't believe any of this, but what time is it landing?
Midnight tonight.
I'll hate myself in the morning, but tonight I've got to know. Louis, how did you find out?
I listened to the radio.
What time is it coming?
Oh, then. How much longer to Boonchester, Louis?
Hour and a half, maybe.
Oh, we should be in time. Louis, repeat.
Huh?
That broadcast you listened to.
Oh, yeah, sure. The man said Morgan, who has been spending the last couple of years in Guatemala, is returning via private plane to the United States.
Tommy was right.
When questioned by correspondents about his warrant for income tax evasion, Mr. Morgan replied he's been in communication with the United States Treasury Department. He's arranged to meet his obligations to them.
Sandy was right, but in that case...
Mr. Morgan's plane is due to land at Boonchester Airport midnight tonight. A bulletin from a woman's college in the Midwest states that from now on, all women are.
All women are what, Louis?
How do I know? That's why I turned off the radio, because people started shooting guns in the nightclub.
Simon, I don't understand. If Harry had told reporters that he was coming back to this country, if it was even on the radio, why did Simon make such a big secret of it?
Well, he did have the news earlier than anyone else did.
But not early enough to make any difference to him.
Except Sandy. To him, it meant the difference between it's corny, but it's true, between life and death.
We're getting close.
The time is, 2 minutes before 12.
Simon,
Yes, Wendy?
well, why do we have to meet Morgan when he lands?
He has to know that he can't plan to murder you.
But maybe he'll try at the airport.
No, that's the only place you can be absolutely sure he'll try nothing.
So what do you mean?
He's coming back to put himself on the right side of the law, and murder's against the law.
Oh, he'll find a way. A way to kill me, to kill Kerrigan. Marlowe's already dead.
Can't afford to risk anything here, Wendy. Perhaps I can make him realize that he's...
Hey, this must be the airport. It ain't much.
No, it's a private field. It's deserted at the moment. The landing lights are on, though.
No welcoming committee. Here's the landing strip. I better pull up.
Well, at least the rain has stopped.
Oh, it's so cold.
Yeah, the ground's wet. Now be careful.
It's like a bird trap, Tommy. They didn't like me in the darkness all right. But the empty.
Only a little longer. Getting closer. Sky is overcast, but...
I can see his light.
Oh, yeah. He's angling for a landing. Louis, stay in the cab. He's setting her down. Hey, he did a beautiful job. Not very far now. The plane's skidding a bit, but he's got it straightened out. Come on, Wendy. Mr. Morgan, I presume?
You presume right. Hello, Wendy.
Hello, Harry.
You mind if we join you? It's a little damp down here.
Come on up.
All right. Up you go, Wendy. Now me.
Well, Wendy, they put you on the welcome committee, huh?
Harry, don't look at me like that, please.
My name is Templar.
Yeah? What are you doing here?
I'm insurance.
Your what?
Wendy's insurance. Against your losing your temper.
I never lose my temper. I never lose anything.
How was the weather back in Guatemala?
Fine when I took off. Why?
Nothing. Anything happen on the flight?
No.
Very nice plane.
Happens to be the best twin motor job built.
Yeah, I can believe that. The pilot seat's nice and dry. Lower the cabin. Nice and dry.
Hey, what cooked with him, Wendy? Do you want to grow up and be a weatherman?
Everything's nice and dry, Morgan. Except your shoes.
What was that?
Your shoes are wet. Hurry, there's company. Let's see who it is. Well, the vanishing Mr. Kerrigan. Come in.
My, Kerrigan. Carrying his gun like a real big boy.
Never mind the gag, Morgan. Sammy's dead, so's Marlowe.
That's very sad news you're telling me. Want me to break down and blubber?
I'm on the spot for both killings, Morgan.
That's very sad. Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
You might as well save your breath on that one, too, Kerrigan. You see, Morgan's shoes are wet.
What?
It was fine weather in Guatemala when Morgan took off. The plane doesn't leak. He just landed it. Hasn't been off the plane yet. How did he get his shoes wet, huh? Very nice shooting, Morgan. You got his arm. Very nice shooting indeed.
Yeah, even wearing wet shoes.
Oh, I'll take your gun.
You were saying, Jeffrey?
There's only one way you could have got your shoes wet, Mr. Morgan. You must have been out in the rain, yeah? Which means this is your second landing. Yeah, Mr. Morgan was around New York yesterday and today. Then he got back to his plane, flew around a bit, and landed it all over again on the schedule he'd given the press. He would have made a nice alibi.
Alibi, sir.
For Sammy's murder and Marlowe's. Too bad he got his shoes wet.
Yes. Too bad for you, Jeffrey. Sure, I landed here yesterday, went it down and took care of a couple of things. In other words, Sammy and Marlowe got killed while I was officially flying in from South America.
A lovely alibi, one of the loveliest alibis I've ever met. It's a pity it had to be destroyed.
It hasn't been. It's going to stand up after the three of you get yourselves mixed up in a gunfight and knock yourselves off.
Think you could get away with it?
I can try. What have I got to lose?
Your pilot's license is legal.
What?
You lost your mouth.
No, I did. He must have a very weak jaw.
Louis, you angel.
Oh, no, I seen the other guy, one bleeding from the arm, seen him climb into the plane. I didn't know you was expecting, so I thought maybe I'd come and keep you company, too. And I'm very glad you did, Louis. But even the best of parties must come to an end, so, Louis, will you phone the police and inform them that Harry Morgan has made his last landing?
But, Simon,
Yes, Wendy?
you must have known that Morgan had killed Sammy and Marlowe before we even got to the airport.
I did. The wet shoes helped me convince Morgan I knew, but... Wendy, why was Sammy killed?
Well, I thought because he'd gone around telling people about Morgan. That's not right, Simon.
No, but Morgan had openly announced his return. And Sammy's information would have bolstered Morgan's alibi. But how did Sammy find out about Morgan's return before the newscasters did?
Huh? Like who? Oh, Morgan himself.
It had to be that way. Morgan told Sammy to spread the word around and then killed him before Sammy got too drunk and let the fact slip that he'd seen Morgan a day before Morgan was supposed to arrive. Sammy's only function was to help protect Morgan's alibi and get the three people he was after thoroughly slippery and on the run. Morgan's job would be simpler then.
It really was. But how did you know he killed Morgan?
Well, you didn't. No gun. I didn't because it wouldn't be proper. And Kerrigan didn't because Marlowe had taken his gun, remember?
Oh. Gosh, Simon, the way you say it all sounds so simple. But it isn't. All I'm good, I'm
That was a nice kiss, but pretty good.
Well, that's good. Let's take a little longer.
Mr. Templar. Mr. Templar. This is the stage, huh?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast you heard Joan Banks as Wendy and Larry Dodson as Lewis. Paul Freed played Stanley and Ed Max the bartender. Barney Phillips was Kerrigan and Tony Barrett, Marlowe. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Louis Vitti. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is now starring in The Winslow Boy at the Las Palmas Theater here in Hollywood. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Saint. 3 times means good times on NBC. Theater Guild on the Air tonight stars Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Angela Lansbury, and Cecil Parker in the dramatic triumph, The Voisin Inheritance. And in 1 hour, it's the big show. An hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama with Tallulah as MC. 3 times mean good times on NBC. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Oh, thank you.
Come in, Mr. Templar.
Oh, Warden, how are you?
Just as gloomy as ever.
Sit down. Haven't seen you for a long time. I do my best to keep out of jail.
And you do your best to get a lot of people in. What can I do for you?
And I wanted permission to see one of your prisoners.
Oh?
It's Tommy Patrick.
Can't be done, even for you. Patrick's in the prison hospital. No visitors allowed there.
I see.
You know Tommy?
He did some work for me years ago, Warden, that's all. I didn't even know he was here in prison until I got his letter.
Letter? I wonder how he got a letter out of here.
I don't know. He couldn't very well have put it in the mailbox at the corner.
Mind if I take a look at it?
Oh, of course not. Here it is.
Dear Mr. Templar, maybe I got no right to ask your help, but I need it bad. They're trying to kill me, but I don't know why. Tommy Patrick.
You know, I've got a hunch Tommy's telling the truth. Am I right, Warden?
Yes, you are. Patrick's been here 3 years. He's due out next spring. In 3 years, there have been 5 attempts on his life by other prisoners. The latest was just a day or so ago.
Was he hurt seriously?
Knifed, but not seriously. We don't know who did it, and Patrick's too scared to tell. Most likely we'll never know.
Warden, hadn't you any way of protecting this man?
Protect him? Look, Templar. This prison was built for 1,200 men. I've got 4,000. The guards are overworked and underpaid. The food's bad. There's no recreation facility. And every year, society sends me 1,000 more men and says, keep them in your crowded cage for a few years and send them back good citizens. Protect Patrick? Why, I can't even...
Hey, what's that?
There's been a break.
Hello? Evans, where is it?
How many? I see. Be right over.
What is it, Warden?
Your friend Patrick, Templar. He couldn't wait for you. He's gone.
Read all about the prison break. Patrick still alive. Read all about it. Extra.
Taxi! Hey, taxi! Oh, good afternoon, Louis.
Afternoon, Mr. Templar. Ain't it a heavenly day?
Yes, Louis, it is.
Where to, Mr. Templar?
312 Main Street, Louis. Got you?
You read about that prison break last night, Mr. Templar? Say there's cats that rode out in the Long Street truck. You think they'll catch them?
Oh, sooner or later, Louis. They always do.
You know something? I kind of hope they don't. In my subconscious, that is. Why is that, Mr. Templar?
The universal guilt feeling, Louis. Whenever there's a man in hiding, that man might be you or me.
Yeah, Freud, huh?
Louis, it's Freud.
That's what I said. Siegfried Freud. You know something more, Mr. Templar? I kind of felt this way when that leopard escaped last spring, remember? Then he come back to his cage all by himself. It was kind of sad.
Yeah, an allegory, Louis.
No, it was a leopard. You think Patrick will come back to the cage, Mr. Templar?
Well, I'm afraid that for him there is no hiding place. Hey, isn't this Main Street, Louis?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. 312. Anybody we know?
I got a tip that Tommy Patrick used to live here. Perhaps if I can help him, then you and I won't feel so guilty. Wait for me, Louis, huh?
Sure.
I'll be darned.
What's the matter?
I've been to this house before.
You got friends in the strangest places.
Yeah. As I remember, the landlady was one of the most charming, cultivated damsels I ever had the pleasure of meeting.
Yeah, some guys got all the luck. You sure you don't want me to come with you?
No, thanks, Louis. I want her all to myself.
What do you want?
Dear heart and gentle person, don't you remember me?
My memory is so good.
Well, I'm a friend of Tommy Patrick.
Oh, yeah, I know who I am, Silly Temple. You're a cop, that's what. Cops have been thicker than flies around here last night and today both thicker than flies.
For here, that's pretty thick.
I run a respectable rooming house, and every time a cop comes to the front door, 5 more rumors go out the back.
Oh, rumors are flying.
Worse for business than the bubonic plague. Hey, cop. What do you want, cop?
I'm not a policeman, really. I'm trying to help Tommy if I can. If you know anything...
I got a very poor memory.
Well, now, here, would a treasury note reflect it in it?
I got a memory like an elephant. Come on in.
Thank you. Now, about Tommy Patrick.
Well, are you sure you're not a cop?
Quite sure.
I ain't looking for Tommy to come here, but he's got a sister, Nancy.
I didn't know that.
No, the cops don't either. They're very separate, and Tommy didn't want to brought into his trouble.
Any idea where I could find her?
I got a very poor memory.
Here we are.
Thanks. Here's to the voodoo room, cigarette room.
Voodoo room. That's Charlie Forelli's place, isn't it?
I'm sure of it. So you positively not a cop?
Madam, I might as well confess I am a personal emissary of J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah, huh? Well, that's good enough for me. Finest president we ever had.
Thank you and goodbye, Barbara Fisher. Bartender, who is this you're talking to? Well, you're standing behind the bar. I presumed you were the bartender.
Well, I'm not. Joe is. I'm a big shot around here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'll wait for Joe, the small shot.
Well, you'll have a long wait. He went out to get a drink, which means he won't be back for several days. Well, let's see.
Scotch over ice, please.
Coming up.
Thank you. Yeah. Nancy around?
Nancy around. Who wants to know? A guy wears a necktie, drinks scotch in the afternoon, thinks all the girls should fall down shy and beg when he waves his little finger.
Look, all I asked was his Nancy.
This man drinks scotch in the afternoon, thinks he's got a right to. Real big operator here, drinks scotch in the
I
afternoon.
said go away, please. You talk too much and you don't say anything. Just go polish your glasses.
Okay. Real big, clean stripe, white straight, necktie type operator.
Yeah. You want to see me or what?
I was down at the state prison last night. I had a letter from a man who wanted to see me, but he couldn't wait.
Tommy,
Yes. I'm Simon Templer. I used to know your brother.
what do you want?
I want to help him right now.
You're the saint, aren't you?
Yes.
I remember Tommy talked about you. Just come to my place later. I live at the Sheldon. The back apartment on the second floor.
What time?
10:11. I'll take off early tomorrow.
I'll be there, Nancy. Do you think there's any chance Tommy might come?
I don't know.
Excuse me, but I've got a message to deliver, Mac.
Well, what is it, Jack?
Mr. Pirelli just said that he wants to see you in his office.
Keep out of this, Frank. Pirelli doesn't even know he's here.
I said that Mr. Pirelli wants to see Mr. Man of distinction here, and if I have to persuade him, then I'll persuade him.
Now stop flexing your muscles, Frank. You need your strength for the cocktail hour.
I said that Mr. Pirelli wants to see you.
Now let's not this gun. Max, just say.
Listen, Mac,
Lead on, Jack.
I'll be right behind you just to make sure that you get it. Stay here, man. Feel it, Jack. Got in the afternoon. Think right away all the girls could fall down dying dead when he... Glad to see you, Mr. Pirelli. He's dead, so I brought him. Oh, come in, Mr.
Simon Templer.
Yeah. Welcome to the Voodoo Room, Mr. Templer. Let us see more of you. Cigar?
Thank you.
That's our own brand. And a vial of perfume for the lady of your choice. Voodoo from the Voodoo Room. That little trick I picked up from Sherman Village.
Thank you. And where did you pick up this little trick, Mr. Pirelli?
Right?
Yes.
Well, he's rather fast-pocket, but a hard worker. He was asking about Tommy Patrick, Mr. Pirelli. I heard him. Indeed. Well, you're a friend of Tommy's, Mr. Templer?
Possibly.
Possibly. And you might possibly be in touch with him, too?
I couldn't say.
You couldn't say. But you could tell us the basis of your interest in Tommy.
I could, but I see no reason to.
You see no reason to. Mr. Templer, showing interest in other people's affairs is not always healthy, and some people know this instinctively, and others have to be taught. Take him, Frank. You're... That's such a big operator now. That's enough, Frank. That's enough. Run out the back way. Okay, Mr. Pirelli. Hey, Mr. Pirelli, I think I broke the bottle of perfume you gave me. I heard something crack. Well, let's look on the bright side, Frank. Might have been here. Yeah, but here, try some rice. Listen, got in the afternoon, and with a next
Louis.
Hey, Mr. Templer. What happened? Here, wait, I'll help you to the chair. Thanks, Oh, gee, what happened, Mr. Templer? You look horrible. You sure smell pretty, but...
It's a doubtful consolation. I tangled with the Mr. Charlie Pirelli.
Yeah, how does he look, huh?
Not a scratch.
Oh, that Pirelli is bad medicine. Stay away from him, Mr. Templer. The less you know about his business, the better.
Maybe. But after you take me home for repairs, you can take me to the morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah.
I hope and trust a round trip.
The newspaper morgue. Oh. You gotta do some checking on Pirelli. I begin to detect quite an odor about this whole business.
Yeah. So do I. I hardly trust myself in the same camp with you. You got it, Mr. Templer? You said so. You detect an odor, so I said...
Louis. Home. Yes.
Hello, Sam.
Well, Simon Templer, the Robin Hood of modern crime. How are things in Sherwood Forest? Everybody's getting ready for television.
Come on in.
Sit down and let's chew the facts. You know anything bad about anybody? Yes, that's why I'm here. Wonder if I could look at your files on Charlie Pirelli.
Oh, no need to get dusty. I'll tell you all you want to know. Pirelli came to this country around 25 years ago, probably from Sicily. Nobody knows the truth. They keep going prohibition days, liquor. Bought a nightclub. Might be leveling now and might not. His connections, underworld and otherwise. Police never pinned anything on him. If you ask me, they never will. The class operator.
Well, thanks, Sam. How's your memory on Tommy Patrick?
Oh, had to pull the file on him today after his break last night.
Yeah.
Sent up 3 years ago for attempted robbery. He and his buddy tried to hold up a liquor store. His partner was killed.
Nick Pantel,
Yeah, Pantel, I think that's his name. Tommy was shot but recovered. He claimed it was a plane.
Now, why would anyone want to frame him?
Well, you didn't know. I guess that's why nobody believed him.
I see. Well, thanks, Sam.
Oh, anytime, Frank. That's an interesting egg on your foot. You walk into a door?
No, someone slugged me.
Oh, now why would anybody want to slug you?
I don't know. I guess that's why nobody believes me.
Yeah. Well, stuff happens.
Yeah, stuff happens. Good night, Sam. Simon Templar, Nancy. Anybody watching the
I
house?
don't know. I don't think so. I'm not sure. Thanks for taking me serious.
Hey, you should see the rest of me. Well, I mean,
What happened? Is that this?
well, he beat me up some, but I'm the durable type, pre-war construction.
Oh, the spy. He's always hanging around with the own freedom. Guess I'm afraid of him, too.
And what about Borelli?
I don't know. You know, I get the feeling he's watching me all the time. I almost feel sometimes like that's why he hired me, so he could watch me.
Did you know Tommy Patrick's your brother?
I don't know, but he knows everything. Maybe he does. What's Tommy done? Why is somebody trying to have him killed? What's he done?
Come on, Nancy. Here's your shoulder to cry on.
I'm sorry. I'm not the crying type. It's just that knowing that kid's out there somewhere cold and scared, hunting alone.
Well, maybe he won't be alone. If we can reach him, or if he can reach us. Does he know where you live?
Yeah. But how can he get?
Found out.
Good.
Hey, you're quite an accomplished man, Frank. You tend bar, beat up the customers, listen at keyholes. What else do you do?
I take guys I find in my girl's room and I throw them downstairs.
Break it out.
Did you forget your blackjack, Frank? You might need it.
These ladies still an operator, eh? Well, come on. Let's see how you bounce.
Hey, stand still. That's right. This is for the egg on the head, Frank. And this is just because I don't like you. I hope your neighbors know the just noisy parties, Nancy.
Come on, listen. You hurt?
No, I'm not hurt, but I don't think I'll have Frankie mix me any more drink.
You were pretty terrific.
Was I? Oh, well, no, well, you know best. Good night, Nancy.
You leaving?
Oh, no, indeed. Frankie might be back. I'll sit up and you take the bedroom now. Get some rest. Did you sleep at all last night?
No. I'm just waiting for Tommy.
Get some rest. I'll check out in a cup.
What is it?
If Tommy comes, I'll awake you.
All right.
Nancy,
Yes, Mr.
hey, if I'm going to spend the night on your couch, you'd better call me Simon. Nancy.
Yes, Simon?
I smell coffee and bacon.
You do.
Nancy, men have married for such an aroma.
Well, breakfast will be ready in a minute.
Did you get any sleep?
No, I did fine. Simon, I wonder if they pick up Tommy yet.
No, they didn't. I went out this morning around 6 and bought a paper. Here.
Let me see. Police narrow trap wanted. State bandit still at large. Oh, Simon, what's that?
Your brother. On the phone.
Tommy.
Come on now. Let me help you, Tommy. Here you go. Now take it easy.
Tommy, come on, sit down over here.
Come on, now that's it.
Don't talk. I'll get you breakfast. You must go to the bed. You're all right now, Tommy.
Did anyone see you come in?
Yeah. I heard it. Doctor. They killed me.
I know. Now pull yourself together. We haven't got much time. Who's trying to kill you?
I think we're wrong.
Why? Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
But you must.
Let him alone.
I can't. Frank, Pirelli, the police, some of them or all of them will be here at any minute.
They killed me.
Look, we've got to find out why, Tommy. Nancy, hand me some coffee.
All right, I'll wait.
Now, you say Borelli is trying to have you killed. That means you know something, or you think you do. What is it?
I don't know. I think I've been trying to figure it out for 3 years.
Please let him alone.
I can't.
You say the holdup was a friend, right?
He didn't even have guns. Nick and I just went in for some beer, and the owner started shooting. He got Nick. He wanted to get me, too. And I came through there with a gun trying to hunt him. One I met, too.
Did Nick know Borelli?
Okay. Yes, for a while.
No, you've got to answer.
Don't look Nick right. I said no mistake. He never said. He was lazy, but he was a good guy.
Didn't work? Well, how did he get along?
I got the idea for why I gave him money. I don't know why.
You were his friend?
Yeah. Well, we lived in the same room and house at his
I know where it is, yeah. I was there yesterday and met the charming landlady. Did Nick ever tell you anything about Borelli? About anything at all?
Sometimes it's a big dog.
Look, would you rather see him exhausted or dead? Tell me, Connie, did Nick ever tell you anything about Borelli?
Yes, go on. Yes, anything ever happened to him. The Nick. I was selected. He hit me a hole.
Did you? No, you couldn't. He was shot and railroaded into prison. What happened to Nick's things, do you know?
It was sold, I guess. He took everything he had in an old trunk.
Old trunk? Any chance it might still be at the rooming house?
Maybe. I don't know.
Tommy, look. Is there any way we can get into that house without being seen? The police are watching us.
I don't know.
Oh, you've got to know.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah, through the backyard. Next door. Then through the garage.
Come on, Nancy. We're taking him out of here.
You can't move him now, Tommy.
We'll move him if we have to carry him. If we leave him here, Borelli will kill him. Come on, if that trunk is still there, we've got a chance. Louis, listen very carefully.
Go ahead, Mr. Temple. Your nickel.
Are you feeling particularly reckless today?
Wait, what do you mean?
How would you like to take somebody for a ride?
Well, Mr. Temple, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you, you know that, but take somebody for a... My wife wouldn't like that.
You haven't got a wife.
Yeah, but if I had one, she wouldn't like it. No, honest, Mr. Temple, I never bumped off nobody my whole life.
I know that, and I wouldn't expect you to start now. I just want you to take somebody for a ride in your cab.
Oh!
Yeah, that somebody is somebody the police want. I don't want them to find him just yet.
Gotcha.
But look, don't hit any bumps. He's in pretty bad condition.
Don't worry, Mr. Temple. He'll think he's in a baby bucket.
Louis, I like you.
Oh, Mr. Temple, I bet you say that to all the cab drivers.
I'd like to have this going on.
Oh, what are you doing sneaking in the back way? This is a respectable rooming house. It would be if I had respectable roomers.
Look, Mother, I haven't much time. Do you remember Nick Pantel?
Nick? Sure I do. He was shot 3 years ago, dead now.
Yes, I know. Did he leave a trunk here?
Yes, I got a very bad memory.
And here.
Then I sold the trunk. There's the stuff in it. I had a perfect right. He didn't give me my 2 weeks' notice for leaving.
Is the trunk still here?
Down this cellar, his door here.
Oh, thank you.
That's okay. I won't mention it to anybody. Won't even mention the Tommy Patrick sister standing right in my hall behind the door. If the cops would be kind of interested because they're looking for a brother, but just the same.
And you've got a perfect right to call the police if you want to.
Oh, not me. I hate cops. Those babies to ask me. I got such a good memory.
Yeah.
Right. Going back on you again.
Wait a minute, Nancy. Can I get the light? You see it?
I think so. It's only 1.3.
Looks like Borelli covered this angle years ago, huh? The lining's ripped up. There's the bottom.
No, you...
That's the cat Miss Pantel read posed the purloined letter.
You see this label on the tank? I'm going to see if it comes off.
How's that prove?
But the best hiding place is sometimes the most obvious. Look, there's a newspaper clipping on the other side. It's in Italian.
You can't see it?
No, but I'll find someone who can, and when I
Save
do...
yourself a trouble, Mr. Shepard.
Come.
Well, hello, Pirelli. Hi, Mac. Hi.
I'll take that clipping. Keep him covered, Frank. Thank you.
Well, what do you propose to do now?
What do I propose to do now? What would you do?
Nothing. You're licked, Pirelli. You can destroy that clipping, but I can guess what it says. You committed a crime in Sicily years ago and had to flee the country. Probably you killed a man. Nick Pantel knew it and was blackmailing you. You had him killed, and you tried to have Tommy killed at the same time, just because he might know.
Just because you might know. And if I committed this crime, Mr. Templar, why didn't they extradite me?
Because Mussolini was making trains run on time and accepting bribes whenever they came along. Since then, you haven't been too sure, Pirelli.
Everything is for sale, Mr. Templar. You've got the money. Where's Tommy, Nancy?
He doesn't know, Frank.
Do you?
I think I'll just let you brood about that one.
What do you think we should do, Frank?
Well, it looks like him or you, Mr. Pirelli.
How about the girl, Frank?
I don't know her.
Frank.
You heard what he said, Chip. Well, Frank?
No.
It won't work, Pirelli.
It won't work. Well, difference of opinion is what makes horse racing. Hey, get back, you.
Put up the gun. Enough holes in the floor already. There's cops all over the house and outside.
Who called him?
I did.
Margaret, you hated cops.
I did, but I remembered there was a reward out for Tommy, and I figured Nancy knew where he was. Urged me to go back on my principles, so I forced myself.
So what do we do, boss? Mr. Pirelli's a sensible man, Frank. He'll go back to the old country. That's better than facing a murder rap here, isn't it?
Yes, much better. Put up the gun, Frank.
Well, not before I... Give me that, Frankie. Give me that before I break your martini arm.
Very impressive young man, Frank.
He might have killed you.
Yeah, but he didn't. Shall we go, Pirelli?
Yes, we'll go. But it's only a question of time for me, Mr. Templar. I'll be back. In any sensible society, money can buy anything. And when you return to, shall I say, sensible basis, I'll be back.
And if you come back, I won't lose you.
No. In the meantime, I'll read up on Poe. He might have saved me a lot of trouble.
Tommy Patchett got a full pardon, Mr. Temple. Gee, that's swell. Yeah, Tommy deserves a few good breaks, Louis.
Yeah.
But there's two things about this case that bother me, Mr. Temple.
Oh, what are they, Louis?
You think a guy like Pirelli could ever come back to this country like you said? He'll be trying, Louis. So it's up to you and me.
Yeah.
And what's the other thing?
Well, you know that day you had me drive Tommy Patchett all over town this cab when the cops were looking for him?
Yeah.
Well, all he talked about was his sister. What a wonderful girl she was. And how pretty.
Yes?
Well, he was saying how hard she worked all her life, how regular she was. And how pretty.
Yes?
And I just wondered, that's all, if a girl was that pretty.
Louis, the Voodoo Club is under new management. New owner, new bartender, but the same cigarette girl.
Yeah?
Well, let's drive over there. You seem to be out of cigarettes.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast you heard Peggy Weber as the landlady and Sheldon Leonard as Frank. Victor Rodman was Pirelli, Peter Lee Stan. Dick Crenna played Tommy, Fred Fields the warden. Larry Dobkin plays Louis. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
The Saint was written by Dick Powell. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is now starring in The Winslow Boy at the Las Palmas Theater here in Hollywood. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 times means good times on NBC. Tonight it's the big show once again. There'll be music with Meredith Wilson, Mindy Carson, Terry Toma, and many more. Comedy with Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, and Eddie Cantor. Drama with Jose Ferrer. In fact, it has everything, including Tallulah. And tonight, Theater Guild on the Air presents another outstanding drama, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March and Barbara Bel Geddes. So remember, visit the big show.